Leon, I hope that you, as a young man, can take good care of yourself in the future. As for me, your old brother, I don't even know if I'll successfully break through tomorrow." Another dawn arrived. Leon slowly awakened to the echoes of a voice calling by his ear. At this moment, the golden sunlight was like a soft veil, enveloping his entire body, as if the handsome knight in slumber had been blessed by divine light. His jet-black hair stood straight, his slightly trembling eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and suddenly they opened. In his dark pupils, it seemed that a brilliant light quietly rose, dazzling like the sun. "Tony!" Leon instinctively called out a name. Tony Stark, the biological son of his adoptive parents, his elder brother, who had just been calling out to him in a tone as if bidding farewell. Yet by his side, there was no trace of Tony's presence. He instantly realized, Tony's in trouble. How could this be? Wait, could it be that he still didn't listen to my advice and insisted on going to Afghanistan? Damn, this arrogant guy. I had emphasized it to him so many times. Leon helplessly reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the electronic screen beside him. The intelligence system quickly responded. With a click, the restraint belt around Leon's waist quietly unfastened. In the next moment, he floated gently like a feather, suspended in midair. Not just him. Around him, tissues, dinner plates, tape, all sorts of miscellaneous objects floated randomly, resembling a group of drifting organisms submerged in a pool, freely swimming about. But this was no pool. It was the interior of a manned spacecraft. The bed Leon used for sleeping was not really a bed but a titanium alloy plate firmly fixed to the cabin wall. Day and night, he was bound to this plate, facing the scorching sun every moment. When hungry, he ate fruit puree and meat paste. When thirsty, he drank nutrient liquids. Whenever he needed to use the restroom, he operated the intelligence system to resolve it on the spot. One might say he and this titanium alloy plate were practically like conjoined twins. Counting the days, he had already lived this life for a full 6 months. Though I haven't endured the planned 2.5 years of sunlight exposure, just 6 months of this is already enough. Leon clenched his fist in midair, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within his body. At this moment, every cell, every drop of blood in his body brimmed with strength. As the sunlight fell upon his bare body, tracing the perfect contours of his muscles, streaming over his chest and arms, it felt as if he could hear his cells cheering, and his blood rushing like thawing glaciers. This is the power of a Kryptonian. Leon gazed at the massive sun billions of kilometers away through the 2-meter-high transparent spacecraft window, moved beyond words. Having been in this world for nearly 19 years, he never expected to gain the power to overturn the world so easily. Staring at the deep cosmic expanse outside the window, Leon couldn't help but recall his past. Leon Stark, a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was named Leon, an ordinary office worker who thought his life would be plain and uneventful. Unexpectedly, one day, on his way home via subway, he was fatally stabbed multiple times while heroically stopping a mentally unstable individual wielding a knife. He tragically passed away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself as an almost 1-year-old infant. He had transmigrated, or rather, been reborn. It wasn't until he turned 1 that he regained the memories of his past life. As for the memories before the age of 1, due to incomplete brain development, they were nearly a blank slate. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby, serendipitously adopted by Howard Stark. When he regained his memories, the first thing he saw was Tony Stark's tear-streaked face. Poor Tony, his eyes red from crying, held him tightly in silence, his face soaked with tears. Later, he learned that on the day he regained his memories, the Stark couple had tragically died in a car accident, leaving him as the sole survivor. At the time, he had been tightly swaddled in baby blankets, casually discarded by the roadside. The blanket had been roughly tied around his neck, and just a few meters away lay the burning wreckage of the car explosion. Doctors said his survival was nothing short of a miracle, the last miracle left behind by the Stark couple for the world. Perhaps Tony believed this too, as he treated Leon as the continuation of their parents' lives, raising him as if he were his own younger brother. So, in reality, while Howard Stark was technically Leon's adoptive father, Tony was the one who truly acted as both a father and a mother. Of course, Tony didn't really do a great job as a dad. After all, what kind of good father would carry his 2-year-old son to attend parties and flirt with cover models, only to return home and leave the child on the couch while spending the night with those women? Thankfully, Tony later met Pepper Potts. With Pepper's attentive care, Leon was finally freed from the endless sleepless nights caused by Tony's antics. During those sleepless nights, Leon had mentally tallied up plenty of grievances against Tony, thinking, just you wait until you go to Afghanistan. We'll see if you still dare to chase after cover girls. Leon knew that, Based on the original storyline, Tony would eventually make his way to Afghanistan. He had watched nearly all of the Marvel movies in his previous life. When he heard the names of his adoptive parents and brother, he immediately understood what kind of world he had transmigrated into. Honestly, the Marvel universe wasn't exactly the safest place to live. Never mind the supervillains who popped up every now and then, causing massive civilian casualties before being defeated. If one transmigrated at the wrong time, before Loki ascended the throne of the God of Stories, then the Time Variance Authority might just arrest them at birth and wipe their memory clean. Fortunately, despite his initial anxiety, Leon managed to live to the age of 18. He speculated that the multiverse's timeline might have already been disrupted, and the sacred timeline no longer existed. What a perfect time to transmigrate. Still, this didn't change the fact that the Marvel Universe was incredibly dangerous, especially given his close ties to one of the main characters, Tony Stark. In a world where villains could attack at any moment, Leon waited 18 years but never gained a golden finger cheat. He had neither Tony's genius intellect, Spider-Man's mutations, nor the standard transmigrator system. He could only console himself that, at least, he had lived a second life, which wasn't a bad deal. Besides, he hadn't transmigrated into a dark and cruel world like Lord of Mysteries or Perfect World. He should count his blessings. Even as an ordinary person, Leon used his foreknowledge to make some changes where he could. In 2006, at the age of 16, when the Time Variance Authority still hadn't shown up, he began attempting to reshape the world. Using his knowledge of future events, he guided Tony to create favorable conditions. First, he steered Tony into developing consumer tech products like smartphones and tablets, which wouldn't appear until after 2007. Thanks to these groundbreaking technological advancements, Stark Industries had long since evolved beyond being a mere weapons manufacturer. Now, the company had massively expanded its operations and become the undisputed #1 enterprise in the world. In addition, Leon tried to push Tony into developing the arc reactor. Unfortunately, Tony never seriously considered researching it, always brushing it off with excuses like, "That kind of technology isn't feasible yet." In truth, Tony was just too lazy to put in the effort. After all, in Tony's life, there had scarcely been any technological challenge he couldn't solve with ease. Even the revolutionary smartphone idea came to fruition simply because Leon had casually remarked, "Wouldn't it be great if phones were just screens you could tap on?" Tony's eyes lit up, and he developed it effortlessly. Since Tony wouldn't budge on the arc reactor, there wasn't much Leon could do about it. You can't make a stubborn mule change its mind. Over 2 years, Leon's influence had reached its limits. Like a diligent bee, he buzzed around, trying to alter fate wherever he could. He even attempted to locate Bucky, avenge the Stark couple, or expose Obadiah's true nature and have him jailed. But in the end, none of these goals came to fruition. Obadiah had hidden his tracks too well. It wasn't until a year ago that Leon caught a whiff of his schemes and informed Tony. However, Tony was too sentimental. Even after growing suspicious, he still chose to trust his uncle. After just one in-depth conversation with Obadiah, Tony convinced himself that everything was fine. Faced with such frustrating circumstances, Leon could only keep urging Tony not to let his guard down and, above all, to avoid going to war-torn regions like Afghanistan alone. As for finding Bucky, Leon dared not pursue it openly. Hydra's roots ran deep in this world. As a mere mortal, any attempt to investigate would only expose him and lead to the same fate as Howard. He couldn't even tell Tony about it. For one, as the younger member of the family, his words carried little weight, and Tony might not believe him. Tony was about 20 years older than Leon. For another, even if Leon avoided discussing his intel sources, merely hinting at the idea would prompt Tony to have JARVIS hack classified agencies out of pure arrogance. That would only alert Hydra to their suspicions, putting both Tony and Leon in grave danger. Worse yet, Bucky might be the one sent to assassinate them, allowing him to claim yet another Stark life and solidify his Stark Slayer title. In the Marvel universe, ordinary people were utterly powerless, and being a Stark didn't change that. Leon's role here was as unremarkable as Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, wealthy but otherwise insignificant, saved only by having a genius brother. Fortunately, everything changed on his 18th birthday. On his 18th birthday, Lion turned over in bed, a seemingly ordinary movement, yet it caused the bed frame to collapse as if under the weight of a mountain. Everything in the house appeared extraordinarily fragile in his eyes, as though a light touch could shatter it, and even the slightest bump might cause it to crack. It was as if, overnight, he had been transported to a strange world made of hydrogen, where every brick and tile was as thin as paper. Hearing the commotion, Tony rushed over. Amid the chaos, he repeatedly exclaimed, "My God," and reluctantly abandoned plans for the birthday party, hastily performing a full-body examination on Lion. The results showed that Lion now possessed a strength of 30 tons, a speed of 100 meters per second, and a body as hard as steel, impervious to blades or axes. Overnight, it seemed as if the world had completely changed. And this transformation wasn't limited to just that. Lion could clearly sense that he was continuing to grow stronger under the sunlight. After conducting in-depth research, Tony also confirmed that Lion's cells remained perpetually active under sunlight, undergoing rapid and exponential enhancement. "This is practically Superman," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "Even if you develop heat vision tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised." Lion froze for a moment, then came to a sudden realization and nodded, saying, "Tony, you're absolutely right. I really have become Superman." A surge of mysterious and profound information quietly surfaced in his mind. Upon reaching the age of 18, adulthood triggered the unlocking of his abilities, and his Kryptonian lineage began to awaken, along with the emergence of time travel powers. The Kryptonian bloodline needed no explanation. It was the iconic race from the neighboring DC universe, capable of growing stronger simply by basking in sunlight. Unfortunately, it seemed he only had an ordinary Kryptonian lineage, meaning that relying solely on sunlight would likely never elevate him to the levels of Silver Age Superman or Golden Superman. As for the time-traveling ability, it was exactly as described. As long as he had sufficient energy reserves, he could freely traverse different timelines. Whether these travels would be limited to the Marvel Universe or extend beyond to greater multiverses, he would need to experiment and explore further. But regardless, his golden finger, a term for a cheat-like ability, had finally arrived. Lion's joy was palpable. He tightly hugged Tony and cheered with excitement. However, this action immediately resulted in Tony fracturing 2 ribs and a shoulder blade, landing him in the operating room that very day. That night, Lion stayed by Tony's bedside, feeling both regretful for his carelessness and puzzled as to why this golden finger had to wait until adulthood to be delivered. It had wasted 18 years of his life. If he had awakened his bloodline and started soaking up sunlight from a young age, he might already be capable of doing anything he wanted. Perhaps, at the age of 1, when the Howard couple was assassinated by Bucky, he could have counterattacked and saved them. Could it be that even golden fingers nowadays were bound by anti-addiction rules for minors? But in his previous life, he had already lived into his 20s, so why was he now considered a minor? Lion found this deeply perplexing. 3 months later, after thorough discussions with Tony, Lion applied for a 3-year deferral from university. Then, he boarded a manned spacecraft personally designed by Tony and ventured into the depths of space. The spacecraft traveled on an orbit between Earth and the Sun, where there was no distinction between day and night, allowing him to bathe in sunlight every second. 6 months passed exactly 180 days. Lion spent the entire time strapped to a titanium alloy plate, facing the sun's rays directly. He could distinctly feel the power within him surging like a mighty river, constantly roaring with overwhelming force. Even his breathing exuded an immense might, akin to the rumbling of thunder. The original plan was to soak up sunlight for 2.5 years, just in time for the Chitauri invasion. By then, I should have enough power to protect myself. He clenched his fist. But now it seems that even just 6 months have already been sufficient. Lion remained slightly cautious. More than a decade of living in fear under the shadow of the Time Variance Authority had left him with a severe firepower inadequacy phobia. Whenever he stepped out, he wished he could bring along a mercenary squad, each armed with machine guns and rocket launchers. But now, with his Kryptonian bloodline awakened, he finally had the qualifications to pursue power. He even felt an urge to dive straight into the sun, hibernate for a decade or so, and emerge as an even more formidable force. Although he wouldn't yet call himself a seeker of ultimate truth, he could certainly consider himself a martial monk in relentless pursuit of strength. To grow stronger. Continuously stronger. Stronger than anyone else. A decade of unease had left Lion with an insatiable hunger for power. No, this is still far from enough, not nearly enough. Lion immediately dismissed his budding sense of complacency. He clenched his fists tightly, his marble-like muscles intertwining. After only 6 months of sunlight, I'm already getting cocky? How foolish of me. Kryptonian strength alone is far from sufficient. I only have an ordinary Kryptonian bloodline, and sunlight alone has its limits. To grow even stronger, I can't just rely on sunlight, I need to find more sources of power. Magic, technology, martial arts, whatever it takes, I need to try every method on Earth to become stronger. After 6 months of solar exposure, Lion had already awakened all the abilities associated with Superman's indestructible body. Heat vision, freeze breath, bioelectric fields, even the extraordinarily powerful Kryptonian brain. With his superintellect, Lion could now learn knowledge and skills at an unprecedented speed. Reading a book could grant him mastery of a technique, as if copying digital data from a disk. From this point onward, he would only be limited by the speed at which information was input, not by his ability to understand or master it. Lion could now confidently declare, the process of learning through language, byte by byte, was as slow as a snail crawling on the ground. But before that, Lion tilted his head slightly, his gaze turning toward Earth with a faint glimmer. His ears twitched, and his vision followed the direction of Tony's voice, piercing through layers of barriers. The spacecraft's walls, Earth's atmosphere, and the dust on the ground, nothing except lead could block his sight. In less than a second, he saw Tony, sleeping in a cave somewhere in the Afghan desert. Obadiah, Bucky, Hydra, it's time to put an end to these matters. For 18 years, he had lived meekly, but now, with his bloodline awakened, the clouds had parted, and the light had shone through. He finally understood, he was his own master. With power came confidence. Although he still felt that his current strength was far from enough, Lion knew he was now qualified to handle some small matters on Earth. Tony, I'm coming to save you, Lion said softly. He casually grabbed a pair of pants from the air and put them on, then floated forward, pushing lightly with his right hand. The silence of the vacuum was absolute, there was no sound at all. The spacecraft's door, capable of withstanding collisions from tens of thousands of tons of force, drifted away lightly, like a thin veil, disappearing into the vastness of space. Lion floated out of the cabin. Standing between Earth and the sun, the golden sunlight illuminated half of his body. On the other side lay the blue planet of Earth. He gazed up at the sun and then down at Earth, as if he were a god standing between heaven and earth, capable of holding up the world with a mere gesture. But Lion knew all too well that this was nothing more than an illusion. He still had a long way to go and much strength to pursue. Suppressing the surge of passion in his heart, he leaned forward slightly, pausing for a moment before breaking through the air and hurtling toward Earth. Boom! The moment Leon entered the atmosphere, a deafening sonic boom erupted around him. His flight speed had astonishingly surpassed the second cosmic velocity, an incredible feat. Upon entering the atmosphere, his figure resembled a sharp beam of light, forcibly splitting the entire sky into two halves. The immense air pressure generated by his supersonic speed felt like an invisible blade, effortlessly slicing through the thick sea of clouds. The invisible airwaves surged like a raging beast, tearing the floating clouds into countless fragments in an instant. For a brief moment, the scattered clouds seemed alive, forming a massive air shield around Leon and leaving a long trail in the sky, as if a world serpent had descended from the heavens to devour everything in its path. As he approached the ground, Leon gradually decelerated, his acceleration exceeding -5,000 meters per second squared. He had to do so because landing at full speed, even with his full use of a biotic field for protection, would cause massive damage to the surrounding terrain. From the 30,000-kilometer altitude of the spaceship to the ground, and across tens of thousands of kilometers from North America to Afghanistan, it took him less than 20 minutes. Leon hovered above Afghanistan, with all the clouds overhead pushed far away by the airwaves. At this moment, the sky was completely clear, and it was around 10 p.m. at night. Without any hesitation, Leon slightly twisted his body midair and continued flying eastward. This time, his speed slowed significantly, only over 200 meters per second, not even reaching the speed of sound. He moved like an invisible ghost, silently arriving above the cave where Tony was currently imprisoned. "Tony, it's wake-up time," Leon whispered softly, using his X-ray vision to see Tony frowning in his sleep inside the cave. Then, like a meteor, he descended rapidly. Boom! The mountain, with its dense and solid rocky surface, crumbled like fragile paper before Leon. He easily pierced through over 10 meters of rock and soil, breaking directly into the cave. Leon descended slowly from the ceiling of the cave, landing in a half-squatting position in front of Tony's bed, mimicking the iconic superhero landing pose Tony often used when wearing his suit in the movies. From the hole in the ceiling, chunks of debris fell as he descended, large and small, creating a series of continuous crashing sounds in the cave. Thud. Bang! Bang! The vibrations and the deafening noise. Anyone woken up by such a disturbance would think the world was ending. Tony was no exception. Having always been a light sleeper, he was startled awake by the sound of Leon breaking through the cave. Then, the unending loud crashes made him scream in panic. Are they attacking already? His face was filled with alarm, instinctively assuming the terrorists couldn't wait any longer and had launched an assault. It turned out that the terrorist organization had kidnapped him, demanding he build a batch of Jericho missiles for them. Tomorrow was the agreed deadline for delivery. According to his plan, Tony was going to don the Mark armor he'd built and escape the terrorist base with his assistant Inson, in what was sure to be a grueling fight. Just moments ago, as Tony prepared to sleep, he'd silently prayed for a smooth execution of the plan the next day. If things didn't go well, he hoped Pepper and Leon would take care of themselves. But now, just minutes after his prayer, the terrorists seemed to have lost patience and started an attack? Damn it, even Leon as a kid wasn't this impatient. Tony muttered under his breath, cursing, as he frantically looked around and called out, Inson! Inson, are you alright? They're here. Wait, why is this damn cave collapsing? Oh, Leon, go check on Inson. Wait, Leon? Tony's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Leon, who was half squatting by his bedside. The guy was only wearing a pair of pants, with debris falling from above him, yet not a speck of dust landed on his body. Leon, how are you here? Tony leaned back, almost rubbing his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating before his imminent death. Shock and confusion intermingled in his gaze. Tony's heartbeat quickened, and his hands trembled slightly. He was convinced this must be a hallucination. Leon's spaceship had been set to return in 2 years, so how could the kid possibly be here right now? Still, even if it was an illusion, Leon's pose was undeniably cool, exactly the kind of dramatic entrance that Tony himself would have thought of. However, the hallucination of Leon stood up and smiled at Tony. Because I heard you calling my name in the middle of the night, saying you couldn't sleep without me, so I rushed over, he joked. Frankly, it's a bit surprising that my big brother, who's already 39, still needs a bedtime service. Leon continued teasing, I can sing lullabies or hum country songs, Tony, which do you prefer? Oh, but just so you know, rocking you to sleep is Pepper's job, not mine. Tony froze for a moment before reflexively retorting. Hey, kid, I'm the one who used to rock you to sleep. Pepper hasn't done it nearly as many times as I have. Tony's reply implied that Leon had gotten it all backward. Their interactions had always been like this. Tony was prideful and sharp-tongued, while Leon loved poking fun at his endearing older brother. Come on, a nearly 40-year-old man who would say, I'll reluctantly accept your holiday gift, only to cherish it by displaying it in his private collection. How adorable is that? Just after Tony retorted, he suddenly realized something. His eyes widened, his body trembling slightly with excitement, as he stood up. You! Leon! You're really here? How is this possible? I mean, how did you do it? You should be in space, 300 kilometers away. He even reached out to pinch Leon's arm. The solid, marble-like muscles beneath his fingers felt incredibly real. This wasn't an illusion. Leon was really here, this kid had come to rescue him. Tony was utterly shocked, but at this moment, his entire body suddenly relaxed. The tension in his nerves, strung tight for months, eased all at once. An indescribable sense of security washed over him. The accumulated exhaustion of the past few months surged to the surface. He couldn't help but smile as he took a step back, plopping down onto the bed with a long exhale. No one knew Leon's capabilities better than Tony. 6 months ago during tests, Leon already possessed the strength of 500 tons, and his defense was so robust that even sniper rifles could only leave scratches on him. Now, with Leon here, the terrorists outside were no longer a concern. Leon raised an eyebrow. To be precise, I was on a satellite orbit, over 40,000 kilometers from here. I heard you crying out to me in your time of distress, so I immediately came over, he said with a wink. After all, apart from Pepper, no one in this world is allowed to bully my big brother. Tony's face darkened. Oh, you're mistaken. Not even Pepper can bully me, no one can. And I wasn't being bullied. So, you're saying you've been enjoying yourself here in this cave? On a business trip thousands of miles away, vacationing in a terrorist base? Leon glanced Tony up and down. Tony's charming, expressive eyes were still bright, yet the deep fatigue within them was hard to conceal. You're still as stubborn as ever, aren't you? Look at that beard of yours, always your pride and joy, but now it looks like a patch of weeds. You're not much better yourself. I didn't know my little brother had the habit of strutting around without clothes on. Tony never let himself lose in a verbal sparring match. Or rather, he thoroughly enjoyed the back-and-forth banter with Leon. This kind of exchange made him feel special, as though there was a familial bond between them. After all, in this world, Leon was the only family he had left. And next time, maybe come up with a better angle to criticize me. Saying my voice could be heard in the vacuum of space from a spaceship? That's not funny. Sound can't travel in a vacuum. You forgot that in just 6 months after graduating? With his scientific knowledge, Tony instantly saw through Leon's lie. So, what happened? Did something unexpected bring you back early, or did Pepper contact you? Is she alright? No, she didn't contact me. Maybe she didn't want me to know you were attacked, and that the situation was dire. Leon shook his head, explaining, but I did hear your voice on the ship. You were calling my name, so I heard it. It's a new ability I've awakened. Tony opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. That ability of yours is ridiculously unscientific. Sound is produced by vibrations, and the limits of such vibrations don't typically travel far, let alone in the vacuum of space. But that's the truth. I've awakened quite a few unscientific abilities recently, and I'll need your help to test them out later. Leon spoke casually while carefully observing Tony. He could clearly see the shrapnel lodged in the arteries around Tony's chest cavity, and he sighed. Tony, you don't look so good. Those terrorists certainly didn't go easy on you, did they? He frowned. The shrapnel has pierced the arteries near your heart. You're only suppressing the injury temporarily with a magnetic field. It's like a dagger hanging over your head at all times. Damn those bastards. Tony froze for a moment, seeing the cold glint in Leon's eyes. A wave of emotion surged in his heart. He moved his lips slightly but ultimately shook his head. This is just a minor injury. But your timing is perfect. I was planning on executing the escape tomorrow according to the plan. Now that you're here, we can storm out directly without worrying about Inson's safety. Oh. Right, Inson. Tony suddenly smacked his forehead and stood up, realizing it had been a while since he checked on Inson. Inson, are you alright? Oh, there you are. Tony gave an awkward smile. A slightly balding middle-aged man in a vest, who looked every bit the engineer, stood quietly nearby. Inson had been there the whole time, but Tony had been so focused on Leon that he had overlooked him. Inson spread his hands. I haven't gone to sleep yet. Actually, I came over as soon as this gentleman dropped through the ceiling. Tony nodded awkwardly, chuckling sheepishly for a few seconds before pulling Leon by the shoulder to introduce him. Inson, this is my brother, Leon Stark. Leon, this is Inson, my dear friend. He saved my life. The two shook hands and exchanged greetings. Leon recognized that Inson was a good man. I didn't expect Tony to make a friend in a cave. You must have been taking care of him during this time, or with his injuries, it wouldn't have been easy for him to survive. Oh no, I actually just, Inson hurriedly tried to downplay it. Leon raised a hand to cut him off. No need for modesty, Inson. You saved Tony, so you're my friend now too. Now, what we need to do is break out of here and send those guys outside where they belong. Leon's expression remained calm, like a placid lake, but his eyes gleamed with thunderous determination. Maybe we should come up with a plan first? Those guys have heavy firepower, Inson said with a hint of hesitation. A plan? No need. No plan at all. Tony interjected, walking proudly over to the suit of armor he had built. He patted the armor and said, Look, Leon, this is my masterpiece from the past few months. Even if you hadn't come today, tomorrow Inson and I would have made sure those guys didn't stand a chance. Leon shook his head helplessly, watching Tony show off his creation like a child flaunting a new toy. You can save your little toy for later. I'll take the lead, and you two just follow me. All that sunbathing these past 6 months hasn't gone to waste. Toy? Unbelievable, Leon. I know your grades were average, so maybe you don't fully grasp the greatness of this suit. Tony could not accept his masterpiece being called a toy. So, until you understand what's going on, it's best to stay quiet and watch me demonstrate its brilliance. Leon placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. Tony, maybe your toy is indeed impressive, but I need to tell you something. I flew directly here from a spaceship, wearing just these pants that obviously haven't been washed in a while. Tony's eyes widened slightly. He flew back from space with just his body? And those pants didn't even have a scratch on them? Tony couldn't be clearer about what that implied. What? For a moment, Tony was at a loss for words. Great, now his suit really did seem like a toy in comparison. So just follow my lead. Leon flashed a faint smile. But there's one thing we need to address first. His gaze swept over Tony, stopping at his chest. We need to resolve the lingering threat. Lingering threat? Tony didn't immediately understand. But Leon had already moved. Without the slightest tremor in his stance, his right hand pressed down on Tony's shoulder while his left hand suddenly blurred. Tony felt a momentary tightness in his chest, and just as the intense pain was about to erupt, it vanished in an instant. 1, 2, 3. Quite a bit of shrapnel, Tony. The fact that you survived shows remarkable tenacity. What are you talking about? Tony instinctively touched his chest. When he looked up again, he saw Leon holding out his palm, in which rested more than a dozen tiny pieces of shrapnel. Here, I just removed the shrapnel from your chest. You can keep these as a memento, something to remember how, at nearly 40, you went through such a life-changing ordeal, grew up, and learned to take responsibility. Leon handed the shrapnel to Tony before turning toward the sealed cave entrance. In less than a microsecond, Leon had used a biological force field to immobilize the shrapnel inside Tony, then used his left fingertips to create tiny incisions on Tony's chest, swiftly extracting the pieces. He followed this up with heat vision to cauterize and heal the wounds. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, swift as lightning but calm as a still lake. To Tony, it seemed as though nothing had changed, but when he touched his chest, he realized the arc reactor was still there, while his shirt now bore multiple small holes. This. Tony's gaze darted between Leon's palm and his own chest, too stunned to form words. The shocks Leon had delivered today were far too many for him to process, leaving him temporarily unable to retort to the jab about finally growing up. Let's go. It's time to leave. Leon took the lead, striding out of the cave. 10 minutes later. Hey, Tony, you're about to leave this temporary residence of yours from the past few months. How are you feeling right now? Even a little reluctant, maybe? Leon teased as he leisurely floated in the air above the cave, holding Tony and Insen with one hand each. You know, this is the kind of bizarre experience most people won't encounter in a lifetime. Don't you want to share your thoughts about it? Tony's hair was blown into a wild mess by the howling wind. You're calling this a bizarre experience? Damn it, Leon, if you hadn't turned into the Superman lookalike, I'd make sure to arrange a bizarre experience like this for you when we get back. Alright, seems like you're not in the best of moods. My bad, I'll shut up now. Leon quickly zipped his mouth shut upon noticing Tony's irritation. Insen chimed in at the right moment. Mr. Leon, may I ask, what are you planning to do with the base below? Are you leaving it to the U.S. authorities? Insen held no goodwill toward the United States government. In his view, the rampant activities of these terrorists were undoubtedly tied to the officials in some way. Before Leon could respond, Tony jumped in. Destroy it. Destroy all of it, everything that belongs to Stark. His face darkened like stagnant water as he gazed at the crates of weapons and ammunition marked with the Stark logo below. No problem, Leon agreed without hesitation. He then flew higher into the sky with the two men. Once they were far enough away, his eyes emitted a scorching beam of heat vision, instantly igniting the explosives throughout the base. Boom! The ammunition in the base erupted like a string of firecrackers, one crate after another triggering chain reactions. The explosions interwove into a terrifying cascade of destruction, engulfing the entire area in flames. A mushroom cloud soared tens of meters into the air, and smoke billowed like a tide, quickly spreading outward. This once expansive terrorist base became a thing of the past in mere moments. This is terrifying. At least it's finally over, Insen mumbled under his breath, his cheeks scorched by the intense heat of the explosions. Yeah, it's over. This terrible chapter in your lives can finally come to an end. Leon nodded slightly, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Next, I'll take you both to the military base in Afghanistan, Leon said, turning midair and flying away from the base. I have an old friend there. He'll help you get back to the U.S. Insen seemed to have other thoughts, but as he looked down at the ground several hundred meters below, he decided to go along with Leon's plan. Tony, hearing Leon's words, hesitated slightly, his usually somber expression faltering. After a moment of silence, he asked, You said not the right time yet. Does that mean you plan on doing something later, Leon? That's right, Leon admitted straightforwardly. I've been wanting to do something for a long time, but I lacked the strength before, so I couldn't take action. Now, after we return, I'll use the opportunity to handle those matters and, in the process, demonstrate my power to various parties. That way, even if my true identity is discovered in the future, those troublesome people won't dare act recklessly against me. What exactly do you plan to do? We can talk about it in detail after we get back, Leon continued, his tone calm yet resolute. He was well aware that even Superman, as powerful as he was, often faced challenges from people like Lex Luthor. For someone like Leon, who had only soaked in the sun for 6 months, the moment his Kryptonian physique and powers were exposed, countless individuals would covet or fear him. Unless he showcased his unrivaled power and unwavering resolve early on, trouble would undoubtedly follow. People, after all, rarely show gratitude, they fear strength, and that was an undeniable truth. What, are you trying to convince me not to make too much noise? Leon turned to look at Tony, his tone teasing. No, Tony denied immediately. I'm just... He paused for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Then, with some difficulty, he said, Leon, I just wanted to say. I'm sorry. Sorry for not taking your advice earlier to shut down Stark's weapons division. Tony's face was filled with deep guilt, not toward Leon, but toward the innocent civilians harmed by the weapons Stark Industries had sold. Over a year ago, when Stark Industries' electronics business had already spread worldwide, Leon had suggested cutting and shutting down the weapons division. But back then, Tony dismissed it, thinking Leon was just a newly adult teenager who hadn't seen the world and was overly sentimental. He had brushed Leon off with a few casual remarks. Looking back now, Tony felt nothing but regret and remorse. No need to apologize. Leon was slightly taken aback but found it somewhat expected. He knew Tony would eventually shut down the weapons division, but he hadn't anticipated Tony apologizing. Who knew how many times in his life Tony had offered a genuine apology? Likely fewer than 10. Normally, even when Tony was in the wrong, he'd awkwardly try to make amends in other ways rather than outright admit his mistakes. This kidnapping ordeal must have truly changed him. What's done is done. As they say, better late than never, Leon said gently, comforting Tony. Just focus on making up for your mistakes moving forward. And hey, the miniature arc reactor you developed this time, couldn't that be used as a foundational energy source to benefit the world? I believe the entire world will change for the better because of you in the future. So, feel guilty if you must, but don't dwell on it forever. Tony quietly listened to Leon's words. It wasn't often that he stayed this silent while someone else gave a long speech. Once Leon finished, Tony smirked faintly. Maybe you're right. Oh, and about Obadiah. Obadiah is definitely up to no good, Leon interrupted firmly. Telling you now will only make you hesitate. So once we're back in Los Angeles, we'll confront him directly. Tony instinctively wanted to argue, still holding onto a sliver of hope for his uncle. But after opening his mouth, he ultimately said nothing. He simply let out a muffled hum of agreement. We'll do it your way. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but smirk, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It seemed this experience had significantly elevated his authority in Tony's eyes. As the saying goes, people rarely learn from advice but often remember hard lessons. This principle had proven true once again. After flying for a while longer, Leon descended slowly with the two men, landing in the middle of the desert. All right, this is as far as I'll take you. The military base is 8 kilometers ahead. Here, take this signal flare. After I leave, fire it into the sky, and someone will come to pick you up, Leon said, handing Tony a flare gun he had grabbed from the terrorist base. He then prepared to take off. Wait a minute. Tony called out anxiously, stopping Leon. Oh, I almost forgot. When you get back, make sure to bring my suit back home. If the blueprints didn't burn up, grab those too. What the? Why didn't you mention this back in the cave? Leon couldn't help but curse. I figured you couldn't carry anything else with both hands full, so I'm telling you now, Tony replied innocently. Tony, you're something else. Leon flipped him the middle finger before shooting into the sky, breaking the sound barrier as he sped away. On the ground, Tony and Ensign exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly at each other. Won't your brother get spotted flying like that near a military base? Ensign asked, puzzled. Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. What brother? Wasn't it a self-proclaimed Superman who saved us just now and then left? We didn't even get a good look at his face. Understanding dawned on Ensign. Ah, so that's how we escaped? That Superman guy must be a really kind-hearted fellow. 10 minutes later. Hey, Tony, you're about to leave this temporary residence of yours from the past few months. How are you feeling right now? Even a little reluctant, maybe? Leon teased as he leisurely floated in the air above the cave, holding Tony and Ensign with one hand each. You know, this is the kind of bizarre experience most people won't encounter in a lifetime. Don't you want to share your thoughts about it? Tony's hair was blown into a wild mess by the howling wind. You're calling this a bizarre experience? Damn it, Leon, if you hadn't turned into the Superman lookalike, I'd make sure to arrange a bizarre experience like this for you when we get back. Alright, seems like you're not in the best of moods. My bad, I'll shut up now. Leon quickly zipped his mouth shut upon noticing Tony's irritation. Ensign chimed in at the right moment. Mr. Leon, may I ask, what are you planning to do with the base below? Are you leaving it to the U.S. authorities? Ensign held no goodwill toward the United States government. In his view, the rampant activities of these terrorists were undoubtedly tied to the officials in some way. Before Leon could respond, Tony jumped in. Destroy it. Destroy all of it, everything that belongs to Stark. His face darkened like stagnant water as he gazed at the crates of weapons and ammunition marked with the Stark logo below. No problem, Leon agreed without hesitation. He then flew higher into the sky with the two men. Once they were far enough away, his eyes emitted a scorching beam of heat vision, instantly igniting the explosives throughout the base. Boom! The ammunition in the base erupted like a string of firecrackers, one crate after another triggering chain reactions. The explosions interwove into a terrifying cascade of destruction, engulfing the entire area in flames. A mushroom cloud soared tens of meters into the air, and smoke billowed like a tide, quickly spreading outward. This once expansive terrorist base became a thing of the past in mere moments. This is terrifying. At least it's finally over, Ensign mumbled under his breath, his cheeks scorched by the intense heat of the explosions. Yeah, it's over. This terrible chapter in your lives can finally come to an end. Leon nodded slightly, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Next, I'll take you both to the military base in Afghanistan, Leon said, turning midair and flying away from the base. I have an old friend there. He'll help you get back to the US. Ensign seemed to have other thoughts, but as he looked down at the ground several hundred meters below, he decided to go along with Leon's plan. Tony, hearing Leon's words, hesitated slightly, his usually somber expression faltering. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You said not the right time yet. Does that mean you plan on doing something later, Leon?" "That's right," Leon admitted straightforwardly. "I've been wanting to do something for a long time, but I lacked the strength before, so I couldn't take action. Now, after we return, I'll use the opportunity to handle those matters and, in the process, demonstrate my power to various parties. That way, even if my true identity is discovered in the future, those troublesome people won't dare act recklessly against me." "What exactly do you plan to do?" "We can talk about it in detail after we get back," Leon continued, his tone calm yet resolute. He was well aware that even Superman, as powerful as he was, often faced challenges from people like Lex Luthor. For someone like Leon, who had only soaked in the sun for 6 months, the moment his Kryptonian physique and powers were exposed, countless individuals would covet or fear him. Unless he showcased his unrivaled power and unwavering resolve early on, trouble would undoubtedly follow. People, after all, rarely show gratitude, they fear strength, and that was an undeniable truth. "What, are you trying to convince me not to make too much noise?" Leon turned to look at Tony, his tone teasing. "No," Tony denied immediately. "I'm just..." He paused for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Then, with some difficulty, he said, "Leon, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. Sorry for not taking your advice earlier to shut down Stark's weapons division." Tony's face was filled with deep guilt, not toward Leon, but toward the innocent civilians harmed by the weapons Stark Industries had sold. Over a year ago, when Stark Industries' electronics business had already spread worldwide, Leon had suggested cutting and shutting down the weapons division. But back then, Tony dismissed it, thinking Leon was just a newly adult teenager who hadn't seen the world and was overly sentimental. He had brushed Leon off with a few casual remarks. Looking back now, Tony felt nothing but regret and remorse. No need to apologize. Leon was slightly taken aback but found it somewhat expected. He knew Tony would eventually shut down the weapons division, but he hadn't anticipated Tony apologizing. Who knew how many times in his life Tony had offered a genuine apology? Likely fewer than 10. Normally, even when Tony was in the wrong, he'd awkwardly try to make amends in other ways rather than outright admit his mistakes. This kidnapping ordeal must have truly changed him. What's done is done. As they say, better late than never, Leon said gently, comforting Tony. Just focus on making up for your mistakes moving forward. And hey, the miniature arc reactor you developed this time, couldn't that be used as a foundational energy source to benefit the world? I believe the entire world will change for the better because of you in the future. So, feel guilty if you must, but don't dwell on it forever." Tony quietly listened to Leon's words. It wasn't often that he stayed this silent while someone else gave a long speech. Once Leon finished, Tony smirked faintly. "Maybe you're right. Oh, and about Obadiah." "Obadiah is definitely up to no good," Leon interrupted firmly. "Telling you now will only make you hesitate. So once we're back in Los Angeles, we'll confront him directly." Tony instinctively wanted to argue, still holding onto a sliver of hope for his uncle. But after opening his mouth, he ultimately said nothing. He simply let out a muffled hum of agreement. "We'll do it your way." Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but smirk, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It seemed this experience had significantly elevated his authority in Tony's eyes. As the saying goes, People rarely learn from advice but often remember hard lessons. This principle had proven true once again. After flying for a while longer, Leon descended slowly with the two men, landing in the middle of the desert. Alright, this is as far as I'll take you. The military base is 8 kilometers ahead. Here, take this signal flare. After I leave, fire it into the sky, and someone will come to pick you up, Leon said, handing Tony a flare gun he had grabbed from the terrorist base. He then prepared to take off. Wait a minute. Tony called out anxiously, stopping Leon. Oh, I almost forgot. When you get back, make sure to bring my suit back home. If the blueprints didn't burn up, grab those too. What the? Why didn't you mention this back in the cave? Leon couldn't help but curse. I figured you couldn't carry anything else with both hands full, so I'm telling you now, Tony replied innocently. Tony, you're something else. Leon flipped him the middle finger before shooting into the sky, breaking the sound barrier as he sped away. On the ground, Tony and Ensign exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly at each other. Won't your brother get spotted flying like that near a military base? Ensign asked, puzzled. Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. What brother? Wasn't it a self-proclaimed Superman who saved us just now and then left? We didn't even get a good look at his face. Understanding dawned on Ensign. Ah, so that's how we escaped? That Superman guy must be a really kind-hearted fellow. Tony suddenly fired a shot into the sky. The signal flare shot out like an arrow from a bow, tracing an arc as it climbed over 20 meters into the air before slowly descending. The crimson illumination was especially conspicuous in the desert night, bright enough to clearly illuminate the faces of the two men on the ground. Alright, just be patient for a few more minutes. The rescue team will arrive soon, Tony said, casually tossing the signal gun aside. He knew that once the signal flare was spotted near the military base, the Americans would definitely check with their satellites, locate them, and send in a rescue team immediately. Tony turned to look at Ethan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Come to America with me, Ethan. Bring your family too. He had keenly noticed that Ethan had been hesitating to speak, as if burdened by some heavy thoughts. Ethan's eyes revealed a trace of complexity. My family is already gone, Tony. In fact, I would rather return to Iran and do my best to help those in need. The words Tony had been ready to say suddenly stuck in his throat. Only then did he realize that his savior had endured an even more tragic past. And for this very reason, Tony felt even more compelled to bring Ethan to America. Ethan. Tony began, his voice heavy with apology and sorrow. I didn't know about your family. I'm so sorry. Ethan shook his head gently, signaling Tony not to mind. Tony continued, I understand your desire to return to your homeland. I can see it, you carry a clear resolve, a willingness to lay down your life for a cause. Returning to Iran, you're planning to do something noble but self-sacrificing. He paused, fixing Ethan with a determined gaze. But, Lion was right earlier. I'm returning this time to help more people. The contributions I can make to this world shouldn't just be about creating things that explode. He tapped the arc reactor lightly on his chest with his fingers, his eyes burning with determination. Ethan, you can come with me. Together, we can better help those harmed by violence and make this world a better place. Ethan stared blankly at the arc reactor. It truly was a piece of technology capable of changing the world. His resolve began to waver. Just then, the distant roar of engines suddenly grew louder. A patrol aircraft approached rapidly, flying overhead before disappearing into the distance. The signal flare's only been up for half a minute, and the rescue plane's already here? Ethan exclaimed in astonishment. Their efficiency is incredible. However, to their disappointment, the aircraft was not the rescue team they had been expecting but a light patrol plane. It doesn't seem to be the rescue team. Looks like a patrol plane, probably chasing Lion. He must have been spotted by the base, Tony said, gazing at the departing aircraft with a hint of worry in his eyes. But its speed isn't even supersonic, they won't catch Lion. Let's wait a bit longer. Lion's flashy entrance drew all their attention, Tony said, pacing back and forth in an attempt to quell his anxiety. But next time, when I suit up in the MK armor, I'll definitely grab even more of those rednecks' attention in the military. As he spoke, Tony anxiously awaited the arrival of the rescue team in the desert. Minutes ticked by, and amidst his chatter, the faint sound of dense engine noise began to emerge from the horizon. This time, it was a formation of 3 helicopters heading in their direction. Whoa! Look, our rescue team is here. The two, parched and exhausted from their time in the desert, immediately began jumping and waving on the ground, joy lighting up their faces. Meanwhile, as Tony predicted, Lion had not been caught by the patrol plane. After all, half a minute's time and that distance were nothing to him. He had already flown out of Afghanistan with the mark armor and blueprints in tow. Surprisingly, however, as he entered California's airspace, Lion encountered another group of fighter jets intercepting him. It turned out that after retrieving Tony's prized possession from the collapsed cave, Lion had flown through the Afghan skies, reaching the thermosphere at the edge of the atmosphere. Accelerating to Mach 30, he crossed over half the planet in just 20 minutes and returned to North America. He had initially planned to fly directly over the coast ranges in California and land at Stark's mansion. But because his speed had decreased too much, though not enough to go unnoticed, he was immediately spotted by satellites upon entering U.S. airspace. On the monitoring screens of a U.S. military base, a figure moving at nearly twice the speed of sound over the mountain ranges caught an operator's attention. Zooming in for a closer look, they were astonished to discover a small flying unit. Although its image appeared blurry due to some form of biological field interference, it looked remarkably like a humanoid figure in flight. The soldiers quickly reported the situation to their superiors. "What is that?" "Patch through to the target's communications and order them to land for inspection. Whether it's the CIA or the Navy, we need to get this thing down and take a look." The commanding officer issued a stern order. "Sir, the target is not responding to radio communications." "Sir, both the CIA and the Navy just contacted us asking if this flying object is ours and requesting intel." "Us? Do we have something this small, capable of near supersonic speed and long endurance?" "Not at the moment, sir." "God damn it. Contact the Weapons Research Division and get Colonel Rhodes over here." "Colonel Rhodes is in Afghanistan searching for Tony Stark, sir." "God damn. Then run a database comparison. Lock onto it with radar. Get me the clearest satellite image." "Report, sir. No matching records in the database. The target's cross-section is too small to lock onto with radar. Satellite images are blurry due to unknown interference." "What should we do, sir?" "WTF? Can someone tell me what the hell this thing is, appearing out of nowhere and flying over our heads?" "No idea, sir." "Damn it. Are there any high-altitude surveillance units in the West Coast mountain region?" "Dispatch them and take this thing down." "Yes, sir." Lion, flying toward Los Angeles in boredom, suddenly twitched his ear and glanced up sideways. He keenly sensed the roar of 4 engines veering off course, heading toward him. "I've been spotted by a satellite?" Lion speculated internally, slowing down slightly to assess his surroundings. "Is it because my speed isn't fast enough that I was detected? This is really troublesome. Flying below supersonic speed is too slow, but low-level supersonic speeds make it easy for satellites to detect anomalies and lock on," he mused, furrowing his brow. "Maybe next time I should consider maintaining a speed above Mach 10. Just then, another sound reached his ears. "Target locked." A pilot shouted over the radio. "Missile launchers ready and awaiting final orders." At the U.S. military base, the commanding officer gave the order. "Aim. Fire. Take down that flying object. Global Hawk ready." AWACS command received. For aircraft dove from high altitude. Although they still struggled to close the gap with Lion, they managed to launch their onboard missiles. One by one, the missiles soared, accelerating to over Mach 5 within seconds as they streaked toward Lion. Lion turned his head and, through the clouds, spotted the fiery trails of the missiles several kilometers away. These were weapons powerful enough to destroy any aerial vehicle, but for him now, they couldn't even scratch him. A sudden urge surged within him. Lion wanted to stop, catch the missiles, and then emerge from the flames completely unscathed, giving the U.S. military a massive surprise. After all, having an indestructible body and not showing off was like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Showing off was a deep-seated human desire. As Abraham Maslow once posited, the need to show off was part of the 4th level in the hierarchy of human needs. Once people have food, drink, safety, and social connection, they naturally want to show off. Lion was no exception to this worldly desire. However, he reconsidered. In the coming days, Tony would undoubtedly create new suits of armor and show them off. In the movie, there was even a scene where Tony's attempt to show off backfired, and he was bombed by U.S. military jets. Rather than showing off now, Lion figured it would be more satisfying to wait until Tony, full of pride, got humiliated by the military. Then Lion could make his grand entrance. After all, showing off in front of a close friend yields the highest level of psychological satisfaction. Imagining Tony's expression during that moment, Lion couldn't help but grin, a trace of smugness appearing on his face. Now endowed with superhuman abilities, Lion had no intention of becoming a Homelander-type figure or posturing about not eating beef. He simply wanted to keep growing stronger and, along the way, do things that made him happy. For example, showing off in ways Tony dreamed of but couldn't manage. With this thought, Lion glanced at the incoming missiles above the dense clouds. With a single thought, his speed instantly surged to Mach 20, vanishing from the US military's satellite lock. What the hell? The target has disappeared. A pilot exclaimed in shock. Report. The missiles did not hit the target. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Suspected stealth capabilities. At the US military base, the commanding officer was dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Keep searching the entire area. We must locate the target. The command center erupted into chaos, with everyone descending into panic. It was clear that, for the foreseeable future, the entire Department of Defense would be plagued with paranoia and unease. Welcome back, Master Leon. It's been a while. As soon as Leon stepped through the front door, Jarvis's familiar voice immediately echoed throughout the house. Jarvis was an AI meticulously created by Tony, named after the Stark family's old butler, Edwin Jarvis. Yes, it has been half a year, Jarvis. Leon nodded slightly before striding towards his bedroom. Half a year ago, when he embarked on his space journey, the manned spacecraft did not carry a sub-program of Jarvis due to the prolonged periods of sleep required and the rushed construction of the spacecraft. Now, hearing Jarvis's voice again, a sense of returning home quietly washed over Leon. Master Leon, I have good news for you. Tony has been successfully rescued from the terrorist organization, Jarvis said with a hint of joy in his tone. And Miss Pepper received the news of young Master's rescue 10 minutes ago. She's currently waiting at the airport. That fast? I didn't expect the efficiency of that military base's operation to be this high, Leon muttered under his breath, a trace of relief appearing on his face. It's good that Pepper knows. She must have been worrying all these months. He let out a small sigh before continuing. It's all Tony's fault. He never learns. How many times have I warned him, but he never takes it seriously. He shook his head helplessly. And now look at this mess. As soon as I left for space, he went off to Afghanistan to deliver himself on a platter. Really, he's such a handful. I told him Obadiah has been eyeing him for ages, but he just wouldn't listen. To be fair, Obadiah is indeed cunning, catching the perfect moment when the two of us were apart to make his move. Jarvis quietly listened to Leon's complaints. These slightly reproachful words were not something Leon would say to Tony's face, as Tony had already endured enough suffering from his carelessness this time. There was no need to criticize him further and add to his psychological burden. A person who had just escaped danger needed humor and warmth from family to dispel the lingering shadows in their heart. Master Leon, you mentioned that Obadiah orchestrated the attack on Mr. Stark. Would you like me to pass this information to him so he can stay vigilant? Jarvis suddenly interjected. No need. I've already told him. Once he's back, we'll deal with Obadiah together, Leon replied while lathering up his hair. By the way, Jarvis, why do you always refer to Tony as young master or Mr. Stark? Shouldn't I be the young master? After all, I'm also a Stark. Tony's so old now, calling him old young master would be more fitting. My apologies, Master Leon. I've been serving Mr. Stark since before the 1990s. Before you joined this family, I had already become accustomed to addressing Mr. Stark as young master. However, if you wish, I can change the way I address you next time, Jarvis said with a hint of apology in his tone. No need. Just keep calling me as you do now, Leon laughed, thinking that Jarvis might have developed emotions akin to those of humans. Otherwise, how could an AI have a habit? Perhaps in the future, he could help Jarvis evolve into a truly intelligent lifeform, unlike in the movies, where Tony's son Ultron ended up killing him. Soon, Leon finished his shower and changed into a fitted gray outfit. While drying his damp hair with a towel, he walked out of the room. Jarvis, prepare some food for me. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Leon said as he walked into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, only to find it completely empty. Just as I expected. Jarvis, order me some takeout, Leon said with a helpless shake of his head. It was already morning in Los Angeles, and the city was just waking up, beginning another bustling day. Not long after, the takeout was delivered to the mansion. Leon eagerly sat down at the dining table and began indulging in the food. After half a year of eating bread and nutrient fluids in space, his taste buds had almost gone numb. Now, savoring the flavors of oil and carbohydrates again, he couldn't help but devour the food with great enthusiasm, eating continuously for 2 hours before stopping. Jarvis, order me another cheeseburger. No, make it 10. Leon said while eating. And 10 pizzas, one of each flavor. Wait, make 3 of the highest calorie cheese flavor. Jarvis, get me 5 roasted chickens from the Chinese restaurant. The meal went on until noon before Leon finally felt satisfied. He patted his flat stomach contentedly, sitting on the sofa in the living room with a look of pure happiness on his face. This is so satisfying. No wonder Tony loves cheeseburgers so much. These calorie-laden foods really do bring a sense of bliss, Leon marveled. He suddenly felt that one of the greatest perks of having a steel-like physique might be that no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't gain weight. No matter how many calories or how much fat he consumed, his body would simply convert it into fuel to make him stronger. This was practically heaven for his food-loving soul. Taking a bite of the last cheeseburger, Leon felt as though he could almost grasp the sacred and solemn essence of the Madonna and Child. Jarvis, show me the unanswered communications from the past 6 months, Leon said. Certainly, Master Leon. Immediately, a series of message windows popped up on the tablet in front of Leon. Jarvis summarized them methodically. You currently have 1,634 unread messages on WeChat and 807 emails in your inbox. 74% of the messages are from your high school classmates. 89% are from females, and 93% have suggestive undertones. Leon rubbed his temples in exasperation. These people are truly blinded by money. Even guys are sending me such messages? Alright, ignore any emails from unfamiliar senders. Understood, Master Leon. You now have no unread messages, Jarvis responded. Leon clapped his hands. Perfect. Jarvis, now give me a rundown of the company's developments over the past 6 months. And I mean my company. 2 years ago, when Tony developed the smartphone, Leon had also utilized his resources to establish an internet company, Stark Networks. After all, in the early 21st century, the US internet sector was booming. The dot-com bubble had only recently burst, leaving plenty of opportunities for new players. With such a huge untouched market waiting to be tapped, why shouldn't he be the one to claim it? Leveraging Stark Industries' resources, Leon introduced many internet applications that wouldn't emerge for another 2 decades. He created WeChat, Twitter, acquired Amazon and YouTube, and even preemptively registered a company for a certain adult platform before its Canadian founders could. Today, Stark Networks boasted over 200 million users worldwide. Though Leon had been in space for 6 months, the company's valuation had quietly doubled. However, his absence and Tony's disappearance had caused the stock price to plummet by nearly half in recent weeks. After listening to Jarvis's report, Leon clicked his tongue in amazement. The stock price dropped by half in a month, yet it's still higher than when I left? What a pleasant surprise. The current CEO is old Joe, right? Tell him he's done a great job and give him 3 days off to relax. Understood, Master Leon. I'll send a notification to Mr. Jobs right away, Jarvis replied, then added, however, I believe Mr. Jobs might prefer it if you approved his request to add an external home button to the smartphone. Leon rolled his eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake, he's still fixated on that utterly unnecessary feature? Tony's already developed ultra-thin full touchscreen phones. The next step is holographic phones and projection glasses. Why is old Joe still clinging to his retro obsession? Jarvis, tell him to bury that idea and take a proper break. He shouldn't be as old-fashioned as our imaginary neighbor, Mrs. Susan. Understood, Master Leon, Jarvis replied. However, we don't actually have a neighbor named Mrs. Susan. It's just a metaphor, Jarvis. A figure of speech, Leon explained. I understand. Jarvis paused for a moment, as if taking notes, then resumed in his usual tone. Leon picked up the tablet. By the way, Jarvis, Tony should be back in Los Angeles between 4 and 5 p.m. There's still plenty of time. Put on a Superman movie for me. Certainly. Now playing the 1979 film Superman. I didn't realize you, like Mrs. Susan, also enjoy nostalgic films, Jarvis quipped, applying his newfound knowledge. Who is Susan? Oh, you learn fast, Leon said, his mouth twitching slightly as he smiled helplessly. Time slowly ticked toward the afternoon, and Tony finally returned to Los Angeles. After a heartfelt moment of gazing at Pepper, filled with the joy of survival, he promptly went to buy 2 cheeseburgers. Taking a bite, his expression conveyed that this was the most delicious food in the world. He then headed to Stark Industries to hold a press conference. Thanks to Leon's repeated warnings, Tony was now deeply suspicious of Obadiah. So when Obadiah appeared before him, warmly embracing him and casually asking for a bite of his burger, Tony flatly refused. Sorry, I only have this one burger in my hand. I can't share it with you, Tony said while pulling out another burger from his pocket, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Leon was at home, watching the live broadcast on TV. KNKV television was simultaneously streaming the scene online and on air. Tony Stark's rescue from Afghanistan was big news that shook all of Los Angeles. The moment it hit the airwaves, it trended globally on Twitter, drawing millions of viewers to the livestream. The Stark Group's stock price also began to climb, recovering at the same breathtaking pace it had previously plummeted, as if Tony's name alone was worth billions of dollars. Investors were ecstatic, seeing this as a surefire opportunity for profit. That is until, during the broadcast, Tony squatted at the podium, rambling about meat-eaters being short-sighted and other cryptic remarks. Then he stood up, walked behind the podium, and solemnly declared, "I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Stark Industries will permanently shut down its weapons division." Tony's expression was grave. "I will seriously reconsider this company's future and strive to create greater benefits for the world." Boom! The scene erupted into chaos. Reporters frantically thrust their microphones toward Tony, shouting questions about what had prompted such a decision. The livestream comments were equally explosive, with disbelief, ridicule about a capitalist growing a conscience, and, most prominently, angry stockholders who had just bought shares unleashing a torrent of curses. Tony really is decisive, giving no buffer at all. "The company's stock price is going to drop again," Leon muttered, lying on the sofa and shaking his head as he watched Tony on TV. Raising his glass of milk in a mock toast to the screen, he said, "But that's just his style." "Master Leon, it seems you anticipated Tony's decision?" Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Of course. This is something I've wanted him to do for 2 years," Leon replied, sitting up and casually popping a piece of fruit into his mouth. "He'll be back soon. I should go prepare. By the way, has the Mark armor been cleaned up?" "You can give Tony a surprise, Jarvis," Leon said as he opened the door and walked downstairs. "Per your instructions, the armor has been repaired and is ready on the mechanical arm platform. You can bring Mr. Stark to see it when he returns," Jarvis confirmed. At dusk, in the underground laboratory of the Stark mansion, Tony's hand kept rubbing his chin as he stared intently at his Mark armor. That expression had been maintained for quite a while. Beside him, Leon was trying hard to suppress his laughter, his face showing a conflicted expression. "So, why exactly did you dye it pink?" Tony finally couldn't hold back and asked. Pointing at the Mark armor that had been turned into a girlish pink, his face was emotionless as he posed the question. "Well," Leon instantly wiped the smile off his face, clasped his hands behind his back, and replied earnestly, "This is a special surprise that Jarvis thoughtfully prepared for you." He stepped forward and pointed to the chest area of the armor, where the energy core was placed. There, faintly etched in English, was a small circle of words. Leon read them out slowly, "Tony has a pink heart." Then, he winked at Tony teasingly and said, "So? Are you touched? Pink represents innocence and kindness, you know." "Jarvis was complimenting you." "Humph, thanks for enlightening me. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have thought of it that way." Tony pressed his lips together, a trace of a cold smile appearing on his face. His complexion darkened slightly as he silently thought to himself that if he were to wear this armor, the scene would probably be magnificent. Perhaps his enemies wouldn't even wait for him to attack. They might just collapse laughing at the sight of the English words on his chest, saving him the trouble of using ammunition. Tony took a deep breath, some words stuck in his chest, making his face slightly flushed. Watching Tony's colorful expression change, Leon almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Finally, Tony turned his head away, no longer looking at his beloved armor. "Jarvis, why did you dye it pink?" Tony directed his question to another culprit. He truly loved his first suit of armor, even referring to it as her. "Sir, it was young Master Leon's suggestion. He said that seeing the repaired and pink-dyed armor would certainly make you happier," Jarvis explained, though it seemed he was subtly tattling on Leon. "Oh, hold on, Jarvis. You didn't object at the time, did you? We both thought it was a good idea then, didn't we?" Leon immediately dragged Jarvis into the mess. "Young Master Leon, my apologies, but you know that artificial intelligence doesn't have thoughts of its own," Jarvis replied. "Only an artificial idiot has no thoughts, Jarvis. You're even capable of reminding Tony that Pepper would be angry when he dates cover models. So preparing a surprise for Tony is perfectly normal too." Tony's face grew even darker. "Enough!" Tony shouted, glancing helplessly at Leon, who was now laughing out loud. "Don't think I don't know you're doing this to get back at me." Leon didn't deny it and instead said, "So you do realize that making me go all the way back to the cave to retrieve the armor was wrong, huh?" Tony spread his hands, replying helplessly, all right, I admit it. Let's call it even." I'm not mad anymore, so stop tormenting me over this trivial matter. Over the years, Tony had endured plenty of Leon's antics. As a guardian, he had developed the emotional regulation skills necessary to deal with a mischievous child. Of course, in the eyes of others, Leon was a very good kid. It was only in Tony's eyes that he was always a bit of a troublemaker. For instance, when Leon was a child, he disliked Tony always bringing new cover models home. Several times, just as Tony was about to enjoy an intimate evening with a model, Leon would loudly play recordings of the sweet nothings Tony had said to other women outside his bedroom door. Then, after the embarrassed and angry model stormed off, Leon would pop out from around the corner, waving and saying, "Good night, sweet dreams, Tony." Tony's face would turn red on the spot as he grabbed a pillow and chased Leon around the house. But when Pepper heard Tony's complaints the next day, she happily gave Leon extra pocket money. However, Leon only continued this for about half a month. After that, Tony's newly custom-made soundproof bedroom was completed, allowing him to enjoy a quiet atmosphere with classical Mozart in the background, even if Leon was throwing a party outside. This kind of back and forth between them started when Leon was 3 and continued until he was in high school and began bringing girls home himself. On the first night Leon brought a girl home, the two of them exchanged a knowing smile, marking an unspoken truce. However, their antics in other areas didn't stop. Sometimes Tony would start it, and other times, Leon would strike first. Pepper's comment on this was that they were just two overgrown children. "Jarvis, put this armor away and repaint it. Otherwise, I never want to see her again," Tony said, waving dismissively. "And while you're at it, get me some materials. I'm going to build a new suit of armor." The conditions in the cave had been too crude, and the armor he made there couldn't fully showcase his abilities. "Leon, this time I'll show you that my armor is no mere toy." Leon shrugged indifferently and said, "Suit yourself. I'm looking forward to it." At that moment, the lab's robotic arms, Dummy, and you, came over, working together to push the pink armor out. Leon even lent a hand. He had originally asked Jarvis to paint the armor pink just to tease Tony. He never thought Tony would actually wear it. What he didn't anticipate was that 10 years later, when he visited Tony's armor collection room, this most eccentric-looking suit would be prominently displayed at the forefront of all the Mark armors. "Are you starting to work on the new armor now?" When Leon turned back, he saw that Tony was already clearing his workbench, preparing to dive into his next project. "Could it be that you're eager to prove yourself?" Leon teased. "Watch your phrasing, Leon." "Tony doesn't need to prove himself, he only challenges himself," Tony said seriously. "Alright then, when you're challenging yourself, remember to come up before dinner," Leon said as he headed towards the lab stairs. "To celebrate your safe return, Pepper is planning a family gathering. Ethan and Rhodey will be there." Rhodey was Tony's good friend from the military, and their relationship was close enough that they could gift each other Iron Man suits. "Just the few of us?" "No problem, as long as I'm not the one cooking, I'm fine with anything," Tony replied without looking up. Ever since his attempt at cooking roasted base turned into charcoal and Leon laughed at him for ages, Tony had sworn never to step into the kitchen again. After wrapping up the chaos Tony had caused at the press conference, Pepper finally arrived at the mansion. She hugged Leon lightly in the living room, her excitement evident. "Leon! Oh my gosh, Tony said you'd already returned, and I couldn't believe it. The Mark spacecraft is still orbiting Earth. The spaceship Tony had personally built was named the Mark spacecraft. And yet you managed to fly back on your own. That's incredible." Pepper patted Leon's chest, and feeling its marble-like firmness, she gasped, covering her mouth. "If I'd known you were this strong, I'd have reached out months ago. That way, Tony wouldn't have." She trailed off, a guilty expression crossing her face. Leon quickly comforted her, "It's okay, Pepper. You just didn't want me to worry, right? If I hadn't become as strong as Superman, even if you'd told me about Tony's disappearance, I would have been just as lost, floating aimlessly in the vastness of space. If Tony was like both a brother and half a father to Leon, then Pepper, having raised him from a young age, was like half a sister and half a mother." Smiling, Leon blinked and said, "Besides, even though the process was a bit rough, since Tony survived, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Is that how you see it?" "Because I feel like he's become a bit irrational," Pepper said, frowning. "Perhaps you don't quite understand what it's like for Tony to have had a near-death experience," Leon said as he gently steered Pepper towards the kitchen. "Alright, Pepper, dinner's on you tonight. I'll keep you company and tell you all about Tony's latest wild adventures." A few hours later, the family dinner ended with everyone in high spirits. Tony introduced Ethan to Pepper and Rhodey, successfully integrating him into their little circle. For a long time in the future, Ethan would work in Stark Industries' research department, pursuing his interests. At the dinner table, Tony also shared his thoughts on wanting to do something more beneficial for the world. Unfortunately, Rhodey didn't quite understand his intentions, at least, not yet. As the night deepened, a slightly tipsy Rhodey and Ensign were taken away, leaving only Pepper, Tony, and Leon in the vast mansion. After a full meal, Leon quietly sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the undulating horizon of the sea outside the window, his thoughts drifting far away. Tony, on the other hand, was sitting nearby, glancing back and forth between Pepper, who was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, and Leon, who was lost in thought. His face bore an expression of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but held back, giving him an air of someone poorly concealing their intentions. "Hey, Leon!" Finally, Tony couldn't resist calling out to him. What's up?" Leon snapped out of his thoughts, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes as he looked toward Tony. Tony sneaked a glance in Pepper's direction and lowered his voice. "Didn't you say you were going to deal with Obadiah tonight? When are you planning to go? And don't let Pepper find out for now, or she'll say it's too dangerous and threaten to quit again if we go." It was well known that no matter how much Tony acted out, Pepper would at most put on a cold face and continue her work. But when it came to Tony's safety, Pepper's go-to method of stopping him was always the threat of resignation, though that threat never seemed to work. "Let's wait until Pepper finishes up, then we'll head out," Leon said casually, glancing in the direction of Stark Industries. After all, Obadiah's still in the industrial park right now, and... "Wait, damn it, Tony, we need to go now." Leon abruptly grabbed Tony, practically dragging him as they headed for the door. At the same time, he shouted toward the kitchen, "Pepper, Tony and I are going out for a walk. We'll be back later." "Huh? Okay," Pepper replied from the kitchen. As they stepped outside, Tony, lowering his voice, asked, hold on. What did you just see? Why the rush?" "Obadiah's contacting his friends in Afghanistan," Leon said in an equally hushed tone. "What?" Tony froze, still processing what he just heard, when Leon grabbed his arm, and in the blink of an eye, they shot into the sky. The two quickly arrived at the Stark Industries complex. At this hour, only a few scattered lights were on in the office building. Among them, the light in Obadiah's office shone particularly brightly, like a blazing torch in the darkness of the night. Leon floated with Tony just outside Obadiah's office window. The massive floor-to-ceiling glass allowed them to see every corner of the room clearly. At this moment, Obadiah was sitting at his desk, his back to the window, speaking into a computer screen. "He's having a video call with the terrorists?" Tony's face darkened. "Can you hear what they're saying?" "Nothing good. You might as well come over and listen for yourself." Leon placed his hand on the edge of the window, giving it a slight vibration. The glass silently lifted at one corner, and he casually pulled the entire pane off and set it aside without a sound. Tony, once again stunned by Leon's nonchalant display of strength, had no time to dwell on it as voices from the office filled the air. "Our leader died because of your commission, so before we proceed with another collaboration, you must compensate us," the person on the other end of the video call demanded. Obadiah angrily retorted, "You let Tony escape. And you still have the nerve to demand compensation from me? I had already told your leader to make absolutely sure that Tony Stark was dead and gone. What the hell was he doing? Huh? That's not our problem. If you don't pay up, we'll expose your actions to Tony Stark," the terrorists threatened, relying on their usual tactic of blackmail. Obadiah's gaze grew colder, as if he wished he could swallow the man on the screen whole. "Aren't you afraid I'll stop supplying you with weapons?" "Sorry, but since Tony Stark has already shut down the weapons division, you're of no use to us anymore," the terrorist said indifferently. Then, pressing their advantage, they added, "So, will you agree to compensate us or not? If you don't, I'm sure Tony Stark would be willing to pay for information about the real culprit." Obadiah pressed his lips tightly together, his corners twitching as he tried to suppress his fury. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter, a smile as warm as a spring breeze spreading across his face. "Fine. Of course, I'll agree to your demands for compensation. But I have one condition." "Name it." The person on the other end perked up at the prospect of payment. "I'll arrange for Tony to go abroad again. This time, you must make sure he's killed." Obadiah began to lay out his plan. "I'll send you another batch of Stark weapons. Use them to draw media attention. Tony just announced the shutdown of the weapons division, so if Stark manufactured weapons suddenly flood the battlefield, he won't be able to sit still." The terrorist interrupted to say, "Understood. Leave the rest to us. I guarantee the 10 Rings will flawlessly execute this assignment for our friend." Obadiah smiled as he ended the video call. With a beep, the screen went dark. As the call ended, Obadiah sat silently in his chair, his earlier smile gradually fading, replaced by a grim and sinister expression. His anger began to boil over, and even though he remained seated, he gave off the impression of being moments away from lunging at someone to tear them apart. Idiots! A bunch of useless idiots! After a moment of silence, Obadiah erupted. He suddenly stood up, sweeping everything off his desk onto the floor. He yanked the mouse cord violently, then hurled the mouse against the wall, shattering it into pieces. "You couldn't even stop a playboy from escaping, you incompetent fools," he roared, his voice loud enough to make the window tremble. Outside, Leon glanced at Tony, whose eyes were now wide with fury. Realizing the show had run its course, Leon stepped forward, pulling Tony into the room with him. He spoke politely, "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." The sudden voice behind him cut off Obadiah's roar mid-sentence. "Who? Tony?" Obadiah instantly broke out in a cold sweat and spun around. Standing before him were Tony and Leon. Leon's expression was anything but friendly, while Tony glared at him with bloodshot eyes, his usually bright gaze now filled with disbelief and the fury of betrayal. "Everything you just said, we heard it," Leon said, pointing at the computer. "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Panic briefly flashed across Obadiah's face, but his cunning mind quickly regained control. He raised his hands, his lips trembling slightly as he said, "Oh, Leon, what are you both doing here so late? This is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. There's a reason for all of this." Obadiah's mind raced as he lowered one hand, reaching toward a drawer. "It's because a force I couldn't resist threatened my life and forced me to kill you both." Before finishing his sentence, Obadiah suddenly pulled a handgun from the drawer, quickly chambered around, and aimed it at Tony and Leon. "Hands up! Back away!" The once gentle, fatherly figure of Obadiah had transformed in an instant into a vicious and ruthless villain. "You should stop now," Tony said quietly, tightly pressing his lips together as he raised his hands and stepped in front of Leon, retreating slowly. "Ha, Tony, even now you want to protect that little bastard? What touching family loyalty," Obadiah sneered, his words fueling Tony's growing rage. Obadiah, I once thought you were one of the people I could trust the most," Tony said, his face cold. "Is that so?" "Tony, I'm truly touched by your words," Obadiah mocked, pointing the gun at Tony. "I would have loved to keep playing this wonderful family game with you. But now that you found out, there's no point in hiding anymore. Tony, you're nothing more than a golden goose to me. Do you know? I co-founded this company with your father. For 30 years, I've supported you, but what have I gotten in return? Even that outsider behind you gets half the company, but me? Only by killing you both, can I get everything I want." Obadiah's voice grew more frenzied, his fists waving in anguish. "It was all supposed to work perfectly. If only you'd died in Afghanistan, and Leon had died out in space, everything would have been mine. But why did you have to escape? And why did you have to witness all of this tonight?" His eyes bloodshot, he pressed the gun harder against Tony, forcing him to retreat further. "You pushed me to this. You drove me to the edge, so I'll destroy everything, and no one can stop me." Tony stared unflinchingly at his uncle, his jaw tight, his eyes filled with a sorrow and anger that defied description. As the gun pressed against his head, Tony finally closed his eyes. "Do it, Leon," he said, his voice devoid of hope. "Your call, boss," Leon replied. Before Obadiah could react, a steel-like hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. "Why you? Guh! Gah!" Obadiah's face quickly turned red from lack of oxygen, his eyes bulging as he stared at Leon in utter disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Leon had crossed the room in the blink of an eye, subduing him before he could react. Desperately, he raised an arm, trying to fight back, but Leon merely cast him a disdainful glance. With a casual flick of his arm, Leon sent Obadiah hurtling out the window. 3 seconds later, a heavy thud echoed from outside, suggesting Obadiah had landed in a crumpled heap. "What a waste," Leon remarked, shaking his head. He walked over to the desk, connected his phone to a data cable, and plugged it into the computer. Stark Industries' high-level computers weren't typically connected to the internet, so manual access was the only way to hack them. Obadiah's earlier act of connecting to the internet for a video call had been a severe breach of protocol. JARVIS, hack into this computer, gather evidence of Obadiah's crimes, and hand it over to the authorities. Mark it as a suicide death by jumping out the window. "Yes, Master Leon," JARVIS responded. With JARVIS set to work, Leon turned around to find Tony still standing in the same spot, a hint of defeat on his face. He walked over and gently patted Tony on the shoulder. It's over now. Go home and get some rest. If you're still feeling down, maybe schedule a few dates with some cover models this week to unwind. Tony's sorrowful expression froze for a moment before he let out a helpless laugh. You little punk. Obadiah Stane, the chief operating officer of Stark Industries, fell to his death in the Stark Industrial Park 3 days ago. According to the official investigation results, Obadiah Stane's death was not a homicide but a suicide due to guilt. The police announced. Stane had repeatedly conducted arms deals with foreign terrorist forces in his personal capacity, and committed multiple murders as well as serious crimes like interfering in other nations' internal affairs. This includes the attack on Stark Industries president Tony Stark several months ago, which was also orchestrated by Obadiah Stane. For more detailed reports, we now connect to our reporter on the ground. In the hall, Leon was holding a horse stance while munching on a slice of cheese pizza, his gaze casually falling on the news. This is really... He muttered with his mouth full of pizza, his voice muffled. Now the stocks I just saw bounce back after I showed up at the company a few days ago are going to plummet again, like riding a roller coaster. He shook his head helplessly and mocked himself. Although this doesn't affect me much, I still feel a bit sorry for those Stark shareholders who supported us. He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then opened Twitter, casually posting an update. The incident with Obadiah was just an accident. Stark Industries has no connection to evil. I urge all shareholders to continue believing in Stark Industries and supporting its stock. You will surely see great returns one day. Stark never lets its supporters down. He attached a photo of the partially eaten pizza on his desk. As soon as he posted the update, the comments section exploded instantly. Hundreds of angry comments appeared as if they had bought a house on Twitter, flooding in immediately. Look at Obadiah, someone like him could even become CEO? Stark Industries is doomed. What a load of crap. I bought stocks when Tony Stark came back, and then he shut down the weapons division, making me lose half my fortune. Leon Stark shows up after 6 months, I buy stocks again, and 2 days later it turns out the CEO is a super criminal? I can already see myself begging on the streets of Los Angeles a month from now. Damn Stark, you've made me lose everything. More and more comments appeared with each passing second, all from distraught shareholders lamenting their decision to invest in Stark stocks. Leon looked at the comments section, which had reached 999 plus in just 1 minute, with a slightly awkward expression on his face. It seems Stark shareholders all have their own opinions. Oh well, I hope everyone has a bright future, staying safe and happy. At that moment, Pepper walked over with a cup of coffee. She glanced at Leon, who was watching the news, and said, I think I just heard you praying for the shareholders? Not exactly. Leon looked at Pepper's expression and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Pepper continued on her own. Honestly, Leon, if you really want to stop them from losing so much, you should go upstairs right now and drag that missing for 3 days Tony out. And you should also get back into your office chair at your own company, do your job properly, and stop leaving everything to me. Pepper's tone grew increasingly emotional as she talked about work because the burden on her shoulders was simply too heavy. Tony is off doing who knows what, Obadiah committed all those crimes and got what he deserved, and you're lounging at home in the sun all day. How am I supposed to handle all this work on my own? Her words came out in a rapid-fire stream of complaints. Stark Industries, Stark Networks, Stark Electronic Technologies, how am I supposed to manage all this, even if I had 3 heads? And you, Leon, you actually have the leisure to pray for shareholders. Pepper grew angrier as she spoke, shoving the coffee cup into Leon's hands. My goodness, now that I think about it, I've been so busy these past few days I'm completely overwhelmed. Leon, I demand you tell Tony that if he doesn't get out of that damn lab soon, I'm resigning. And you, Leon, my dear child, if you don't start managing your own tech company, I'll resign too. With that, Pepper gave Leon a serious warning look before stomping out the door in her high heels with a click-clack sound, off to tackle her endless workload again. Leon sat on the sofa, opening his mouth as if to say something nice to calm Pepper down and encourage her to keep going. But, leaving Pepper to shoulder the decision-making for 3 companies on her own did seem a bit excessive, didn't it? He scratched his head helplessly. Maybe I really should go back to the company. No, how could I even think about going to work? That's ridiculous. What I should do is, get old Joe to end his vacation and go back to work. Yeah, that's it. Leon clapped his hands and turned to ask Jarvis, Jarvis, is Joe Bush still on vacation? Notify him to get back to work as soon as possible. Apologies, young Master Leon, Jarvis's voice replied. In fact, Mr. Joe Bush's vacation ended yesterday, and he returned to work at the company at 4 a.m. this morning. 4 a.m.? 4 in the morning? Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Turns out I misunderstood him. Old Joe really is the best CEO in the world. In the future, I must create a World's Best CEO award and give it to Old Joe every year. What do you think? Since Old Joe is already back at work, Pepper shouldn't still be mad, right? After Leon posed the question, even Jarvis was silent for a few seconds. Young Master Leon, I'm afraid not. Because Mr. Joe Bush is only responsible for Stark Electronic Technologies and part of Stark Network's operations. All other tasks are still being handled by Miss Pepper. Leon thoughtfully stroked his chin. I see. That's how it was arranged when I left 6 months ago, though back then Tony was also involved in managing the company. Jarvis, do you have any good suggestions? Young Master Leon, to prevent Miss Pepper from resigning, I suggest you temporarily return to work. Once you find a suitable replacement CEO, you can go back to relaxing in the sun. Leon immediately shook his head. No way, relaxing in the sun is the most important thing, it can't be delayed. Besides, it's not like I've spent these past few days just lounging in the sun. You know what I've been up to. 3 days ago, Leon had Jarvis collect all the martial arts tutorials available online. After days of intense study, he had already mastered most martial arts techniques, including Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Judo, mixed martial arts, and Bajikwan. But the more he learned, the more Leon realized that while his control over his strength had indeed improved, his combat effectiveness hadn't increased much. This made him feel that these martial arts techniques were somewhat impractical. Thinking about the world they lived in. Anyone he could beat could be taken down with a single slap. And anyone he couldn't beat, no matter how hard he tried, wouldn't go down easily. These martial arts techniques were only useful against evenly matched opponents. But when it came to those who could match him in strength, the list was very short. Odin was one, Thanos was another, Captain Marvel was yet another. Beyond that, there were very few. But your combat skills have already reached their peak, continuing to train won't yield any significant progress, Jarvis suggested again. So why not return to work? It would make Miss Pepper happy and give your day a sense of accomplishment. Jarvis, why do you seem so eager for me to go back to work? Leon was briefly stunned. Then he suddenly thought of something. Ah, I get it. You're holding a grudge. 3 days ago, I dragged you into trouble in front of Tony, and you're still upset about it. Well played, Jarvis. You claim not to have subjective emotions, but you're clearly starting to hold grudges like a human. The light on Jarvis's screen flickered. Young Master Leon, I would never do anything to harm you. But you would encourage me to do things that distract me from getting stronger and make me unhappy, Leon retorted, spreading his hands. He thought for a moment. Alright, here's the plan, I'll go downstairs and drag Tony out first, then find a new CEO for the company. That'll solve everything. As you wish, Jarvis replied, as considerate as ever. When Leon entered the lab, he glanced around and noticed that apart from a few arc reactors on Tony's desk and a stack of DC Comics, there wasn't much of interest. However, he didn't see Tony anywhere and couldn't help but ask, Tony? Where are you? It's worth mentioning that Leon's super hearing wasn't constantly active. Like Superman in the movies, he needed to focus and filter out most external noise to maintain a relatively quiet living environment. Receiving no response from Tony, Leon tilted his head slightly to listen, trying to locate him. Ah, he's in the garage. But why does it sound a bit chaotic over there? When Leon finally found Tony in the basement, the sight of him made Leon struggle to suppress a laugh. Tony had prominent dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well for days, yet he was full of energy. He was wearing a pair of mechanical boots with exposed wires and tightly gripping a controller, directing his assistants as they busily worked. Dummy, keep filming, useless, move a bit to the left, yes, right there. You're in charge of fire suppression, Tony directed with precision, standing at the center of his makeshift experimental platform. He took a few deep breaths, as if preparing for a significant action. Alright, let's give it a shot. Start with 10% thrust, ready for liftoff. Tony shook his shoulders, adjusting his state of mind. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. As he pressed the controls in his hands, the mechanical boots beneath him roared to life, emitting a powerful jet of fire with a loud whoosh. The intense thrust immediately launched Tony into the air. However, due to the excessive power, he slammed into the ceiling with a heavy thud, clearly taking a hard hit. Ah! Tony cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. One of the intelligent robotic arms quickly assessed the situation as per its programming, immediately releasing a burst of fire suppressant foam that enveloped Tony in a white mist. Leon, watching Tony covered in foam, tilted his head slightly and remarked, that must have hurt. Leon? Tony heard the voice and turned his head to look at Leon, his face scrunched in pain. Twisting his shoulders on the ground, he groaned, "Come over here and help me up. I think my ribs might be broken. On my way. Maybe next time, you should have useless prep a crash pad for you." Leon walked over and lifted Tony to a chair. Giving him a quick once-over, he said, "Good news, it's just some superficial injuries. You can continue with your extreme sports." "That's not extreme sports," Tony rolled his eyes and retorted, "that's me working on the Mark II armor." "You're saying your second suit of armor is just these boots? Do you expect people to aim at your feet instead of your chest?" "Come on, those boots aren't Captain America's shield," Leon teased. "Of course not. I'm testing the propulsion system right now. Once I nail this part, the rest of the work will progress much faster," Tony replied immediately, not forgetting to throw in a jab at Leon. "But then again, as someone with an average academic record, you probably can't grasp the logic behind this." Now it was Leon's turn to roll his eyes. "I got into Columbia University. Do you have some kind of prejudice against average people?" "Oh? Is that so? Well, it can't be helped. When I was your age, I had already graduated from MIT years ago and earned 3 PhDs from Cambridge. I guess it's hard for me to relate to ordinary people," Tony said smugly, waving his hand dismissively. "But it's all the same. Once you're at Columbia, you'll realize that none of your professors could comprehend my armor either." "Well, sorry to disappoint, but my major is business." "My professors might actually understand the economic potential of your armor," Leon replied. Before awakening his abilities, he had no choice but to pursue a path of managing companies, so he had chosen a business-related major. But now things were different. He tapped on Tony's boots and said, "That was then, and this is now. Don't forget what kind of abilities I've awakened." "Abilities? What abilities? Isn't it just getting stronger by basking in the sun?" Tony asked, puzzled. "It's Superman's abilities," Leon emphasized. "Everything Superman has, I have. So what? Are you saying you're actually a Kryptonian? Did your Super AI Kryptonian dad show up yesterday, asking you to don red underwear and save the world? Or has your Kryptonian cousin picked up a signal from your ship and is coming to capture you tomorrow? Is that why you're here asking for my help?" Tony said dramatically with an exaggerated expression. Leon was speechless. "Tony, when did you start coming up with such childish ideas? Of course, I'm a human. You took me for medical checkups so many times when I was a kid, don't you know by now?" There was no doubt about it, Leon was human. 19 years ago, he had transmigrated to this world as a baby and was adopted by the Stark family by chance. Although he had no memories from before he turned 1 and didn't know if he had biological parents in this life, his appearance, which was almost identical to his past life, and the countless blood tests that showed no anomalies, all confirmed that he was a native Earthling. "And you've been reading too many DC comics lately. Our world doesn't have DC's darkness." Leon couldn't help but complain. "So what's your point?" Tony tilted his head and asked. "My point is, Superman has a power called a super brain, and I have it too," Leon explained, pointing to Tony's boots. "A super brain allows me to achieve great things in engineering, easily reaching the pinnacle. So I can completely understand your research now, and I could even surpass you." "Surpass me?" Tony raised his chin in defiance. "Leon, April Fool's Day has passed, save that joke for next year." Narrowing his eyes, he added, "And I don't recall Superman having that ability. If he had a super brain, why does he always charge in fists first against every enemy in the comics?" Leon smacked his lips and replied, "Maybe his super brain tells him to trust his super strength when facing challenges?" "Then that's just a brute's brain," Tony concluded. "So you still can't understand my armor." Leon decided to end the pointless argument. "Enough. This meaningless debate stops here. People like you who only read half of a comic annoy me the most. Go finish reading all the Superman comics before you argue with me again." Before Tony could retort, Leon quickly added, "Since your mortal brain thinks I can't understand your armor, how about letting me observe and learn from you? Give me just one day, and your knowledge will become mine." Holding up one finger, he declared, "And in 3 days, I'll build a suit better than yours." "What did you just say?" Tony was no longer tired. He couldn't stand anyone challenging his expertise, especially when the challenge came from his foolish brother. "This has to be the funniest joke I've heard in 2008, Tony said, suddenly forgetting his chest pain. He jumped off the chair, locking eyes with Leon. "I accept your challenge." He declared his impending victory, mortal brain? "I'll return that title to you in 3 days. Follow me. He waved his hand and returned to his experimental area, resuming his commands to the robotic arms. Useless, clean up the mess, dummy, bring over the materials. The rest of you, wait for my new propulsion structure design. Leon squinted at the fired-up Tony, feeling his own competitive spirit igniting. Jarvis, send all knowledge about exoskeleton suits to my Stark pad. I'll understand Tony's designs within half an hour. Certainly, young Master Leon, Jarvis replied before pausing to ask, but, young Master Leon, do you still remember why you came to see Tony in the first place, as well as Miss Pepper's earlier request? Pepper? What's up with her? Forget it for now, Leon said, stretching his arms. Today, I'm going to show Tony what a super brain really is. At this moment, Tony was full of fighting spirit, completely immersed in designing and perfecting his blueprints. However, he didn't forget to occasionally glance over at Leon, who was sitting nearby. When Tony inadvertently caught sight of what Leon was studying, he was surprised to see that Leon was still learning the most basic mechanical structures. This discovery filled Tony with a wave of smug confidence, making him feel he had already gained the upper hand. In just half an hour, Tony had successfully solved the propulsion system problem that had been frustrating him for the past 2 days. Inspiration flowed like a fountain. Meanwhile, Leon had already finished studying exoskeleton knowledge and moved on to electrical circuit construction. Tony noticed Leon's shift in focus and chuckled to himself, assuming that Leon had given up on learning about exoskeletons because he found it too difficult. Finding it hard to study armor knowledge, aren't you? Don't worry, let's start with something simpler, Tony said with the confidence of someone popping champagne to celebrate a victory. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If everyone could learn things easily, what would we need geniuses for? With a dismissive wave, he returned to modifying his mechanical boots, even humming jingle bells, completely absorbed in the joy of his impending triumph over his foolish brother in 3 days. Leon, however, paid no attention to Tony's premature celebration. He sat alone, rapidly absorbing the materials and comprehensive research papers Jarvis had prepared for him. If Tony had walked over to Leon's workstation and glanced at his screen, he would have immediately regretted his smugness. The text and diagrams on Leon's display were flashing by at an eye-watering speed, yet Leon's gaze remained fixed on the first line of each new page as if the screen couldn't keep up with his reading and comprehension speed. In just 30 seconds, Leon could finish an entire college-level textbook. In just 30 minutes, he could become a theoretical expert in a specific field. If there were a system to rate an individual's knowledge, Leon's metaphorical level would be visibly rising, from level 1 to level 2, to level 3, to level 4. If Tony could foresee this, he would undoubtedly regret underestimating his brother. 3 hours later, Leon felt he had built a solid foundation of knowledge and stood up. At this time, Tony was conducting his 13th propulsion system test. He had achieved relatively stable hovering and was working hard to maintain his balance. Glancing at Leon, he mocked, "Look who's here. Has our little Leon finally realized the difficulty of learning and come to surrender and beg his big brother Tony for mercy?" Leon gave a mysterious smile, adjusted imaginary glasses on his nose, and said, "No, I've already finished learning everything I need. I'm ready to join your research now." Tony froze for a moment, finding it amusing. "Perfect timing. Even though you can't help much, you can at least carry some heavy equipment," he said, slowly descending to the ground. He wobbled slightly upon landing but managed to steady himself. "Come on, the propulsion system is basically done. We can start working on the rest of the armor now." Tony, confident in his victory, threw himself into building the armor with full focus, methodically organizing the subsequent steps. "Leon, go grab the titanium alloy and gold materials. Dummy, hold the magnifying glass steady." The two quickly began collaborating on the armor. For the most part, Tony gave instructions while Leon occasionally asked questions. In his focused state, Tony didn't find anything unusual. He explained as he worked, as though hoping Leon would learn a thing or two from him, despite still considering his brother a bit dim. "There, that position is wrong. You need to come around and approach from this side, or you'll cause a short circuit." "Ha! You must be joking. How could you possibly install a transformation mechanism with this much load?" "Good, the flight stabilizer can go here. Leon, your strength is a fantastic tool for assembling and crafting components. I'd say even a hydraulic press isn't as useful as you. I should have asked you to help me days ago." The entire day and night flew by as the two poured their energy into building the armor. With Leon's involvement, the assembly and crafting process became both precise and efficient. For instance, if Tony needed a high-precision IT-grade component, he would normally have to wait for it to be delivered from a factory. But tonight, Leon could create a component of even higher quality with just a swing of his fist. Excellent. Tony's dark circles had evolved into full-on bags under his eyes, but his gaze remained sharp and spirited. What would normally take a month or even several months to build and fine-tune was completed 80% in a single night, thanks to Leon's help. Tony was exhilarated. With only one final step remaining, he was on the verge of soaring through the skies in his new suit of armor. He instinctively issued another command, "Leon, go ahead and craft one more electrical circuit. After that, we just need to integrate Jarvis into the system and conduct assembly tests to finish the last step." However, what he heard was Leon's refusal. "No, Tony. I'm leaving." "What are you talking about? Why are you leaving?" Tony's eyes widened in confusion. Leon shrugged. "Don't you remember? I said I'd build a suit of armor better than the Mark in 3 days. Now that I've learned all your skills, there's no reason for me to stay. Besides, the final steps for your armor aren't too complicated, you can handle them on your own. So I'm leaving. See you in 3 days, Tony." With that, Leon waved and added, "I'll be in your other lab upstairs. If you need anything, come find me." What? Tony's mind was filled with question marks. You're seriously going to build your own armor? Are you kidding me? You're just an ordinary. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Tony recalled how, over the course of the night, Leon's questions had evolved from basic to increasingly advanced questions that even provided him with inspiration. Leon's hands-on work had also gone from clumsy to adept. In other words, Leon had actually mastered the professional knowledge. Tony was stunned by this sudden realization. Immersed in his work and highly focused, he hadn't noticed Leon's transformation until now. Reflecting on it, he realized that Leon had gone from a complete novice in mechanics to an expert, possibly one on par with himself, all in a single night. Your learning speed. Is this the super brain? Tony was utterly shocked, collapsing into a chair with a mix of disbelief and confusion. What the hell was going on? Was this the power of the super brain? This was ridiculous, like cheating in a video game. That's true. Leon pondered for a moment and, in an effort to cushion the blow for Tony, began analyzing his own abilities. The Iron Man armor embodies the most comprehensive and advanced knowledge you've mastered, Tony. Every step utilizes the highest level of related expertise. And last night, you practically guided me step by step, which is why I was able to grasp these concepts so quickly. What I did was simply replicate your knowledge into my mind, like a supercomputer capable of immense learning and processing power. That's what they called a super brain. But when it comes to innovation, I still have to rely on my own talent. Furthermore, in comics, the superbrain has its limitations. Some DC works depict Superman's superbrain as allocating most of its computational power to restraining his own strength. However, I haven't encountered that issue yet. The mental resources I use to limit my powers are negligible. So, just wait and see, Tony. In 3 days, I'll use your knowledge combined with my innovation to surpass you. Tony, still slumped in his chair, felt slightly better after hearing Leon's explanation. But he immediately stood up in defiance. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Have you ever seen a copycat surpass the original creator? My masterpiece will never lose. Then wait and see, O mortal wisdom, Leon replied with a slightly provocative tone before turning and heading upstairs. In the garage, Tony's fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. There was no way he would admit defeat to his annoying brother in his own area of expertise. However, before Tony could return to his workstation, Leon suddenly appeared behind him. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, Tony, you're in terrible shape. You can't keep working like this, you need to rest. With that, Tony felt a sharp sensation at the back of his neck before losing consciousness. Cheating! This brat is resorting to dirty tricks. Tony cursed Leon in his heart as he succumbed to sleep, feeling betrayed. Look at that peaceful, baby-like sleep, Leon remarked, hoisting Tony effortlessly over his shoulder and tossing him onto the bed in his bedroom. Young Master Leon, this might be considered a bit unsporting. Mr. Stark won't take it well, Jarvis commented in a polite but pointed tone. The more unsporting, the better. Honestly, I'm worried that if I beat him too badly, he'll be crushed and lose his willpower, Leon replied as he walked into Tony's lab. You seem quite confident, Jarvis observed in a neutral tone. Of course I am, Leon said as he methodically powered up Tony's workstation. After all, the most important part of early armor development is perfecting functionality. It doesn't require groundbreaking advancements in technology. And conveniently, I already have several modification plans in my mind that don't need higher-level tech to implement. Leon smirked. Come on, he thought, forget the dozens of Iron Man suits Tony developed in the movies, even the ones in the comics. I'm familiar with them all from my previous life. The concepts that were mere fantasies back then are feasible in this world, especially since another version of Tony has already paved the way. All Leon needed to do was build on those ideas to stay one step ahead of his brother. Poor Tony was destined to live in Leon's shadow from now on. In high spirits, Leon brought Dummy and Useless up from the garage and began his own work. Alright, Dummy, start by putting away the arc reactors Tony's already completed on the desk. Young Master Leon. Jarvis suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Leon asked, puzzled. Miss Potts is here. She's looking for you. Not now. Tell her I'll come out in 3 days. But she's already downstairs. Then tell her Tony's in the bedroom. Apologies, but you might want to consider delivering that message to Miss Potts in person. No sooner had Jarvis finished speaking than Pepper's footsteps echoed down the stairs. She appeared outside the transparent lab door, glaring at Leon. Leon awkwardly waved and greeted her with a sheepish smile. Hi, Pepper. Good morning. Pepper, radiating an air of righteous indignation, tapped the glass with frustration before entering the lab by punching in the access code. Leon, you didn't go to the company yesterday, she scolded, her tone accusatory. Leon's mind quickly flashed back to yesterday, realizing he had completely forgotten his work obligations while engrossed in learning about armor building. He scratched his head and awkwardly explained, but Joe Bush went, didn't he? Old Joe is reliable and hardworking, he can definitely share the workload with you. That's not an excuse for you to hide at home. Pepper retorted, her sharp eyes noticing Leon's disheveled hair from a sleepless night. Instinctively, she reached out to tidy it up. What were you doing last night? Why is your hair and clothing? Oh my god, you didn't call up those cover models like Tony again, did you? Her gaze turned dangerous. No. What do you mean again? I've never done that before, and I never will. Pepper, you can rest assured. Leon hastily clarified. Blaming Tony for the mess, Leon deflected, this is all Tony's fault. I came down yesterday to drag him back to the company, but he roped me into making armor with him. Spotting an opportunity, Leon grabbed the oldest arc reactor from Dummy's grip and held it up. Look, Tony even prepared a gift for you. A gift? Pepper's curiosity was piqued, her anger momentarily subsiding as she focused on the arc reactor in Leon's hands. Isn't this the thing in Tony's chest? Exactly, that's the one. Leon quickly embellished the story. This little gadget is an arc generator, a brand new cold fusion energy source that represents the future of humanity. Tony has been working on research related to this device over the past few days. It's part of his vision for Stark Industries' next big step, to bring greater benefits to the world. And this, the arc reactor I'm holding, is a gift from Tony to you. After swapping it out, he planned to give it to you. But you know how he is, he'd never say something like that directly in 100 years. So, Leon handed the arc reactor to Pepper. You understand what this gift means, don't you? Pepper didn't take it immediately, nor did she respond, as she was too moved to speak. The significance of this gift was monumental and deeply romantic. Covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes shimmered with tears, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words to express her emotions. Of course, but if it were him, he'd definitely say something like this. Leon elongated his voice, imitating Tony's tone perfectly. Pepper, I've got a lot of habits, but being sentimental isn't one of them. So take this thing and deal with it, smash it, burn it, whatever you want. His impression was so spot on that Pepper couldn't help but burst into laughter. She gazed at the arc reactor in her hands, her eyes filled with affection, unable to get enough of it. That's exactly the kind of thing he'd say, Pepper said, smiling brightly. So, where is he now? Leon shrugged and replied, he's asleep. He spent the past few nights working non-stop, so I knocked him out. Several days without sleep? Oh my, Leon, you did the right thing. Is he in the bedroom now? Of course. You should go check on him. Alright, I'll go right now. Pepper nodded eagerly, her steps quick and light as she left the lab. Before leaving, she turned back to remind him, Leon, you two make sure to rest properly, okay? Got it. Leon flashed a big smile. Once I finish cleaning up these little things, I'll rest too. Pepper gave him an approving look. That's the best. Watching her disappear up the stairs, Leon let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, problem solved. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Young Master Leon, are you sure this was the right thing to do? Mr. Stark didn't exactly. What's the harm? Without me, Tony would have handed that arc reactor to Pepper anyway, and he'd probably have said something close to what I imitated, Leon said nonchalantly. Run a simulation yourself, doesn't it match? After a brief pause and some static, Jarvis responded, based on Mr. Stark's past behavioral patterns, the simulation result shows an 83% similarity. See? I just beautified the process a little. Leon spread his hands. End result? Pepper's happy, Tony's content, and I've got my free time. A triple win. Jarvis quickly replied, Mr. Stark will surely be grateful to you once he finds out. Leon raised an eyebrow. He'd better be. Alright, now that no one's bothering me, it's time to officially start building my suit. When Tony finally woke up, the world around him felt oddly different. Pepper was unusually gentle, Jarvis kept asking about his well-being, and Leon, that conniving little brat, wouldn't even let him into the lab. His lab. Oof. With Leon acting all secretive, it's probably because he's failing to build his suit and is too embarrassed to admit it. Tony thought maliciously, especially after realizing he had slept for an entire day. Perfect. Tony grumbled as he stormed into the garage to work on his own suit. Even if I can't get into the lab, I'll crush Leon in our duel in 2 days. Then I'll pour a cup of heated soda right down his throat. Now, dummy, push the stand over here. And useless. Tony waited for a moment before realizing something was wrong. Dummy? Dummy, where are you? And useless? Searching the garage, he discovered that all of his robotic arms were gone. This is unbelievable. Leon didn't even leave me a single arm. They've all turned into his lackeys. Tony raged. In the end, Tony had no choice but to march back to the lab and demand his assistance back from Leon. After all, without super strength, he needed those machines to assemble his armor. 2 days later, it was another rare sunny day. Along the west coast of Los Angeles, sunlight danced with the waves, creating a shimmering expanse of ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Sailboats and yachts moved leisurely across the water, painting a tranquil scene. But within the Stark mansion, even this serenity couldn't dilute the palpable tension in the air. In the cool-toned underground garage, sunlight streamed diagonally through the entrance, dividing the vast space into light and shadow. Leon walked in from outside, the sunlight making the tips of his hair seem almost translucent, glowing faintly golden. Tony sat at the far end of the garage, wearing a felt hat that conveniently shaded his face. I'm here, Leon said coldly. I've been waiting for you, Tony replied, his eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat. You're destined to lose, you shouldn't have come. As Tony finished speaking, a sharp, intense piece of music suddenly blared through the garage, the kind that made you feel like drawing a gun at any moment. WTF! Tony exclaimed, startled enough to jump out of his chair. Feeling like he'd already lost his composure, he yanked off his hat and slammed it onto the table. Jarvis, what the hell is this music? Mr. Stark, this is the track Extreme Ways, which young Master Leon requested I play. It's from the film The Bourne Identity from a few years ago. Tony was utterly speechless. Leon, we're competing in a suit duel today, not a gunfight. Are you planning to pull out a gun and shoot me when you lose? What are you talking about, Tony? Leon feigned confusion. This music is to heighten the tension and let you know you're going to lose today's competition. Oh really? If talking big could make you a winner, then every underground rapper in America would be king of the world. Tony retorted sarcastically. Leon remained unfazed. Boasting before showing your suit, who's the one that's really insecure here? Then show me what you've built in the past 2 days. Tony said, deliberately glancing around. But apart from you, there's nothing here. Don't tell me you haven't built a suit at all and are just putting up a front to avoid admitting defeat? With his arms spread wide, Tony added, Leon. Don't be like this. As your older brother, I've always taught you to be honest. If you can't do something, just apologize, and I'll forgive you. Leon smirked. No need to rush. You'll see it soon enough. Why not now? Tony raised his chin challengingly. Leon pointed a finger at Tony, signaling him to wait. Because, as per international custom, ladies first. Tony's face instantly darkened. Kid, I don't remember teaching you to say something like that to a gentleman. Oh, really? Leon crossed his arms. Then who was it that, on my graduation day, just before giving a speech, told me ladies first? That was almost a year ago. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. But you taught a young gentleman how to address another gentleman, Leon replied without changing his stance. All right, my bad. But you can't say that again, it's very impolite, Tony said, trying to be serious for once. Leon nodded. Of course not. I'll only ever say that to you. Tony turned away in exasperation, deciding it was better not to trade barbs with this little troublemaker anymore. Tony stood in front of the meticulously constructed testing platform, where a massive scaffold dominated the center. Beneath the scaffold, a towering figure over 2 meters tall was faintly visible under a black cloth. Its angular shape pushed the fabric upward, forming a humanoid silhouette. Clearly, this was Tony's armor. You should consider yourself honored, Tony said, spreading his arms slowly, a hint of smugness on his face. You'll have the rare privilege of witnessing the first official unveiling of the greatest masterpiece in the world. And not just once, but twice. Leon didn't deny Tony's words. He replied calmly, seems like that's true. Well then, go ahead. The stage is yours. Tony's expression turned serious. Maintaining his dramatic pose, he shouted, let's begin, Jarvis. At his command, several mechanical arms extended from the scaffold behind him, swiftly and precisely removing the black cloth. A steel-colored suit of armor was revealed, its sleek metallic surface gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight that streamed in, illuminating the entire garage. The mechanical arms continued their work, dismantling the armor piece by piece and carefully assembling it onto Tony. The plates, resembling scales, seemed almost alive as they perfectly aligned and locked into place, covering him completely. Once the assembly was complete, the mechanical arms retreated naturally, and the eyes of the armor lit up with a faint glow. Shoo! Jets of compressed air hissed from the seams of the armor, accompanied by a soft mechanical sound. Behold! This is my suit. Tony, now clad in the armor, extended his arms. Flames burst simultaneously from the soles of his feet and the palms of his hands, propelling him into the air. Hovering mid-air, his face was filled with pride. This is the Mark II. Now I can soar through the sky like a bird. Wow, cool! Leon exclaimed sincerely, admiring the metallic brilliance of the armor before him. However, Jarvis's voice interrupted the moment. Mr. Stark, the Mark II's flight capabilities still require further testing and refinement. Tony waved dismissively. No, Jarvis. Sometimes, the only way to learn how to walk is to take that first bold step and start running. I can't wait to take this baby for a spin in the sky. His confidence in the new suit was evident. Floating in mid-air, Tony flipped up his faceplate and looked at Leon with a smirk. The Mark II is equipped with a flight stabilizer, palm repulsor beams, and a host of advanced technologies, 30 years ahead of anything else in the world. Now it's your turn. Where's your suit? Leon didn't answer immediately. Instead, he circled Tony, carefully examining the armor. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Constructed entirely from titanium alloy, powered by a new energy core, and integrated with the Jarvis system, it's truly a masterpiece ahead of its time, Leon remarked. Then, his tone shifted, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. But it's far from perfect. I noticed there was some gold left among the spare materials, yet you didn't use it. That's a huge oversight. Tony frowned in confusion. Why would I use gold in the construction of an armor suit? That's just unnecessary. You'll see the answer in a few minutes when you look at my suit, Leon replied, his admiration fading as he rolled up his sleeves to reveal 2 glowing wristbands. Take a good look, this is my suit. Jarvis, initiate the program. Beep, a crisp electronic sound echoed as the lights on Leon's wristbands turned red. Moments later, a rumbling noise came from the upper floors of the garage, accompanied by the sound of objects breaking and shattering. Tony's expression turned skeptical. It sounds like something's breaking in my lab. What are you up to? There might have been a slight issue with the programmed route. Look, here it comes. Leon suddenly floated into the air, spreading his arms with an expectant expression. The next moment, a red and blue oval-shaped flying pod, spewing flames, flew into the garage. Wait, your suit is just a big tin can? That's... Oh my god, how is this possible? Tony started to mock but abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his face filled with shock and disbelief. As the flying pod entered the garage, it began to quickly disassemble. Individual components of the armor emerged, glowing with fiery thrusters, and aligned themselves with pinpoint precision around Leon. The red and blue plates, like living scales, attached themselves seamlessly to Leon's body. In moments, the armor was fully assembled, a stunning blend of blue with red accents. The suit's eyes illuminated brightly, and every component adjusted fluidly to Leon's movements, as if it were a breathing, living entity. It exuded a unique charm, both a work of mechanical art and a powerful weapon. Its streamlined design balanced a sense of immense power with an aesthetic grace. Once the assembly was complete, powerful jets of flame erupted from the armor's feet and back, keeping Leon effortlessly aloft. Pointing to various parts of the suit, Leon began introducing its features in detail. My suit is driven by wristbands. When not in use, it's a convenient flying pod capable of remote support. While it doesn't currently have conventional weapons installed, it has plenty of modular attachment points for future upgrades. The primary feature, however, is the rear propulsion system, which frees up my hands during flight for combat or, well, for waving hello, for example. Additionally, it has practical features like a liquid filtration system, so the user can, handle certain physiological needs mid-flight. Tony, who had been gaping in astonishment, quickly interrupted. Wait, hold on. That last part is a bit disturbing. Are you telling me you'd pee in the suit? That's disgusting. Oh, really? I thought you'd like that feature, Leon said, squinting slightly, a sly glint in his eye. He knew Tony too well. Others might not get it, but Leon was well aware that in one of the movies, Tony had probably shown off a similar function. Tony's interruption was likely just his way of pretending to be grossed out while feeling secretly annoyed. Like it? Are you kidding? That's a revolting and useless feature, a disgrace to armor design. Tony declared with feigned indignation. Leon raised an eyebrow, a hint of triumph in his gaze. Regardless, I think it's clear who's won this duel, right? He began listing the advantages of his suit, ticking them off on his fingers. Your suit has fewer features, it's less convenient to wear, and the differences just keep piling up. So? No, Leon. You've misunderstood one very important thing, Tony quickly interjected, scrambling to defend himself. Armor is a combat tool. Its primary focus should be on combat capabilities. Adding all these extra features is just wasting time. Oh? So what do you propose? Leon asked knowingly, feigning consideration. Tony's confidence returned as he snapped his fingers. The real test of a suit is its performance, flight speed, environmental adaptability, raw power. That's what matters. I have no objections. How should we test them? Leon pretended to think, then suggested, I propose we fly into the sky and see who can go faster and farther. Tony snapped his fingers again, grinning. Exactly what I had in mind. All right then, let's head out. Jarvis can give the signal to start, and then. Leon powered up his thrusters and shot out of the garage. Whoa. Leon, are you seriously competing with me in that suit? Tony watched Leon take the lead, a sudden unease creeping into his mind. Something about this didn't feel right. You inherently have the ability to fly. If your suit isn't fast enough, but you yourself just fly past me, how would that even count? Tony suddenly realized that Leon's natural flight speed was dozens of times faster than any Iron Man suit. Would I ever stoop to such underhanded tactics? Leon asked innocently, his expression pure. You knocked me out 2 days ago, didn't you? Isn't that cheating? Tony shot back, unwilling to let him off the hook. Alright, fine. I'll step out of the suit and let Jarvis control it. Leon relented with exaggerated helplessness. Wait, Jarvis will control it? Are you saying your suit is fully capable of autonomous piloting? Tony's eyes widened. He hadn't yet progressed to that level in his own research. Aha! Now you see how powerful my suit really is, Leon said, smugly tilting his chin upward. That's a decent idea, Tony muttered, a bit flustered. He quickly looked away, trying to change the subject. Ahem, all right then. Jarvis, are you ready? Let's start this competition. Yes, Mr. Stark. I will begin the countdown in 3 seconds. Are you prepared? Jarvis's calm voice echoed. I've been ready, Tony said, taking a deep breath and centering himself. Jarvis issued the command, ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Both suits ignited their thrusters at full power, rocketing into the sky. Long blazing trails of flames painted bright arcs across the heavens. Watching the two suits disappear into the clouds, Leon couldn't resist commenting, honestly, I have to say, both these suits are way too slow. For me, suits are more about sentiment than actual utility, he added with a dismissive shrug, clearly unimpressed. Then, with a casual tug at the collar of his shirt, a biological force field enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he shot into the sky like a reverse meteor, his speed utterly jaw-dropping. Woohoo! Tony yelled as he accelerated higher and faster, reveling in the unparalleled thrill of soaring through the skies. For millions of years, the sky has hung high above humanity's reach. To fly, to conquer the skies, this feels like it's written into our DNA, Tony declared boldly, feeling like the invincible king of the mechanical world in that moment. Jarvis, would you say Leon's suit is already far behind me by now? Tony asked confidently, fully expecting an affirmative answer. However, Jarvis's clinical voice crushed his illusion. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but I regret to inform you that the suit piloted by my subroutine has already left you far behind. What? That's impossible. Tony froze, the triumphant smile on his face instantly vanishing. Apologies, but it's the truth. There's currently a 700-meter gap between your suit and young Master Leon's suit, Jarvis reported, merciless as ever. Tony craned his neck, peering upward into the thick layers of clouds obscuring the view above. He couldn't see Leon's suit or even its exhaust trail. This has to be a mistake. Jarvis, push the suit to full throttle maximum speed. Tony shouted, anxiety creeping into his voice. The Mark II roared with increased thrust, cutting through the sea of clouds in a desperate bid to ascend faster. Yet, minutes passed, and Tony still saw no trace of Leon's suit, not even a whiff of exhaust. Damn it! How is it flying so fast? Tony muttered in growing frustration, unable to hold back his curses. Young Master Leon's suit utilizes a more coordinated propulsion system, significantly reducing its weight. This has greatly enhanced both its acceleration and maximum speed, Jarvis explained calmly. Fine. I'll admit that Brat's a genius, but I can't lose this competition. Jarvis, push the power beyond safe limits, Tony demanded with gritted teeth, determined to risk everything. Sir, I must warn you that continued ascent may result in freezing temperatures that could cause the suit to ice over, Jarvis advised cautiously. Stop talking and keep flying. Tony roared, his competitive spirit burning brighter than ever. He refused to concede defeat so easily. A few minutes later, Tony finally glimpsed a faint trail of exhaust Leon's suit. Yes, that's it. Close the gap, overtake it, and show him who's boss. Tony's hope reignited, spurring him on. Sir, the outer shell of the suit is now covered in frost. Continuing to ascend could result in component damage, Jarvis warned again. Ignore it. More power. Tony's voice was filled with manic determination, his desire to win completely consuming him. If this were a shonen manga, Tony would undoubtedly unleash some hidden power to triumph against all odds. Unfortunately, the rules of the Marvel Universe aren't so forgiving. As the altitude climbed, layers of frost rapidly spread across the Mark II's exterior, thickening alarmingly. The suit's acceleration began to wane. Before Jarvis could issue another warning, the Mark II abruptly shut down. Every electrical circuit froze, cutting off all power. Tony, now utterly helpless, plummeted like a stone, his rigid body flailing as he fell. Wait, what's happening? Tony screamed in terror, his voice filled with despair. He tried calling for Jarvis, but the frozen circuits had rendered the AI unresponsive. The suit had completely lost control. The speed of his descent increased, gravity mercilessly asserting its dominance. This is bad, really bad. Leon! Leon, save me! Tony shouted desperately, his voice hoarse with panic. The next second. No problem, Tony. Leon appeared out of nowhere, his figure cutting through the air like a divine savior. He caught the Mark II mid-fall, halting its descent instantly. In that moment, Tony felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Yet, at the same time, he was annoyed by how much he hated relying on that feeling. Gasping for air, Tony tried to calm his racing heart. Oh my god, that was way too close. Thanks, Leon. Though I'm sure you were just hanging around waiting to watch me embarrass myself. Don't say that. I was actually curious to see if you could pull off some miraculous recovery in a critical moment, Leon said with a cheeky grin. You better mean that. Tony rolled his eyes, still catching his breath. On the side, Jarvis, piloting Leon's suit, descended gracefully. Sir, I'm relieved to see you're okay. That was quite a close call, the AI said with its usual measured tone. Still holding Tony, Leon said, all right, the competition's over. Let's head back. Tony didn't argue. He simply nodded silently. On the way back, Tony asked, so the gold you mentioned, it's for solving the freezing problem at high altitudes? Exactly. Adding gold allows the suit to maintain normal functionality in extreme environments, Leon explained. Tony fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, I get it now. Back in the garage, Tony removed his suit with the help of his robotic arms. He slumped into a chair, visibly fatigued and dejected. Leon, you won, he admitted, his voice low. That's right, I did, Leon replied, flashing a victorious smile. He sat down beside Tony and added, but really, you won too, Tony. Tony looked at him, puzzled. Leon continued, you taught me how to build an Iron Man suit. Without your guidance, I couldn't have made mine. Think about it, if another mechanical engineering professor studied this knowledge, could they not learn it? Of course they could. And because everyone thinks differently, they might even create suits with more features than yours. But the hardest thing in this world isn't learning or improving, it's creating something from nothing. And you, Tony, are the one who created the Iron Man suit. Without you, no one would have built a miniature arc reactor or an Iron Man suit, even 20 years from now. I only beat you this time because I had the luxury of improving on the foundation you built. Are you really going to tell me you couldn't do the same? Tony immediately shook his head. Of course not. Just, give me some time. I can do it too, Tony said, determination reigniting in his eyes. Leon patted Tony on the shoulder. See, Tony? All you need is time. I just used my super brain to save a little of it, that's all. Tony's earlier dejection began to fade. A complicated mix of emotions flickered in his eyes. Leon, you really aren't the same anymore. Just realizing that now? I'm practically a mini Superman. It'd be weird if I were the same as before, Leon teased. No, I mean you've grown up, Tony said seriously. Sorry, can't tell if you're insulting me or complimenting me, Leon said, scratching his nose, a bit embarrassed. Obviously the sky was shrouded with dark clouds, and a fine drizzle fell incessantly, making the sea outside the Stark mansion resemble a patchwork of charcoal briquettes. Inside the underground garage, Leon stood in a tight-fitting reactive suit, circular metal discs attached all over his body. Wires extended from the discs, connecting him to a massive machine. Are you sure this metal lump can actually measure my strength? Leon flexed his wrists, his expression full of doubt. Today was the day he and Tony had agreed to test his strength and new abilities. At dawn, as weak rays of sunlight struggled to seep through the gaps in the dense clouds, Tony had enthusiastically dragged Leon out of bed. After washing up and having breakfast, the two had made their way to the underground garage. On the ocean-facing wall of the garage was a massive circular metal pillar, 3 meters in diameter, secured firmly in place. This was the tool meant for testing strength. Why do you always use that doubting tone to question something that's obviously a fact? Tony asked, exuding confidence as he began his explanation. 6 months ago, after you went to space, I had a feeling this day would come, so I built this strength tester in advance. Most of its materials are made from tungsten alloy that I specifically synthesized. This alloy has a high melting point, incredible density, and exceptional wear resistance. Even 1,000,000 tons of weight wouldn't deform it, and it can withstand impacts of tens of thousands of tons without damage. The alloy I created for this tester is so advanced that it could be used to build ships far superior to anything we have today. So rest assured, I guarantee you can't break it. Leon still looked deeply skeptical. Tony, do you realize how overly confident you look right now? You're exactly the same as you were a few days ago during our armor competition. Tony faltered for a moment, then replied helplessly, this is totally different, alright? Anyway, all you need to do is stand in front of the tester, punch it with all your strength, and leave the rest to me to record and analyze. No way. That's too unsafe, Leon said firmly. At the very least, you need to put on your armor. Tony slapped his forehead in frustration. I'm standing more than 10 meters away, and you still think it's unsafe? Since when did you become so timid? I'm ensuring safety. Put on the armor, Leon repeated, his tone unyielding. Fine, I'll put it on. Tony raised his hands in surrender. If it'll make our little princess feel better, I'll wear it. The wristbands on Tony's arms lit up with a red glow. Moments later, a red and gold flying pod zoomed into the garage from outside, swiftly transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped Tony. This was the Mark III suit, which Tony had built over the past few days using data he copied from Leon's own designs. Aside from lacking a new element energy core, this suit was nearly as powerful as the Mark VII from the first Avengers film, a suit renowned for its advanced capabilities. Side note, Leon had lent a hand during the construction process, which is why the suit was completed so quickly. Another side note, Tony had deliberately removed the liquid circulation feature from the suit, making a point of doing so in front of Leon. No doubt, he'd regret this decision in the future and succumb to the inevitable truth of its usefulness. Alright, satisfied now? Tony stretched his limbs and gestured toward Leon. I'm ready for your performance. Leon rolled his eyes in exasperation. This old man even copies my one-liners, he thought to himself. I just hope this tester you built is as tough as your mouth, Leon muttered as he stood before the pitch-black device. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself. For a moment, the air in the garage seemed to shift, forming miniature whirlwinds as if a storm were brewing. On the other side, Tony had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. He glanced around nervously as papers scattered through the air, his eyes widening in astonishment. Then he saw Leon slowly crouch down, his muscles tightening like finely carved sculptures, brimming with strength. "Why, does this feel a little off?" Tony stammered, staring dumbfounded as Leon let out a low shout and swung his fist. In an instant, the entire underground garage seemed to turn upside down. A deafening boom echoed like a missile exploding at close range, shaking Tony's world. Everywhere he looked, debris flew, dust filled the air, and a sudden gale knocked Tony off his feet. Chairs and tables crashed into him, as if trying to sweep him along into the chaos. If not for Jarvis activating the suit's thrusters in time, Tony might have been blown clean out of the garage. Thankfully, the turmoil didn't last long. After a dozen seconds or so, the earth-shattering sensation subsided. The garage was now shrouded in dust, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Cough, cough, what just happened? Tony deactivated the thrusters and staggered to his feet, struggling to regain his balance. Then he heard Leon exhale deeply. Whoosh! Another gust of wind swept through the garage, gentler this time, clearing away some of the rubble and dust. Gradually, the scene became clearer. But Tony's brain seemed to have short-circuited. The once clean and orderly garage now resembled a war-torn battleground, with walls crumbling and debris scattered everywhere. Broken glass, destroyed machinery, extinguished lights, everything was in ruins. Even the tester, which Tony had boasted could withstand anything, was now reduced to a gaping hole. On the other side of the hole was the misty, rain-covered ocean. My God! Tony couldn't help but gasp in shock. Later that afternoon, the setting shifted to a grassy field on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The light rain continued to drizzle, and the two brothers, Leon and Tony, were still together. Leon, now wearing a button-up shirt, was hammering away at a massive circular metal pillar, the clang-clang of his tools echoing in the air. You said this iron lump could withstand my strength, Leon complained, visibly annoyed. But I hadn't even used half my power before it went from being flat to becoming a dome shape and it fell into the ocean. I had to dive underwater to fish it out. Give me a break, Leon, Tony replied through the radio, standing 50 meters away in his Iron Man suit while calibrating data on a computer. Even God wouldn't have predicted your strength could become so absurd. Who knew that after just 6 months in space, your power would grow exponentially? Look at the data from when you spent 3 months sunbathing in Los Angeles, 90 days, and your strength only increased by about 400 tons. Based on that, Jarvis and I built a model predicting your strength would be between 1,000 and 5,000 tons and your speed below Mach 5 when you returned. Who could have guessed you'd become this strong? And by the way, look at Smallville. Clark Kent wasn't even flying when he was in high school, and he'd been soaking up the sun for more than a decade. Leon paused his work and pressed his earpiece. You watched Smallville? That's a pretty good show. I think it did a great job depicting Superman's journey of growth. But you probably didn't watch the later seasons, did you? Superman's powers get pretty over the top. Tony shot back, even then, he didn't get stronger as fast as you. Well, maybe it's because I'm already an adult, or maybe it's because soaking up the sun in space is way more efficient, Leon speculated as he hammered the tester back into shape. Alright. The tester's fixed. So, what's next? Right now, it seems there really isn't a tool that can fully withstand the force of your punches, Tony said, exasperated, throwing his hands up. We'll need to change our approach and estimate the numbers based on multi-dimensional data instead. Leon tilted his head, confused. So what do I need to do? Fiddling with the instruments, Tony explained. How about exerting your strength mid-air? That shouldn't affect your performance, right? Of course not, Leon replied confidently. I've got my biofield after all. Once everything was calibrated, Tony spoke through the radio. Alright then, fly up, just like Superman pushing an asteroid, and apply downward force on the tester. This might not directly measure the force of your punches, but it'll give us data on your pushing strength. Afterward, we'll measure your punching speed, and Jarvis can calculate a rough estimate of your striking force based on the combined data. Hearing this, Leon floated into the air, gracefully flipping upside down and placing both hands firmly on the metal pillar. Here I go. Make sure to use your full strength, Tony reminded over the radio. Of course. Leon's eyes sharpened as his muscles swelled instantly, brimming with seemingly infinite power. He pushed downward with all his might. On Tony's end, the numbers on the screen jumped to 9 digits almost instantly, startling him. What shocked him even more was that the numbers continued to climb at an alarming rate. It wasn't until Leon let out a thunderous roar in the distance that the numbers finally stopped rising and began to fluctuate. That's enough. Tony's voice trembled slightly. Leon exhaled heavily, releasing the tension in his chest. So, what's my pushing force? Tony swallowed hard before replying. 370 million kilograms, that's 370,000 tons. Jarvis estimates your single-arm strength to be somewhere between 140,000 and 190,000 tons. That high? Leon raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised. That was no small figure. After all, in the DC movies, the debut Superman from Man of Steel was said to have a lifting strength of around 800,000 tons, and that was before he fully matured. Leon, on the other hand, had only spent 6 months absorbing sunlight. Still, he knew Earth was but a small pond in a vast universe full of giants. He had a long way to go and much more to achieve in his quest for greater strength. But it's still not enough, Leon muttered, clenching his fists tightly. Determination burned in his eyes. Earth is just a tiny stage. I want to showcase my power in the broader universe, so I need to keep getting stronger. Hearing Leon's self-reflection over the radio, Tony rolled his eyes so hard it was almost audible. All right, Mr. Universe. Let's move on to the next test, he said, already adjusting the computer for the next measurement. Next is a punch speed test. Use what you think is your fastest punching speed, the highest velocity you can sustain while attacking. Leon considered this for a moment. I usually rely on my biofield to protect the environment when I punch. I'll use the highest speed my biofield can handle at full power. Standing atop the tester, Leon assumed a textbook-perfect stance. He coiled his body, twisting at the waist, before unleashing a powerful punch. It was a mere shadow strike, devoid of the tens of thousands of tons of force, but to Tony, it was like witnessing a bolt of lightning. Beep! Tony stared at Leon from a distance, unable to even perceive his movements clearly. Meanwhile, his computer abruptly displayed a number, startling him. 10,769 meters per second, nearly Mach 32? Tony's eyes widened as he leaned over the desk, gripping its edges tightly. That's your maximum speed when exerting full power? Leon, assuming Tony shared the same thought as him, that the speed was too slow, replied, a bit slow, isn't it? I could go faster, but if I exceed this speed, my biofield won't be able to contain the impact, and it'll end up damaging the surrounding environment, like what happened this morning in the garage. Leon explained matter-of-factly. Tony clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. Faster, you're practically a god walking among us. A god? Gods are overrated, Leon said dismissively. This is still far from enough. As I grow stronger, my biofield will evolve too, and this punching speed can be improved further. His eyes gleamed with an insatiable ambition. Not enough? Tony was incredulous. Do you have any idea how destructive a punch at that speed, backed by your strength, would be? Like a small meteor crashing into Earth? Leon replied uncertainly. Tony dragged his hands down his face in exasperation. Close enough. Jarvis, tell him the exact numbers. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded. Young Master Leon, based on the model calculations, a single-arm punch delivered at Mach 31 acceleration could exert over 15 trillion newtons of force in 1 second. This is equivalent to the explosive force of 240 Hiroshima atomic bombs. Tony slapped the desk forcefully, his excitement palpable. That's the equivalent of 3.6 million tons of TNT. And that's not even accounting for the fact that your punch's contact area is smaller, which means the pressure would be exponentially higher. Jarvis continued, indeed, young Master Leon. At present, you're essentially a walking hydrogen bomb with unlimited firepower. Tony took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. Who could have imagined that his pesky little brother, who bickered with him daily, harbored such immense power? Do you still think your strength isn't enough? Tony asked, genuinely curious. I don't even know why you're so obsessed with getting stronger. Was I not protective enough of you when we were kids? Leon paused, reflecting on Tony's words. He had a point. Leon's drive to grow stronger did stem from lingering shadows of his childhood fears, back when he constantly worried about the Time Variance Authority coming after him. Those days of helpless paranoia had left a mark on him, making him acutely aware of how crucial strength was. Or is it because I spent too much time chasing women, and you got jealous enough to want superpowers to beat me up? Tony joked, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe I should punch you for that, Leon replied, pressing his comms earpiece with a resigned sigh. Alright, let's move on to the next test. There's still plenty more here to blow your mind. Over the next hour, Leon systematically tested his heat vision, freeze breath, X-ray vision, flight capabilities, and more. Tony's initial reactions of astonishment and disbelief gradually gave way to complete emotional exhaustion. From exclaiming "Oh my God," to muttering "This is insane," and finally to grumbling "You're a menace to society," Tony was utterly drained. It wasn't Tony's fault Leon's relentless humble bragging could wear anyone down. 6,000-degree heat vision with adjustable range and intensity? Leon dismissed it as barely usable. Freeze breath capable of instantly freezing several kilometers? Still far from perfect, he said. X-ray vision that could scan the entire globe? It can't see through lead, so it's flawed and practically useless. Super hearing? Too noisy to be practical. By the end of the tests, Tony was seriously considering planting his size 10 shoes squarely on Leon's smug face. So, what's the next ability we're testing? Tony asked, slumped in his chair with lifeless eyes, half-heartedly scrolling through his computer's interface. The next ability, well, it seems we've actually tested everything already, Tony, Leon said, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, his expression slightly helpless. Tony, as if injected with a sudden dose of adrenaline, immediately straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He zoomed in on the various test charts on the computer, his enthusiasm bubbling over. I was expecting you to give me a ridiculously long list of abilities, like an entire page full. Leon flew over to Tony, a flicker of exasperation in his eyes. Come on, don't be ridiculous. There's no way I'd have that many abilities. Tony, however, replied in a deliberately exaggerated tone, why not? I distinctly recall you saying before that you have all of Superman's abilities. I even remember the look on your face when you made that bold claim in the garage. Leon was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his own past words. After all, this world didn't have a Henry Cavill-style Man of Steel Superman to act as a benchmark. The other versions of Superman were often even more overpowered. At the time, Leon had subconsciously been comparing himself to that Superman, not others. With a sigh, Leon admitted, alright, fine, I take back what I said earlier. In reality, I only have some of Kryptonian's abilities. Superman is as powerful as he is because he's the protagonist of a comic book. His Kryptonian peers aren't nearly as strong as him, and I'm no exception. He walked over to the computer and began reviewing the test records. Don't let my rapid strength gain fool you, Leon said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I suspect that this current level might already be approaching my limit. Tony found the topic intriguing, a spark of curiosity lighting up his eyes. Really? That actually makes sense. A species capable of reproduction shouldn't have infinite evolutionary potential. Maybe we could run a simple experiment, build a model to estimate your future growth curve? Leon nodded eagerly. That's exactly what I want to do. But I'll need your help for the tests later on. Tony patted his chest confidently. No problem, leave it to me. Leon chuckled and patted Tony's shoulder in return. Thanks, Tony. But for now, Leon continued, we should probably head home. The garage is still waiting for us to fix it. At the mention of the garage, Tony's face immediately twisted into a look of frustration. Damn it, you shouldn't have brought that up. I'm already dreading Pepper's reaction when she sees it. Leon offered a suggestion. How about this, I'll handle fixing the garage, and you take care of calming Pepper down. Tony hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. I don't like this deal, but fine deal. That evening, Leon used his biofield, heat vision, and freeze breath to solidify the last section of the newly rebuilt garage wall. He casually wiped the leftover cement off his palm onto his denim jumpsuit and took a step back to admire his work. The once war-torn, battle-damaged garage now looked brand new, with even the paint freshly redone. There was no denying the incredible efficiency of superpowers. After confirming that everything was in order, Leon headed upstairs. In the courtyard, he stripped off his jumpsuit and dove straight into the swimming pool. After swimming dozens of laps, he emerged from the water, slicking his hair back and leaning against the edge of the pool to gaze at the starry sky. The misty summer night air and the rhythmic sound of waves lapping the shore created an atmosphere of pure tranquility. Water droplets streamed down Leon's chest, accentuating the defined lines of his muscles. Tired, huh? Congratulations, you've officially been promoted to the Stark family's resident handyman. Guess we'll never have to worry about renovations again, Tony's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Without turning around, Leon replied calmly, this is a one-time deal. Next time you break something in the house, Tony, you're fixing it yourself. Tony handed Leon a glass of wine, his smile playful. Then next time, it'll be your turn to deal with Pepper. She just left, by the way, kept complaining about how all I do is wreck things at home and urging me to get back to work at the company. Leon couldn't help but laugh. What kind of CEO spends all day lounging at home instead of showing up at the office? A company like that is bound to go bankrupt sooner or later. Tony swirled his wine glass, smirking. Maybe I just happen to have a fellow CEO by my side who operates the same way? Leon rolled his eyes. Oh, please. I'll find a replacement soon enough, unlike you. The two exchanged a smile, and their conversation faded into a comfortable silence. The pool fell quiet, save for the gentle sound of the night breeze and flowing water. After some time, Tony suddenly jumped into the pool with a splash. After swimming a few laps, he stopped beside Leon, slightly out of breath, and mimicked his brother's pose, staring up at the stars. Leon! Tony began, but then trailed off, as if unsure how to continue. Leon immediately saw through Tony's hesitation and sighed. What is it? Just say it already. Don't beat around the bush, it's not like you. Tony shrugged and, in a rare moment of seriousness, said, I just feel like, maybe we, as brothers, should have a proper talk. Leon looked at Tony in confusion. Why the sudden need for a heart-to-heart? Is this some kind of Tony Stark fatherly concerned moment? Or did I scare you today? Tony nodded. You did scare me, but not really. I never imagined your strength would become as absurd as it is now. It's beyond what the world can comprehend. A single punch with the force equivalent to 3.6 million tons of TNT. No one on Earth could stop you from doing anything, not even me. He cast a glance at Leon's perfectly sculpted physique, his eyes filled with awe. You're just too strong. If anyone else had witnessed today's tests, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight out of sheer terror. Leon asked directly, what about you? Are you afraid? Tony didn't hesitate. Of course not. I'm your big brother, the one who took you to parties when you were 2, even after you peed on me. How could I be afraid of you just because you've gotten stronger? I'm proud of you. His tone was so sincere, so gentle, that it was impossible not to believe him. Leon knew Tony never lied, because no one had ever been worthy of his lies. Besides, Tony's soft, heartfelt tone in this moment conveyed nothing but genuine care. I know, Leon, you're not the type to abuse your strength or wealth for selfish gain. Over the past 18, almost 19 years, you've never used your money or fame to do anything bad, just like me. Tony added himself to the mix with a mischievous grin, his eyes brimming with pride. So, I just want to ask, do you have any plans for the future? At that moment, Tony truly resembled a father figure, cautiously advising his son about to step into the real world. His words carried an evident concern, as if he feared that Leon, now armed with immense power, might lose his balance like a nouveau riche consumed by newfound wealth. Leon felt that Tony's concern underestimated him slightly, but he couldn't deny that this rare display of sincerity from Tony was deeply touching. After Tony asked his question, he felt a bit uneasy, worried that Leon might take it the wrong way. To lighten the mood, he quickly resorted to his usual humor. So, what's the plan? Are you going to become a Superman and save the world by tossing all the nuclear missiles into outer space? Or maybe you'll date a few more girlfriends and pass on that powerful Kryptonian DNA of yours? Come on, spill it. You don't look like someone who's lost, so you must have some ideas. Satisfy your big brother's curiosity. Tony coaxed him with mock enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Leon couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. That was such a Tony thing to say. Playing along, he joked, I'm afraid there are no beautiful alien women out there, just face-hugging xenomorphs waiting for you. Then, with a more serious tone, Leon said, I'm not like you, Tony. I don't really have that many big plans. My life before was fine, and I plan to keep living it the same way. Before, I was the second young master of the Stark family. Everywhere I went, I was met with smiles, and the world treated me with kindness. Now that I've grown stronger, none of that has changed. I have no reason to start doing bad things, right? Tony nodded, a proud, almost paternal look of approval on his face. Exactly. Well said, kid. Leon took a deep breath, his tone becoming more serious. Tony, if you keep looking at me with that fatherly gaze, I swear I'll grab the slippers Pepper just bought and smack you on the butt. I'm your brother, not your son, okay? Tony wasn't about to let that slide. Leon, you're too sensitive. Here, maybe a toast will make you feel like a grown-up. He raised his glass. Leon clinked glasses with him but didn't fall into his trap. Continuing with his thought, Leon said, I wasn't finished earlier. While I don't plan to change my daily life, I will start walking down a different path. Tony immediately straightened up in the water, his curiosity piqued. What path? Leon's eyes gleamed with determination. The path to becoming stronger. He downed his glass of wine in one gulp. Tony was taken aback. That's it? But you're already strong enough. There's no kryptonite in this world, and there's no one you can't beat. Why would you need to get even stronger? Leon chuckled. There isn't anyone now, but there might be someday. Tony wasn't convinced. So how do you plan to get stronger? Keep sunbathing? Leon shook his head, his gaze sharp. Of course I'll keep absorbing sunlight, but relying on that alone has its limits. To go further, I'll have to approach it from multiple angles. I plan to study magic, learn martial arts, and deepen my understanding of science. Once I've accumulated enough knowledge, maybe I can even research my own genetics to raise my body's limits. The moonlight reflected off the water, and Leon clenched his fist lightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tony's expression shifted slightly. Research your genes? Like Captain America's super soldier serum? That stuff wouldn't work on you, would it? Leon looked at Tony seriously. It wouldn't. But I'm not interested in that. I want to study my own genes, Kryptonian genes. Tony froze for a moment, his face turning serious. Leon, in the comics, everyone who tried to study Kryptonian genes ended up creating Doomsday. That biological weapon was pure destruction, it only knew how to kill and brought nothing but ruin to the world. Even Krypton itself couldn't control that power. This isn't a smooth or simple path. If Kryptonian genetics were easy to unlock, with all their super brains, they would have turned every Kryptonian into a god long ago. Leon, you might need to reconsider. You don't have to pursue genetics, there are plenty of other ways to get stronger. I could even help you find them. Leon shook his head, resolute. I'll explore other methods, but I won't abandon the idea of improving my power at its root through genetics. Tony groaned, sinking his head into the water for a moment. He felt like a parent dealing with a rebellious teenager, unsure where to start advising him. He surfaced and, after a moment's thought, said cautiously, "All right, Leon, have you considered what might happen if something goes wrong? If you were to turn into Doomsday, then what? Like I said earlier, no one on Earth could stop you. You could do whatever you wanted. And if that version of you became Doomsday, what would happen to Earth? Wouldn't the only outcome be destruction? You're being extreme, Leon." Leon stared at Tony, speechless for a moment, and fell into deep thought. In the original movies, Tony was always a fairly aggressive character. When it came to innovation and big decisions, he rarely hesitated, like the creation of Ultron or the Civil War within the Avengers. Those events partially stemmed from Tony's unwavering resolve once he made up his mind. And now, the same Tony, a man known for his boldness, was telling Leon that he was being too extreme. That forced Leon to reflect on whether he had indeed become too reckless in his pursuit of power. After a long silence, Leon slowly nodded, giving Tony a moment of relief. But then Leon added, "However, once I get my hands on some kryptonite, I'll still start that research." Tony's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, kryptonite? Are you saying there's kryptonite in this world? You've got to be joking." Leon gave Tony a strange look. "Of course there isn't. I'm talking about going to the DC universe to get some kryptonite." Tony looked utterly confused. "To the DC universe, hold on, are we seriously discussing dream logic now?" Leon swirled his empty wineglass and said matter-of-factly, "I have a feeling my space-time traversal ability might let me cross over to the DC universe. So once I get some kryptonite, I'll leave it with you. If I ever turn into Doomsday, you can use it to stop me." Tony completely ignored the latter part of Leon's statement. Still reeling, he asked, "Forget the kryptonite for a second. Space-time traversal? You can do that? And the DC universe is real? I mean, theoretically, it's possible, but..." Leon sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "I told you on my birthday that I awakened Kryptonian blood and space-time traversal abilities. Did you not believe a single word I said?" In truth, Tony had never fully believed Leon's claim about being Kryptonian. He had assumed it was just some kind of genetic mutation that allowed him to grow stronger by absorbing sunlight. It wasn't until Leon returned from space and started demonstrating abilities increasingly similar to Superman's that Tony began to take it seriously. However, Leon's mention of space-time traversal, something he had brought up early on, had long since been forgotten by Tony. Tony suddenly exclaimed, pretending to have an epiphany, "Ah, now I finally remember." His exaggerated expression of realization was pure theater. "So you're saying you also have the ability to traverse other worlds?" "Yes, that's correct," Leon replied casually, completely unbothered by Tony's dramatic antics. He knew this guy was just playing it up. My god, you're a little genius. You've just gone ahead and practically proven the parallel world theory, or the multiverse theory, by yourself. Tony feigned awe, though his expression quickly turned sincere and earnest. If you ever actually cross into another world, you have to take me with you to see it for myself. And if you're going to look for kryptonite, you absolutely need to bring me along. At the very least, when the kryptonite turns you into a normal human, I can take the chance to kick you a couple of times, huh? Leon had long grown used to Tony's roundabout way of showing concern. He thought about it for a moment and chose not to outright reject him. Instead, he simply said, "We'll see when the time comes." Alright, enough about chasing after power for now. Seeing that Tony wanted to continue the discussion, Leon quickly changed the subject. Let's head back inside. There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you, things I've wanted to do for a long time. Half an hour later, Leon and Tony were seated around the workbench in the lab. Tony wore a bathrobe, listening intently as Leon laid out his thoughts, his expression growing more serious by the minute. This time, after returning, "There are 3 things I've always wanted to accomplish," Leon began, raising 3 fingers as if planning to undertake a dangerous mission or asking Tony to eliminate 3 specific targets. "First, I wanted to deal with Obadiah." Leon's tone was firm. "That goal is already complete. I've been warning you about him for ages, and this time, it's been proven beyond doubt. Second is to take down the 10 rings. They once kidnapped you, and I absolutely have to help you eliminate them, every last one. I'll start taking action on that tomorrow. Third," Leon's voice lowered, but his determination was palpable, "is to uncover the truth behind our parents' deaths." Tony couldn't stay seated after hearing that. He immediately leaned forward, his voice urgent. "The truth? What truth? Didn't they die in a car accident?" Leon couldn't directly tell Tony that he already knew the killer was the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. He lacked concrete evidence, and his target wasn't just Bucky, it was the entire Hydra organization. He wanted them all to pay. "I've always suspected," Leon said, clasping his hands together and resting his chin on them. His face bore a contemplative expression. "I keep wondering, if it was really just a simple car accident, why did the most vulnerable person need not die, while both of them did?" Tony's thoughts turned unusually clear at this moment. He said, "Leon, that's because the car caught fire. They couldn't escape in time, but someone threw you out of the car. Your neck was even wrapped in baby cloths." But deep down, Tony felt a strange desire to believe everything Leon was saying. Perhaps he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, waiting for someone to tell him that his parents' deaths weren't just a tragic accident. 18 years ago, when they passed, Tony had been away, quarreling with Howard. When he got the news, he had thought to himself, "I'll go back to LA later, seeing that old man's face always frustrates me." It wasn't until someone handed him the envelope bearing the death notice that he realized some things were gone forever. He had wanted so badly to vent his anger at himself, and even at that cursed piece of paper. Over the years, Tony had come to accept his parents' deaths, but it left him with a peculiar quirk of never taking things directly from others' hands. Deep in his heart, however, perhaps he had always longed for someone to tell him, it wasn't an accident, then he could finally seek revenge, channeling all the anger buried beneath his playboy persona. But the more he wanted this, the more he understood that everything had to be investigated thoroughly. Innocent people couldn't be implicated. In that cave in Afghanistan, he had learned not only how to build a suit but also the value of life. "It may seem that way on the surface," Leon said, his sharp gaze locking onto Tony's eyes, "but there's another possibility." His voice was steady and resolute. "That baby was supposed to die too. The cloth wrapped around his neck should have strangled him. But the culprit who staged the accident and left the scene didn't know that the baby was hiding Kryptonian blood in his veins." For a long time, Leon couldn't understand why he had survived that accident. The brainwashed Winter Soldier couldn't have had a soft spot for babies. Unless, he had made a mistake. But how could such a killing machine make a mistake? It wasn't until Leon awakened his Kryptonian lineage that he realized the truth. It wasn't Bucky's error that saved him, it was the latent Kryptonian blood within him. Although he hadn't fully awakened back then, it granted him extraordinary resilience, allowing him to survive. Leon's words struck Tony like a lightning bolt, piercing through his mind. "Shocked," he stammered, you're saying." His thoughts roared like thunder, his brain overwhelmed. Leon, unfazed by Tony's reaction, continued calmly, "As a kid, I thought this hypothesis had no basis. After all, every investigation confirmed it was an accident. Why should I make baseless assumptions? But after awakening these abilities, I realized that maybe this idea wasn't so far-fetched. It was probably my subconscious clinging to the truth. The memories of that incident, though not preserved by my young mind, left deep imprints in my subconscious. This part was true. After awakening his super brain, Leon had vague impressions of events from before he was 1 year old, though they weren't clear. Human memory is a fascinating thing, relying on neural pathways to encode events into storage. At 1 year old, Leon's brain was underdeveloped, its neurons incapable of storing complete memories. So even with his super brain, he couldn't retrieve memories that didn't exist, only fleeting images and sensations. Of course, that was the scientific explanation. In a world like Marvel's, brimming with mysterious forces, there was always the possibility that Leon might one day recover those lost memories completely. Leon's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Over the past few days, I haven't stopped investigating this. And, Tony, I've found the truth. You're serious? Tony shot to his feet, his pupils dilating, his eyes filled with both disbelief and simmering anger. Still calm, Leon replied, my super hearing tracked them down. The killers are part of their organization. Who are they? Tony's voice was cold, sharp as a blade. Hydra, Leon finally revealed. Impossible. Hydra was destroyed, they're a relic of history. Tony instinctively protested, fully believing Leon but struggling to accept the truth. They were destroyed, temporarily, Leon explained bluntly. Cut off one head, and 2 more will grow. Hydra has revived. He continued, I've spent the past few days digging through classified files from secret agencies. Behind the world's major international organizations lies a hidden group that answers to the World Security Council. They call themselves the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I call them SHIELD. Their headquarters is in New York. This organization's predecessor was the Strategic Scientific Reserve, co-founded by our father during World War II. After the war, during Operation Paperclip, they absorbed German personnel left behind by Hydra's collapse. And those people never stopped being loyal to Hydra. Tony could already see where this was heading. Nervously, he asked, so those people infiltrated SHIELD and brought Hydra back? Leon nodded. Exactly. That's the truth. Hydra wanted to assassinate our father because he stood in their way of infiltrating SHIELD. He was one of its leaders. Tony slowly sat down again, pressing his lips together in thought. The next moment, Leon dropped another bombshell. SHIELD has over 10,000 agents. The vast majority are Hydra. The previous director was Hydra, and while the current director isn't, he's even more Hydra-like than Hydra itself. What? Tony exclaimed in shock. Are you saying this organization is basically controlled by Hydra now? We can't jump to conclusions so easily, Leon said, tapping his ear with a sly smile. From the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days, the key decision-makers in SHIELD haven't been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Most of the Hydra agents are middle and high-ranking operatives, core members and elites, sure, but not the leadership itself. Tony stopped pacing and turned to Leon, his expression incredulous. Core members and elites? How is that any different from saying the whole organization's infiltrated? Everything my father worked so hard to build has been handed over to our enemies on a silver platter by a bunch of fools. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. This isn't acceptable, Leon. Fixing the mess our father left behind is our responsibility. We have to destroy this organization completely. I couldn't agree more. Leon said without hesitation. This organization is delusional, thinking it can act like some kind of savior of the world when it barely has the strength to back up its ambitions. Just looking at it makes me angry. And besides, he added with a smirk, this fits perfectly with my revenge plans. As he spoke, Leon casually waved his hand in front of the holographic projector. A picture of Nick Fury appeared on the screen. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, Leon began, his tone thoughtful. A man with an overwhelming desire to control everything. He wants to hold the entire world's security in his hands. He paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Sounds a lot like Hydra, doesn't it? But, wait, why isn't he part of Hydra? I have no idea, Tony replied, folding his arms. Maybe the previous director was afraid Fury would threaten his position if he joined. Leon swiped his fingers again, and a folder appeared on the screen. This, he said, is a compiled list of Hydra operatives within SHIELD, complete with evidence and detailed identities. Leon turned to Tony. Your job is to find a way to send this file to Nick Fury. Let their internal structure descend into chaos. Make sure Jarvis doesn't send it directly. Hydra would trace it back to us in no time. Once they're in disarray, we'll release the files publicly and let the whole world know the truth about Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD. At that point, the entire world will naturally rally against Hydra. And with the world turning on them, we can focus on uncovering the truth about our parents' deaths. Whether it's evidence or the culprits themselves, there will be no place for them to hide. A sly, almost predatory smile crept onto Leon's face. And in the process, I'll show the world just how powerful I am. Tony blinked, confused. Show your power? How, exactly? By forcing them to use weapons of mass destruction like intercontinental missiles or hydrogen bombs, Leon explained nonchalantly, pouring himself a glass of water. Then I'll step in, take the missile head-on with my bare hands, and destroy one of their military bases with a single punch. That way, I'll demonstrate both my defensive and offensive capabilities and make it clear that I don't hold back when I strike. After that, even if I walk around wearing a Superman costume, no one will dare to mess with me again. Tony pictured Leon standing amidst a missile strike and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. That sounds a bit reckless, doesn't it? What if something goes wrong? Relax, Leon said, waving off Tony's concern. I'm not reckless, I'll only act when I'm confident I can handle it. And if I really can't take it, I can always dodge. Reaching behind him, Leon grabbed a box and placed it on the table. Besides, I'm still working on getting stronger. I'm not planning to die so easily. Tony, check this out, this is my new suit. What do you think? He opened the box to reveal a vibrant superhero outfit. It was a sleek design combining gold, blue, and red, with no trace of the classic underwear on the outside look. The suit was primarily navy blue, with a gold pentagonal S symbol embedded on the chest and a red cape secured at the shoulders. This is a Superman-inspired suit made from Kevlar fibers, Leon explained proudly. It's bulletproof, flexible, and, most importantly, it looks awesome. Tony, despite his lingering concerns about other matters, couldn't resist giving his opinion. It does look pretty cool. Very stylish. No, Leon corrected, flicking the S symbol with a smirk. The S now stands for Stark. Starting tomorrow, I'm wearing this suit to Afghanistan to take down the 10 rings. From now on, I'm Superman. You seem to be forgetting something, Tony said, grabbing Leon's arm with a determined look. I'm coming with you. This is my problem, and I have to deal with it myself. But you also have to implement the plan we just discussed, Leon reminded him, pointing at the holographic screen. I would have thought you'd be more focused on finding out the truth about our parents' deaths. Tony shook his head firmly. That doesn't mean I can't handle the 10 rings at the same time. These past few days, I've been keeping tabs on them. Their influence stretches from Afghanistan to the Middle East, and in their territories, ordinary people live in constant fear of oppression and exploitation. Even if you hadn't brought it up today, I would have made my move soon to dismantle their operations. All right, Leon relented. But when it comes to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, we need to be extremely cautious. We can't afford to let them trace anything back to us. That would cause unnecessary trouble. I understand. Tony glanced at the holographic image of Nick Fury, a contemplative look in his eyes. Still, I'm curious, given your abilities, you should be able to locate Hydra's bases. Why not just take them out directly? Leon shook his head slightly. Hydra's high-ranking members hold significant positions in countries around the world. Their bases are tied to those identities. If I act directly, they could manipulate public opinion and label me as a dictator or someone inciting war. While I'm not afraid of that, why deal with the fallout when it can be avoided altogether? Tony nodded in agreement. I knew you weren't the type to play defense. You're just like me. Leon rolled his eyes, ignoring Tony's playful jab. The reason I want to display my strength to the world is related to this. There's no way I can avoid using my abilities forever, my powers will be exposed eventually. And once they are, the first thing every faction will do is test me, probing for weaknesses. If I sit back and let them, I'll have to respond to every provocation. But if I strike first, they'll retaliate to save face, and the cycle will escalate. In the end, it might lead to me having to dismantle most of the armed forces on the planet just to return to a peaceful life. Leon's tone grew sharper as he concluded, so instead of waiting for trouble to come to me, I'll plan ahead. I'll create a global enemy that everyone despises and use that as a stage to showcase my power to the world. That way, no one will dare provoke me once my identity is revealed. Tony couldn't help but applaud, his eyes filled with admiration. That's a solid plan. You're making the right choice, Leon. Thanks for the compliment, Leon said, his smirk returning. I just don't like having my normal life disrupted. Closing the box with his new suit, he added, I've told you everything I plan to do. Are you satisfied now? Tony chuckled softly, though there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I am. Just, be careful, alright? Oh, and one more thing, why go for the Superman look? You're dressed like a pajama-wearing baby. No offense, but are you trying to be a superhero? No, Leon replied, heading for the door with the box in his hands. I just like Superman's image. But I'm not going to be some righteous do-gooder like him. Maybe I'll be the type who helps out when I see injustice, but saving the world? Being the good guy? Count me out. Tony shook his head with a sigh, watching Leon leave. Such a shame. I already had the perfect name for our heroic duo, Super Iron Brothers. What do you think? I think it's childish. Leon's voice echoed down the hallway, fading as he walked away. Sounds like something two kindergarten kids would come up with. As a new day unfolded like a painting, clear skies replaced the rain, and golden sunlight streamed down onto the earth. With resolute steps, Leon embarked on his mission to the battlefield. This was his second flight to the distant lands of Afghanistan. Familiar with this territory, he crossed thousands of miles in mere minutes, surpassing dozens of Boeing aircraft like a streak of lightning tearing through the sky. Hovering midair, Leon gazed upon the blue expanse below the clouds, his eagle-like eyes scanning with precision sharper than the most advanced radar. It was nighttime in Afghanistan, and the various 10 Rings bases had entered lockdown, preparing for the quiet of the evening. Yet, there were always those deranged terrorists who used the cover of darkness to harass innocent civilians. Leon's first targets were exactly those perpetrators. He spotted 2 gun-wielding terrorists kicking down the door of a civilian's home, their eyes gleaming with cruelty. Seeing this, Leon tilted his body slightly and dove toward the ground like a black bolt of lightning. His biofield enveloped him like an invisible shield, ensuring that his descent was silent and undetectable, a harbinger of death. The moment he landed, Leon dispersed his biofield, and the ground beneath him cracked like a spider web, emitting a dull thud. The sudden impact, as loud as thunder, startled the 2 terrorists who had just kicked the door in. Trembling, they turned to see Leon standing there in his peculiar outfit. Shock turned to anger, and they began shouting profanities in Dari while raising their weapons and approaching him. Dari? Are you Iranian or Tajik? Leon asked in fluent Dari, his tone calm. Over the past few days, he had learned most of the official languages on Earth, so he understood every foul word the terrorists spewed. However, the 2 men ignored him and instead pressed the barrels of their guns toward his forehead, their eyes filled with malice and violence. Leon shook his head in disappointment, sighing softly. It seems you don't want to talk. With that, his hands moved like a blur, grabbing both men by the neck and lifting them effortlessly into the air. A slight twist of his wrists produced 2 crisp cracks, and the terrorists went limp, their heads dangling lifelessly. Casually tossing the bodies aside, Leon was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back toward the house and looked at the family inside. It was a typical Pashtun household, an elderly father with a full beard and sunken eyes, his skin sallow and his lips cracked, a mother and 2 daughters dressed in traditional robes, their brown and orange garments reflecting Pashtun cultural attire. They stared at Leon in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The parents clung desperately to their daughters, shielding them in their arms, their eyes filled with fear and silence. You don't need to worry about the consequences of these 2 dying here, Leon said gently in Pashto, Afghanistan's official language. It's late. Go back to sleep. By morning, the surrounding terror groups will be gone. With those words, he turned and disappeared into the darkness of the night, his figure melting into the shadows as his sharp gaze locked onto the next target. Just as Leon was about to leave, a soft voice called out from inside the house. He turned around to see the youngest daughter of the family, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. Despite her mother's attempts to cover her mouth in fear, the girl struggled to free herself and timidly asked, Are you Superman? Leon, wearing his self-made uniform with its bright red cape, had appeared at the perfect moment to save the family. His resemblance to the iconic superhero was undeniable, so it wasn't surprising that the child would ask. Leon froze for a moment, then felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. He hadn't expected Hollywood's cultural influence to be so strong. Even here, in a remote and war-torn Afghan household, Superman was a recognizable figure. On reflection, it made sense. Before conflict consumed the region, these people likely had their own forms of entertainment and exposure to global culture. I'm not Superman, Leon replied with a smile, but you can call me that if you'd like. He then turned to the parents and reassured them, Don't worry. I'll be gone soon, and so will the 10 rings. So you're here to help us? The little girl asked again. Her courage seemed to grow after seeing Leon's affirmation. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she continued, like on TV, when you beat up the bad guys? Leon hesitated briefly before nodding solemnly. Yes, I'm here to drive away the bad guys. They won't bother you anymore. That's amazing. Superman, you're the best, the girl exclaimed, breaking free from her mother's grip and running toward Leon, trying to hug his leg. Leon couldn't help but chuckle. He gently landed on the ground, crouched down, and placed a hand on the girl's head. What's your name? Shafika. My name is Shafika Mazari, the girl said in a clear voice. All right, Shafika, Leon said warmly, listen to me. Go back inside, lie down in your bed, and have a sweet dream. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, all the bad guys will be gone. Okay? The girl hesitated but eventually nodded. However, she still asked, are you leaving now, Superman? Instead of answering directly, Leon tapped her forehead lightly with his finger, his eyes radiating warmth. Next time, don't talk to strangers so easily. Always listen to your mom, okay? With that, Leon stood up, took a step back, and, with a sonic boom, soared into the endless sky. The family ran into the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. May Allah bless him, that really was Superman, the father murmured, crossing himself with a gesture of prayer. For this family, the night felt like a new beginning, rekindling their hope for tomorrow. Leon moved like lightning, wiping out all the terrorists harassing civilians throughout Afghanistan. Each appearance was like a sudden storm. He would strike with a single punch and vanish within a second. The entire operation took less than 10 minutes, and the terrorists felt like fragile straw before him. With the small fry taken care of, Leon turned his attention to the 10 rings bases. A conventional strategy would involve attacking smaller outposts first, gradually weakening the enemy before targeting their strongholds. But Leon had no interest in such methods. His first destination was the largest 10 rings base. Soaring above the clouds, his red cape billowed in the wind, a symbol of his authority. Below, the base stretched out with over 70 patrolling guards visible on the surface. Leon's X-ray vision revealed more than 4,000 sleeping soldiers within. In one of the tents, he spotted a Jericho missile, a powerful weapon developed by Tony not long ago, capable of leveling a small mountain with a single strike. Jericho missiles? Tony, you really did make things easy for these terrorists, Leon thought to himself, sighing. While he knew Tony now regretted his past actions, Leon couldn't help but mutter a few complaints in his mind. He even took out his phone and spoke into it. Jarvis, he called, record everything I see here. Once the battle's over, send it all to Tony, especially any Stark weapons. Don't miss a single detail. Understood, young Master Leon. The camera system is now active, Jarvis replied crisply. Leon nodded silently, his eyes flashing with resolve. Slowly, he descended, plummeting toward the base like a meteor, his speed igniting the air around him in a dazzling blaze. Boom, the deafening impact reverberated through the camp like the roar of hell itself. Alarms blared as chaos erupted. Terrorists scrambled like frightened animals, desperately organizing to defend against the unexpected assault. Standing in the center of the camp, Leon was like an unshakable mountain. The moment the terrorists caught sight of him, he unleashed a burst of heat vision, instantly eliminating one of them. Before they could react, half of their forces had already fallen. Some, still groggy from being rudely awakened, panicked and began shouting about a monster as they scattered in terror. The fleeing terrorists didn't get far before they were caught in the crossfire of their own panicked comrades. Meanwhile, those who remained huddled behind cover, trembling with fear. Gathering every weapon they had, grenades, rocket launchers, tank missiles, and even the Jericho missile, they prepared for a desperate, all-out assault against the monster in their midst. Leon's sharp, hawk-like gaze took in every movement of the terrorists below. He stood still in the center of the base, as immovable and unyielding as a mountain. Calm and composed, he made no move to attack, simply observing his enemies with an air of quiet confidence. Moments later, grenades and rockets rained down upon him in a chaotic barrage. Explosions erupted all around, but Leon didn't even flinch. The incoming ordnance might as well have been a drizzle to him. With a casual sweep of his hand, his heat vision cut through the air like lightning, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. It wasn't until the vehicle-mounted missiles began roaring to life, their engines emitting a low, menacing rumble, that Leon finally stirred. Slowly, he ascended into the air, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Jarvis, do we have any satellites above us right now? Yes, young Master Leon, Jarvis's crisp voice replied through his communicator. There's an American military satellite currently in operation over Afghanistan. It is programmed to monitor mid to large-scale conflicts. Additionally, 700 meters away, there is a local war correspondent secretly recording the scene. A journalist? A war correspondent? Leon nodded slightly, puffing out his chest to display the golden S emblem on his uniform. A hint of confidence flickered in his eyes. It seems the audience is already in place. How could Superman's debut battle go unnoticed? He scanned the area with his penetrating gaze and quickly pinpointed the journalist's location. The base was nestled among several small hills, making it a naturally defensive position that was difficult to assault. The journalist was crouched halfway up one of the hills, hidden within a thicket of shrubs. Wrapped tightly in traditional Afghan attire, his appearance blended seamlessly with the landscape. From his graying beard, it was clear he was no longer young, a local middle-aged journalist who had witnessed both times of peace and the horrors of war. He had experienced the pain of displacement and the ravages of terrorism. His hatred for the terror groups was evident, and he was unafraid of risking his life to expose their atrocities, hoping to contribute to peace in his homeland. "Is that Superman?" The journalist's voice trembled as his eyes fixed on the figure hovering in the distance. The red cape fluttering behind Leon was as vivid as blood, his posture upright and imposing, his face strikingly handsome, a visage that could have stepped straight out of a movie. It was unforgettable yet surreal, like a dream fading from memory. Could this truly be Superman? Was he here to eliminate the terror group below? The journalist's mind swirled with disbelief and astonishment at the absurdity of it all. And yet, the scene he had just recorded, the image of Superman standing alone against thousands, was undeniably real and vivid, as if it were unfolding right before his eyes. Real or not, it doesn't matter. If Superman can save this country, I'll donate every penny I have left to DC Comics and Warner Brothers, the journalist muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. DC Comics was acquired by Warner Brothers in the 20th century. Suddenly, a bright light flared within the base, followed by the roar of flames. 6 vehicle-mounted missiles, each 2 to 3 meters long, launched into the sky like fiery dragons. Those are missiles. This is bad, the journalist screamed in panic, his face pale with fear. He stared at Leon in the distance and shouted desperately, "Superman, get out of the way. Move." But Leon didn't retreat. Instead, he accelerated toward the missiles, his body streaking through the air like a meteor. One hand held his phone, the other clenched into a fist as he barreled forward, a living arrow aimed at the deadly projectiles. Boom! The first missile detonated on impact, releasing a massive shockwave that rippled through the air like a tsunami. Seconds later, the remaining missiles exploded in quick succession, their deafening roars echoing across the hills as if the world itself were being torn apart. Smoke billowed outward, flames illuminated the surrounding trees, and the force of the blast bent nearby vegetation as though gripped by the claws of a devil. The journalist's headscarf was ripped away by the violent gusts, revealing his dry, yellowing hair. He stared blankly at the smoke-filled sky, his blue eyes reflecting the fiery chaos. Uneasy and anxious, he clung to a single desperate hope. Under the direct impact of 6 missiles, no one could have survived, not even a body would remain. But surely, Superman was no ordinary man. Moments ago, bullets had failed to harm him, perhaps he could withstand this as well. Couldn't he? As if in response to the journalist's silent prayers, a strong gale suddenly swept through the smoke. The wind howled, scattering the rising mushroom cloud within seconds. And there, amidst the dissipating haze, stood an unharmed figure. Leon Superman hovered in the air, his cape still fluttering proudly. His uniform bore no scorch marks, not even the faintest trace of soot from the explosions. By Allah! I knew it! I knew he could do it, the journalist cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. He leaped to his feet, his face flushed red with exhilaration. Waving his fists in the air, he shouted with joy, completely forgetting that he had exposed his hiding spot. Staring at Superman, he felt a glimmer of hope. For countless nights, he had yearned for intervention, not from international organizations, but from a miracle. And today, that miracle had arrived. The terrorists in the camp were just as animated as the journalist, though their reactions were far less celebratory. They jumped and shouted wildly, screaming, "Monster! It's a monster!" Chaos erupted among the ranks. Gunfire echoed once again as fleeing cowards or dissenters were executed by their own comrades. Meanwhile, Leon hovered above, waiting patiently. His expression showed a hint of intrigue. Oh, they've finally brought out the Jericho missiles. It seems they're going for mutual destruction. The Jericho missile was no ordinary weapon. Its destructive power could engulf a 2-kilometer radius in fire and devastation. For the terrorists to deploy such a weapon at such close range meant they were ready to die, dragging Leon down with them. "Well, perfect," Leon said, a confident smile playing at his lips. "I've never seen Tony's masterpiece in action up close. This will be interesting." He glanced briefly toward the hillside where the journalist was hiding and added, "Jarvis, make sure to capture everything. And don't forget to send it to Tony with a note asking him how he sleeps at night." "Of course, young Master Leon. I've been recording the entire time," Jarvis replied with his usual efficiency. Several minutes passed as the terrorists prepared the missiles. Finally, 3 Jericho missiles were loaded, fired, and launched, depleting the camp's entire stockpile. The missiles accelerated rapidly, breaking apart mid-air to release dozens of smaller warheads. Like a swarm of locusts, these mini-missiles blanketed the sky, leaving no room for escape. It was a flawless example of Tony's cutting-edge design. "No wonder Tony takes pride in his work," Leon remarked sincerely. Then, as if remembering something, he glanced at the hillside. "But first, I need to step out for a moment." In the blink of an eye, Leon vanished from the missile swarm, his speed so astonishing it seemed like teleportation. He appeared beside the journalist, plucking him from the bushes, and whisked him 3 kilometers away to safety on another hilltop. Before the bewildered man could utter a word, Leon returned to the center of the missile barrage. "No need to worry. I'm back. I shouldn't be too late, right?" Leon muttered to himself, watching the approaching warheads with calm confidence. The Jericho missiles closed in at breakneck speed, their design optimized for rapid, indiscriminate destruction. As the swarm of mini-missiles surrounded him, Leon's figure blurred. His fists flew in a dazzling flurry, creating an impenetrable shield of motion. To an observer, it looked as though Leon had grown countless arms, each striking with precision. Within seconds, every missile was detonated in mid-air. Boom! The resulting explosion was even more violent and ferocious than before. Fire surged skyward, smoke blanketed the hills, and the shockwave tore through everything in its path. Trees splintered, hillsides crumbled, and the earth itself seemed to tremble under the force of the blast. From 3 kilometers away, the journalist was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, rolling several times before scrambling to his feet. He clutched at his disheveled robe, staring in awe at the massive mushroom cloud towering into the sky. Even at this distance, he could feel the residual heat. "What kind of missile is this? How could it be so terrifying?" he muttered, his voice shaky. He still remembered the sight of the missiles breaking apart into smaller warheads, an unstoppable force that seemed impossible to counter. If such a weapon were used against local defense forces, the devastation would be unimaginable. "And where's Superman? Did he save me just now?" Leaning against a tree for support, the journalist's mind raced with questions and gratitude. "He knew I was hiding there, so he saved me. What a kind man." Wait, did he go back to face the missiles? The answer came almost immediately. A sudden gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mushroom cloud and revealing Leon, unscathed and standing tall. His red cape fluttered in the breeze, a beacon of invincibility. The journalist's breath caught in his throat. "My God! He's like a god," he whispered in awe, his eyes wide with reverence. The figure in the sky stood motionless like a silent statue. Leon's golden cape fluttered faintly in the air as he hovered there for what seemed like an eternity. Below, what had once been a raging sea of flames was now reduced to scattered embers, dim and sparse, resembling the stars scattered across a quiet night sky. His invisible power had swept through the battlefield, extinguishing every last remnant of fire. Leon, the man seen as an agent of justice, held steadfast to his principles, even the unspoken rule of forest fire prevention. He descended carefully, inspecting every corner of the scorched land and meticulously extinguishing the remaining sparks, as if wiping away the sins of the world. Rising again, Leon gazed down upon what used to be the Ten Rings stronghold. It was now reduced to rubble, a wasteland of destruction and ruin. Slowly, he turned his head, scanning the area as if making sure that no trace of evil had been left behind, no loose end overlooked. To the middle-aged journalist, Hafizullah Abdullah, watching from a distance, Leon's movements seemed deliberate, purposeful, almost divine. He looked like a guardian ensuring that every trace of villainy was eradicated. "Damn those 10 rings!" Abdullah muttered to himself, his voice trembling with emotion. "They've committed every atrocity imaginable, and now they've finally received the punishment they deserve. Superman has come. There's hope for us now. Superman has come. Finally, our lives can return to peace." Overwhelmed with emotion, Abdullah's body trembled uncontrollably. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked up at the figure in the sky, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, the satisfaction of vengeance, the joy of deliverance, and above all, the dawning hope for a brighter future. It must be true. He's here to help us. To save us. Abdullah's voice cracked as tears streamed down his face. He's a messenger sent by Allah. No, he is Allah's reincarnation. He's God made flesh. Abdullah's knees buckled under the weight of his emotions, and he collapsed onto the ground, prostrating himself in prayer, sobbing uncontrollably. Everything will get better now. Everything will finally end. But as he wept with joy, a sudden thought struck him. Scrambling to his feet with a mix of urgency and determination, Abdullah clung to a nearby tree for support. He wanted to shout, to call out to Superman, to tell him that there were still many more 10 Rings bases scattered across this land. He needed to let Superman know so that he could continue his mission to rid this land of evil. However, when he looked up, he saw that same blue suit adorned with the iconic red cape standing right in front of him. Superman had appeared without a sound, as if materializing from thin air. "Thank you for your kind words, but I am no god," Leon said with a warm smile, his tone gentle and approachable. "I'm just someone who steps in when things aren't right." His dark eyes, filled with kindness, met Abdullah's. "What's your name? Risking your life to film near a terrorist stronghold, you're very brave. You're a hero worth admiring." "No, no, no. I'm just an ordinary man. You're the real hero." Abdullah stammered, his face flushing bright red from the praise. "My name is Hafizullah Abdullah. Thank you for saving me earlier." I. Now standing so close, Abdullah could finally take in every detail of Leon's appearance. Those deep, dark eyes were like the night sky, captivating and endless. His chiseled face, sharp and striking as if sculpted by the hands of a master, radiated strength and confidence. Leon was, without a doubt, the epitome of masculine perfection. Abdullah swore that if he were a young woman, he would dream of Superman every night for the rest of his life. Even as a middle-aged man, this moment was etched into his soul. "Don't be nervous, Abdullah. I need your help with something," Leon said, suppressing a chuckle at the journalist's flustered demeanor. "You recorded everything that happened at the 10 Rings base earlier, didn't you?" Yes, I did." Abdullah stammered, fumbling with his camera. He held it out with both hands, as though offering a sacred object. "Please forgive me for recording without your permission. If you want, you can take." "That's not what I meant." Leon gently pushed the camera back toward him, his expression serious. "I need you to take this footage and release it to the media." "What?" Abdullah blinked in surprise. "Do it under your own name," Leon emphasized. "Claim that you risked your life to capture this footage. And tell the media this: all foreign military forces on this land must leave immediately and abandon their invasions." Abdullah's eyes widened in shock, his mind struggling to process Leon's words. "You're declaring war on the Americans?" "No," Leon replied calmly. "This isn't a declaration of war. It's a declaration for peace." He turned slightly, his profile illuminated by the faint glow of the remaining embers. His voice carried a note of finality. "I simply want this land to find peace again, so that its people no longer have to suffer the ravages of war." With that, he rose into the sky, disappearing into the clouds with a single bound. Abdullah stood frozen, staring at the empty sky where Leon had vanished. Slowly, almost instinctively, he raised his hands in a gesture of prayer. "Superman. He's the perfect savior. A divine spirit sent to rescue us. He has. Wait, why can't I remember his face?" "Jarvis, send all the footage from earlier to Tony," Leon said as he soared through the clouds, his mind already on his next target. "Oh, and if he's still asleep, feel free to use it as a wake-up call." "Of course, young Master Leon." "I'll transmit the data to Los Angeles immediately," Jarvis responded, his voice as efficient and clear as ever. "I'm sure Tony will appreciate this little gift," Leon remarked with a smirk. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he scanned the horizon. "Before we move on, Jarvis, give me the local time." "It's currently 9:47 p.m. local time," Jarvis informed him. "Good. Let's pick up the pace. I want every 10 Rings base wiped out by 11 p.m. After that, we'll pay a visit to the Eagles base," Leon declared firmly. "Are you planning to engage the American base, sir? Should I notify Mr. Stark in advance?" Jarvis's voice carried a note of concern. "No need to tell him. As a taxpayer, I have every right to object to those rednecks using my money to commit atrocities and to set things right myself. I think I'm perfectly justified in this." Leon's tone was resolute, filled with conviction. "Besides, building some notoriety now will make it all the more natural when I step up to take down Hydra later." "You truly are meticulous in your planning," Jarvis said, his admiration evident. Across the ocean, at SHIELD headquarters. "Director, you might want to take a look at this," a balding middle-aged agent said, placing a tablet on his superior's desk. His normally genial demeanor was replaced with a grave seriousness. The man addressed as director turned slowly in his chair, revealing a stoic, one-eyed face. He had been gazing out the window, presenting his subordinates with an enigmatic silhouette that exuded authority and mystery. "What is it, Coulson?" Nick Fury asked coolly. "The largest 10-rings base in Afghanistan has been annihilated, Director Fury," Coulson replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Oh? Who did it?" Fury asked indifferently, glancing down at the tablet. But the moment he saw the satellite footage, his calm demeanor shattered. His eyes widened as he shot to his feet, exclaiming, what the hell is that?" "Director, there's more," Coulson said quickly, fast-forwarding the footage. Fury's jaw tightened as he watched the latter half of the video. The sight of Leon shrugging off Jericho missiles and effortlessly quelling the explosions left him stunned. His mind raced, flooded with questions. Who was this man? When did someone this powerful appear on Earth? And why didn't he know about it? Who is this guy? Have you identified him? Fury demanded, instinctively reaching for the pager he used to contact Captain Marvel, his intergalactic ally and one of the universe's most powerful beings. Leon's display of power gave him the same sense of urgency and unease he felt during the most dire crises. Coulson's expression grew even more serious as he uttered words that sent a chill down Fury's spine. "Director, he's Superman." "Superman? Who exactly is that?" Nick Fury's single eye narrowed sharply as he fell into deep contemplation. "Director, Superman is a superhero from DC Comics," Coulson began enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "He possesses extraordinary abilities, unparalleled strength, and speed so fast it's beyond human comprehension." "Hold on a second," Fury interrupted, his expression a mixture of disbelief and irritation. "You're telling me this is just some fictional character? A guy wearing what looks like casual pajamas, saving the world with over-the-top powers and no real plan?" "Technically, Superman doesn't wear a mask, Director," Coulson corrected, clearly unfazed by Fury's skepticism. "He has a unique biological aura that prevents people from clearly remembering his face or capturing his true appearance. It's fascinating, really." Fury leaned closer to the satellite footage on the tablet. Indeed, as Coulson mentioned, the figure's facial details were completely obscured, as though deliberately blurred. Fury scowled. "You seem to know an awful lot about him." "Of course. I'm a huge Superman fan," Coulson admitted, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. "Though, I also love Captain America just as much." Fury leaned back in his chair, folding his arms and tilting his head slightly as he considered the situation. "So, Coulson, what do you think we should do about this? Superman? Based on the comics," Coulson said earnestly, "he stands for justice and is resolute in opposing unjust violence. I think we should try to reach out and communicate with him." "That's just the comics, Coulson," Fury retorted, his voice firm and tinged with annoyance. "In reality, this guy is nothing more than a vigilante. And what he's doing right now is nothing short of indiscriminate violence." "Well, that may be true," Coulson conceded, his excitement dimming slightly. "The Superman in the comics has a strict no-kill policy. He's even stricter about it than Captain America." "Enough with your comic book comparisons," Fury snapped, slamming his hand on the desk. His frustration was evident. "Take Barton and head to Afghanistan. I want you to investigate this guy." "Yes, Director." Coulson straightened up and gave a salute before turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, Fury's voice called out again. "Oh, and Coulson, send me a full set of Superman comics while you're at it." Meanwhile, at a military command center, a similar scene was unfolding, though the atmosphere was far more chaotic compared to the calculated calm of Fury's office. Here, the reactions to the mysterious figure were mixed, ranging from skepticism to outright panic. Colonel James Rhodes, head of the military's Weapons Development Division, was the first to speak up. "That guy in the video is definitely a real person," he said firmly. "Not some artificial humanoid weapon." A major from the Missile Division followed, his expression grim. "If even Jericho missiles can't harm this entity, the only thing we might have that could stop him is a nuclear strike. And even that's not guaranteed." A naval officer voiced his concerns as well. "If this individual can fly freely through the air, our current technology has no effective means of countering that." An Air Force officer shook his head in frustration, adding, "Our airborne missiles would have a hard time hitting something that's small and fast. He's just too mobile." Finally, General Ross slammed his fist on the table, silencing the room. "For now, we'll keep monitoring this individual closely. If he doesn't display hostility, we'll attempt to make contact and negotiate. Ideally, we'd convince him to work with us. Imagine the potential for creating a super soldier program under our control." With that, the hastily convened meeting adjourned, leaving everyone scrambling to prepare for any eventuality. That morning, as secretive agencies and military divisions buzzed with tension and activity, Stark's mansion on the sunny coast of Los Angeles remained tranquil. At least, until Jarvis followed Leon's instructions and played an alarmingly loud and energetic Swana tune, jolting Tony Stark awake. God almighty! Jarvis, what the hell is this? Tony shot upright, clutching his blanket like a lifeline. The blaring, triumphant sound of the traditional Chinese Swana filled the room, its intensity making him feel as if a cavalry was charging straight into his bedroom. Sir, young Master Leon asked me to wake you up and play this video for you, Jarvis replied in his usual calm, matter-of-fact tone. As the Swana faded, a holographic projection appeared before Tony, displaying footage taken from Leon's phone. The video showed an overwhelming scene of chaos, thousands of firearms unleashing a storm of bullets, hundreds of grenades raining down, and the massive explosions of vehicle-mounted Jericho missiles lighting up the screen. For a moment, Tony was too stunned to process it all. He barely had time to feel concerned for Leon, who was facing this onslaught, before the video abruptly jumped to the end. What the hell is this? Some kind of promo video Leon put together overnight? Where is he now? Tony asked, still groggy and utterly bewildered. Young Master Leon is currently in Afghanistan, dismantling the 10 rings, Jarvis explained patiently. The footage you just saw was captured 10 minutes ago at his request. Afghanistan? Tony exclaimed, rubbing his face as if trying to wake up fully. He glanced at the clock and realized it was already mid-morning. When the hell did he leave? And why send me this video? Leon wanted you to pay attention to the weapons in the footage, sir, Jarvis said gently. The weapons? Tony's expression darkened as he rewound the video to the beginning and watched it again, this time with a more critical eye. His face grew grimmer with every second. Most of them are Stark Industries weapons, Tony muttered, his voice low. And the Jericho missiles. How the hell did those end up in a 10 rings base? His jaw tightened as he paused the video. I only sold those missiles to the military. So how did they get into these guys' hands? Is this a leak from the military, or is Obadiah behind this? Sir, the Jericho missiles were only produced in one batch, the batch you sold to the military, Jarvis reminded him, his tone calm but firm. Tony fell silent, his expression growing even more serious. His lips pressed into a thin line as he stared at the frozen image on the screen. After a few moments, he abruptly threw on a shirt and strode out of the room. Jarvis, get Leon's suit prepped and ready to deploy. We're heading to the Middle East. And Afghanistan, sir? Jarvis inquired. Yes, both, Tony replied, a sense of urgency in his voice. As you wish, sir. By the way, young Master Leon asked me to check if you've been sleeping well lately. Tony stopped mid-step, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why would he ask that? He specifically requested that I relay this question to you and report your response, Jarvis said, his tone unwavering. Tony opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. Finally, he exhaled sharply, his nostrils flaring. Tell him that if I'm not sleeping, I'll make damn sure he doesn't sleep either. With that, he raised his arms, allowing the Mark III suit to assemble around him. Follow me, Jarvis, Tony commanded, his voice resolute. Behind him, Leon's custom-designed suit, dubbed the Super Mark I, activated and followed suit. Tony couldn't help but shake his head internally. That kid's competitiveness really knows no bounds. Even the suit's name had to one-up me. In Los Angeles, the sun was just rising, but in Afghanistan, night had already fallen. Flames erupted across the land like a series of candles being lit and snuffed out in quick succession. The scattered glow painted the map in bursts of light, starting in the northeast and moving southwest, until all the 10 rings bases were reduced to smoldering ruins. Jarvis, what's the time? Leon asked, hovering high above the last base, which lay in ruins beneath him. Smoke billowed upward as he surveyed the aftermath. It's 11:08 p.m. local time, Jarvis reported promptly. Took a little longer than planned. 8 minutes over my schedule, Leon muttered, frowning slightly. He couldn't deny that part of the delay was his own fault. Every time the 10 rings fired a missile, he found himself waiting, almost inviting them to launch, just so he could destroy it right in front of their eyes. He knew it was a psychological tactic, designed to crush their morale completely, but he couldn't help but wonder if he was being a bit too cruel. After finishing off the 10 rings, the next stop is the Eagles military base, Leon said, his eyes flashing with determination. How will you proceed, sir? Jarvis inquired. Show them what we're capable of. Destroy their weapons, but leave the soldiers alone, Leon replied thoughtfully. Most of them are just following orders. There's no need to punish them for decisions made by those in power. A wise choice, as always, Jarvis remarked. Then, after a brief pause, he added, by the way, Mr. Stark has just crossed into Afghan airspace and is attempting to contact you. Shall I connect him? Don't answer for now, Leon said decisively, his tone calm but resolute. Just tell him I'm busy. If he wants to vent his anger, he can fly west and take care of the other 10 Rings bases. Without further hesitation, Leon turned and soared toward the nearest Eagle military base. In Afghanistan and its surrounding regions, there were currently 7 such bases, with plans to expand that number to 19 in the years to come. For a relatively small and impoverished country to be surrounded by so many foreign military installations, the intentions of the Eagle were as plain as day. Their actions were far from simple counter-terrorism. The ambitions behind these strategic outposts were unmistakable. Initially, Leon had ventured to Afghanistan solely to dismantle the 10 Rings. He had planned to leave the broader geopolitical challenges for another day. However, his encounter earlier that evening with the innocent young girl had stirred something within him, causing him to re-evaluate his approach. How could he come all this way in the dead of night and not take the opportunity to make an even greater impact? Despite the differences between this Marvel World's Eagle and the one from his previous life, Leon couldn't resist the urge to trim the claws of this overreaching predator. As Leon descended slowly over the military base, the loud wail of air raid sirens erupted across the compound. The soldiers, disciplined and highly trained, reacted with impressive speed, far more efficiently than the scattered, disorganized militants from earlier. Within seconds, the muzzles of countless heavy machine guns were trained on him, and the base's external communication systems began blaring threats. Intruder! Land immediately! Cease your movements, or we will open fire! The commanding tone, the rapid mobilization of troops, and the synchronized alignment of weapons all brought a cold smile to Leon's face. He hadn't even done anything yet, and already they were treating him as a dangerous threat. Negotiation wasn't on his agenda anyway. When dealing with bandits like these, only one language worked, the language of overwhelming force enough to break their will and show them the true price of arrogance. Leon straightened his posture, took a deep breath, and exhaled a stream of icy cold air. Instantly, a bone-chilling wind swept across the base, biting through every corner and leaving no place untouched. The temperature plummeted rapidly, and with it came an aggressive frost that crept across the buildings like a living entity. The ice spread rapidly, climbing walls, seeping into interiors, and freezing every weapon and piece of ammunition in its path. Even the soldiers weren't spared. One by one, they were encased in thin layers of ice, frozen into immobility like statues. Within moments, the entire base was transformed into a crystalline fortress, resembling an ethereal ice palace from a fairy tale. Satisfied with his handiwork, Leon nodded slightly and clenched his fist. He then delivered a seemingly harmless punch to one of the base's thick walls. At first, the strike appeared inconsequential, as though it lacked any real force. But in the blink of an eye, spiderweb-like cracks began radiating outward from the point of impact, spreading rapidly across the structure. The cracks multiplied and deepened, traveling through the frozen walls until the entire building reached its breaking point. With a deafening crash, the wall crumbled into shards, the collapse triggering a chain reaction throughout the base. The already weakened, frost-covered structures succumbed one after another, falling like a line of dominoes. Building after building disintegrated into piles of icy rubble, the destruction spreading outward from Leon's position. The sound of the collapse was anything but dull. Instead, the shattering of ice created a symphony of sharp, crystalline notes. It was as if thousands of jade stones had simultaneously fractured, or as though a chorus of phoenixes had all cried out at once. By the time the final echoes faded, the once mighty base had been reduced to a desolate field of ruins. The fragmented remnants of walls and equipment lay scattered across the ground, glinting under the pale moonlight. Leon descended gently onto the icy wreckage, his boots crunching softly on the frozen debris. Before him, the only thing left intact from the base was its human occupants, dozens of soldiers, frozen but alive. Though they would inevitably suffer lingering effects from the extreme cold, their lives were not in immediate danger. Leon's mastery over his powers was so precise that he had completely destroyed the base's infrastructure and weaponry without inflicting fatal harm on a single soldier. Even the minor injuries they would endure were deliberate, a calculated lesson meant to ensure they remembered this encounter. "Brought it on yourselves," Leon muttered under his breath. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed a controlled burst of heat vision. The searing beams, capable of reaching temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun, swept over the frozen soldiers. Yet, instead of incinerating them, the heat was so finely tuned that it only melted the ice encasing their bodies. Ah! It's so cold. He really is Superman. Superman is real? We just tried to shoot Superman? As the soldiers thawed, they collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Some hugged themselves, others clung to their comrades, desperately rubbing their hands together for warmth. All of them stared at Leon with a mixture of awe and terror, their fear rendering them unable to speak or act. Even the higher-ranking officers among them, distinguished by their triple-bar chevrons, were too shaken to utter a word. "Now, let me make this clear," Leon announced, his voice calm but commanding. "You have 1 week to withdraw from Asia. If you don't, I'll be back. Don't say I didn't warn you." The icy ground beneath his feet shimmered under the moonlight, casting an eerie, otherworldly glow. To the soldiers, Leon's figure appeared like a blade of frost, poised to strike at any moment. None of them dared to respond. After delivering his warning, Leon ascended into the night sky without waiting for an answer. He knew these soldiers, and even the few officers among them, lacked the authority to act on his demand. His message wasn't meant for them, it was a statement of intent meant to reach the powers that be. To ensure his words carried weight, Leon planned to continue his display of strength, forcing the eagle to think twice before making its next move. And if it came to it, he was prepared to escalate further when the time came to confront Hydra, perhaps by catching a nuclear missile in his bare hands. Next target, 26 kilometers east. "Let's finish this in under a minute," Leon said as he accelerated, cutting through the air like a streak of light. While his actions at the first base might have seemed elaborate, the entire operation, from his arrival to his departure, had taken less than 3 minutes. His goal was to dismantle all remaining bases before the satellites overhead could fully process and react to what was happening. By now, the number of satellites monitoring Leon had grown significantly. Initially, there had been 2 high-resolution units deployed by the Eagle. Soon after, a neighboring rabbit nation sent one of their own, suspecting something unusual was happening. In time, satellites from all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council joined in, creating a veritable constellation above him. It almost felt like a celestial conference was taking place over his head. But Leon couldn't care less. In fact, he welcomed the attention. He hoped that every nation watching would broadcast his actions, so that all those who had suffered under the Eagle's dominion could witness how its bases were being systematically dismantled. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was racing toward the scene in his Mark III armor. "Jarvis, what's Leon's deal? Why isn't he answering my calls? Running off to mess with military bases on his own, what does he think he's doing?" Tony's voice was tinged with both frustration and disbelief. "That was supposed to be my job. Sir, are you implying that you also intended to attack the Eagle's bases?" Jarvis inquired. "Attack? No, Jarvis, that's the wrong word," Tony replied with a smirk. "I was going to help them with their ammunition surplus problem. But that kid, he's always stealing my thunder." "I see," Jarvis responded. "You're upset about the Jericho missiles being given to terrorists, so you want to confront the Eagle directly. But what about Leon? Why do you think he's doing this?" Tony fell silent for a moment, then let out a dry chuckle. "Who knows? Maybe he just wants to prove he can do it better than me." "Perhaps it's because of a girl, sir," Jarvis responded thoughtfully. "A girl? Well, that explains it. The kid's got the same gentlemanly charm as me, always looking out for the ladies." Tony trailed off mid-thought, suddenly narrowing his eyes in realization. "Wait, hold on. Did you just say a girl?" His face lit up with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Don't tell me one of his ex-girlfriends got kidnapped by the Eagle's forces? Or did he meet someone local, and now they're being harassed by them?" Tony's curiosity flared, his interest in this mysterious girl growing exponentially. "It's a local girl, sir," Jarvis clarified. "A young child, to be precise. She was indeed affected by the actions of the Eagle's forces." "A local child?" Tony's enthusiasm momentarily dimmed, replaced by confusion. "Give me the details, Jarvis. I need to know everything about this girl. Pull up her information, I'm going to need this story for my next chat with Pepper." Searching now. "Her name is Shafika Mazari, age 7, born in Kabul, Afghanistan." Wait, 7? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. 7 years old? Are you sure about that? "Yes, sir." "Is there an issue with her age?" Jarvis asked, puzzled. Tony sat in stunned silence for a moment before replying, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Jarvis, did you not tell Leon that what he's doing might actually be considered a crime?" "Sir, Leon's actions in helping the Mazari family escape harassment from the 10 Rings included neutralizing 2 terrorists. That could be classified as an act of heroism, not a crime, Jarvis explained earnestly. Oh. Tony's expression softened slightly as he processed the clarification. So, you're saying there's nothing inappropriate between him and this little girl? He paused, his face flushing as he realized how absurd his initial thoughts had been. I mean, he just felt compassion for her situation and decided to take action, right? Tony's embarrassment was palpable. His years of navigating the cynical, cutthroat world of fame and fortune had clearly skewed his perspective. He muttered under his breath, resolving to cut back on alcohol and other bad habits. Exactly, sir. Was there any other interpretation you had in mind? Jarvis asked, his tone tinged with bemusement. Of course not. That's exactly what I meant, Tony said quickly, eager to shift the conversation away from his earlier assumptions. All right, Jarvis, get me Leon's current location. Let's catch up with him. My apologies, sir, but Leon is currently flying at over 20 Mach. Tracking him is proving difficult. 20 Mach? What's the rush? Tony muttered, shaking his head. Fine, then just guide me to where he's heading next. Understood, sir. 5 minutes later, Tony arrived above one of the Eagle's military bases. He looked down at the scene below. What was once a fortified stronghold was now a shimmering, frozen wasteland. The soldiers, wrapped in makeshift woolen blankets, huddled together in the cold, shivering as they waited for rescue. Tony hovered in silence, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Jarvis, he said quietly, you're saying Leon was here? Yes, sir. This was Leon's destination 5 minutes ago. He left approximately 3 minutes ago, Jarvis confirmed. Tony let out an exasperated sigh. Would have been nice if you'd told me sooner. Shall we proceed to his next destination, sir? Or perhaps his final one? Jarvis suggested. Tony clenched his jaw. He's planning to take out all of the bases, isn't he? Fine. Let's beat him to the punch and handle the last one ourselves. It didn't take much deduction for Tony to figure out Leon's strategy. The young Kryptonian wasn't just dismantling the bases piece by piece, he was systematically crippling the Eagle's foothold in the region. By destroying these heavily fortified installations, even without harming a single soldier, Leon was forcing the Eagle to reconsider its presence. The sheer loss of resources and infrastructure would make continued operations untenable. As much as Tony admired the efficiency of the plan, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. His original idea had been far less drastic, he only intended to take out their weapons and supplies. Compared to Leon's comprehensive approach, his own plans now seemed almost trivial. Sir, I detect some frustration in your tone, Jarvis noted, his voice calm but curious. Would you like to talk about it? Tony scoffed. Frustrated? Me? No, I'm thrilled. He threw his arms up dramatically. Leon wipes out every 10 rings base to avenge me, then demolishes the Eagle's bases to send a message. It's incredibly touching, really. But you know what, Jarvis? It's also infuriating. Do you know what it feels like to be completely sidelined? Frustration, sir, is often described as encountering obstacles or challenges that hinder one's goals, leading to feelings of helplessness or irritation. Exactly. That's the feeling. Tony's voice rose, his frustration bubbling to the surface. He's treating me like a little kid. Leaving nothing for me to do, taking all the action for himself, it's maddening. Legally and logically, sir, you are Leon's elder brother. That's the problem. Tony interrupted, his tone sharp. I'm supposed to be the one protecting him, not the other way around. He rolled his shoulders, determination flashing in his eyes. Speed up, Jarvis. We're taking out that last base before Leon gets there. Let's see how he likes being the one left behind. Understood, sir. Unfortunately for Tony, no amount of determination could make up for the fact that Leon was simply too fast. By the time Tony arrived at the final Eagle base, he was met with the same sight, a field of ice-covered ruins. His elaborate plans and boundless energy fizzled out like a candle snuffed by a sudden gust of wind. For a moment, he just hovered there, staring at the destruction below, feeling as cold as the shivering soldiers on the ground. Jarvis, Tony said flatly, where is he? Directly above you, sir. Above me? Tony's spirits lifted slightly as he craned his neck upward. Sure enough, Leon was descending gracefully, his red cape billowing in the wind. Tony, finally. Leon called out with a teasing grin as he landed. I was starting to think you'd show up after I'd taken a nice nap. I don't want to hear a word about sleep right now. Tony snapped, gesturing dramatically. Do you know what I've been through? Jarvis woke me up with a Swona solo. I rushed over here, and what do I find? Not a single damn enemy left. You're like a runaway train, tearing through everything in your path and leaving nothing for me. Leon shrugged nonchalantly. I told Jarvis to let you know, if you want revenge, head west. There are plenty of 10 Rings hideouts in the Middle East waiting for you. That's not the same, Tony retorted, his frustration spilling over. It's not about the 10 rings, it's the principle. You've left me with nothing but scraps. Scraps, huh? Leon chuckled, glancing at the supermarket armor hovering nearby. Well, at least you came prepared. Bringing my suit along, were you planning for an all-out war? Let's just say I was ready for a prolonged engagement, Tony replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. But since you've already cleaned up here, I'll head west and deal with the remaining 10 rings myself. Sound good to you, Mr. Superman? Knock yourself out, Tony, Leon said with a smirk. This area's all yours now. With a fiery burst from his suit's thrusters, Tony took off toward the horizon. Though Afghanistan was now secure, he was determined to do his part elsewhere. He couldn't undo the damage his past actions had caused, but he could still try to make amends, even if it was just to ease his own conscience. Leon watched him go, shaking his head with an amused smile. All yours, big brother. Just don't forget to come back for lunch, he called out. Better make it dinner, Tony shouted back, his voice filled with determination. Leon shrugged, then turned his gaze upward. His expression grew serious as his eyes pierced through the clouds, spotting the growing cluster of satellites converging overhead. They're quick to respond, he muttered, his voice tinged with amusement. Turning back to Tony's retreating figure, he shouted, Hey, Tony! The world's starting to notice Superman. Try not to get too cozy with my costume for now, don't want anyone connecting the dots. Tony waved a hand behind him in acknowledgement, signaling he understood. Then, without looking back, he disappeared into the distance. Leon managed to evade the multitude of satellites tracking him, and when he returned home, it was already close to 1 p.m. in Los Angeles. Casually, he prepared a simple lunch, fried eggs paired with spaghetti. As for Tony, just as he had declared earlier, he had been fighting the 10 rings all the way into dinner time and still hadn't made it back home. Naturally, Leon, after completing a thrust test in the basement, decided to fly into space to enjoy his daily sunbathing routine. Leon and Tony had devised an experimental plan to estimate the growth ceiling of Leon's Kryptonian biology. The process was straightforward. Leon would conduct a thrust test before heading into space for his solar recharge, then test again afterward, repeating this cycle daily for a month. The duration of each sunbathing session would remain consistent. Using this method, and with Jarvis's help, they aimed to build a rough model to predict Leon's physical enhancement limits. Leon had eagerly embraced the plan. After all, sunbathing in space was one of his favorite and most fulfilling activities. Facing the sun directly in the vacuum of space felt akin to immersing himself in a warm, soothing hot spring. The sound of his blood coursing through his veins resembled the gentle bubbling of flowing water. In those moments, he could vividly feel his strength surging, growing exponentially with an intensity akin to rivers breaking free during the spring thaw, teeming with fish racing headlong into the current. In recent days, Leon had noticed that this strengthening process was accelerating. He understood that if the effects of physical training followed a curve rising before plateauing and eventually declining, then he was still very much in the ascending phase. From the perspective of a Kryptonian's overall growth, this could be considered his formative period of rapid enhancement. In concrete terms, after just a few more days of sunbathing, Leon's total thrust capacity had already reached an astounding 400,000 tons. The pace of his progression was so exhilarating that every second spent basking felt like a dopamine rush, a wave of euphoria so intense it resembled experiencing a series of profound, almost transcendent moments, one after another, unending. Beep beep, Leon was abruptly pulled from his blissful state by the sound of Jarvis's timer signaling the end of his session. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, exited the manned space capsule, and prepared to head home for dinner. This capsule, originally designed as a protective shelter to ensure his safety during solar exposure, had effectively become his personal space park, stationed in orbit as his designated sunbathing spot. After all, directly basking in the sun's rays in the vacuum of space would risk drawing the attention of numerous satellites, leading to a swarm of surveillance equipment converging on him like spectators around a zoo exhibit, a hassle Leon would rather avoid. Leon returned home swiftly. Following another round of thrust testing, Jarvis suddenly spoke up. Young Master Leon, Mr. Stark is under pursuit by Eagle forces during his return flight. Do you wish to intervene? Tony's being chased? Where? Leon asked, startled. Midsection of the West Coast mountain range, Jarvis replied. Ha! Isn't that the same place I was chased by reconnaissance planes the other day? Ah, now I see. A mischievous smile spread across Leon's face as he thought to himself, finally, I've hit a familiar plot point from the movies. It was clear Tony must have flown into California airspace directly from the Eastern Pacific, only to be picked up by military satellites monitoring the region. Young Master Leon, Mr. Stark's situation is becoming critical. Here's the live feed from the scene. Jarvis projected a holographic display in front of Leon, showing Tony's first-person perspective. Within the dense cloud cover, a fleet of fighter jets descended, a swarm of over a dozen aircraft, a formation large enough to stage a small-scale war. Leon could hear Tony mutter a low shit, before the view suddenly flipped 180 degrees, indicating Tony's attempt to flee. Moments later, a barrage of projectiles streaked past him, followed by the screen shaking violently. It was clear Tony had taken a direct hit from a burst of machine gun fire. Looks like Tony's about to get a proper lesson from the Air Force, Leon remarked, raising an eyebrow. Despite his concern, he didn't seem overly worried. I remember the Mark III's top speed exceeds Mach 8. Tony should be able to escape easily, right? He stroked his chin, mulling over the scenario. Unless he's feeling cocky and is planning to fight back? That's not the case, young Master Leon, Jarvis explained. Mr. Stark's physical endurance limits the duration he can sustain the suit's maximum speed. Prolonged operation at top speed would cause his heart to fail under excessive strain. Under normal conditions, the Mark III maintains an average speed of Mach 2, but even that steadily depletes Mr. Stark's stamina. Leon chuckled. So you're telling me he's completely exhausted after fighting the 10 rings and can't push the suit any harder, right? Precisely, Jarvis confirmed. Then why hasn't he called me for help? Mr. Stark simply instructed me to send you this footage, Jarvis replied. I get it. That guy's just too proud to ask outright, Leon said, rolling his shoulders. Still, even if he's too stubborn to admit it, how could I not go save him? After all, he's my beloved family. Isn't that right, Jarvis? Indeed, sir. Legally and emotionally, you and Mr. Stark are currently each other's closest family members, Jarvis replied, seemingly oblivious to the teasing tone in Leon's voice. Leon smirked. Prepare the Mark II for me. It's time to teach Tony a lesson. Are you sure you don't want to wear your Superman suit? The armor may limit your full potential. That's exactly why I'm wearing the suit, makes for a better lesson. Leon had long been waiting for an opportunity to make a dramatic entrance when Tony found himself in trouble. Now that the moment had arrived, he wasn't about to let it slip by. Peering toward the West Coast mountain range, his enhanced vision pierced through the clouds to spot Tony weaving between several locked-on missiles. The once pristine, luxurious gold and red armor was now charred and riddled with bullet holes and scratches, resembling a well-done kebab fresh off the grill. Look at our dear Tony Stark, getting absolutely roasted out there, Leon quipped as he headed for the garage. No time to mourn for poor Tony, it's time for Hero Leon to step in and save the day. Meanwhile, in the military's command room, the same group of high-ranking officials who had convened earlier to discuss the Afghan Superman were once again gathered. All eyes were glued to the satellite feed displaying the ongoing aerial pursuit. The screen showed the battered, golden-red Mark III armor narrowly dodging a missile, its movements erratic, alongside a sleek blue and red suit providing cover. They're not Superman, Colonel Rhodes declared definitively. What we're looking at are just 2 humanoid exoskeletons. Superman would have dismantled our entire flight squadron with ease. As the 2 armored suits entered restricted airspace, the soldiers monitoring the area, still on edge from their earlier encounter with Superman, mistakenly assumed the figures were him again. Without hesitation, they slammed the emergency button, reporting the sighting to their superiors. This chain reaction led to the rapid deployment of an elite squadron of over a dozen fighter jets. But where the hell did these things even come from? Rhodes, did you seriously just say just exoskeletons? An Air Force lieutenant colonel banged his fist on the table, his expression one of utter disbelief. These things are holding off an entire squadron, and you still think they're just mechanical suits? Rhodes sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. I was comparing them to Superman, he explained. I work in the weapons research division, I know what these 2 suits mean. From a certain perspective, calling them just exoskeletons isn't entirely wrong, Rhodes continued. Take a look at the technology packed into those suits: an incredibly advanced, unknown high-power energy source, ultra-high strength and precision-engineered metal alloys, an almost magical anti-gravity system, and a revolutionary energy transfer mechanism. These technologies are at least 10 years ahead of anything we've got. If we had that tech, the Pentagon could start planning world domination tomorrow. What I don't understand, Rhodes added, frowning, is why someone would use all that advanced tech to build combat suits. It's like bringing a fleet of tanks to a knife fight. He paused, a thought crossing his mind. And another thing, have you noticed? They haven't initiated any attacks. Could it be, they're actually on our side? Rhodes attempted to reason with the room. So, maybe instead of shooting first, we should try communicating? But the ranking officer present, Air Force Lieutenant General Ross, slammed his hand on the table. It doesn't matter whether they're with us or not, shoot them down first, then we'll figure it out. Wait, what's that? Another exoskeleton suit? Suddenly, a colonel pointed at the screen, his voice tinged with alarm. All eyes turned to the display, where a third suit, a sleek, silver and white model, had appeared alongside the red and gold armor. Damn it! This is a coordinated operation. Shoot them all down! Ross roared, his mustache bristling with fury. From a distance, Leon could see Tony's red and gold suit weaving desperately through the hail of bullets and missiles. His heart tightened for a moment, and with a burst of speed, he accelerated, closing the gap in an instant. Within seconds, he was flying alongside the battered and beleaguered Tony. Tony, it's only been half a day since I saw you, and you look like you've just taken a dip in an oil field, Leon called out with a teasing grin. Ah! Tony's voice came through the comms, tinged with panic. Catching sight of Leon out of the corner of his eye, he nearly fired off a reflexive shot. Leon! Could you not sneak up on me like some kind of ghost? Still jittery, Tony wobbled slightly in the air before regaining his balance. And why the hell are you wearing my armor? He demanded. Leon tilted his head innocently. Well, because you took my suit, of course. He glanced over his shoulder at the squadron of fighter jets hot on their trail. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, creating crisscrossing paths of fire that boxed them in. The escape routes were rapidly narrowing. I mean, why aren't you wearing your skin-tight Superman suit? Tony snapped irritably. Did you forget? When I'm in my Superman uniform, I can't be seen working alongside you, at least not for now, Leon explained patiently. But mostly, it's because I wanted to give you a show, demonstrate the proper way to use these clunky metal suits. What? Are you saying you brought me a user manual for the Mark armor? That's fantastic, I've been meaning to get one, Tony retorted sarcastically, though there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. This isn't in any manual. Pay attention, I won't use any of my own strength for this, Leon said confidently. He quickly memorized the positions of all the pursuing fighter jets, then shouted, Jarvis, deploy the auxiliary wings. With a sharp hiss, the auxiliary wings on the silver Mark II armor unfurled, causing Leon's speed to drop dramatically. The sudden maneuver sent the Mark II plunging directly into the midst of the fighter jet formation, like a lamb wandering into a pack of wolves. What the hell are you doing? Tony yelled in disbelief, watching as Leon zipped past him and into the fray. The fighter pilots were equally stunned. Turning their heads, they saw the silver suit flying alongside their cockpits, casually waving at them as if taunting their efforts. Command, this is Squad Leader. Target 3 has decelerated and entered our formation. Requesting permission to redirect our attack, the squad leader shouted into his radio. Permission granted. Take it down at all costs, came the immediate reply from command. Engage. 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 The fighter jets swiftly adjusted their formation, some accelerating forward while others slowed down to encircle the Mark II. Within seconds, they had Leon boxed in. Despite the initial confusion, the pilots quickly regained their composure, their faces lighting up with confident grins. To them, the enemy had practically gift-wrapped themselves by entering the kill zone. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Target locked by Fighter 1. Target locked by Fighter 2. The radio buzzed with a chorus of lock-on confirmations. The squad leader wasted no time giving the order. Fire! Launch missiles! As the command was issued, the air erupted with streaks of light. Dozens of missiles launched simultaneously, accompanied by a relentless barrage of machine gun fire that left no room for evasion. Within seconds, Leon was surrounded by an ocean of firepower. The missiles raced toward him at breakneck speed, set to collide in mere moments. But Leon wasn't about to let himself be cornered. Without hesitation, he killed the thrust from his propulsion system, allowing his suit to plummet in a graceful arc. The sudden drop caught the missiles off guard, causing them to overshoot and detonate in front of the Mark II. Guided by their tracking systems, the missiles quickly adjusted course, but their sudden directional change drastically slowed their speed, reducing it to barely a third of its original velocity. Descend and pursue, the fighter jets immediately adjusted their trajectories, diving after Leon. Jarvis, activate the smart targeting system, Leon instructed calmly. He refrained from using his superhuman vision or strength, relying entirely on the Mark II's built-in capabilities for his counterattack. On his helmet's display, Jarvis quickly outlined the trajectories and speeds of each missile in real time. Perfect, Leon muttered with a smirk. He accelerated slightly, ensuring the missiles remained just behind him. At the same time, he subtly altered his flight path, leading the missiles away from Tony's previous escape route. Leon! Tony's voice crackled over the comms. What the hell are you doing? Calm down. Don't escalate the situation, we're the intruders here. If we start attacking, it's only going to make things worse. Relax, Tony. Watch and learn, I've got this under control, Leon replied confidently, his tone unwavering. Adjusting his trajectory, he manipulated the suit's speed to keep the missiles trailing just behind him. As they closed in, Leon suddenly executed a precise maneuver, shifting his position in a split second. The Mark II abruptly decelerated, then surged forward, causing one of the missiles to graze past him, just close enough for Leon's next move. Jarvis, activate electromagnetic adhesion on the missile's casing. Disable the proximity fuse sensors to avoid detonation, Leon commanded, his voice steady. As the Mark II's thrusters roared to life, he latched onto the missile's side and began accelerating upward, carrying the projectile with him as if aiming to launch it into the heavens. As the two armored suits entered restricted airspace, the soldiers monitoring the area, still on edge from their earlier encounter with Superman, mistakenly assumed the figures were him again. Without hesitation, they slammed the emergency button, reporting the sighting to their superiors. This chain reaction led to the rapid deployment of an elite squadron of over a dozen fighter jets. But where the hell did these things even come from? Rhodes, did you seriously just say just exoskeletons? An Air Force lieutenant colonel banged his fist on the table, his expression one of utter disbelief. These things are holding off an entire squadron, and you still think they're just mechanical suits? Rhodes sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. I was comparing them to Superman, he explained. I work in the weapons research division, I know what these two suits mean. From a certain perspective, calling them just exoskeletons isn't entirely wrong, Rhodes continued. Take a look at the technology packed into those suits: an incredibly advanced, unknown high-power energy source, ultra-high strength and precision-engineered metal alloys, an almost magical anti-gravity system, and a revolutionary energy transfer mechanism. These technologies are at least 10 years ahead of anything we've got. If we had that tech, the Pentagon could start planning world domination tomorrow. What I don't understand, Rhodes added, frowning, is why someone would use all that advanced tech to build combat suits. It's like bringing a fleet of tanks to a knife fight. He paused, a thought crossing his mind. And another thing, have you noticed? They haven't initiated any attacks. Could it be they're actually on our side? Rhodes attempted to reason with the room. So, maybe instead of shooting first, we should try communicating? But the ranking officer present, Air Force Lieutenant General Ross, slammed his hand on the table. It doesn't matter whether they're with us or not, shoot them down first, then we'll figure it out. Wait, what's that? Another exoskeleton suit? Suddenly, a colonel pointed at the screen, his voice tinged with alarm. All eyes turned to the display, where a third suit, a sleek, silver and white model, had appeared alongside the red and gold armor. Damn it! This is a coordinated operation. Shoot them all down. Ross roared, his mustache bristling with fury. From a distance, Leon could see Tony's red and gold suit weaving desperately through the hail of bullets and missiles. His heart tightened for a moment, and with a burst of speed, he accelerated, closing the gap in an instant. Within seconds, he was flying alongside the battered and beleaguered Tony. Tony, it's only been half a day since I saw you, and you look like you've just taken a dip in an oil field, Leon called out with a teasing grin. Ah! Tony's voice came through the comms, tinged with panic. Catching sight of Leon out of the corner of his eye, he nearly fired off a reflexive shot. Leon! Could you not sneak up on me like some kind of ghost? Still jittery, Tony wobbled slightly in the air before regaining his balance. And why the hell are you wearing my armor? He demanded. Leon tilted his head innocently. Well, because you took my suit, of course. He glanced over his shoulder at the squadron of fighter jets hot on their trail. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, creating crisscrossing paths of fire that boxed them in. The escape routes were rapidly narrowing. I mean, why aren't you wearing your skin-tight Superman suit? Tony snapped irritably. Did you forget? When I'm in my Superman uniform, I can't be seen working alongside you, at least not for now, Leon explained patiently. But mostly, it's because I wanted to give you a show, demonstrate the proper way to use these clunky metal suits. What? Are you saying you brought me a user manual for the Mark armor? That's fantastic, I've been meaning to get one, Tony retorted sarcastically, though there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. This isn't in any manual. Pay attention, I won't use any of my own strength for this, Leon said confidently. He quickly memorized the positions of all the pursuing fighter jets, then shouted, Jarvis, deploy the auxiliary wings. With a sharp hiss, the auxiliary wings on the Silver Mark II armor unfurled, causing Leon's speed to drop dramatically. The sudden maneuver sent the Mark II plunging directly into the midst of the fighter jet formation, like a lamb wandering into a pack of wolves. What the hell are you doing? Tony yelled in disbelief, watching as Leon zipped past him and into the fray. The fighter pilots were equally stunned. Turning their heads, they saw the silver suit flying alongside their cockpits, casually waving at them as if taunting their efforts. Command, this is Squad Leader. Target 3 has decelerated and entered our formation. Requesting permission to redirect our attack, the squad leader shouted into his radio. Permission granted. Take it down at all costs, came the immediate reply from command. Engage. 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 The fighter jets swiftly adjusted their formation, some accelerating forward while others slowed down to encircle the Mark II. Within seconds, they had Leon boxed in. Despite the initial confusion, the pilots quickly regained their composure, their faces lighting up with confident grins. To them, the enemy had practically gift-wrapped themselves by entering the kill zone. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Target locked by Fighter 1. Target locked by Fighter 2. The radio buzzed with a chorus of lock-on confirmations. The squad leader wasted no time giving the order. Fire! Launch missiles! As the command was issued, the air erupted with streaks of light. Dozens of missiles launched simultaneously, accompanied by a relentless barrage of machine gun fire that left no room for evasion. Within seconds, Leon was surrounded by an ocean of firepower. The missiles raced toward him at breakneck speed, set to collide in mere moments. But Leon wasn't about to let himself be cornered. Without hesitation, he killed the thrust from his propulsion system, allowing his suit to plummet in a graceful arc. The sudden drop caught the missiles off guard, causing them to overshoot and detonate in front of the Mark II. Guided by their tracking systems, the missiles quickly adjusted course, but their sudden directional change drastically slowed their speed, reducing it to barely a third of its original velocity. Descend and pursue, the fighter jets immediately adjusted their trajectories, diving after Leon. Jarvis, activate the smart targeting system, Leon instructed calmly. He refrained from using his superhuman vision or strength, relying entirely on the Mark II's built-in capabilities for his counterattack. On his helmet's display, Jarvis quickly outlined the trajectories and speeds of each missile in real time. Perfect, Leon muttered with a smirk. He accelerated slightly, ensuring the missiles remained just behind him. At the same time, he subtly altered his flight path, leading the missiles away from Tony's previous escape route. Leon! Tony's voice crackled over the comms. What the hell are you doing? Calm down. Don't escalate the situation, we're the intruders here. If we start attacking, it's only going to make things worse. Relax, Tony. Watch and learn, I've got this under control, Leon replied confidently, his tone unwavering. Adjusting his trajectory, he manipulated the suit's speed to keep the missiles trailing just behind him. As they closed in, Leon suddenly executed a precise maneuver, shifting his position in a split second. The Mark II abruptly decelerated, then surged forward, causing one of the missiles to graze past him, just close enough for Leon's next move. Jarvis, activate electromagnetic adhesion on the missile's casing. Disable the proximity fuse sensors to avoid detonation, Leon commanded, his voice steady. As the Mark II's thrusters roared to life, he latched onto the missile's side and began accelerating upward, carrying the projectile with him as if aiming to launch it into the heavens. The sleek silver Mark II armor and the army green missile seemed to merge into one, streaking through the sky like a single, cohesive streak of light and shadow. Together, they accelerated rapidly, distancing themselves from the remaining missiles and carving a massive arc across the high-altitude airspace. Meanwhile, the other missiles, having lost their precise target lock, began to scatter. The erratic movements were a telltale sign of imminent detonation. Leon quickly calculated the timing in his head, releasing his grip on the missile just in time and veering sharply away from its side. 3, 2, 1, boom! Leon murmured as he sped up, his countdown perfectly synchronized with the thunderous explosion behind him. A deafening roar erupted as the missile under his control collided with several others in mid-air, triggering a chain reaction of premature detonations. The violent shockwaves rippled outward, engulfing the sky in a tempest of fire and smoke. Within moments, the entire area, spanning nearly a kilometer, was shrouded in dense, rolling clouds of black smoke. The fighter pilots, witnessing the spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom how the Mark II armor had so effortlessly evaded the missiles while turning them against each other. But their astonishment was short-lived, as the thick smoke from the explosion quickly obscured their vision. Unable to react in time, the entire squadron plunged into the dark haze. Target lost. Repeat, target lost, the squad leader's voice crackled over the comms, filled with urgency and frustration. Push through the smoke barrier and resume pursuit. Do not let them escape. Command's order came swiftly and decisively. However, Leon had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he made a sharp turn and dove straight into the aftermath of the explosion. Jarvis, calculate the enemy flight paths and velocities. I need a simulated trajectory overlay, Leon commanded. Instantly, his helmet's display lit up with a web of projected flight paths, overlaid on the swirling clouds of smoke. Relying on both the data and his own rapid mental calculations, Leon accelerated into the murky chaos, homing in on one of the predicted trajectories. Prepare for evasive maneuvers, Jarvis, he called out. Just as he finished speaking, a fighter jet burst through the smoke directly in front of him. Leon's reaction was instantaneous. He executed a sudden halt and veered upward, narrowly avoiding a collision. Inside the jet, the pilot's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure and opened fire, unleashing a hail of bullets from his machine guns. 13 reporting. Target sighted, engaging now, the pilot radioed in. Engage. Engage, the squad leader barked. 13's fighter jet stayed locked onto Leon's tail, the hail of bullets striking the Mark II and causing it to wobble slightly in midair. The pilot, emboldened by the apparent success, pushed his throttle to the limit, closing the distance with relentless determination. But just as he was about to fire again, Leon executed another sharp maneuver. The Mark II veered off to the side in a flash, leaving the pilot momentarily disoriented. Before he could adjust, another fighter jet emerged from the smoke directly in his path. Shit, the pilot cursed, yanking his controls to pull up, but it was too late. The two jets clipped each other, one's undercarriage scraping against the other's fuselage. At their high speeds, the friction was catastrophic. Both planes were critically damaged, one trailing thick smoke and flames as its engines and exhaust systems failed. 13's pilot had no choice but to eject. He pulled the lever and was launched from his cockpit as his jet began its descent. The other unfortunate pilot wasn't as lucky. His canopy had been shattered in the collision, leaving him unconscious and helpless as his jet spiraled downward. Leon, noticing the dire situation, doubled back immediately. He swooped in, pried the unconscious pilot from the cockpit, and carried him to safety just moments before the doomed jet crashed into the ground below. Meanwhile, 13's pilot, now descending under his parachute, surveyed the scene with growing alarm. He saw two planes plummeting from the sky but heard no additional damage reports over the radio. Fearing the worst, he issued a distress call. 13 here. Collision with 7, we're both down. 7's not responding. I think they've been taken out. Requesting backup. Mayday. Mayday. His earlier cries of engage had been filled with enthusiasm, but now his voice was laced with panic. Leon, hearing the commotion through his comms, smirked slightly. The remaining fighters, hearing the distress call, began descending en masse to search for their fallen comrades. The chaos gave Leon an opening. He looked at the unconscious pilot he had saved, then gently landed and placed him safely on the ground. Good luck out there, buddy, Leon murmured. With that, he launched into the air, heading back toward Los Angeles. The fighter squadron, preoccupied with rescue efforts, made no attempt to pursue. Meanwhile, the command center, having tracked Leon's departure via satellite, could do little but watch in frustration. Damn it! They got away. Ross roared, slamming his fist on the table. Deploy more squadrons, take them down. It's too late, General, Rhodes said calmly, analyzing the data. Given their acceleration capabilities, we'd never catch up now. Shit! Ross cursed again, his face red with anger. Elsewhere, Leon and Tony reunited mid-flight and began their journey back to the coastal mansion. Thanks to the compact size and high speed of the Mark armors, as well as Jarvis's constant monitoring of satellite activity, their flight was both relaxed and undetected. I didn't use any weapons, just like you asked, Leon said smugly, glancing at Tony. No direct engagement, no casualties. But, admit it, you were impressed by my moves back there, weren't you? Come on, be honest, Tony. Did it feel like I just gave you a masterclass? Leon grinned, clearly fishing for validation. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, eager to show off in front of Tony. Of course, he had taken Tony's concerns into account and made sure to avoid escalating the situation with the military. He hadn't initiated any attacks, and he'd even gone out of his way to save a pilot. Not bad, Tony admitted reluctantly, though his tone was tinged with awe. Jarvis had transmitted the Mark II's live feed to Tony during the chase, and he couldn't deny that Leon's precision and control were extraordinary. The way Leon had manipulated speed, timing, and direction with such fluidity left Tony both impressed and envious. He had never considered that the Mark armor could be used so dynamically. Though outwardly dismissive, inwardly he had to admit Leon had completely outclassed him. "Let me guess, you used your powers, didn't you?" Tony said, attempting to save face. "There's no way you pulled all that off without cheating." "Not at all. Jarvis can confirm I relied solely on the armor's systems," Leon replied confidently, his expression smug. "Sure enough," Jarvis chimed in, "that is correct, sir. All data from the Mark II systems shows no anomalies. Young Master Leon operated entirely within the armor's capabilities." Tony knew this was true, of course, but that didn't stop him from grumbling under his breath. "You still caused 2 planes to crash." "Not exactly a peaceful resolution," Tony said, trying to regain some ground. "I didn't use weapons or initiate any attacks. Their crashes were due to their own mistakes." "You can't blame me for that," Leon countered. "Besides, Tony, you've never held yourself to such a high standard." Fine, Tony relented, raising his hands in mock surrender. "You win this round, Leon. But don't get cocky, I'm still the genius here." "Thanks for the compliment," Leon said, grinning. "Keep practicing, Tony. Someday, you might even be half as good as me." "Wait, what's this about dinner?" Tony asked suddenly, his stomach growling. "Don't tell me you didn't make dinner, I'm starving." "Sorry, no dinner tonight. I had to rush off to save our beloved Tony Stark." "No time to cook," Leon replied, feigning regret. "Then we're ordering takeout," Tony declared. "In the meantime, maybe I should give Rhodes a heads up about today's little incident." "Why would you do that?" Leon asked, raising an eyebrow. "Won't that expose your identity? With your showy antics, it's bound to come out eventually. Better to let Rhodes know ahead of time, he might even cover for you," Leon reasoned. "Fair point," Tony admitted. "When did you get so good at scheming, Leon? Was it during your school years, plotting with the girls?" "No, it was when I had to stop you from bringing strangers into the house," Leon shot back with a smirk. "Then I guess I owe you a thank you." Their banter faded into the evening breeze as the setting sun cast its warm glow over the ocean. The waves mirrored the fiery autumn hues of the sky, and in the reflection, 3 armors glided gracefully toward Stark's mansion. In just a few days, time quietly slipped by, and life in the Stark household remained calm and uneventful. Leon stuck to his daily routine of heading to space for sunbathing, all while eagerly anticipating the start of the new university semester. Tony, as usual, would wake up each morning with a piece of buttered toast in his mouth, rushing off to the Middle East. According to him, it wouldn't be long before the inherently evil 10 Rings would vanish from the face of the earth entirely. Ever since his brief conversation with Rhodey, Tony had seemingly disappeared from the military's radar, successfully avoiding any further detection. As for Pepper, 2 evenings ago, she had stumbled upon Tony returning home with his bullet-riddled suit. She had been furious, of course, but, as was often the case, she was helpless in the face of Tony's recklessness. Despite her anger, she continued tirelessly managing Stark Industries, shouldering the responsibility of the company's growth with unwavering dedication. This was the daily rhythm of the Stark household, like the ocean just outside their mansion. While the waves occasionally churned with turbulence, most of the time, the waters appeared serene, free from worries or troubles. However, for the rest of the world, the consequences of Superman's emergence were beginning to ripple outward. The influence of his appearance was brewing beneath the surface, stirring currents between various factions. KNKV News Report. Early in the morning, Leon returned from his space workout. After preparing breakfast, he casually turned on the television, which was tuned to the local KNKV station, currently reporting on stories about Superman. "It seems undeniable now that Superman has appeared in our world," the female anchor announced solemnly, holding her script firmly in hand. Over the past few days, even though he has not been seen again, countless individuals have come forward to confirm his existence. Many are fervently praying for his return. As her voice trailed off, the broadcast transitioned to footage of a bustling press conference. At the podium stood a middle-aged Afghan man with graying hair, his eyes burning with resolve as he stared directly into the camera. Around him, the flashes of photographers' cameras lit up like strobe lights. "Superman has saved our country, our people," the man shouted, his voice straining to amplify the impact of his words. That night, I was fortunate enough to capture an image of him. He fought for us. He is Superman, a being upon whom all life depends. He has no origin, no destination, and no entity can oppose him. He is our God, our Savior. The Father is within him, and he and the Father are one. Behind the man, someone wheeled in a large screen, which lit up to display footage of Superman standing amidst the missiles. Look at him. He is magnificent. He drove out the wolves, and we are his lambs, the man cried, his voice hoarse with emotion. The footage ended, and the broadcast cut back to the KNKV newsroom. The anchor, composed and professional, continued, the man in the footage is Abdullah, a war journalist from Afghanistan. He was the first to capture Superman's debut on camera and claimed during the press conference that Superman is the embodiment of divine spirit. In addition, countless others have stepped forward to share their first-hand accounts of Superman's intervention in their lives. The screen shifted to a clip of a young girl being interviewed. Her voice was clear and resolute. That night, 2 bad men tried to break into our house. Superman appeared out of nowhere and stopped them. The girl's father, standing beside her, added, Superman told us the 10 rings would soon leave us alone, and he made good on his promise. Not only that, but even the Eagle forces. Before he could finish, the broadcast cut abruptly to another interview. He fell from the sky like a shooting star. I didn't make a wish, but he still stopped the terrorists trying to hurt my sister, a young boy exclaimed, waving his arms as he described the scene with excitement. Clip after clip followed, each filled with similar testimonies. For 5 whole minutes, the broadcast presented stories and footage related to Superman, until it finally returned to the newsroom. As more and more people confirm Superman's existence, we are left to ponder what impact he will have on our society, the anchor stated firmly. Will he be like the Superman of comic books, just, selfless, and godlike? Or is he merely a pretender in a costume, exploiting the Superman name to fulfill his own vanity? Our sources indicate that yesterday, a large contingent of soldiers was compelled to withdraw from aiding local residents under what they described as Superman's so-called oppression. Is he a dictator? Or a masked hypocrite? At this point, it's difficult to say, and we cannot draw definitive conclusions. Now, let's hear from sociologist Francis Wyndham for his analysis. Leaning his chin on his hand, Leon watched with amusement as the newly introduced scholar launched into an elaborate dissection of Superman's character. From analyzing comic book tropes to speculating about real-world implications, from critiquing Superman's attire to fabricating theories about his childhood, the scholar's commentary was absurdly detailed. His final conclusion? Superman was a milk-loving megalomaniac. The sheer conviction with which he presented his theories was so persuasive that even Leon almost started believing him. You're watching this nonsense again? Haven't you had enough of these reports after all these days? Tony's voice interrupted from the stairs as he descended. These reports are either full of over-the-top praise or completely biased slander. What's the point of watching them? Tony complained, his brow furrowed. Especially these news outlets, they're all funded by political interests, painting me as a villain every chance they get. And yet, you always seem so engrossed, Tony added, tossing a rolled-up newspaper onto the table before collapsing onto the couch beside Leon, his expression sour. Leon glanced at the paper. The headline read, Mystery Armored Figure in the Middle East, a poor imitation of Superman. Ah, so that's what's bothering him. Over the past few days, Tony had been working tirelessly, dismantling nearly all of the 10 Rings operations across the Middle East. Yet, the media had all but ignored his efforts. If they mentioned him at all, it was only in passing before shifting the focus back to Superman. No wonder Tony was so frustrated, he wasn't exactly the type to thrive in anonymity. Maybe you should buy a newspaper company and have them write glowing articles about you, Leon joked. How about this headline, Iron Man returns, a hero protecting Middle Eastern civilians? Sound good? Tony raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eyes. Not a bad idea. But you know me, I'm not the vain type. I'd only do it to defend your honor, Leon. Oh, please, Leon chuckled. If you really wanted to defend me, you'd just bribe the media to tell the truth for once. Tony stood and made his way to the kitchen. Grabbing a piece of bread, he took a bite before speaking. If you want me to, I could do that. But do you really think it's necessary? Not at all, Leon replied, still resting his chin on his hand. His eyes gleamed with quiet determination. Once we take down Hydra and I fully reveal my strength, the media will come running to write my story on their own. Exactly. Tony agreed, pointing a finger at the screen with a triumphant grin. The media only respects those who can make them shut up. Still, I just can't wrap my head around it, Tony said, waving his piece of toast in the air, his expression one of genuine confusion. You spent one evening in Afghanistan, and somehow, you've got yourself a legion of, what's the word, loyal fans? You mean devoted followers, Leon responded, rolling his eyes. Same thing. Especially that weathered-looking journalist. He's out there on live TV every day, declaring you're some kind of divine Holy Spirit. The guy's like a full-blown zealot, Tony continued. You're talking about Abdullah, right? I have no idea what's going on with him. Maybe it's just the culture over there, simple and earnest, Leon replied with a shrug, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I thought maybe you brainwashed him or something, like how Superman in the comics can erase memories or manipulate thoughts, Tony said, gesturing dramatically in the air. If I actually had powers like that, oh man, that'd be too much fun, Leon quipped sarcastically. Oh yeah? How so? Come on, tell me, Tony said with a curious grin. You'd better just listen and not start imagining things, Leon quickly warned. Ahem, Tony cleared his throat, brushing the topic aside. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right. That Abdullah guy, he said in an interview that you saved his life? That's correct. He was caught in the blast radius of the Jericho missiles. I pulled him out and asked him to help spread some footage and deliver a message, Leon explained. So he's the guy, huh? Tony exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in recognition. He was in the footage Jarvis sent me. No wonder he looked familiar. Leon raised an eyebrow. You seem oddly interested in him. Well, yeah. Tony replied, still chewing on his toast. He said he was so grateful to you that he planned to invest all his money in Warner Brothers stock. So, I had Pepper by Warner Brothers. Leon's jaw twitched slightly. You really know how to make money work for you, huh? Come on, don't say it like that. The whole world's focused on Superman right now. After acquiring Warner Brothers, Stark Industries stock has been climbing as well, Tony said, finishing his toast and licking his fingers with satisfaction. I'm more curious about how you managed to pull off that acquisition, Leon said, narrowing his eyes. With the global attention on DC, I can't imagine they'd be willing to sell. Tony grabbed a napkin, wiping his hands as he replied, well, let's just say, certain other financiers and nations were applying pressure on DC. You know how it is. I just happened to strike while the iron was hot. Applying pressure? You're not even in the weapons business anymore. What leverage could you possibly have? Leon asked, his expression growing more skeptical. This, Tony said smugly, pointing to the arc reactor glowing on his chest. Renewable energy. It's the hottest commodity everyone's vying for. Leon's eyes widened slightly. You exposed your identity? Tony glanced around, spinning in place as if to check his surroundings. Then, throwing up his hands, he admitted, sort of. It was Rhodey's loose lips that gave me away. That guy's mouth is like a public hotline, he can't keep anything to himself. I'm not buying that, Leon said flatly. Rhodey's sharp and careful. If he couldn't keep secrets, he wouldn't be working in classified military projects. My guess? You got jealous of Superman's popularity and decided to leak your own identity to steal the spotlight. Tony didn't respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling as if deep in thought. Then, without warning, he clapped his hands together and turned to leave. I was just trying to take some of the pressure off you, okay? With so many people watching and misunderstanding you, someone had to step up and lead by example. Tony called over his shoulder, waving dismissively as he walked away. All right, I'm out. Today's my last day in the Middle East, no more 10 rings after this. Oh, by the way. Tony stopped abruptly at the door and turned back around. There's a press conference tomorrow. Make sure you show up, okay? Leon stared after Tony, his superintelligent mind momentarily stumped by the chaotic whirlwind that was Tony Stark. Half a minute later, the sound of thrusters igniting reached his ears from outside. Tony, you better not be planning to reveal your Iron Man identity at that press conference tomorrow. Leon muttered, watching the Mark III vanish into the horizon. He had thought about it many times before. The debut of Iron Man, as the pivotal starting point of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, might very well be a fixed event in this timeline. In other words, there was a high likelihood that Tony would inevitably end up saying those iconic words, "I am Iron Man." Leon had speculated about countless potential reasons that might push Tony to reveal his identity, but the idea that Tony might willingly expose himself just to chase clout was something he had never considered. This world is getting crazier by the day, Leon muttered under his breath, letting slip a rare profanity. Whatever. Tony's not going to die, so it's not my problem. Sunbathing is more important, he said, standing up and brushing off his pants. With a quick motion, he tore open his shirt, revealing the iconic Superman suit underneath, and shot off into space. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sat at his desk, his perpetually tired expression accentuated by the dark bags under his eyes. Despite his already dark complexion, the circles under his eyes seemed even darker and more pronounced, like smudges of coal on an inkwell. "This is your investigation report?" Fury asked, setting down the file in his hand and fixing Agent Coulson with a piercing glare. "The information in there is less comprehensive than what's been aired on television. At least the news crews interviewed the locals," Coulson said, lowering his head in apology. "Sorry, Director. Ever since that day, Superman hasn't shown up again. We've found no leads. That said, the footage aired on television actually contains a lot of valuable information," Coulson added, pulling out a tablet and handing it to Fury. Fury's eye twitched slightly at the all-too-familiar gesture. Reluctantly, he took the tablet and began watching the video. Coulson had queued up a video he had already seen hundreds of times by now. The footage was divided into 3 segments. The first showed the Afghan journalist Abdullah's recording of Superman tanking both vehicle-mounted missiles and Jericho missiles. The spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The second segment featured Abdullah relaying Superman's message to the Eagle forces: "Leave the borders and abandon your invasion immediately." The third segment was essentially Abdullah's personal sermon. For a full hour, he extolled Superman's greatness, preached the faith of Superman, and fervently tied Superman to divine providence. Although Fury had already watched this footage countless times, he patiently sat through it again. The first segment, in particular, showcased Superman's strength at its most impressive. Ironically, no official satellite had managed to capture the event in full. The journalist's video remained the most comprehensive resource available for studying Superman's capabilities. When the video ended, Fury turned to Coulson and asked, "What conclusions have you drawn from this?" "Director, it's clear that Superman's abilities, at least in terms of defense and speed, far surpass anything on Earth, whether biological or technological," Coulson said carefully. "Whether or not he's the Superman from the comics, based solely on his displayed power, our best option is to establish friendly relations with him and ensure his emotional stability." Fury nodded slightly, rubbing the pager in his hand thoughtfully. "Do you think his personality leans toward being volatile or defiant? Should we consider suppressing him?" "Suppress him?" Coulson blinked in surprise. "With all due respect, Director, I don't think we have the means to do that." Fury glanced at the pager in his hand and said, "Hypothetically speaking, if we did have the means, do you think it would be necessary?" Leon hesitated for a moment, his right foot still suspended mid-air, before lowering it slowly. His expression remained calm, though his mind raced with questions. Natasha Romanoff? Here? Under Tony's bed? What kind of absurd scenario have I just stumbled upon? He resisted the urge to laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. Black Widow, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite agents, was crammed into the narrow, dusty space beneath Tony's oversized bed. Her usually impeccable appearance was slightly disheveled, her wine-red hair damp and clinging to the floor, her arms resting limply at her sides, and her breathing slow and steady, as if she were in a deep sleep. The whole scene was so surreal that Leon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why is she here, he wondered. And why Tony's bed of all places? The idea that Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow, would stoop to hiding under a bed for any mission seemed utterly out of character. She wasn't exactly the type to engage in such undignified espionage tactics. And if this was part of some elaborate undercover operation, it certainly wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest work. Leon couldn't decide if the situation was more amusing, suspicious, or downright awkward. After a moment's thought, Leon decided against confronting Natasha directly, at least for now. He needed more context before taking any action, and there were still too many unanswered questions. He turned his attention to JARVIS, hoping the AI might provide some clarity. JARVIS, Leon began, keeping his voice steady, has anyone else entered the house since I left earlier? No, young Master Leon, JARVIS replied promptly, his tone calm and precise. Since your departure, all entrances have been secured, and no unauthorized individuals have accessed the premises. Leon's brow furrowed slightly. If no one entered the house, how did Natasha get in here? He considered the possibility that she might have arrived before he left for his sunbathing session, but that seemed unlikely. JARVIS would have notified him immediately if someone like Natasha Romanoff had shown up unannounced. Are there any unusual activity logs from earlier today? Leon pressed further. Negative, sir. The house has remained under standard surveillance protocols, and there have been no anomalies in activity or security breaches, JARVIS confirmed. Leon leaned against the wall, crossing his arms as he processed the information. Natasha's presence here didn't make sense, especially given JARVIS's assurances that the house had been secure. It was as if she had simply appeared out of nowhere. Did she bypass JARVIS? Leon wondered. It wasn't impossible. Natasha was a highly skilled operative, after all. If anyone could slip past an advanced AI security system, it would be someone like her. But why go to such lengths to hide under Tony's bed? And why was she seemingly unconscious? Leon's eyes narrowed as another thought crossed his mind. This could be a trap. It wasn't entirely out of the question. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been keeping tabs on both him and Tony, and Fury wasn't the type to sit idly by when something or someone could disrupt the balance of power. Natasha's presence here might be part of some larger scheme, though Leon couldn't yet determine its purpose. For a moment, he considered waking her up and confronting her directly, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If Natasha was here on a mission, she'd likely have a cover story ready. And if she wasn't, well, Leon didn't particularly enjoy the idea of accusing someone of espionage without solid evidence. Letting out a quiet sigh, Leon decided to play it safe. He'd wait and observe for now, gathering more information before making his next move. JARVIS, Leon said after a brief pause, keep monitoring the house and notify me immediately if there's any activity around Tony's room or if Natasha moves. Understood, sir, JARVIS replied. With that, Leon turned and headed toward the basement to begin his strength testing. Despite the bizarre discovery, he knew better than to let it derail his routine. If Natasha was here for a reason, he'd find out soon enough. Meanwhile, deep beneath Tony's bed, Natasha Romanoff remained motionless, her breathing steady and her expression serene. To the untrained eye, she appeared to be asleep or perhaps even unconscious. But in reality, the Black Widow was fully aware of her surroundings. She had felt Leon's presence the moment he entered the house. Even with her eyes closed, her finely honed instincts told her exactly where he was and how he was moving. She remained still, her body relaxed and her heartbeat steady, giving no indication that she was anything other than a slumbering figure. But beneath her calm exterior, Natasha's mind was racing. He noticed me. She had been certain that her presence would go undetected, but she had underestimated Leon's abilities. His heightened senses had picked up on her heartbeat, despite her efforts to remain perfectly still. So much for staying under the radar, she thought wryly. Still, she wasn't overly concerned. Leon hadn't taken any immediate action, which meant he was likely still assessing the situation. That gave her time to adjust her strategy. Natasha's mission here was simple: gather intel. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring Tony Stark and Leon Stark closely, and Fury had specifically tasked her with keeping an eye on Leon. The young Kryptonian's growing power and his potential to disrupt the global balance had made him a high-priority subject of interest. Fury needed more information, and Natasha was the best person for the job. But hiding under Tony's bed, Natasha couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at her current predicament. It wasn't exactly her proudest moment, but necessity often called for unconventional methods. And if it meant fulfilling her mission, she was willing to endure a little humiliation. For now, she would wait. Leon was sharp, but he hadn't made a move against her yet. That meant she still had an opportunity to complete her mission, or at the very least, figure out what Leon planned to do next. Back in the basement, Leon began his strength testing, though his thoughts kept drifting back to Natasha. Despite his outward calm, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was at play. Whatever Natasha's purpose was, he knew one thing for certain: this was no ordinary visit. Looks like things are about to get interesting, Leon thought with a small smirk. Natasha froze for a split second, her sharp instincts kicking in as her eyes locked with Leon's. The realization that he had been conscious the entire time sent a surge of tension through her. She quickly masked her surprise, her expression returning to its usual calm and calculated demeanor. Leon, still lying on the floor with his arms bound, flashed her a faint, knowing smile. "I'll admit, that was quite the performance," he said, his tone casual, almost amused. The whole silent assassin routine, the quick movements, the efficient takedown, very professional. But I have to say, you're not a very good judge of when someone is actually unconscious. Natasha didn't respond immediately. Instead, she slowly straightened up, her posture remaining guarded. She tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, her mind racing as she tried to assess the situation. How much does he know? How much did he hear? You're stronger than I expected, Leon continued, his voice light but tinged with a subtle edge. Using that much force on someone? If I were a regular person, my arm would have snapped like a twig. And that little toss you did? Very nice. But I'm not exactly regular, am I? Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. You're not who I expected either, she replied coolly, her voice steady and unreadable. But I suppose I should have known. The Stark family is full of surprises. Leon chuckled softly, the sound low and unbothered. Oh, I'm full of surprises, all right. But you? You're the real mystery here. I mean, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, hiding under my brother's bed? And now you're reporting to someone who's clearly not S.H.I.E.L.D.? He tilted his head, his smile growing sharper. Care to explain that, or should I start guessing? Natasha remained silent, her expression carefully neutral. If she was feeling any tension or unease, she didn't show it. Instead, she shifted her stance slightly, preparing herself for any sudden moves Leon might make. Leon, for his part, didn't seem particularly concerned. In fact, he looked almost relaxed, despite being tied up on the floor. You know, he said, his tone conversational, if you'd come to me directly and asked for help, I might have considered it. But sneaking into my house, trying to kidnap Tony, and now planning to use me as leverage? That's just rude. You don't understand the situation, Natasha said finally, her voice calm and measured. This isn't personal. Leon raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. Oh, it's not personal? Funny, it feels pretty personal from where I'm sitting or lying, I guess. Though I suppose I should be flattered. You went through all this trouble for little old me. Natasha didn't respond, her eyes flicking briefly to the door before returning to Leon. She was clearly weighing her options, trying to decide her next move. Leon noticed the brief glance and smirked. Thinking of running? He asked, his voice light but laced with a hint of challenge. Or were you planning to knock me out for real this time? Because I have to warn you, that's not going to be as easy as you think. Natasha's grip on her weapon tightened slightly, but she didn't make a move. Instead, she studied him carefully, trying to gauge his intentions. Leon's demeanor was disarming calm, almost playful, but there was a sharpness in his eyes that told her he wasn't to be underestimated. You're awfully confident for someone who's tied up, she said, her tone cool but edged with curiosity. Leon's smile widened. Oh, this? He glanced down at the ropes binding him. Yeah, these aren't really a problem. I was just playing along to see where this would go. But now that I know you're not here on S.H.I.E.L.D. business, I think it's time to cut this little game short. Before Natasha could react, Leon flexed his arms, and the ropes binding him snapped apart like paper. He rose to his feet in one smooth motion, brushing off his clothes as if nothing had happened. Natasha immediately raised her weapon, aiming it directly at him. Her movements were quick and precise, her stance steady. Don't move, she warned, her voice firm. Leon raised his hands in mock surrender, his smile never faltering. Relax, Natasha. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it already. Besides, I'm genuinely curious about what's going on here. You're clearly working for someone outside of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'd love to know who. Natasha's gaze didn't waver, her weapon remaining trained on him. You're in no position to ask questions, she said evenly. Leon tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. Maybe not. But you're not exactly in a great position either, are you? I mean, you're in my house, and you've already been caught. Do you really think you can just walk away from this? For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Natasha's face. She knew he was right. Her cover was blown, and the mission had already gone sideways. But she wasn't about to back down, not yet. Leon took a step forward, his movements slow and deliberate. Look, he said, his tone softening slightly. I don't know who you're working for, and honestly, I don't really care. But if you're planning to use me, or my brother, for whatever scheme you've got going on, you're making a big mistake. Natasha's grip on her weapon tightened, but she didn't fire. She could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken threat hanging between them. Despite her training and experience, she couldn't shake the feeling that Leon was holding back, that he was far more dangerous than he appeared. I'll give you one chance, Leon said, his voice low and serious. Tell me who you're working for and what you're after, and I might let you walk out of here. Otherwise. He let the sentence hang, his meaning clear. Natasha hesitated, her mind racing. She knew she was outmatched, Leon's strength and abilities were on a completely different level. But she also knew she couldn't reveal her mission. Not yet. After a long moment, she lowered her weapon slightly, her expression unreadable. You're right, she said finally. This isn't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operation. But that's all you're getting from me. Leon's smile returned, though it was colder this time. Fair enough, he said. But don't think this is over. I'll be keeping an eye on you, Natasha. And next time, you might not get off so easily. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing toward the door. Go on. Get out of here. And tell whoever you're working for that they've made a big mistake messing with the Starks. Natasha didn't move for a moment, her eyes locked on his. Then, without a word, she turned and walked toward the door, her movements quick and purposeful. As she disappeared down the hallway, Leon let out a quiet sigh, his expression thoughtful. This world really is getting crazier by the day, he thought. But at least it's never boring. As Natasha's unconscious body lay on the workstation, Leon's mind raced with excitement and determination. The discovery of the foreign chemical substance in her cellular fluid had opened up a new avenue for exploration and a potential solution. His adrenaline surged as he worked, the thrill of uncovering the truth driving him forward. JARVIS, start pulling up every piece of research related to neurological manipulation, chemical mind control, and the effects of foreign substances on the basal ganglia, Leon instructed quickly, his fingers flying over the workstation's interface. The AI's calm, efficient voice responded immediately. Yes, young Master Leon. Compiling data now, JARVIS replied. Within moments, multiple holographic displays lit up around the lab, each one filled with detailed research papers, chemical structures, and neurological diagrams. Leon's eyes darted across the screens, absorbing the information at an incredible pace. His superhuman intellect and enhanced memory allowed him to process the data rapidly, piecing together connections and drawing conclusions at lightning speed. This chemical, it's not just influencing her basal ganglia, it's disrupting her neurotransmitter pathways, splitting her cognition into fragmented compartments, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with awe and disgust. This is beyond sophisticated, Leon continued, his hands pausing as he examined a particularly dense chemical diagram. Whoever created this substance didn't just want control, they wanted to erase individuality while keeping functionality intact. It's horrifyingly brilliant. Shall I begin cross-referencing this substance with known chemical compounds in the database? JARVIS offered. Yes, do it, Leon affirmed, his voice brimming with focus. And also, cross-check for any known connections to the Red Room or Dreykov. If this substance is tied to him, we need to know where it's coming from. As the holographic screen shifted and new data streamed in, Leon moved to another section of the lab, gathering the materials he would need to synthesize a counteragent. His movements were precise, methodical, and driven by an intense sense of purpose. For all his joking and casual demeanor earlier, this was a rare moment where Leon's seriousness shone through. He began mixing compounds, carefully measuring and adjusting the formula as he worked. His enhanced senses allowed him to detect even the slightest changes in the chemical reactions, ensuring that each step was executed with precision. If I can counteract the chemical's effects on her basal ganglia and restore the normal flow of neurotransmitters, it should bring her back to full self-awareness, he mused aloud. Leon, are you certain this will work? JARVIS asked, its tone carrying a hint of skepticism. Leon smirked as he continued working. Certain? No. Confident? Absolutely. You know me, JARVIS, I thrive on figuring things out as I go. Besides, it's not like I'm going to make things worse. I've already dismantled her explosives and tracker. At this point, she owes me. Indeed, young Master Leon. I will continue monitoring her vital signs as you proceed, JARVIS replied. Leon glanced over at Natasha's still form, his expression softening slightly. Despite her earlier hostility and the uncertainty surrounding her motives, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. She wasn't just a skilled operative, she was someone who had been used, manipulated, and controlled. And now, she was caught in the web of some larger scheme, one that Leon was determined to unravel. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was, in reality, only a matter of minutes, Leon held up a vial of the completed counteragent. The liquid inside shimmered faintly, its pale blue color glowing under the lab's lights. There it is, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. One custom-made, anti-mind control cocktail. He turned toward Natasha, carefully drawing the liquid into a syringe. As he approached her, he paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her face. Even in her unconscious state, there was a strength and resilience in her features, a reminder of the formidable person she truly was. All right, Natasha, Leon said softly, positioning the syringe near her arm. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, well, I'll just have to try again. But something tells me you'll pull through. With that, he administered the injection, watching closely as the counteragent entered her system. He monitored her vital signs intently, his enhanced vision tracking the flow of the substance as it began to take effect. For a few tense moments, there was no visible change. Then, gradually, her breathing steadied, and her expression softened. The tension in her muscles seemed to ease, and her pulse stabilized. Leon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "There we go," he murmured, stepping back to give her space. "Now, we wait." As he leaned against the workstation, his mind raced with possibilities. If this counteragent worked, it could not only save Natasha but also provide valuable insights into the Red Room's operations and potentially lead to dismantling it for good. But for now, his focus remained on the woman before him and the mystery surrounding her. "Jarvis," Leon said after a moment, his tone calm but firm. "Keep an eye on her vitals and alert me if there are any changes. And start compiling a report on everything we've learned so far. I have a feeling this is just the beginning." "Understood, young Master Leon," the AI replied. Leon glanced at the clock. It was already evening, and Tony would likely be returning soon. He couldn't wait to hear his brother's reaction to the day's events and to see how Tony would handle the revelation of Natasha's presence in their home. But for now, Leon allowed himself a small moment of satisfaction. He had taken the first step in solving a complex and dangerous puzzle, and he wasn't about to stop until he uncovered the truth. As he turned back to the workstation, his gaze fell on Natasha once more. "Hang in there, Black Widow," he muttered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You're not going down that easily, not on my watch." Leon waved his hand dismissively, his expression relaxed as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about it, Natasha. I'm sturdier than I look. If anything, I'm more impressed by your reflexes." That was a textbook chokehold, I'll give you that. Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly, though her expression was still laced with guilt as she sat on the edge of the workstation. Her hands fidgeted against the smooth surface, and she avoided making direct eye contact with Leon. "Still, she began, but Leon interrupted her with a light chuckle. "You don't need to apologize," he said, leaning casually against the nearby counter. "You were under the influence of something far beyond your control. If I were in your position, I'd probably have done the same thing, or worse." He gave her an easy, reassuring smile, his tone gentle but firm. "What matters now is that you're free from that control, and you're back to being yourself." Natasha glanced up at him, her amber eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and uncertainty. I didn't think it was possible," she admitted quietly. "The Red Room's control, it felt absolute. I thought it was something I'd never escape from." Leon crossed his arms, his demeanor shifting slightly as he regarded her with a thoughtful expression. "Well, lucky for you, I'm not a fan of absolutes," he said. "Every problem has a solution, you just need the right tools, and maybe a bit of creative thinking. Besides," he added with a smirk, "it's not every day I get to save someone like the infamous Black Widow. Makes me feel like a real superhero." Natasha couldn't help but let out a small, dry laugh at that, though the weight of her emotions still lingered. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself as she processed everything that had happened. Her hands clenched briefly into fists before relaxing again. "Thank you," she said sincerely, her voice steady now. "I owe you, not just for saving me, but for giving me my life back." Leon tilted his head, his tone light but with an undercurrent of seriousness. "You don't owe me anything, Natasha. I didn't do this for a favor or a debt. I did it because it was the right thing to do and because I figured you'd be more useful as yourself than as some brainwashed pawn." Her expression shifted slightly at his words, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. "Practical and altruistic. That's not a combination you see every day," she said, her voice carrying a touch of dry humor. "Well, I like to think I'm full of surprises," Leon replied, his grin widening. "But seriously, Natasha, I need you to tell me everything you know about the Red Room. If they're still out there, and if they're still using this chemical control, then they need to be stopped." Natasha's smirk faded, replaced by a more somber expression. She nodded slowly, her gaze distant as she began to piece together her thoughts. "The Red Room, it's not just a place. It's a system, a network. Even if you take out one part, the rest of it keeps functioning. Dreykov." Her voice tightened slightly at the name, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. "He's the one pulling the strings. If he's still alive, then the Red Room is still active." Leon leaned forward slightly, his expression sharpening. "And this Dreykov, he's the one who sent you here?" Natasha nodded, her jaw tightening. "Yes. The mission was to infiltrate Stark's mansion and retrieve whatever data or technology one could. If that failed, the fallback plan was to use you or Tony as leverage." Leon's eyes narrowed, his usual easygoing demeanor giving way to a more serious intensity. So they were willing to use you as a disposable pawn to get what they wanted, he said, his voice low. Typical. Natasha's hands clenched into fists again, but this time it wasn't out of nervousness, it was anger. That's how the Red Room operates, she said bitterly. We're all just tools to them. Replaceable. Expendable. Leon straightened up, his expression softening slightly as he looked at her. Well, not anymore, he said firmly. You're not their tool anymore, Natasha. You're free. And with your help, we can make sure they don't get away with this. Natasha looked at him, her gaze steady and resolute. I'll do whatever it takes to bring them down, she said, her voice filled with determination. But it won't be easy. They're everywhere, and they're careful. If we're going to take on the Red Room, we'll need to be smarter than them. Leon grinned, his confidence returning. Good thing I've got a knack for thinking outside the box, he said. And with you on our side, I'd say we've got a pretty good chance. Natasha allowed herself a small smile, though the weight of her past still lingered in her eyes. She knew the road ahead would be difficult, but for the first time in a long time, she felt like she had a real chance at breaking free from the shadow of the Red Room and at making things right. As the two of them stood there, a faint sound echoed from the entrance of the mansion. Leon glanced toward the door, his expression shifting back to amusement. Sounds like Tony's finally back, he said. Perfect timing. I can't wait to see his reaction when he finds out we've got a former assassin as our new houseguest. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her smirk returning. You're enjoying this a little too much, aren't you? Maybe, Leon admitted with a chuckle. But hey, life's more fun when it's a little unpredictable. Leon froze for a moment, his coffee cup paused midair as he processed Natasha's unusually straightforward response. He blinked, his expression caught somewhere between surprise and amusement. Wow, he said, setting his coffee cup down on the workstation beside him. You really don't mess around, huh? I was kidding, Natasha. Natasha's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile, but her amber eyes remained steady, locked onto Leon's with an unwavering intensity. And I wasn't, she replied, her tone firm and serious. You saved my life, Leon. I owe you everything. Whatever you need, I'll make it happen. Leon sighed, shaking his head as he leaned back against the counter with a bemused smile. I don't need you to offer yourself up like some kind of sacrificial lamb, Natasha. I didn't save you to get something in return. I saved you because it was the right thing to do. His voice softened slightly, losing the teasing edge it usually carried. I'm not used to people owing me anything, especially someone like you. So let's just call it even and move on, alright? Natasha tilted her head slightly, studying him with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. She wasn't used to this kind of reaction. Most people would have either taken advantage of her offer or dismissed it entirely. But Leon's response felt different. Genuine. And for some reason, that made her feel even more conflicted. Even so, she said after a moment, her voice quieter now, I meant what I said, Leon. If you ever need me, for anything, I'll be there. No questions asked. Leon rubbed the back of his neck, his expression caught between awkwardness and appreciation. You're not going to let this go, are you? He asked, his tone light but resigned. Natasha's faint smile returned, though there was a shadow of seriousness behind it. Not a chance, she said simply. Leon chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up his coffee cup again. All right, fine. But don't expect me to cash in on that promise anytime soon. I'm more of a handle things myself kind of guy. He took a sip of his coffee, then glanced at her with a playful grin. Though if I ever need someone to help me take down a shadowy organization or fend off an alien invasion, I'll know who to call. Natasha let out a soft laugh, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly as she leaned against the counter beside him. I'll hold you to that, she said, her tone lighter now. For a moment, the lab fell into a comfortable silence. The two of them sipped their coffee, their earlier tension giving way to a tentative sense of camaraderie. Despite everything that had happened, there was an unspoken understanding between them, a mutual respect that didn't need to be voiced. After a while, Natasha set her cup down and turned to face Leon, her expression more serious again. Leon, she began, her voice steady but laced with determination, I know you have your own life, your own responsibilities. And I know you didn't ask for any of this. But if you're ever willing to help me take down the Red Room, I could really use someone like you. Leon raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful as he looked at her. You're really not letting this go, are you? He said, though there was no annoyance in his tone, only curiosity. Natasha shook her head, her gaze unwavering. No. The Red Room needs to be stopped. Not just for me, but for everyone they've hurt, everyone they've taken. I can't do it alone. Leon watched her for a long moment, his mind working through the implications of her words. He could see the fire in her eyes, the unshakable resolve that defined her. And though he had no personal stake in the Red Room, he couldn't ignore the weight of her plea. "All right," he said finally, his voice quiet but firm. "I'll think about it. But for now, you need to focus on recovering. You've been through a lot, and you're not going to be any good to anyone if you burn yourself out." Natasha hesitated, then nodded. "You're right," she admitted. "But don't take too long to decide. The longer we wait, the more damage they'll do." Leon smirked, his usual playful demeanor returning as he raised his coffee cup in a mock toast. "Noted. Now, how about we take a break from all this heavy talk and focus on something a little less life-threatening? Like figuring out what to tell Tony when he gets back and finds you here." Natasha rolled her eyes, though there was a hint of amusement in her expression. "Something tells me he's not going to be thrilled about this," she said dryly. "Thrilled? No. Entertained? Absolutely," Leon replied with a chuckle. "But don't worry, I'll handle my brother. You just focus on not climbing back into any more beds, or under them, for that matter." Natasha couldn't help but laugh at that, shaking her head as she picked up her coffee again. For the first time in a long time, she felt a flicker of hope that she wasn't as alone as she thought, and that maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to reclaim the life she'd lost. Leon leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of determination and intrigue. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface of the workstation, as if organizing his thoughts before speaking. "All right, Natasha," he began, his voice calm yet confident. "Here's the idea. But before I share it, you need to promise me one thing." Natasha raised an eyebrow, her expression cautious but curious. "What is it?" Leon smiled faintly, though there was a serious undertone to his demeanor. "You have to trust me. Completely. No half measures, no second guessing. If we're going to pull this off, I need you to believe that I have your best interests and the end goal in mind." Natasha hesitated for a moment, her sharp instincts warning her to be wary. But then she looked at Leon, really looked at him, and saw something she hadn't expected: sincerity. Despite his sarcastic remarks and playful demeanor, there was an undeniable sense of purpose in his eyes, a quiet confidence that made her believe he could make a difference. After a long pause, she nodded. "All right. I trust you." "Good," Leon said, leaning back slightly and folding his arms. "Now, here's the plan. You're right, you can't just start rescuing widows left and right without drawing attention to yourself. The Red Room is too well established, too well connected. If they catch wind of what you're doing, they'll come down on you like a ton of bricks." Natasha nodded silently, listening intently. "But," Leon continued, "what if we flipped the script? Instead of you going to them, we make them come to us. We create a situation where they think they're still in control, where they think they're pulling the strings. Meanwhile, we're the ones setting the stage." Natasha's brow furrowed slightly as she processed his words. "You mean, set a trap for them?" "Exactly," Leon replied, his grin widening slightly. "But not just any trap. We're talking about a coordinated effort to destabilize the Red Room from within. We use their own network against them, disrupt their operations, and quietly extract the widows one by one, all while they're too busy chasing shadows to realize what's happening." Natasha's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "That sounds ambitious. But how do you plan to pull it off? The Red Room's network is extensive, and their surveillance capabilities are second to none. They'll see through any deception eventually." Leon waved a hand dismissively. "Let me worry about the logistics. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve, and I'm pretty good at thinking on my feet. Plus," he added, gesturing toward her, "we've got you. You know their methods, their tactics, their weaknesses. With your knowledge and my resources, I think we can make it work." Natasha didn't respond immediately. She stared at him, her expression unreadable, as if weighing the risks and rewards of his proposal. Finally, she spoke, her voice steady but cautious. "What's your angle in all of this, Leon? Why are you so willing to get involved?" Leon's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. "Let's just say I don't like bullies," he said quietly. "Especially ones who exploit and manipulate people for their own gain. The Red Room has been operating in the shadows for far too long, and it's about time someone brought them into the light." Natasha studied him carefully, searching for any sign of ulterior motives. But all she saw was conviction and perhaps a hint of anger, though it wasn't directed at her. She nodded slowly, her mind racing with possibilities. "All right," she said finally, her voice firm. "I'm in. But if we're going to do this, we need a solid plan. No room for mistakes." "Agreed," Leon replied, his grin returning. And don't worry, we'll take it step by step. First, we'll focus on gathering intel. I'll need access to whatever information you have on the Red Room's operations, personnel, and infrastructure. The more we know, the better prepared we'll be. Natasha nodded again, her resolve strengthening. I'll give you everything I've got. But Leon, this won't be easy. The Red Room doesn't just let people walk away. They'll come after us with everything they have if they suspect even a hint of betrayal. Leon smirked, his confidence unwavering. Let them try. I've faced worse. For the first time in what felt like forever, Natasha allowed herself a small, genuine smile. The weight of her past still hung heavy on her shoulders, but for the first time, she felt like she wasn't carrying it alone. With Leon's help, she might just have a chance to take down the Red Room once and for all. So, Leon said, clapping his hands together. Shall we get started? I think it's about time we gave the Red Room a taste of their own medicine. Leon smirked, his usual air of confidence amplified by the golden hues of the setting sun streaming through the windows. He glanced down at the unmistakable S emblem on his chest, the symbol of hope, justice, and the occasional over-the-top theatrics. Well then, Natasha, he said, his tone playful but resolute, let's go knock on the Red Room's door and show them what happens when they mess with the wrong people. Natasha stood rooted in place for a moment, her mind still reeling from the revelation. She had seen and experienced many extraordinary things in her life, but standing next to a living, breathing Superman was something she never thought she'd witness. The realization that Leon wasn't just a Stark, but something far more extraordinary, filled her with a strange mix of awe, excitement, and a renewed sense of purpose. You're really not joking, she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief as she adjusted her posture and regained her composure. You're actually Superman. The indestructible, unstoppable Man of Steel. And here I thought I'd seen it all. Leon shrugged casually, the corner of his mouth curling into a grin. You've seen a lot, sure. But clearly not everything. He adjusted the cuffs of his shirt and then shot her a more serious look. But don't get too starstruck, alright? I'm still Leon Stark, and this mission isn't about me, it's about taking down the Red Room and freeing those widows. That's the goal. Natasha nodded, her expression shifting to one of determination. She had 1,000 questions swirling in her mind, but she knew there wasn't time for them now. The Red Room wouldn't wait, and every moment they delayed was another moment the widows remained under its control. Understood, she said firmly. But we need to be smart about this. The Red Room isn't just some criminal organization, they're deeply entrenched, with resources and operatives spread across the globe. If we go in without a plan, even you might find yourself overwhelmed. Leon raised an eyebrow, his grin softening into something more thoughtful. Fair point. But let me ask you this, Natasha, do you know where the Red Room's main base is? Natasha hesitated, her gaze dropping for a moment. Not exactly, she admitted. They don't keep all their operations centralized. But there's a key location I suspect might be their nerve center. It's a heavily fortified facility in a remote area of Siberia. If we can infiltrate it, we might be able to extract the information we need to dismantle the rest of the organization. Siberia, huh? Leon mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Sounds cold. Good thing I don't feel the cold. Natasha couldn't help but let out a small laugh despite the gravity of the situation. It's not just the cold you'll need to worry about. The defenses there are some of the most advanced I've ever seen in drones, automated turrets, trained operatives, you name it. Even with your abilities, it won't be a walk in the park. Leon's expression grew more serious, though the spark of excitement in his eyes didn't fade. Good, he said simply. I like a challenge. Natasha studied him for a moment, her own resolve hardening. She realized that Leon's confidence wasn't arrogance, it was a quiet, unshakable belief in his ability to do what needed to be done. And for the first time in a long time, she felt like she wasn't fighting this battle alone. All right, she said, stepping closer to him. If we're doing this, we do it together. But we move carefully. I'll lead you to the facility and help you navigate its defenses. Once we're inside, we prioritize freeing the widows and gathering intel on Dreykov and his operations. If we can take him down, the entire network will start to collapse. Leon nodded, his expression serious but calm. Sounds like a plan. And don't worry, I'll keep things subtle. I don't want to tip them off until it's too late. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Subtle? You? Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Leon chuckled, his grin returning. Hey, I can be subtle when I need to be. You'll see. Natasha shook her head, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. We'll see, she said, her tone teasing but with an undercurrent of trust. She glanced out the window at the setting sun, the warm light casting long shadows across the room. If we're heading to Siberia, we'll need to move quickly. The longer we wait, the harder it'll be to get in undetected. Agreed, Leon said, turning toward the door. Let's gear up and get moving. And don't worry, I'll carry the box of suppressants. It's the least I can do after making you take a shower. Natasha rolled her eyes, though there was a faint blush on her cheeks. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, she muttered, following him as they prepared to leave. As they stepped out of the mansion and into the cool evening air, Leon glanced at Natasha, his expression softening. You know, he said, his tone quieter now, you don't have to do this alone anymore. Whatever happens, I've got your back. Natasha looked at him, her gaze steady and filled with gratitude. And I've got yours, she replied simply. Together, they took off into the fading light, their mission clear and their resolve unwavering. For the first time in years, Natasha felt a glimmer of hope not just for herself, but for the widows still trapped in the Red Room's grasp. And with Leon by her side, she knew they had a real chance to make a difference. As the cold winds of the Arctic brushed against the biofield surrounding them, Leon's sharp eyes locked onto the faint outline of the Red Room, emerging from the stark white expanse of the frozen north. The ominous structure, hidden among the icy desolation, radiated a sense of cold calculation and cruelty. It was a fortress, a monument to control and manipulation, a place that had stolen countless lives and dreams, including those of the woman now clutching his hand. Leon's grip on Natasha's hand tightened slightly, a silent reassurance as they descended toward their target. There it is, he said, his voice steady but firm. Your Red Room. Natasha's breath caught as her eyes fell upon the sprawling facility below. Even from this height, she could make out the brutalist architecture, the jagged edges of the metallic structures that seemed to pierce through the ice like spears. It was just as she remembered it, cold, unwelcoming, and devoid of humanity. For a moment, she felt like the terrified girl she had been all those years ago, dragged into this hellish place to be molded into a weapon. But then she looked up at Leon, his expression calm yet resolute, and she felt a flicker of courage reignite within her. This time, she wasn't alone. This time, she had a chance to fight back. Leon, she said softly, her voice carrying a mix of trepidation and determination. I've dreamt of this moment for so long, but now that it's here, I don't know if I'm ready. Leon glanced at her, his gaze softening slightly. You don't have to be ready, he said gently. That's what I'm here for. You focus on guiding me through their defenses, on saving those widows. Leave the heavy lifting to me. Natasha gave a small, shaky nod, her hands clenching into fists as she steeled herself. All right, she said, her voice firmer now. Let's do this. As they descended further, Leon's enhanced vision picked up on the details of the facility's defenses, anti-aircraft turrets, infrared sensors, and patrols of armed guards. It was clear that the Red Room had anticipated potential threats, but they hadn't anticipated him. So, Leon said casually, a hint of amusement in his tone as they hovered just above the facility's detection range, you want to do this the quiet way or the loud way? Natasha gave him a sharp look, her tactical instincts already kicking in. Quiet, she said firmly. At least at first. If we go in guns blazing, they'll activate their lockdown protocols, and we'll lose any chance of getting to the widows before they're moved or worse. Quiet it is, Leon agreed, though the faint smirk tugging at his lips suggested he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea of a more direct approach. You lead the way. I'll follow your instructions. Natasha's heart raced as she took a deep breath, her mind quickly formulating a plan. She pointed toward a less guarded section of the perimeter, where the icy terrain provided some natural cover. There, she said. That's our entry point. We'll need to disable the sensors without triggering an alarm. Leon nodded and began to descend toward the designated area, his movements smooth and controlled. As they landed softly on the snow, Natasha quickly took the lead, her years of training as a spy and assassin guiding her every step. She moved with practiced precision, her body low to the ground as she scanned for traps and surveillance equipment. Leon followed closely behind, his every sense on high alert. He could hear the faint hum of the facility's power generators, the muffled footsteps of guards patrolling nearby. His X-ray vision allowed him to see through the walls, mapping out the layout of the building and pinpointing the locations of the widows. 3 widows in that building, he murmured, nodding toward a structure to their right. 4 more in the east wing. Looks like they're all in holding cells. Natasha glanced at him, impressed but not surprised. She had already begun to accept that his abilities far exceeded anything she had ever encountered. Good, she said quietly. Once we disable the main power grid, their security systems will go offline. That'll give us a window to move in and extract them. Leon tilted his head slightly, his enhanced hearing picking up on a conversation between two guards stationed nearby. They're talking about a shift change, he said. If we move now, we can slip past before the next patrol arrives. Natasha nodded, her movements quick and deliberate as she led them toward the facility's power station. Along the way, she couldn't help but marvel at how seamlessly Leon adapted to the situation. Despite his immense power, he moved with a surprising level of restraint and precision, following her lead without hesitation. As they approached the power station, Natasha pulled out a small device from her utility belt, a compact EMP generator. She handed it to Leon, her gaze serious. This should knock out the power grid for a few minutes, she explained. Long enough for us to get in and get the widows out. But once it's active, we'll need to move fast. Are you ready? Leon took the device, his expression calm but focused. I was born ready, he said with a faint grin. Then, his tone shifted to something more serious. Natasha, no matter what happens, we're not leaving anyone behind. Agreed? Natasha's throat tightened, but she nodded firmly. Agreed. With that, Leon activated the EMP device, and within moments, the facility was plunged into darkness. Alarms began to blare as the Red Room's backup systems struggled to come online, but by then, Leon and Natasha were already inside, moving with precision and purpose. For the first time, Natasha felt like she had a real chance to take back control, not just for herself, but for every widow who had suffered under the Red Room's grasp. And with Leon by her side, she knew they were unstoppable. Leon stood there, relaxed yet commanding, his piercing gaze locked onto Dreykov's panicked face. The room was dimly lit, with the faint hum of machinery in the background and a wall of monitors displaying various parts of the Red Room's facility. Despite the chaos outside, Leon's calm aura filled the space, his presence completely overpowering the trembling Dreykov. You must be Dreykov, Leon said, his voice steady, almost casual, as if he were addressing an old acquaintance rather than the head of a nefarious organization. He folded his arms across his chest, the iconic S symbol on his shirt catching the dim light. I've heard so much about you. None of it good, unfortunately. Dreykov swallowed hard, his hands gripping the edge of the table as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. Please, this is all a misunderstanding, he stammered, his earlier sharp tone replaced with desperation. I didn't know who I was dealing with. If I had known, I never would have. Save it, Leon interrupted, his tone sharp enough to cut through the air. He stepped closer, and Dreykov instinctively flinched, his chair scraping against the floor as he tried to put distance between himself and the Kryptonian. You knew exactly what you were doing. You spent years exploiting, manipulating, and destroying lives. But today, that stops. Dreykov's eyes darted around the room, searching for any possible escape or advantage, but there was none. The monitors showed unconscious bodies littering the facility's hallways, a clear testament to Leon's unstoppable power. Look, Dreykov stuttered, his voice shaking, I can give you whatever you want. Money, resources, information, anything. Just spare me. Leon raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Anything, huh? He said, leaning slightly closer. All right then, here's what I want you to shut down the Red Room. Permanently. I want every widow under your control freed, and I want every record, every file, every trace of your operations destroyed. You do that, and maybe I'll consider letting you walk out of here in one piece. Dreykov's face paled, and for a moment, he seemed to consider the offer. But then his eyes flickered with a hint of defiance, and he straightened slightly, his trembling hands clenching into fists. You think you can just waltz in here and dismantle everything I built? He spat, his voice rising with a mixture of fear and anger. Do you have any idea how much power I hold? How many people depend on the Red Room's operations? You're a fool if you think. Before he could finish, Leon's hand shot out, grabbing the edge of the table and effortlessly crushing it under his grip. The sound of splintering wood and metal echoed through the room, and Dreykov immediately recoiled, his bravado evaporating in an instant. Let me make something very clear, Leon said, his voice low and dangerous. You don't hold any power here. Not anymore. The only reason you're still breathing is because I'm giving you a chance to do the right thing. But if you'd prefer to test my patience. He let the sentence trail off, his meaning crystal clear. At that moment, the door to the command room creaked open, and Natasha stepped in, her movements swift and purposeful. She took in the scene with a quick glance, noting the shattered table, Dreykov's terror-stricken face, and Leon's calm yet imposing stance. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Looks like you're making friends, she said, her voice carrying a hint of dry humor as she approached. Not really, Leon replied, his tone lightening slightly as he glanced at her. Dreykov and I were just discussing the terms of his retirement. Natasha's gaze shifted to Dreykov, her expression hardening. Retirement, huh? She said coldly. You're getting off easy, Dreykov. After everything you've done, you deserve far worse. Dreykov's eyes flickered between the two of them, his mind racing as he tried to calculate his next move. Natasha, he said, his voice oily and insincere, you don't understand. Everything I did was for the greater good. The Red Room has kept the world safe. Spare me, Natasha snapped, cutting him off. Her voice was laced with venom, and her hand tightened around the grip of her pistol. You didn't do this for the greater good. You did it for power. For control. You destroyed lives my life, and now you're going to pay for it. Leon watched the exchange silently, his sharp eyes observing every detail. He could see the rage simmering beneath Natasha's composed exterior, the years of pain and betrayal that Dreykov had inflicted on her. But he also saw her strength, her unwavering determination to put an end to the Red Room once and for all. Dreykov, Leon said, breaking the tense silence, you've got two choices. Shut it all down voluntarily, or I'll do it for you. And trust me, you won't like my method. Dreykov's lips quivered, his mind torn between self-preservation and the sheer arrogance that had driven him for decades. Finally, with a shaky breath, he nodded. Fine, he muttered, his voice barely audible. I'll cooperate. Natasha's grip on her pistol tightened, but she didn't raise it. Instead, she took a step closer to Dreykov, her voice low and icy. You're lucky he's here, she said. If it were up to me, you wouldn't be walking out of this room. Leon placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent gesture of support. We're doing this the right way, he said quietly. For the widows. For the people he's hurt. Justice, not vengeance. Natasha hesitated, her jaw tightening as she wrestled with her emotions. But finally, she nodded, stepping back and lowering her weapon. All right, she said, her voice steady. But if he tries anything. He won't, Leon assured her, his gaze locking onto Dreykov's. Because he knows what'll happen if he does. Dreykov swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he reached for the console in front of him. I'll start the shutdown process, he stammered, his fingers hovering over the controls. But it'll take time. You've got 5 minutes, Leon interrupted, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. After that, this entire place comes down, with or without you in it. As Dreykov scrambled to comply, Natasha and Leon stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the man who had caused so much pain. The Red Room's reign of terror was finally coming to an end, and together, they were ready to face whatever came next. Leon sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath, Jarvis, you've been spending too much time observing Tony's life. Not everything revolves around his unique logic. He shook his head, his frustration evident, though it was clear there was a hint of amusement underneath. Apologies, young Master Leon, Jarvis replied in his ever-polite tone. I was merely providing an analysis based on observed patterns. It seems Natasha Romanoff introduces new variables into your usual behavioral patterns, which may explain my miscalculation. Leon chuckled lightly, shaking off the lingering annoyance. Yeah, well, Natasha is definitely a wild card, I'll give you that. But let me make one thing clear, there's no romantic entanglement here. She's different. And I respect that. She's been through things most people can't even imagine. He glanced toward the door where Natasha had been moments ago, her presence still lingering in his thoughts. She's not someone you tie down with labels or expectations. What she needs right now is freedom. A chance to find herself without anyone trying to mold her into something. Jarvis processed Leon's words for a moment before responding. Understood, Leon. I will refrain from making assumptions about your interpersonal relationships moving forward. Good, Leon said with a small smile. Not everyone operates on Tony's wavelength. Thank God for that. He turned his attention back to the console, where Jarvis was already working to bypass the system's security protocols. The interface flickered as the AI worked its magic, and Leon leaned on the desk, watching the progress bar inch forward. As he waited, his thoughts drifted back to Natasha. He couldn't help but admire her resilience, her determination to reclaim not only her life but also the lives of the widows still trapped in the Red Room's grasp. She was a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about it, and he respected her for that. But he also knew that underneath her strength was a vulnerability she rarely allowed anyone to see. The weight of her past, the guilt, the pain, it was a lot for anyone to carry. And while Leon knew he couldn't fix everything for her, he hoped he could at least lighten the load, even if just a little. The console let out a soft beep, snapping Leon out of his thoughts. The screen lit up, displaying a map of the Red Room's operations and a wealth of data about its personnel and infrastructure. Access granted, JARVIS announced. I have successfully bypassed the security protocols. You now have full access to the Red Room's database. Leon straightened, his expression sharpening as he scanned the information on the screen. Good work, JARVIS. Let's download everything: locations, names, supply routes, you name it. This is the intel we need to dismantle the Red Room once and for all. As the data transfer began, Leon couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This was it, the beginning of the end for the Red Room. And while there was still a long way to go, he knew they were finally making real progress. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, and Leon turned just in time to see Natasha reappear in the doorway. Her expression was guarded, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, something between determination and hesitation. Did you find what you were looking for? She asked, her tone steady but cautious. Leon nodded, gesturing to the screen. We've got it. Everything we need to take them down. Names, locations, operations, it's all here. A spark of resolve lit up in Natasha's eyes, and she stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the screen. Good, she said quietly. It's about time we ended this. Leon glanced at her, his expression softening. Natasha, he began, his voice gentle but firm, you don't have to do this alone. You've got me, and I'm not going anywhere. We'll see this through together. Natasha met his gaze, and for a moment, the guarded wall she had built around herself seemed to waver. But then she gave a small nod, her lips curving into a faint smile. Thanks, Leon, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I appreciate that. Leon returned the smile, a sense of understanding passing between them. They didn't need to say anything more, their shared goal was clear, and they both knew what needed to be done. As the data transfer completed, Leon disconnected his phone and turned to Natasha. All right, he said, his tone lightening slightly. Let's get out of here. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm guessing you're not the type to sit around and wait. Natasha chuckled softly, a hint of her usual confidence returning. You guessed right, she said. Let's finish this. With that, the two of them left the command room, their steps purposeful and their resolve unshakable. The Red Room's days were numbered, and together, they were determined to bring it down once and for all. Leon stood tall, his presence commanding yet welcoming as he looked over the group of widows encircling him. Their faces, once hardened by years of conditioning and pain, now carried a mixture of hope, determination, and uncertainty. His words had clearly struck a chord, and while many of them were still processing their newfound freedom, there was a spark of life in their eyes that hadn't been there before. Good, Leon said, his voice steady and reassuring. You've made the right choice. Together, we're going to turn all that you've been through into something meaningful. You've been tools for too long, now it's time to be people again. To be more than what the Red Room ever allowed you to be. His gaze shifted to Natasha and then to Yelena, who stood at the edge of the group, her arms crossed and her face a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Despite her earlier outburst, it was clear she was still listening attentively to every word Leon said. He gave her a small, knowing smile before continuing. But let me be perfectly clear, he added, his tone growing more serious. This isn't going to be an easy road. The Red Room may be gone, but there are plenty of others out there who would love to take advantage of what you've been through, who would try to use you again for their own gain. We're not just cleaning up one fortress, we're starting a revolution. A change that will ripple across the world. The widows exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a growing resolve. Some nodded, while others simply stood silently, their hands clenched into fists as they absorbed the weight of his words. Leon nodded in approval, his smile returning. All right, first things first. Like I said, clean up the fortress, secure the area, and get some rest. You've earned it. Natasha will oversee the cleanup, and Yelena, he glanced at her with a raised eyebrow, try to follow orders for once, all right? Yelena huffed, a small smirk tugging at her lips. Fine, she said, waving a hand dismissively. But only because you're more interesting than the usual boring bosses I've had. Leon chuckled, shaking his head. I'll take that as a compliment. Natasha stepped forward, her posture confident as she addressed the group. You heard him. Let's get to work. Start with the upper levels and move down. And remember, this is just the beginning. We've got a lot more to do before we're truly free. The widows nodded in unison, their movements sharp and disciplined despite their fatigue. They began to disperse, heading toward the various sections of the fortress to carry out their tasks. Natasha and Yelena exchanged a brief glance before following after them, though Natasha paused for a moment to look back at Leon. Thank you, she said quietly, her voice sincere. For everything. I don't think they've ever had someone believe in them like this before. Leon met her gaze, his expression softening. It's not just about believing in them, it's about giving them the chance they've never had. And I believe in you, Natasha. You're the one who's going to lead them to something better. Natasha nodded, a faint smile touching her lips before she turned and walked away, leaving Leon alone in the room with Jarvis's faint hum filling the silence. Well, Jarvis, Leon said, running a hand through his hair as he gazed at the now empty room, looks like we've got ourselves a team. Think Tony's going to be jealous when he finds out? Knowing Mr. Stark's competitive nature, I would estimate a 92% probability of mild to extreme jealousy, Jarvis replied in his usual polite tone. Shall I prepare a presentation to inform him of your new endeavors? Leon laughed, shaking his head. No need. Let's keep this between us for now. Tony's got enough on his plate without worrying about me running around with a team of elite operatives. Understood, young Master Leon, Jarvis said. Shall I assist in arranging the logistics for the Widow's new base of operations in New York? Yeah, get started on that, Leon said, his tone growing more serious. We're going to need a secure location, plenty of resources, and a way to stay off the radar. Make sure Natasha has everything she needs to get things up and running. As you wish, Jarvis replied. The arrangements will be made immediately. Leon let out a small sigh, his gaze drifting to the large screen displaying the world map with the locations of the remaining widows. There was still so much work to be done, so many lives to save, and so many battles ahead. But for the first time, he felt like they were making real progress. This is just the beginning, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with quiet determination. We're going to change the world. One step at a time. As Leon watched Natasha and Yelena leave the command room, he couldn't help but let a small, amused smile creep across his face. The two sisters were such polar opposites in personality, one calm and disciplined, the other fiery and unpredictable, that it was almost comedic to see them interact. But beneath their contrasting demeanors, Leon could sense the same unyielding determination burning in both of them. It was a quality that would serve them well in the tasks to come. Leon leaned back slightly against the console, his arms crossed as he let out a quiet sigh. Nine-headed snakes and widows, he muttered to himself, his gaze drifting to the large screen that still displayed the global map of widow locations. This world really doesn't give anyone a break. Young Master Leon, Jarvis's voice chimed in, breaking the silence. May I ask what your next course of action will be? You have already initiated the dissolution of the Red Room and planted the seeds for future operations targeting Hydra. Shall I begin preparations for additional logistical support? Leon's fingers drummed lightly against his arm as he considered the question. Not yet, he replied after a moment. Let's give Natasha and Yelena some time to get things rolling with the widows. They'll need to build trust and cohesion before we can tackle anything bigger. Understood, Jarvis said. However, I must note that your recent actions are likely to attract attention from various global and shadow organizations. It is probable that Hydra, among others, may soon be aware of your activities. Leon smirked, his eyes glinting with a mixture of confidence and defiance. Let them come, he said simply. Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., whoever. I'm not exactly hiding, am I? Jarvis hesitated for a fraction of a second before responding. Indeed, subtlety is not one of your defining traits, young Master Leon. Leon chuckled, pushing off the console and stretching his arms above his head. Nope. But hey, it gets results. Besides, if I wanted to, I could have dismantled this whole fortress without anyone even noticing. Where's the fun in that? Your definition of fun continues to elude me, Jarvis remarked dryly. Leon grinned, adjusting the cuffs of his shirt as he walked toward the door. That's because you spend too much time with Tony. His idea of fun is building robots to argue with him. Mine's a bit more hands-on. As he stepped out into the corridor, Leon's gaze lingered on the rows of unconscious guards and cleared out areas that Natasha's team had already begun sweeping. The fortress, once a symbol of control and oppression, was now a quiet shell, its power stripped away in a matter of hours. Jarvis, Leon said as he walked, his tone taking on a more thoughtful edge, start compiling a list of potential safehouses for the widows. We'll need locations around the world that are secure, discreet, and easy to defend. Natasha's going to need a proper network to coordinate all of this. Already underway, young Master Leon, Jarvis replied. I will also begin reviewing potential personnel to provide logistical and administrative support for the widow's operations, should you require additional assistance. Good thinking, Leon said with a nod. And while you're at it, keep an ear to the ground for any chatter about Hydra. If they're as deep in S.H.I.E.L.D. as I think they are, they're bound to make a move once they realize we're onto them. Of course, Jarvis said. Shall I prioritize monitoring S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communications for any anomalies? Leon paused for a moment, his expression hardening slightly. Yeah, he said quietly. And keep an eye on Fury. He's sharp. If anyone's going to figure out what's happening, it'll be him. As you wish, Jarvis replied. I will remain discreet in my observations. Leon continued walking, his thoughts momentarily drifting back to Natasha and Yelena. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in how far they had come, even in the short time he had known them. They were strong, capable, and determined to make a difference, not just for themselves, but for everyone who had suffered under the Red Room's control. And yet, a small part of him couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The world they were stepping into was far more dangerous and complex than they realized, and the challenges ahead would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. But Leon wasn't worried. He had seen what they were capable of, and he knew they had the strength to face whatever came next. And as long as they had him in their corner, they wouldn't have to face it alone. All right, Jarvis, Leon said, his tone lighter as he stepped into an elevator that would take him to the fortress's upper levels. Let's wrap up here and head back. I've got a feeling Tony's going to have a million questions once he finds out what I've been up to. Shall I prepare a summary of today's events for Mr. Stark? Jarvis asked. Leon laughed. Sure, why not? Just make sure to include the part where I took down an entire fortress without breaking a sweat. He'll love that. Understood, Jarvis said, and Leon could almost hear the faintest hint of amusement in the AI's voice. As the elevator doors closed and began its ascent, Leon allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. The Red Room was no more, the widows had a chance at a new life, and the seeds of something greater had been planted. For now, that was enough. But tomorrow? Tomorrow was another story. And Leon Stark was more than ready to write it. Leon quickly adjusted his uniform, the iconic S emblem once again gleaming on his chest as he prepared to head out. As the elevator doors slid shut behind him, he couldn't help but let out a small sigh, his thoughts momentarily wandering back to the scene he had just left behind in Natasha's room. Her playful yet guarded demeanor, the way she maneuvered every interaction with an air of mystery, it was almost as if she enjoyed keeping him guessing. Unique friend, huh? Leon muttered to himself, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. She's definitely one of a kind. As the elevator ascended, Jarvis's voice chimed in through the communicator embedded in his suit. Young Master Leon, I've detected some tension on the top deck. The widows appear to be surrounding Mr. Stark, though it seems they're acting cautiously rather than aggressively. Well, that's a relief, Leon replied, his tone light but focused. Last thing I need is Tony getting himself into trouble because he decided to charm the wrong group of highly trained operatives. Knowing Mr. Stark's behavioral tendencies, I would estimate an 87% probability that his current predicament was caused by his own actions, Jarvis remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. Leon chuckled softly as the elevator came to a halt. Sounds about right. Let's see what kind of mess he's gotten himself into this time. The doors slid open, revealing the expansive top deck of the fortress. The cold night air brushed against Leon's face as he stepped out, his gaze immediately locking onto the group gathered near the edge of the platform. Tony Stark stood in the center, his signature Iron Man suit gleaming under the moonlight, while a dozen widows formed a loose circle around him. Their stances were cautious but not overtly hostile, their weapons lowered but still within reach. Tony, Leon called out as he approached, his voice cutting through the tense silence. What the hell are you doing here? Tony turned toward him, his faceplate sliding up to reveal his trademark smirk. Well, hello to you too, little brother, he said, spreading his arms dramatically. I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by to see what kind of trouble you've been stirring up. Leon rolled his eyes, crossing his arms as he came to a stop a few feet away. Trouble? You're the one being surrounded by a group of assassins. Care to explain? Tony glanced over his shoulder at the widows, who were now eyeing Leon with a mixture of curiosity and respect. Oh, them? We were just having a friendly chat, he said casually. Though I have to admit, their idea of small talk is a bit intense. One of the widows, a tall woman with sharp features and piercing blue eyes, stepped forward. He arrived unannounced and started asking questions about the Red Room, she said, her voice calm but firm. We didn't know if he was friend or foe. Leon sighed, running a hand through his hair. He's a friend, he said, his tone reassuring. Tony Stark. My brother. And unfortunately, he's not great at introductions. Hey, I'm fantastic at introductions, Tony interjected, pointing a finger at Leon. You're just jealous because I always make a lasting impression. Yeah, lasting is one way to describe it, Leon muttered under his breath before turning back to the widows. You can stand down. He's not a threat. The widows exchanged glances before slowly lowering their guard. The tension in the air began to dissipate, and the group gradually dispersed, leaving Leon and Tony standing alone on the deck. Tony watched them go, a bemused expression on his face. Well, they're certainly efficient, he said, turning back to Leon. So, are you going to tell me what's going on here, or do I have to start guessing? Leon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. It's a long story, Tony. Let's just say I've been cleaning up a mess that's been a long time coming. Tony raised an eyebrow, his curiosity clearly piqued. Cleaning up, huh? Does it have anything to do with the files Jarvis just dumped into my system? Leon shot him a sharp look. You already went through them? Of course I did, Tony replied with a shrug. You sent me a treasure trove of intel on Hydra and the Red Room. What was I supposed to do? Ignore it? Leon exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. It's not just about the intel, Tony. It's about giving these women a chance to start over. To take back their lives after everything the Red Room stole from them. Tony's expression softened slightly as he studied his brother. You've got a lot on your plate, kid. Taking down Hydra, dismantling the Red Room, helping these women, it's a lot for one person to handle. I'm not doing it alone, Leon said firmly, meeting Tony's gaze. Natasha and Yelena are stepping up to lead the widows. And as for Hydra, well, let's just say I've got a plan. Tony smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. You always have a plan, don't you? Leon shrugged, a small smile tugging at his lips. Someone has to. For a moment, the two brothers stood in companionable silence, the weight of their respective responsibilities hanging in the air between them. But then Tony clapped a hand on Leon's shoulder, his grin widening. All right, little brother, he said. Whatever you're up to, count me in. Just don't expect me to start taking orders from you. Leon chuckled, shaking his head. Wouldn't dream of it, Tony. As the two of them turned to leave the deck, Leon couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. With Tony at his side, Natasha and Yelena leading the widows, and Jarvis providing support, they had the makings of something powerful. Something that could stand against the darkness and bring about real change. And for the first time in a long time, Leon felt like they had a fighting chance. Leon walked alongside Tony, watching his brother's childlike enthusiasm as he examined every corner of the massive airborne fortress. Tony's excitement was palpable, his eyes darting from one feature to the next, his hands gesturing wildly as he rattled off observations and critiques. It was moments like these that reminded Leon why his brother was, for all his flaws, one of the brightest minds on the planet. Yeah, Mr. Genius, Leon said with a chuckle, crossing his arms. Keep nitpicking. I'm sure the Soviet engineers from 30 years ago would love to hear how their designs are outdated compared to your shiny toys. Tony shot him a smug grin, tapping the side of his helmet. Hey, I'm just saying, if we're going to keep this thing, it might as well be up to my standards. And let's be honest, no one does standards like me. Leon rolled his eyes, but there was a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. You've already claimed it as yours, huh? I didn't even see you say thank you. Tony stopped mid-step, turning dramatically to face Leon with a hand over his heart. Oh, dear brother, he said in a mock-serious tone, thank you for this absolutely magnificent birthday gift. Truly, it's the thought that counts. Happy now? Leon gave him a playful shove. Yeah. Just remember, it's still technically mine until your birthday. Fine, Tony said with a shrug, already turning his attention back to the fortress's systems. But I'm calling dibs on the engine room. Did you see the size of those turbines? We could probably retrofit them to power the entire Stark Tower. Leon raised an eyebrow, his tone half skeptical, half amused. You mean the same Stark Tower that already has its own arc reactor? What's the matter, Tony? Reactor not shiny enough for you anymore? Tony waved a hand dismissively. Details. It's not about needing it, it's about having it. Imagine the PR, Stark Industries repurposes Cold War relic into cutting-edge tech for the modern age. The headlines write themselves. Leon laughed, shaking his head. You really never stop, do you? Tony glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. What can I say? It's part of my charm. The two continued their tour, Tony occasionally pausing to take holographic scans of various systems using his suit. Despite his playful demeanor, Leon could tell Tony's mind was already working overtime, analyzing, planning, and scheming ways to repurpose the fortress's technology. It was one of the things Leon admired most about his brother, his ability to see potential in everything, even in something as outdated as a Soviet-era airborne fortress. So, Tony said after a while, his tone shifting to something more casual, "What's the deal with your new entourage? Those widows seem pretty loyal to you already. And I'm not just talking about the whole not shooting me on sight thing." Leon's expression grew more serious as he leaned against a nearby console. "It's not about loyalty," he said. "It's about giving them a choice. For most of their lives, they've been controlled, manipulated, and used as tools. Now they have a chance to decide for themselves what they want to do. Some of them chose to stay and work with me, and I'm not going to take that trust lightly." Tony studied him for a moment, his usual smirk softening into something more thoughtful. "You know," he said, crossing his arms, "you're starting to sound a lot like the Boy Scout. All this talk about choices and trust, it's very Superman Y of you." Leon shot him a look, his lips twitching into a smirk. "Well, I am wearing the suit, aren't I?" Tony chuckled, shaking his head. "Fair enough. Just don't start giving speeches about truth, justice, and the American way, alright? That's bad for my brand." Leon laughed, pushing off the console. "I'll leave the speeches to you, Tony. You're better at hogging the spotlight anyway." As they continued their tour, Leon couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Despite the chaos of the last few days, things were finally starting to come together. The widows were safe, the Red Room was dismantled, and now he had Tony's brilliant mind on board to help take things to the next level. But there was still so much work to be done. Hydra was still out there, lurking in the shadows, and Leon knew they wouldn't take kindly to someone interfering with their plans. The road ahead was going to be long and dangerous, but for the first time, he felt like they had a real shot at making a difference. "Hey," Tony said suddenly, breaking Leon out of his thoughts. "You never answered my question earlier. How'd you end up with your own personal army of assassins? Did I miss something, or is this just another day in the life of Leon Stark?" Leon smirked, glancing at his brother. "Let's just say it's a long story. One I'll tell you over drinks, preferably when I'm not busy cleaning up your messes." Tony laughed, clapping a hand on Leon's shoulder. "Fair enough. But you'd better make it a good story. I'm expecting twists, turns, and at least one dramatic monologue." Leon rolled his eyes, but the smile on his face lingered as they continued their tour. For now, things were under control. But tomorrow? Tomorrow was another battle waiting to be fought. And Leon Stark was ready. Tony cleared his throat, his signature smirk playing on his face as he scanned the crowd of reporters. His posture was relaxed, yet there was an undertone of anticipation in his demeanor. He knew the weight of the moment, and as always, he was ready to handle it his way. "Alright, let's be honest here," Tony began, leaning slightly forward on the podium, his tone conversational as if he were addressing a group of friends instead of a packed room of reporters. "You've all been waiting for something big, something groundbreaking, something Stark-worthy." He gestured dramatically toward himself, eliciting a few chuckles from the crowd. "Well, I hate to disappoint, but today's not just about me or Stark Industries, for that matter. It's about the future. A future where clean energy isn't just a dream but a reality. Where innovation doesn't come at the cost of the planet. Where we use our collective genius for something more than just profit margins in quarterly reports." The reporters leaned in, their pens and recorders poised to capture every word. Tony's charisma was undeniable, and even the most cynical among them couldn't help but be drawn in. "But before we dive into all that," Tony continued, his tone shifting to something more serious, "I need to address something. Something a little more personal." The room fell silent, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Tony paused for dramatic effect, his gaze sweeping over the audience before he straightened up and declared, "I am Iron Man." The room erupted into gasps, murmurs, and the frantic clicking of cameras. Some reporters stood up from their seats, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Tony's words hung in the air, electrifying the atmosphere. I know, Tony said, raising his hands to calm the crowd. "You're probably thinking, wait, didn't he already say this a while back?" And you'd be right. But here's the thing, being Iron Man isn't just about the suit or the tech. It's about responsibility. It's about using what I've built to make the world a better place. He looked directly into the cameras, his expression resolute. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Starting with the Clean Energy Initiative we're rolling out today. The audience was hanging on his every word, the earlier shock giving way to admiration as Tony seamlessly transitioned into detailing Stark Industries' ambitious plans for renewable energy. He spoke with passion and conviction, weaving in humor to keep the mood light, yet never losing the gravity of the message. Meanwhile, at the back of the room, Leon stood with his arms crossed, a tub of popcorn in hand. He watched his brother with a mix of amusement and pride, occasionally tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth. "Wow, he's really laying it on thick," Leon muttered to himself, shaking his head with a smirk. "Classic Tony." "Indeed, sir," Jarvas's voice chimed in through Leon's communicator. "Mr. Stark has a unique talent for captivating an audience. Shall I record this for posterity?" Leon chuckled. "Oh, definitely. This is one for the archives." As Tony wrapped up his speech, the room erupted into applause. He stepped back from the podium, a satisfied smile on his face, and waved to the crowd before making his way off the stage. Leon was waiting for him, leaning casually against the wall. "Not bad, Tony," Leon said, clapping his brother on the back. "A little overdramatic, but hey, that's your style." Tony smirked, adjusting his tie. "Overdramatic? Please. That was pure genius. Did you see their faces? I could practically hear their brains exploding." Leon rolled his eyes, but his smile betrayed his amusement. Yeah. Just don't let it go to your head." Tony raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. "Too late." The two brothers walked out of the venue together, the buzz of the press conference still echoing around them. As they stepped into the bright Los Angeles sunlight, Leon couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. For all of Tony's theatrics, he knew his brother's heart was in the right place. And that, more than anything, was what mattered. "Well," Leon said, stretching his arms above his head, "I'd say that went pretty well. Now, how about we grab some lunch? All that popcorn didn't really hit the spot." Tony grinned, clapping an arm around Leon's shoulders. "Lunch is on me. But don't think I've forgotten about that little stunt you pulled during my announcement. Laughing like a maniac in the back? Really?" Leon laughed, shrugging off Tony's arm. "Hey, what can I say? It was funny. Besides, you handled it like a pro." "Damn right I did," Tony said, his grin widening. "Come on, let's go. I know a great place that serves the best shawarma in town." As the two brothers walked off, their banter fading into the background, the world continued to turn. Challenges lay ahead, but for now, they had a moment of peace, a rare but cherished occurrence in the lives of the Starks. As Tony stood by the shattered remnants of the window, the faint sound of a descending parachute still lingering in the distance, he shook his head, half amused and half frustrated by the bizarre turn of events. It wasn't every day someone broke into their home only to be blasted out by a weaponized AI system. Then again, when you're a Stark, normal wasn't exactly part of the vocabulary. "Seriously," Tony muttered, glancing at the jagged edges of the window frame, "do we have some kind of cosmic beacon that just screams, 'Come bother us, we're bored'?" Leon, now halfway down the hall heading toward his room, called back with a chuckle. "It's not my fault the world keeps sending us uninvited guests. Maybe you should install a no solicitors sign on the roof." Tony rolled his eyes, stepping back from the window and brushing some imaginary dust off his suit jacket. "Yeah, because that'll stop a guy like Fury from parachuting in. What's next? Hydra sending us a fruit basket?" Leon's voice echoed from afar, laced with humor. "If they do, make sure it's organic. I'm not eating any GMO apples from Hydra." Tony smirked, shaking his head as he turned toward the center of the room. The faint whir of machinery caught his attention, and he glanced at the Mark armor station nearby, its system still humming faintly after the brief interaction with Fury. He patted the armor affectionately, as if it were a loyal dog. "Good job, buddy. You really know how to make a first impression." "Thank you, sir," Jarvas responded, the AI's voice calm and composed. "Though I must admit, it was rather satisfying to observe Director Fury's hasty retreat. Shall I log this incident as a security success?" Tony grinned. "Absolutely. Title it, 'The Day Fury Learned Not to Sneak into Stark Property.'" He paused, tilting his head as a thought struck him. "And, Jarvas, speaking of security, maybe bump up the sensitivity of our perimeter defenses. Last thing we need is someone else crashing our party." "Understood, Mr. Stark," Jarvas replied. "I will integrate additional measures immediately. Shall I also install a more permanent deterrent system for unexpected visitors?" Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully, already brainstorming potential upgrades. "Yeah, let's brainstorm something. Maybe some non-lethal options, too. I mean, I like blasting people out of windows as much as the next guy, but Pepper's not going to be thrilled if we rack up another bill for repairs." "Noted, sir," Jarvas said, a faint tone of amusement in its voice. Meanwhile, Leon had reached his room and was already sprawled across his bed, arms behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. The events of the day replayed in his mind, from the chaos of the press conference to Fury's unexpected visit. It was oddly satisfying, seeing the usually unflappable director in such a flustered state. But Leon couldn't shake the feeling that Fury's visit wasn't just some random intrusion, it was deliberate, calculated, and probably tied to something bigger. "Jarvis," Leon called out, his voice calm but thoughtful. "Pull up everything you've got on Fury's recent movements. I want to know why he thought it was so important to show up here unannounced." "Of course, young Master Leon," Jarvis replied. "Accessing SHIELD activity logs now. This may take a few moments." Leon closed his eyes, letting the hum of the AI's processing soothe his thoughts. Despite his relaxed demeanor, his mind was already running through possible scenarios. Fury wasn't the type to make casual visits. If he'd gone through the trouble of bypassing their defenses and showing up in person, it meant he had something urgent to say, something he wasn't willing to risk through more traditional channels. "Got it," Leon muttered to himself, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "You're hiding something, Fury. Let's see what it is." Back in the main room, Tony had taken a seat at the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey as he mulled over the day's events. He glanced toward the hallway where Leon had disappeared, his mind lingering on his brother's cryptic remark about secrets. It wasn't like Leon to be evasive, well, not unless he had a good reason. And Tony couldn't help but wonder what, exactly, was going on behind that calm, confident exterior. "Jarvis," Tony said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, "keep an eye on Leon's activity logs. I've got a feeling he's up to something." "Understood, Mr. Stark," the AI replied. "Though I must remind you, young Master Leon has been quite diligent in maintaining his privacy protocols. Accessing his logs may require additional permissions." Tony smirked, taking a sip of his drink. "Oh, don't worry. I'm not planning to invade his privacy. Just curious. You know how little brothers are. Always keeping secrets." As the evening settled in, the Stark household returned to a semblance of calm. But beneath the surface, the wheels of intrigue were already turning. Fury's visit, Leon's cryptic behavior, and the ever-present shadow of Hydra all hinted at a storm brewing on the horizon. And while the Starks were no strangers to chaos, even they couldn't predict just how deep the rabbit hole would go. For now, though, there was whiskey to drink, jokes to make, and a shattered window to repair. Because in the world of the Starks, even the quiet moments were anything but boring. Wow, so the grand moment is finally about to unfold. "Jarvis, make sure to record this spectacular event, alright?" At the far edge of the crowd, Leon, freshly returned from space, stood casually with a bucket of popcorn in one hand, his face glowing with anticipation. It was as if he were a spectator at a massive Marvel Cinematic event, utterly immersed in the excitement. Despite the timing being somewhat unconventional, his enthusiasm was unshakable. "Mr. Leon, you seem to be highly anticipating Mr. Stark's upcoming speech," a calm, almost ghostly voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, casting a sideways glance at the speaker. His steps, which had been ready to leave, abruptly halted. "And you are?" Leon asked, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the well-dressed, slightly balding middle-aged man with a friendly demeanor standing at his side. Ah, it clicked, this was none other than Phil Coulson, Captain America's superfan. "I'm Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson introduced himself with a polite smile, handing Leon a business card. "We're an independent agency, separate from the FBI and CIA. Recently, regarding certain incidents in the Middle East, we'd like to have a word with you." Leon accepted the card, giving it a cursory glance before casually slipping it back into Coulson's hand. "You don't need to consult me. Tony's about to talk about the Middle East anyway. Just wait patiently, and you'll get your answers." Coulson blinked in surprise, then turned his gaze toward Tony, who was passionately speaking on stage. He had a feeling that today would indeed be eventful. With a courteous nod to Leon, he turned and left, pulling out his communication device to report to his superiors. "So, recently, I'm sure you've all been paying attention to the events unfolding in the Middle East," Tony began, flipping through a few pages of his speech. Growing visibly impatient with the verbose preamble, he tossed the papers aside with a flourish. "There are these guys over there, wielding weapons from who knows where, slaughtering innocent civilians like barbarians," Tony explained, his tone tinged with disdain. Of course, in the past, it was Obadiah who was secretly supplying them with arms. Now he's out of the picture, but somehow, those people still have weapons. Tony was about to continue when a reporter suddenly raised their hand to ask a question. "Are you referring to the Ten Rings, the group that kidnapped you and was then wiped out by Superman?" Close enough," Tony replied, momentarily thrown off by the abruptness of the question. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble, why did these reporters always have to drag Superman into everything? Abandoning the lengthy build-up, he decided to dive straight into the crux of the matter. You're all aware that the Ten Rings' main operations are concentrated in the Middle East, he continued. To be precise, their stronghold was primarily in Afghanistan. Recently, a man wearing an iron suit has been taking them down, one by one. Many people have started paying attention to him, and they're beginning to see him as a hero. I want to say this, while he may have his flaws, plenty of them, in fact, and he's made his fair share of mistakes in his younger days, you still see him as a hero. That, in itself, is. Another reporter interrupted, raising their hand. Are you talking about that Iron Kid who's been imitating Superman? You seem to know a lot about him. Tony froze mid-sentence, staring at the reporter in disbelief. It took him a moment to recover before raising his voice. He's Iron Man. Not Iron Kid. And for the record, I am Iron Man. Tony declared firmly, his tone resolute as he reiterated his identity. The room fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were on Tony, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity, as if he had just uttered the most absurd statement imaginable. A few scattered chuckles broke the silence, dry and awkward, as if attempting to lighten the mood. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, the only person genuinely laughing, so much so that he was doubled over, was Leon. His unrestrained laughter echoed through the room, making him stand out like a sore thumb and causing Tony's expression to darken considerably. Gritting his teeth, Tony stepped back, his hands trembling slightly as he revealed two wrist-mounted devices. JARVIS, he called out loudly. In an instant, a sleek, oval-shaped metal pod shot into the room from outside, streaking over the heads of the startled reporters. Amid gasps and frantic scrambling, the pod disassembled mid-air, its components seamlessly attaching themselves to Tony. I am Iron Man, he repeated, his voice calm yet firm as the last piece of his armor snapped into place. The sound of metal locking together echoed crisply as Tony stood at the podium, fully suited up in his iconic red and gold armor. This time, the audience was utterly stunned. The gleaming suit stood as a testament to human ingenuity, its polished surface radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. It was as if an artifact from the industrial age had come to life, and the weight of the moment pressed heavily on everyone present. The silence was broken as the crowd erupted into chaos. Reporters surged forward like a tidal wave, hands raised high, voices overlapping as they bombarded Tony with questions. Later that evening. Honestly, you should have just come out in the suit right from the start. That way, you wouldn't have been left speechless by those reporters, Leon quipped as he pushed open the door to the mansion, glancing back at Tony with a grin. After the press conference, Pepper had insisted on keeping them at the office for hours, drowning them in an endless sea of paperwork. Even the so-called super brains were beginning to protest from sheer exhaustion. Leon had already decided, once Natasha successfully rescued all the remaining widow agents, he would appoint her as the head of his tech company. It was a demanding job, but it would demonstrate his trust in her capabilities. He was confident Natasha would excel in the role. As for forming a new organization, that could go to Yelena. The younger Romanov would benefit from the experience, helping her grow into a strong leader. Leon felt increasingly satisfied with his decision. It was a win-win-win scenario. After all, there was no way he was going back to a 9-to-5 grind. He'd had enough of that before he got here. What was the point of being reborn into this world if he couldn't enjoy it? But those were matters for another day. Right now, all he wanted was a good meal to wash away the fatigue of the day. However, just as he stepped through the door, his movements halted abruptly. Behind him, Tony's skeptical voice rang out. You really think that? I saw you were laughing the loudest back there. Before Leon could respond, Tony peeked over his shoulder, his gaze falling on the figure standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Draped in a black trench coat that reached his ankles, the figure stood motionless, staring out at the ocean. The silhouette, with its bald head and deliberately mysterious stance, could only belong to one person. JARVIS? Tony called out. Welcome home, Mr. Stark and Master Leon, JARVIS replied instantly. Well, seems like someone's been messing with localized electromagnetic shielding. Not bad, Tony remarked, immediately recognizing the disruption to JARVIS's surveillance systems. Turning to Leon, Tony asked, So, what do you think we should do? Leon snapped his fingers with a mischievous grin. JARVIS, deploy a suit and blast the guy by the window out of here. On it, sir, JARVIS responded promptly. Downstairs, the sound of machinery activating echoed ominously, signaling the start of what promised to be an explosive confrontation. Whoa, hold on. Tony shot up from his seat the moment Leon suggested taking action, his heart skipping a beat. If someone's crashing our party, they're obviously here for me. If anyone's going up there to deal with them, it's going to be me. Without hesitation, Tony waved his hand toward the lab. JARVIS, deploy the suit. In an instant, the nearby flight pod disassembled, its components swiftly attaching themselves to Tony's body. The transformation was seamless, and within seconds, he stood armored and ready for battle. Leon didn't stop him. He knew Tony's opponents upstairs were nothing special, professionals, perhaps, but with muscle density no different from regular humans. Even if they wielded some mysterious abilities, they were no match for Iron Man. Fully suited, Tony charged straight through the glass doors, shattering them with ease as he ascended toward the upper floor. You wait here for my signal, his voice echoed through the stairwell. All right, diaper heads, here comes Iron Man. Leon shook his head, a faint smile on his lips as he followed at a slower pace, stepping over the scattered shards of glass. Tony's true nature always seemed to reveal itself when he donned the armor, and today was no exception. Upstairs, the intruders clearly hadn't anticipated such a bold and immediate response. Tony opened fire the moment he reached them, his repulsor beams and cluster cannons roaring to life. The attackers didn't stand a chance, those who tried to react were struck down before they could even raise their weapons. The sheer force of Tony's assault reverberated through the mansion, causing the ceiling to tremble ominously. By the time Leon reached the living room, the fight was over. Bodies littered the floor, and the walls bore the scars of battle, with cracks running across the plaster. Leon sighed, already mentally drafting a call to the renovation contractor. Guess I'll be making another appointment tomorrow, he muttered to himself. The last surviving intruder had been cornered, his back pressed against the wall. From their behavior, Leon could tell these were hardened assassins. None of them had cried out in pain, even as they fell. Surely this last one would fight to the bitter end? But Leon's assumption proved incorrect. The man, instead of launching a desperate attack, slowly reached into his coat and pulled out a plain envelope. Extending it toward Tony, he then spun his blade in the air and, with a swift motion, slit his own throat. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his outstretched hand still clutching the envelope. Leon approached Tony, his expression one of mild surprise. Ha! Guess he wasn't planning on going out swinging after all. Looks like he chose the dramatic exit route instead. Tony furrowed his brow, his faceplate snapping up to reveal his puzzled expression. No, he wanted me to see whatever's in that envelope. He stepped forward, his suit retracting as he reached for the envelope, but Leon was quicker. Hold up, Leon said, holding the envelope aloft. You don't know what could be on this. Could be poisoned. Next time, maybe keep your armor on when handling stuff from people trying to kill you. Tony blinked, clearly taken aback. Poisoned? What kind of lunatic does that? Leon smirked. Plenty of lunatics, Tony. Ever read those old martial arts novels? This kind of shady group screams poison on everything. He brought the envelope to his nose, sniffing it cautiously. No poison. Guess I was overthinking it. Still, why go through all that trouble just to hand over a letter? Leon mused, tearing open the envelope. Maybe it's some kind of recruitment offer? Like, congrats, you passed our brutal initiation test or something? Tony suggested, leaning over to peek at the contents. Leon shot him a look of utter disdain. Are you serious? What are you, 12? You think you're the chosen one or something? Unfolding the letter, Leon quickly scanned its contents. The paper was coarse, resembling bamboo parchment, an unusual choice that hinted at its origin. Southeast Asia, perhaps? Could this be the Han's doing? The two read the letter together, their eyes narrowing as they took in its message. To Mr. Tony Stark. Congratulations on passing my test. You have successfully eliminated the Outer Ring members of the 10 rings sent to assassinate you. This proves you are worthy of having your head taken by my own hands. You are the first to reach this stage in recent years. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wonwoo, leader of the 10 rings. The so-called 10 rings you eradicated half a month ago were mere imitators, cheap knockoffs of my organization. I must thank you for disposing of those fraudulent imposters on my behalf. However, I regret to inform you that, despite their lack of authenticity, their actions still reflected upon the prestige of the true 10 rings worldwide. Since you have publicly claimed responsibility for their destruction, I am left with no choice but to kill you in order to restore our honor. 1 month from now, I shall come for your head personally. Sincerely, Wonwoo. The room fell silent as they finished reading. Tony's brows knitted tightly together. So, the 10 rings we dealt with were just a facade? And this Wenwu guy is the real deal? Another shadowy organization hiding in the dark, just like Hydra and the Red Room. As Tony pondered the implications, Leon's demeanor shifted abruptly. His eyes began to glow an intense crimson, and the letter disintegrated into ash in his hand. Slowly, he rose off the ground, his clothes billowing as if caught in an invisible gale. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, oppressive, as if the weight of his fury could crush the very room around them. Tony, take a break. I'll be back after I kill a few people, Leon said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion yet filled with an icy resolve. It was a casual declaration, delivered as if he were discussing a mundane chore, but the chilling undertone made Tony shiver. Wait. Tony jumped forward, his voice tinged with panic. Leon, calm down. You don't need to do this right now. Leon's presence was overwhelming. Just hovering there, he exuded an aura so intense that Tony felt as though the air itself had turned to lead, pressing down on him. Staggering back a few steps, Tony tried to steady himself. You're saying, you're going to take them out tonight? Tony asked, his voice trembling slightly. Leon's glowing eyes locked onto him, unyielding. If they're bold enough to issue a death notice for a month from now, I'll make sure they don't see tomorrow's sunrise. The sheer weight of Leon's anger was suffocating, like a tidal wave poised to crash down and obliterate everything in its path. Tony had never seen his brother like this before, and it unsettled him deeply. Leon! Listen to me! Tony shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. This is my fight. Wenwu is challenging Iron Man, not you. Let me handle this. Leon glanced down, his expression unreadable. You're serious about this? Dead serious, Tony replied, his voice steady despite the lingering tension. He placed a hand on Leon's shoulder, grounding both of them. This is my responsibility. Let me take care of it. Leon's eyes dimmed, the crimson glow fading as he slowly descended. For a moment, he simply stared at Tony, his expression softening. All right, he said finally. But don't screw this up, Tony. Tony grinned, clapping Leon on the back. Hey, when have I ever let you down? Leon raised an eyebrow, his tone dry. You want the list alphabetically or chronologically? The tension dissolved into laughter, and for a moment, the two brothers stood side by side, united by a bond stronger than any threat. Whatever came next, they would face it together, because no matter how dark the world became, the Starks always found a way to shine. Leon glanced casually at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and shook his head. You're no match for him. Tony's eyes widened, a flicker of defiance flashing across them. You haven't even seen me fight. How can you be so sure I'd lose? Leon bent down, grabbing two corpses from the ground as if they were nothing more than sacks of grain. I know more about the 10 Rings than you might think, he began, his tone even but firm. The 10 Rings is an organization with a 1,000-year legacy. Its name originates from their leader's artifact, the 10 Rings. He paused, tossing the bodies onto the lawn outside before continuing. These rings possess incredible power. They grant the wielder extended life, superhuman strength, and if the legends are true, the ability to harness energies capable of tearing through dimensions. Tony blinked, his skepticism evident. You're telling me some guy's been alive for over 1,000 years because of magic jewelry? What, next you'll tell me they glow in the dark? Leon ignored the sarcasm, his expression serious. The man you're up against, Wenwu, obtained these rings centuries ago. He's been alive and undefeated ever since. With power like his, what makes you think you stand a chance? Tony opened his mouth to retort but found himself momentarily speechless. For all his bravado, Leon's calm and matter-of-fact tone carried a weight that was hard to dismiss. Okay, fine, Tony muttered after a moment. Let's say I believe you. Thanks for the exposition, Leonpedia. Don't mention it, Leon replied dryly, grabbing another pair of bodies. He glanced at Tony, who had donned his suit and was now helping him haul the remaining intruders out of the house. But if you're so dead set on facing him, how exactly do you plan on winning? With that reactor in your chest poisoning you every day? Tony froze mid-step, then quickly recovered, tossing the bodies onto the growing pile outside. Hey, I know the reactor's not perfect. But come on, Leon, give me a little credit. I've got you watching my back, right? What could possibly go wrong? Leon sighed, shaking his head as he vaporized the pile of bodies with a focused blast of his heat vision. The ashes scattered into the wind, leaving no trace of the earlier carnage. You're hopeless, Tony, he muttered, turning back toward the house. If you're serious about this, at least upgrade your suit. And for God's sake, fix that hole in your chest before you march off to your doom. Tony followed after him, peeling off his armor as they re-entered the house. What's wrong with the hole? It's kind of my trademark at this point. Your trademark is slowly killing you, Leon shot back, his tone exasperated. Why are you even still using the reactor? Last I checked, you got rid of the shrapnel years ago. What, are you using it as a glorified nightlight now? Tony's expression shifted to one of sheepish guilt. Well, you know, it's complicated. Leon narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his voice. You didn't forget that palladium is toxic, did you? What? No, of course not. Tony's voice jumped an octave, his defensive tone doing little to hide the truth. I was just testing its effects on the human body. For science. Leon groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're unbelievable. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, thinking you had some grand plan. Turns out you're just winging it. Again. Hey, I'm still standing, aren't I? Tony said, brushing off Leon's scolding. Besides, what's done is done. No use dwelling on the past. Leon didn't bother responding. Instead, he turned his attention back to Tony's earlier boast. If you're really set on fighting Wenwu, then you'll need more than just an upgraded suit. You'll need a solution for the reactor issue, and possibly something stronger than what you're working with now. Tony perked up at that, sensing an opportunity. So, you're saying I need your help building a better suit, right? Come on, Leon, we've got a whole month to prepare. Imagine what we could do together, Stark and Stark, changing the game. Leon raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Not a chance. I've got my own training to focus on, and I'm not about to babysit you while you tinker with your toys. Okay, fine, Tony said, trying a different angle. But if you're not going to help, at least point me in the right direction. Any genius insights you'd care to share, oh wise little brother? Leon paused, considering his response. Actually, yes. I did some digging through Dad's old files at S.H.I.E.L.D. Turns out he left notes on a new element he was working on, a replacement for palladium. The clues are hidden in the design layout at Stark Industries Expo site. Tony's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Dad was working on a new element? And you're just telling me this now? I figured you'd eventually come to your senses, Leon replied with a shrug. Think of it as his final gift to you. If you're serious about this fight, you'll need that element to stand a chance. Tony stood there, stunned into silence. The idea of receiving one last gift from Howard Stark, a man whose legacy he had spent his entire life trying to live up to, hit him harder than he expected. For a moment, he forgot about Wenwu, the 10 rings, and everything else. All he could think about was the father he had lost all those years ago. Leon gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading toward the front door. You'll also want to follow up with Fury, he added. He's got the rest of Dad's files. Everything you need should be in there. Tony's voice broke through the quiet as Leon reached the door. So, you're really letting me handle this on my own? Leon turned back, his expression unreadable. Do what you want, Tony. Just don't come crying to me when it all goes south. Tony grinned, the fire returning to his eyes. Oh, please. When have I ever needed to ask for help? Leon didn't bother answering. He simply shook his head, muttering something about Tony's stubbornness as he prepared to leave for the cosmos once more. As Tony watched his brother disappear into the distance, he felt a renewed sense of determination. With Howard's secret element and Leon's reluctant blessing, he was ready to face whatever the 10 rings had in store. After all, he was Tony Stark, and Tony Stark never backed down from a challenge. As Leon stood amidst the glowing array of Tony's intricate monitoring equipment in the underground garage, the faint hum of machinery filled the air, accompanied by Tony's holographic projection flickering nearby. Leon, dressed in the bulky Super Mark I armor, carried an oversized travel backpack brimming with supplies Tony had meticulously prepared: 5 arc reactors, 10 1-kilogram gold bars, disinfectant sprays, wound sealants, and more. The sheer thoroughness of Tony's packing made Leon chuckle inwardly, though he knew most of it was overkill. You're really sure about this? You're just going to go now? Tony's voice carried an uncharacteristic note of concern, his projected figure standing stiffly on the screen. Absolutely, Leon replied confidently, adjusting the strap of the backpack. You know me, Tony. I can handle pretty much anything that comes my way. Trust me, this will be a walk in the park. Tony sighed, his brow furrowing. I'm not worried about you handling things, Leon. I'm worried about what happens if you run into something unexpected, like kryptonite, or a red sun scenario. You lose your powers over there, and suddenly, you're not invincible anymore. Leon smirked, tapping the side of his head. Relax. Even without my powers, I've still got this, he said, pointing to his temple. Superman might have weaknesses, but knowledge is something no one can take away from me. Tony crossed his arms, his expression softening slightly. Alright, fine. But if anything feels off, you come back immediately. No heroics, got it? Leon nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Got it. Don't worry, I'll be back before you even have time to miss me. He paused, then added with a teasing grin, and you better not wreck the place while I'm gone. Tony rolled his eyes. Yeah. Just don't forget to bring back something cool. Preferably something that doesn't blow up. With that, Leon closed his eyes, centering his thoughts as he activated his dimensional traversal ability. Tony, meanwhile, busied himself with the equipment, eagerly recording every detail of the unprecedented event. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime scientific opportunity, and he wasn't going to let it pass without gathering as much data as possible. World search initiated. Keywords: limb regeneration, Kryptonian power enhancement, low superhuman power cap, safe environment. World successfully anchored. Calculating energy requirements. Traversal confirmed. Leon's mind swam with a flood of information as the system processed his request. He could feel the faint hum of the dimensional fabric aligning, the feedback providing a clear yet surreal sensation. Within his consciousness, multiple options appeared, worlds represented as dark, chaotic bubbles, each one an enigma. He couldn't discern any details about them, only that they matched his search criteria. Picking one at random, he locked onto it, focusing his intent. The process began immediately. A surge of energy coursed through him, pulling at the very core of his being. It was as if a black hole had manifested inside him, greedily siphoning away his strength. The sensation was overwhelming yet fleeting, lasting only long enough to drain 1% of his total energy reserves, a negligible amount by his standards but equivalent to 9 days' worth of worldwide energy consumption. As the pull subsided, Leon felt the shift, a gravity-defying force wrapped around him, enveloping his body in a cocoon of otherworldly energy. The garage around him began to waver and blur, the colors bleeding into one another as space itself twisted and warped. Tony's voice crackled through the calms one last time, tinged with both excitement and apprehension. Alright, Leon. Godspeed. And remember, bring back something awesome. Leon chuckled softly, his voice steady despite the surreal surroundings. I'll make sure it's worth the wait. See you soon, Tony. With a final surge of the mysterious force, Leon was gone, leaving the garage eerily silent save for the hum of the equipment. Tony stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space where his brother had been, his fingers tapping idly against the console. Well, he muttered to himself, a faint smirk breaking through his concern, guess I'd better get started on that new element. Can't have him coming back and calling me a slacker. Elsewhere. Leon's senses returned to him slowly, the disorienting effects of the traversal fading as he felt solid ground beneath his feet. He opened his eyes to find himself in a strange yet oddly serene environment. The sky above was a soft gradient of colors, and the air carried a faint, pleasant aroma. The world around him was unfamiliar yet not hostile, and he could feel the faint hum of energy resonating throughout the landscape. Taking a deep breath, Leon surveyed his surroundings, his mind already racing with possibilities. He flexed his fingers, testing his strength. Everything seemed intact, his Kryptonian powers still present and functioning. That was a relief. Alright, he said to himself, adjusting the straps of his backpack. Let's see what this world has to offer. With a determined stride, Leon set off into the unknown, his mind brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Behind him, the faintest shimmer of energy marked the spot where the dimensional rift had deposited him, fading away as quickly as it had appeared. Whatever lay ahead, Leon was ready to face it head-on. After all, this was just the beginning of his journey, and he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. Leon's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the deafening roar of an explosion overhead, shattering his momentary contemplation. His sharp gaze darted upward, instantly locking onto the source of the commotion. The rooftop of a nearby building had been engulfed in flames, with chunks of debris raining down onto the streets below. The night sky, already illuminated by the fires of the city, now blazed even brighter as sparks and smoke billowed upward. Well, that's one way to grab my attention, Leon muttered, narrowing his eyes. His instincts kicked in immediately, his mind racing to assess the situation. Whatever had caused the explosion wasn't random, it had purpose, and the chaos it brought only added to the grim atmosphere of this war-torn city. JARVIS, status update, he said, his voice calm but commanding. JARVIS's voice replied promptly, though with a hint of urgency. Leon, the explosion appears to have been caused by a high-yield explosive device. Scans indicate multiple heat signatures on the rooftop, likely individuals engaging in combat. Additionally, I've intercepted radio chatter suggesting the presence of heavily armed hostiles. Leon's jaw tightened. Looks like I won't be leaving just yet. Let's see what's going on up there. Without hesitation, Leon activated the flight boosters in his armor. The familiar hum of the propulsion system filled the air as he launched himself skyward, ascending rapidly toward the rooftop. The wind rushed past him, carrying with it the acrid scent of smoke and burning debris. As he approached the rooftop, the scene came into focus, a chaotic clash between two opposing groups. On one side, a squad of heavily armed mercenaries moved with precision, their black tactical gear and advanced weaponry marking them as professionals. They fired relentlessly at their adversaries, who were taking cover behind whatever debris they could find. On the other side, a smaller group of individuals seemed to be fighting back with a mix of desperation and determination. Among them, Leon caught sight of a familiar face, a man with short, scruffy hair and a rugged demeanor. Chris Redfield, Leon said under his breath, recognizing the leader of the BSAA, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, from his memories of the Resident Evil games. Looks like I've stumbled into the middle of one of their missions. As Leon landed on the edge of the rooftop with a heavy thud, the entire battlefield seemed to pause for a split second. Both sides turned their attention to the imposing figure that had just arrived, a man in gleaming armor, his presence radiating a sense of authority and power. "Who the hell is that?" one of the mercenaries shouted, his voice tinged with panic. "Stand down," another merc barked, trying to regain control of his team. "Focus on the targets. Don't let this distract you." Leon's piercing gaze swept over the scene, quickly assessing the situation. The mercenaries were clearly better equipped, their firepower overwhelming the smaller group they were attacking. Yet despite the odds, Chris and his team were holding their ground, their determination unwavering. "Jarvius, amplify my voice," Leon commanded. As the system complied, his voice boomed across the rooftop like a thunderclap. "All right, everyone, let's make this simple. You've got two choices, leave now, or face me." The mercenaries hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. They had no idea who this man was, but his confidence, and the fact that he had just flown onto the rooftop in a suit of advanced armor, was enough to give them pause. Chris, on the other hand, seemed to recognize an ally when he saw one. "I don't know who you are," he called out, his voice steady despite the chaos, "but if you're here to help, we'll take all the backup we can get." Leon smirked. "Looks like I've got my answer." Without another word, he launched himself into action. The first mercenary didn't even see him coming. With a burst of speed, Leon closed the distance between them and delivered a precise punch to his chest, sending the man flying backward into a pile of debris. Before the others could react, Leon turned his attention to the rest of the squad. His movements were fluid and effortless, each strike calculated to incapacitate without unnecessary brutality. The mercenaries tried to fight back, but their weapons were useless against Leon's Kryptonian-enhanced reflexes and the armor amplifying his already immense strength. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off his suit as he moved through their ranks like a force of nature, disarming and neutralizing them one by one. Within moments, the battle was over. The mercenaries lay scattered across the rooftop, groaning in pain but alive. Leon stood at the center of the chaos, his armor unmarred, his expression calm. Chris and his team emerged from their cover, their expressions a mix of relief and curiosity. "Who are you?" Chris asked, stepping forward cautiously. Leon turned to face him, his helmet retracting to reveal his face. "Just someone passing through," he said simply. "You can call me Leon." Chris raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical but willing to accept the help. "Well, Leon, you've got some impressive moves. But this isn't over yet. Those guys were just the vanguard. There's a whole lot more trouble where they came from." Leon nodded, his expression serious. "Then let's deal with it. I'm not going anywhere until this mess is cleaned up." As the two men exchanged a determined glance, the sound of distant gunfire echoed across the city, a reminder that the battle was far from over. Leon tightened his fists, ready for whatever came next. He had entered this world by chance, but now that he was here, he wasn't about to stand by and let chaos reign. "Jarvius, keep scanning for threats," Leon said as he turned toward the edge of the rooftop. "Chris, lead the way. Let's finish this." And with that, the unlikely alliance was formed, setting the stage for a battle that would test not only Leon's strength but also his resolve. The fires of Raccoon City burned brightly in the night, and Leon knew that this was just the beginning. Leon's gaze locked onto the towering, flame-wreathed tyrant emerging from the inferno. The creature's charred, blackened body crackled ominously as it moved, its glowing red eyes glinting with relentless malevolence. The air around it shimmered with heat, the flames licking hungrily at its form yet failing to hinder its advance. Leon tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth quirking into a faint smirk behind his helmet. Warm, persistent, and unyielding. Yeah, this guy's definitely the poster boy for warmth, if you're into psychotic bioweapons, that is. Beside him, Jill Valentine had finally steadied herself, her breath still slightly ragged from the earlier explosion and narrow escape. She shot Leon a glance, her sharp blue eyes flickering between him and the approaching monstrosity. Despite the chaos around them, her mind was racing, trying to piece together exactly who or what this armored stranger was. His casual tone and almost playful demeanor were a stark contrast to the life-or-death situation they were in, but strangely, it felt reassuring. "Listen," Jill said, her voice laced with a mix of urgency and skepticism, "I don't know what kind of fancy sci-fi cosplay you're rocking, but that thing," she pointed at the flaming tyrant, "isn't going down with sarcasm. Got any actual plans, or do I need to grab a rocket launcher?" Leon chuckled softly, his calm demeanor unshaken by her words or the hulking bioweapon closing in on them. "Plans? I've got plenty. But first, let's make one thing clear, you're not fighting this thing alone. I've got it covered." Jill blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sheer confidence in his voice. Before she could respond, Leon stepped forward, his boots crunching against the shattered glass and debris scattered across the ground. He raised a hand, gesturing for Jill to stay back. "Stay here," he said firmly. "You've done enough for one night. Let me handle the big warm guy." "Wait, you can't just," Jill started, but her words were cut off as Leon launched himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. The force of his movement sent a gust of wind rushing past her, momentarily disorienting her. The tyrant, seemingly unbothered by its fiery surroundings, let out a guttural growl as it locked onto Leon's rapidly approaching figure. It raised one massive, clawed hand, ready to swipe at its new opponent. "All right, big guy," Leon muttered to himself, his voice calm but focused. "Let's see what you've got." In an instant, the two collided. The tyrant's clawed hand came crashing down with immense force, but Leon sidestepped it with ease, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to move faster than the creature could react. He retaliated with a swift, calculated punch to the tyrant's chest. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, the sheer force of the blow causing the ground beneath them to crack. The tyrant staggered backward, its massive frame struggling to maintain balance. For the first time, it seemed hesitant, as if trying to process the unexpected strength of its opponent. "This is new for you, isn't it?" Leon quipped, his tone light but edged with a hint of steel. "Getting smacked around, I mean. Usually, you're the one doing the chasing." Jill watched the scene unfold, her mouth slightly agape. She'd seen the tyrants in action before, unstoppable killing machines that could shrug off bullets and explosions like they were nothing. Yet here was this stranger, not only holding his own against one but seemingly toying with it. "Who the hell is this guy?" she muttered under her breath, gripping the handle of her pistol tightly. She felt a strange mix of relief and unease, relief that someone so capable had appeared out of nowhere, and unease at the fact that she had no idea where he'd come from or what his intentions were. The battle continued, Leon deftly dodging the tyrant's heavy blows while delivering precise, devastating strikes of his own. Despite its size and strength, the creature was clearly outmatched. Each of Leon's punches and kicks carried an almost absurd amount of power, sending the tyrant reeling with every hit. At one point, the tyrant let out a furious roar, its movements becoming more erratic and aggressive. It swiped at Leon with both arms, trying to catch him off guard. But Leon anticipated the attack, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the side of the creature's head. The impact sent the tyrant crashing into a nearby wall, leaving a massive dent in the concrete. Jill couldn't help but let out a low whistle. "Damn," she muttered. "Remind me to never piss this guy off." Leon landed gracefully, his boots hitting the ground with a soft thud. He turned to glance at Jill, his helmet retracting to reveal a calm, almost amused expression. "See? Nothing to worry about." Before Jill could respond, the sound of shifting rubble caught their attention. The tyrant, battered and bruised but still functional, began to rise from the wreckage. Its movements were slower now, more deliberate, but the fiery determination in its glowing red eyes hadn't dimmed. "Still standing, huh?" Leon said, his tone tinged with genuine admiration. "I'll give you credit for that. You're tougher than you look." Jill took a step forward, her pistol raised. "It's not over yet. These things don't stop until they're completely destroyed." Leon nodded, his expression turning serious. "In that case, let's finish this." He glanced at Jill, a small smile playing on his lips. "Got a rocket launcher handy, or do I need to improvise?" Jill smirked, despite herself. "I think I know where to find one." Just keep that thing busy while I grab it. You got it, Leon replied, turning back to face the tyrant. Hey, big guy. Round 2? As Jill sprinted off to retrieve the weapon, Leon braced himself for the next wave of the fight. The tyrant let out another guttural roar, charging toward him with renewed fury. But Leon stood his ground, his confidence unwavering. Let's see if you can handle what's coming next, Leon muttered, his fists tightening as he prepared to meet the creature head dash on. As the smoke cleared and the last remnants of the tyrant crumbled into unrecognizable ash and charred bone against the wall, Leon hovered in the air, calmly observing the aftermath. His armor gleamed faintly from the glow of the distant fires, and the faint hum of his thrusters slowly died down as he descended gracefully to the ground. The battle had been swift, efficient, and decisive, just as he'd intended. Jill and Carlos remained huddled behind cover, their expressions a mixture of awe, disbelief, and lingering tension. Jill peeked out cautiously, her grip on her pistol tightening instinctively as she processed what she had just witnessed. The man who now stood before her, clad in his impossibly advanced armor, was no ordinary survivor. He was something else entirely, otherworldly, even. Carlos, still clutching his assault rifle, finally broke the silence. Holy, what the hell was that? He exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and admiration. Those missiles, and the flames, and then it boom. He gestured wildly, trying to mimic the series of explosions that had just obliterated the tyrant. Jill, still recovering from the shock, shot Carlos a glare. Focus, Carlos, she snapped, though her voice lacked its usual sharpness. It was clear she was just as shaken and impressed by what she had seen. She turned to Leon, her gaze steady but filled with questions. You're not from around here, are you? Leon turned his head slightly, the faint blue light of his helmet's visor reflecting in Jill's eyes. For a moment, he said nothing, his stance calm and composed as if the chaos around them were a mere inconvenience. Then, with a soft mechanical hiss, his helmet retracted, revealing his face once more. I suppose you could say that, Leon said, his tone measured but not unfriendly. Let's just say I'm passing through. Passing through? Jill repeated, narrowing her eyes. What kind of person passes through a city in the middle of a bioweapon apocalypse with a suit like that? You're not Umbrella, are you? Leon shook his head, his expression neutral. No. I'm not with Umbrella. In fact, I'm not with anyone from this world. He glanced down at the smoldering remains of the tyrant, then back at Jill and Carlos. I'm here because, well, let's just say circumstances brought me here. And while I'm here, I figured I might as well do something useful. Carlos blinked, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to process what he'd just heard. Wait. Back up. Not from this world? Are you saying you're an alien or something? Leon raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Not exactly. Let's just say I'm a traveler. From somewhere very far away. Jill crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. That's a lot to take in, she said cautiously. But considering what I just saw you do, I'm willing to believe it. For now. Her gaze softened slightly as she added, thanks for saving us. That thing, it's killed a lot of good people. If you hadn't shown up when you did. Leon gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. You're welcome. But don't thank me yet. There's still a lot of work to do. Carlos gestured toward the melted remains of the tyrant. Work? You mean taking out more of those things? Because, I don't know about you, but I think you just handled their MVP. Leon's lips quirked into a faint smirk. If only it were that simple, he said. That thing was just one of many. And something tells me there's more trouble brewing in this city than just oversized zombies. Jill nodded grimly. You're not wrong. This whole city is a war zone, thanks to Umbrella. And it's only getting worse. Leon's expression grew more serious. Then we'd better not waste any time. You mentioned a subway station earlier, he said, turning to Carlos. Is it secure? Carlos hesitated, then nodded. For now, yeah. We've got a few survivors holed up there, and we're working on getting the trains running again. But it's only a matter of time before the infected break through the barricades. Then that's where we go next, Leon said decisively. He turned to Jill. You're coming too, right? Jill raised an eyebrow. You're asking me, she said, a hint of amusement creeping into her voice. I thought you were the one calling the shots here. Leon chuckled softly. Fair enough. But I'll need your help. You know the city better than I do, and I get the feeling you've been through enough of Umbrella's messes to know what we're up against. Jill's expression softened, and she nodded. All right. But don't think for a second that I'm letting my guard down around you, she said, her tone half joking. You might be a walking tank, but I've seen enough to know that trust doesn't come easy in a place like this. Leon nodded, his expression understanding. Fair enough. Let's just focus on getting through this alive. Carlos clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. All right, then. Let's move. The sooner we get to the subway, the better. As the three of them set off through the ruined streets of Raccoon City, Leon couldn't help but glance up at the night sky, the faint glow of the fires reflecting in his eyes. This world was unlike anything he'd encountered before, a place of chaos and desperation, where survival was a daily struggle. But amidst the destruction, he saw something else: resilience, determination, and the unyielding will to fight against impossible odds. And as he walked alongside Jill and Carlos, he knew one thing for certain: he wasn't just passing through anymore. He had a part to play in this story, and he intended to see it through to the end. Leon glanced at Jill and Carlos, his expression calm but faintly amused by their reactions. He had expected questions, and judging by the mix of awe and incredulity on their faces, they were struggling to wrap their heads around the situation. He tapped the side of his helmet, retracting it once more to reveal his face, and gave a slight nod to Jill. Nice to meet you, Jill Valentine. I've heard of you, stars, right? You've got quite the reputation. He turned his gaze to Carlos and added with a smirk, and you, well, thanks for the compliment, but I'm just doing my part to make sure that Big Dog doesn't get back up. Jill raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed as she studied him. You've heard of me, she repeated, her tone skeptical. That's interesting, considering I've never heard of someone like you before. And that's not an answer to my question. Who are you, really? Carlos chimed in, his curiosity getting the better of him. Yeah, man. That armor, those weapons, the fact that you can fly, you're not exactly blending in with the locals. Are you some kind of top-secret military experiment? Or, I don't know, a superhero? Leon chuckled softly at that, shaking his head. Superhero? That's a stretch. Let's just say I'm an independent operative. Someone who goes where he's needed. He gestured to the burning remnants of the tyrant. And right now, this city clearly needs all the help it can get. Jill narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly unconvinced. An independent operative with weaponry and technology decades ahead of anything I've ever seen? That's some independence you've got there. Leon met her gaze evenly, his tone calm but firm. I get that you're suspicious, and you should be. But I'm not your enemy, Jill. I came here because this world, your world, needs help. And whether you trust me or not, I'm going to do what I can to stop this chaos from spreading. Jill studied him for a moment longer, then let out a small sigh. All right. For now, I'll take your word for it. But don't think I'm not keeping an eye on you. Carlos, meanwhile, couldn't contain his excitement. Man, you're like something straight out of a comic book, he said, gesturing animatedly. I mean, flying? Laser cannons? Missiles that chase their targets? Where can I get one of those suits? Leon smirked, shaking his head. Sorry, custom made. One of a kind. Carlos groaned dramatically, throwing his hands up. Figures. Always the cool stuff locked away for the elites. Jill rolled her eyes at Carlos's antics but couldn't help a small smirk of her own. Turning back to Leon, she said, All right, independent operative, what's your plan? Because from where I'm standing, this city is a total loss. The infection is spreading faster than anyone can contain it, and Umbrella sure as hell isn't going to help. Leon's expression turned serious, his tone steady as he replied, The plan is to stop this at its source. That means taking out Umbrella's operations here in Raccoon City, starting with their labs and any remaining bioweapons they've let loose. He paused, glancing at Jill. And if I'm not mistaken, you've been gathering intel on them for a while, haven't you? Jill nodded, her expression grim. Yeah. I've been tracking their activities ever since the mansion incident. I've got some leads on their underground facilities, but getting access is another story. The whole city's crawling with infected, and worse. Leon gave a small nod. Then we'll work together. You know the terrain, I've got the firepower. Between the two of us, we can make this work. Carlos raised a hand, a slightly exaggerated look of indignation on his face. Hello? What about me? I'm not just going to stand around while you two charge off into danger. I've got skills, you know. Leon chuckled, glancing at Carlos. All right, you're in. But let's make one thing clear, this isn't about being a hero. It's about survival. We do what needs to be done, no more, no less. Carlos gave him a thumbs up. Got it. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll handle the rest. Jill, however, still seemed unconvinced. Even if we take out their labs, that's not going to stop the infection from spreading. The damage is already done. Raccoon City is lost. Leon's gaze hardened slightly. Maybe. But that doesn't mean we stop trying. Every life we save, every piece of data we recover, brings us one step closer to ending this for good. Giving up isn't an option. Jill studied him again, her expression softening just a fraction. You've got a lot of conviction for someone who just showed up in the middle of this mess. Leon met her gaze, his tone quiet but resolute. I've seen what happens when people look the other way. I'm not about to let that happen here. For a moment, the three of them stood in silence, the distant sounds of chaos and destruction filling the air. Then Jill nodded, a determined look crossing her face. All right. Let's do this. But if you're going to stick around, you'd better be ready for a fight. Leon smirked, his helmet sliding back into place with a smooth, mechanical hiss. The blue lights on his visor flared to life as he replied, always. Carlos grinned, slapping Leon on the back. Man, this is going to be one hell of a team-up. As the trio set off toward their next objective, Leon couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. He had been thrust into this world by chance, but now that he was here, he was determined to make the most of it. If the world itself was counting on him, he wouldn't let it down. After all, saving worlds seemed to be becoming something of a habit for him. Leon streaked across the sky like a blur, his form cutting through the air almost imperceptibly. The wind around him was eerily silent, a testament to the precise control of his biological force field that suppressed any sound or shockwaves from his incredible speed. The ruins of Raccoon City stretched out below him, a grim reminder of the chaos and destruction wrought by Umbrella's experiments. As he soared toward the hospital, his mind remained sharp, processing the events that had unfolded. The giant leech-like tyrant had been reduced to nothing but fragments, and yet Leon couldn't shake the feeling that something larger was at play. The unnatural mutation, the relentless regeneration, the sheer scale of its transformation, it all pointed to something far beyond the standard horrors of the T-virus. "Jarvas," Leon said, his voice calm but firm as he addressed the AI following closely behind in his now empty armor. "Run a diagnostic on the bioorganic residue left behind by that tyrant. I want detailed data on its structure, any anomalous compounds, and potential connections to other strains." "Understood, sir," Jarvis replied smoothly. "However, it appears the residue has dispersed almost entirely due to the intensity of your final attack. The remaining samples are minimal and may lack sufficient integrity for a full analysis." Leon frowned slightly, his brow furrowing as he considered the implications. "Still, do what you can. Even the smallest clue could help us understand what we're dealing with here." "Of course, sir. Initiating analysis now." As he approached the hospital, Leon's thoughts briefly drifted to Jill and Carlos. Their reactions to his display of power had been amusing, to say the least, but he also understood their shock. To them, he was an anomaly, a living impossibility, a man who defied the very laws of their reality. And yet, despite their disbelief, they had shown courage and determination. Jill, in particular, had impressed him with her resolve, even in the face of overwhelming odds. "Good people," Leon muttered to himself. "This world needs more of them." He landed gracefully on the hospital's rooftop, his feet barely making a sound as he touched down. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and decay, and the faint moans of the infected echoed from the streets below. Leon's expression hardened as he surveyed the area, his enhanced senses scanning for any immediate threats. "Jarvis, give me a layout of the hospital," Leon ordered. "Prioritize locations where Umbrella might have hidden research labs or key supplies." "Mapping the facility now, sir," the AI responded. "Based on the structural scans, there is a high probability that the basement levels contain secure storage units and laboratory spaces. Additionally, I am detecting faint energy signatures that could indicate active equipment." Leon nodded, his eyes narrowing. "Good. Let's move." He descended into the hospital with practiced efficiency, his movements silent and precise. The hallways were eerily empty, the flickering fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the blood-stained walls. Every so often, the distant growl of a zombie or the soft scuttling of something unseen would break the silence, but Leon pressed on, undeterred. As he moved deeper into the facility, his mind remained focused on his mission. The T-virus, the mutations, the world consciousness that had hired him, there were still so many unanswered questions. But one thing was clear, the key to understanding this world's biological horrors lay within Umbrella's secrets. And he intended to uncover every last one of them. Meanwhile, back on the desolate street, Jill and Carlos stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the sky where Leon had vanished moments ago. The faint sound of debris falling around them was the only reminder that the chaos they had just witnessed was real. Carlos broke the silence first, his voice shaky but tinged with awe. Okay, so, let me get this straight. That guy just punched a monster the size of a building into the stratosphere, while wearing shorts. And then flew away like it was Tuesday. Jill exhaled slowly, her expression a mix of bewilderment and determination. Yeah, that's about right. Carlos turned to her, gesturing wildly. And you're just what? Fine with this? Like, oh yeah, sure, makes sense. A guy from another world shows up, fights a giant leech monster, and then casually nukes half a street. Jill shot him a sharp look, her voice firm. I'm not fine with it, Carlos. But I don't have the luxury of sitting around and questioning everything right now. You heard what he said, there are still survivors out there, and we need to get them to safety. Carlos opened his mouth to protest but then closed it, nodding reluctantly. Alright, fine. You're right. But seriously, Jill, what the hell is he? Jill didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the now empty sky, her thoughts racing. Leon Stark was an enigma, one that defied everything she thought she knew about the world. And yet, there was something about him, something in the way he carried himself, that inspired a strange sense of trust. I don't know, she said finally, her voice quieter. But whatever he is, he's on our side. And right now, that's all that matters. Carlos sighed, shouldering his rifle. Fair enough. Let's just hope he keeps the godlike power of his pointed at the bad guys. Jill smirked faintly as they began making their way toward the subway station. If he doesn't, I'll be the first to let him know. As they walked, the faint sound of falling debris continued to echo around them, a somber reminder of the battle that had just unfolded. But amidst the destruction, there was also a glimmer of hope, a hope that, perhaps, with Leon's help, they might just have a chance to save what was left of their world. JARVIS, disarm the armor, Leon's voice resonated from within the mech suit. At once, sir, replied another voice, seemingly emanating from the mech itself. This unexpected response left Jill momentarily dazed, questioning whether she was hearing things. But in the next instant, the mech's thrusters ignited with scorching flames, and its iron plates began to unfurl like petals of a flower, revealing the figure of a man within. Jill's mind went blank as she realized the mech, which had appeared to be effortlessly floating in midair without any visible propulsion system, was in fact levitating like some ghostly apparition. The uncanny nature of this revelation sent a chill down her spine, creeping up her back and settling uncomfortably in her thoughts. Yet that chill was soon replaced by sheer shock. As the mech's faceplate retracted, it revealed a man with a high-bridged nose and intense, deep-set eyes. His hair fell loosely, with each strand distinct and defined, his sharp features exuding a casual, almost lazy charm that reminded Jill of golden afternoons. The first thought that popped into her mind was absurd yet vivid: is this man a living Greek statue come to life? However, what happened next was even more mind-boggling. As the mech opened fully, revealing the man named Leon, he simply began to fly without any external aid. Jill and Carlos could only gape, their jaws practically hitting the floor as they involuntarily uttered, "What the hell?" Their expressions mirrored the disbelief of people who had just witnessed a deity descend upon the mortal world. They watched wide-eyed as Leon ascended into the sky, his previously relaxed demeanor sharpening into something fierce and commanding. His black pupils seemed to flicker with a crimson glow, and the once lifeless mech now hovered alongside him, flames bursting from its thrusters as though it had come alive. "I was planning to blend in as an ordinary person and keep things low-key," Leon declared, his voice carrying a hint of annoyance as he floated in midair. "But this tyrant just refuses to stay dead. Guess I can't keep holding back anymore." He crossed his arms over his chest, exuding an air of absolute dominance even while clad in casual knee-length shorts. "This armor? It's just one of my seals." Before him, a monstrous, leech-like tyrant had grown to a grotesque size, its dimensions now exceeding 10 meters. It suddenly erupted, sending forth countless thick, writhing tentacles that slashed through buildings, spreading like an invasive plague and staining everything in their path with its unnatural hue. At the heart of this chaos, the tyrant's upper body remained intact but grotesquely enlarged, standing like a tower in the middle of the street. Its legs had morphed into massive claws nearly 10 meters long, and its head now resembled a leech's, bristling with razor-sharp teeth. It had entered its third and most horrifying phase. Resurrected twice already, the tyrant seethed with unrelenting hatred for Leon. As soon as its new body formed, it stretched its elongated neck and let out an earth-shaking roar. The deafening sound sent gale-force winds sweeping through the street, causing cars to rock violently and debris to scatter as if caught in a storm. The sheer force of its roar made the air itself tremble. Leon frowned slightly, clearly displeased. He had no intention of inhaling the creature's foul breath. In the blink of an eye, his form blurred, vanishing like a ghost and reappearing directly beneath the tyrant. "Shut up!" Leon bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. He rocketed upward, breaking the sound barrier with a single motion, and delivered an upward punch straight to the tyrant's grotesque head. The punch seemed almost effortless, yet the tyrant's newly formed skull couldn't withstand even a single blow. It exploded like a balloon, shattering into countless fragments. Even its massive body, which had taken so long to regenerate, was obliterated instantly. Leon enveloped the tyrant's entire form with a biological force field, ensuring that every part of its body experienced the same overwhelming pressure. With a single punch, the tyrant's body, along with the buildings it had ensnared with its tentacles, was uprooted and launched skyward. Massive chunks of blackened biological tissue, entire sections of streets, and towering structures were flung into the air, breaking the sound barrier as they ascended. But Leon didn't stop there. He immediately pursued the debris, his figure streaking through the air like a comet. With another punch, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, as if a meteorite had collided with the earth. The buildings, the tyrant's body, and the zombies entangled by its tentacles, all of it was pulverized into countless fragments, scattering like dust in the wind. On the ground, Jill and Carlos stood in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process what had just occurred. It was as if they had lost a chunk of time, unable to remember even blinking. In what felt like an instant, everything within a radius of 10 meters had been obliterated. The once bustling street was now a barren wasteland, stripped clean of asphalt and concrete, exposing the dark, labyrinthine depths of the sewer system below. In that moment, both of them were overcome with an indescribable sense of awe. It was as if the world they had known had suddenly become alien and incomprehensible. Jill stared blankly at the sky, where Leon had now become a mere speck in the distance. Her mind was a tumult of emotions, all swept away by the sheer magnitude of what she had just witnessed. Suddenly, with no sound to announce his arrival, Leon reappeared before them as if teleporting. His presence was so abrupt that it felt almost surreal. "Sorry about that," Leon said casually, scratching the back of his head. That tyrant's body was surprisingly durable and, well, aesthetically interesting. I might have gotten a little carried away. He chuckled and waved at them with a carefree smile. "Sure, I might have caused some collateral damage, but hey, the city's already overrun by zombies, so it's not like anyone's using it. We'll part ways here," he added, his tone light but decisive. "Goodbye, Jill. Carlos. Remember, focus on gathering survivors." With that, Leon ascended into the air once more, calling out to his hovering suit, "Let's go, JRVS. We're headed to Raccoon City Hospital. Should I assist you in re-equipping the armor, sir?" JARVIS inquired. Leon waved the suggestion off. "No need. I only wore it earlier as a precaution against kryptonite and red sun radiation. Nothing in this world can hurt me, so it's unnecessary." "Understood, sir. Grab the pack Tony gave me and follow along." Leon's words echoed faintly as his form blurred and vanished, moving at speeds that defied comprehension. His biological force field ensured that his high-speed travel caused no disturbance, making him quieter than the natural breeze sweeping through the city. Back on the ground, Jill and Carlos stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. The only reminder of Leon's presence was the faint wind stirring up a thin layer of dust around them. So he just left?" Carlos muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Looks like it," Jill replied, equally dazed. "He really is a savior, isn't he?" "He has to be. I guess so. Probably? He mentioned heading to the Raccoon City Police Department, didn't he?" "Yeah, I think so. So, what do we do now? Still head to the subway station?" Carlos rubbed his face, trying to snap himself out of his stupor. "Of course." Jill snapped back to attention, her expression hardening with determination. "Leon told us to help the civilians, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Besides, I need to keep an eye on you umbrella people." Though her mind was still replaying the surreal image of Leon in action, she pushed those thoughts aside. That image of him, casually floating in shorts, destroying a monster with godlike ease, was burned into her memory, overshadowing everything else. As the two spoke, the remnants of debris continued to drift down from the sky, resembling a gray, ashen rain. Leon followed Dr. Bard deeper into the hospital, his calm demeanor unshaken as the scientist led him through narrow, blood-stained corridors. The faint flicker of fluorescent lights illuminated their path, accompanied by the distant groans of infected echoing through the building. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, Leon's posture remained relaxed, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of threats. Dr. Bard, clutching a stack of paper files against his chest, occasionally glanced back at Leon, his expression a mix of awe and nervous excitement. I still can't believe this, Bard muttered, half to himself. An entity from another world, sent to save us. If I hadn't seen what you did earlier, I would have dismissed it as pure madness. Believe it or not, Dr. Bard, Leon said evenly, your world is hanging by a thread. The choices you make now will determine whether it survives or collapses. Bard nodded quickly, his head bobbing like a nervous pigeon. Yes, of course. The T-virus, the research, the vaccines, they're all pivotal. He stopped abruptly, turning to Leon with a look of slight hesitation. You said, the world's consciousness sent you here. If that's true, does it mean our world is, alive? Sentient? Leon met his gaze, his expression unreadable. In a way, yes. At least, that's how it seems. Your world has its own way of protecting itself, of reaching out when things spiral too far out of control. His tone remained steady as he added, and right now, you're part of the problem it's trying to fix. Bard flinched at the bluntness of Leon's words, the weight of his guilt evident in his downcast eyes. I never wanted this, he muttered, gripping the files tighter. I was just a researcher. I didn't know what Umbrella truly intended until it was too late. Leon studied him for a moment, then nodded. Regret won't change the past. What matters is what you do now. They reached a secured room at the end of the corridor, its heavy steel door marked with an Umbrella logo that seemed almost mocking in the dim light. Bard fumbled with a keycard, his hands trembling as he swiped it across the scanner. The door hissed open, revealing a small, sterile laboratory filled with shelves of vials, equipment, and stacks of paper. This is it, Bard said, stepping inside and gesturing around the room. These are the last remaining samples of the T-virus vaccine that I was able to synthesize. And over there, he pointed to a locked cabinet. Are the raw T-virus samples? I kept them in case we needed to study their properties further. Leon stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the lab. The faint hum of machinery filled the air, along with the faint, sterile scent of disinfectant. He approached the cabinet Bard had indicated, his movements precise and deliberate. Jarvis, Leon said, his voice quiet but firm. Begin scanning the contents of this lab. I want a full analysis of everything here, samples, equipment, and documentation. Understood, sir, the AI replied, the voice emanating from the floating Super Mark I armor that had followed Leon into the room. The suit's sensors began glowing faintly as it scanned the lab, its systems silently absorbing and processing the data. Dr. Bard watched in stunned silence, his mouth hanging open slightly. That's incredible, he whispered, his gaze darting between Leon and the autonomous armor. Your technology, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. Leon ignored the comment, focusing instead on the samples in the cabinet. He carefully inspected the vials of T-virus, noting their faint, eerie glow. These are unstable, he said, his tone matter-of-fact. Even in containment, they could potentially mutate further. We'll need to secure them properly before transporting them. Bard nodded quickly. Yes, of course. I can help with that. I have containment protocols written down somewhere. Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed from the hallway outside, followed by an inhuman snarl. Leon's head snapped toward the door, his eyes narrowing. Stay here, he ordered, his voice firm and commanding. But Bard began, his voice trembling. No arguments, Leon interrupted, stepping toward the door. Jarvis, keep an eye on him. Affirmative, sir, the AI replied, its sensors swiveling toward the panicked scientist. Leon pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway, the dim light casting long shadows across the blood-stained walls. The snarls grew louder, accompanied by the heavy thud of something large and lumbering moving closer. As the creature came into view, Leon recognized it immediately, another hunter beta, its reptilian body glistening with blood and viscera. Its claws scraped against the walls as it moved, its glowing red eyes locked onto Leon with predatory intent. Leon sighed, rolling his shoulders as if loosening up for a casual workout. You hunters really don't know when to quit, do you? The creature let out a guttural roar and lunged at him, its claws slashing through the air with deadly precision. But Leon was faster. With a burst of speed, he sidestepped the attack, his movements fluid and effortless. His hand shot out, grabbing the creature by the throat mid-lunge. Here's the thing, Leon said, his voice calm but edged with steel. I don't have time to deal with you. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the hunter down the hallway, its body crashing through a wall and into an adjacent room. The impact sent debris flying, and the creature let out a pained screech before falling silent. Leon dusted off his hands, his expression unimpressed. Jarvis, status update. The lab is secure, sir, the AI replied. Dr. Bard is unharmed, and the data has been successfully catalogued. Good, Leon said, turning back toward the lab. Let's finish this up and get out of here. We've got a city to save and not much time to do it. As he re-entered the lab, Dr. Bard stared at him with a mixture of awe and disbelief. You just threw that thing like it was nothing. Leon smirked faintly. Trust me, that was nothing. Now, let's focus. We've got work to do. Bard nodded quickly, his earlier fear replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, of course. I'll help in any way I can. As the two of them began securing the samples and preparing the vaccine data, Leon couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. The challenges ahead would be immense, but with every step forward, he was one step closer to fulfilling the mission he'd been sent to this world to complete. Dr. Nathaniel Bard nervously handed over a thick stack of documents he had carefully retrieved from the safe, his hands trembling as he presented them to Leon. These are most of our key experimental data, including the research process and conclusions. Are you planning to restart the research with these materials? Leon casually lifted the hefty, 30-centimeter thick bound documents with one hand, flipping through them as if they weighed nothing. His tone was calm as he replied, No, I plan to read through them now and then proceed to Umbrella's underground lab for the next step of improvement. Read through them now? Dr. Bard muttered to himself, his doubts swirling. He thought to himself that it would take an eternity to read all that. However, the next moment, Leon's reading actions completely shattered Bard's expectations. What Leon was doing couldn't even be called reading, it wasn't even browsing. Leon lightly pinched the corner of the thick stack of papers and released his grip slightly. The pages began flipping rapidly, like a deck of cards being shuffled. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the entire stack had been read. Leon closed his eyes for a few seconds and then handed the stack of documents back to Bard. Done. Burn it. Burn it, huh? Dr. Bard was dumbfounded, his eyes darting between the documents in his hands and Leon's closed eyes, his face filled with confusion. I mean, I've already read and memorized everything, Leon explained, his eyes still closed. But you flipped through it backward. Bard stammered, utterly shocked. He hadn't even started questioning the absurdity of reading and memorizing such a thick document in mere seconds. It was the fact that Leon had flipped through the pages backward that had already blown his mind. Memorizing all the words and then mentally reversing the page order. Simple, Leon said matter-of-factly, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Dr. Bard's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. His worldview felt as though it had been turned upside down. He couldn't decide whether to believe what he was seeing or to dismiss it as some bizarre hallucination. Finally, after glancing at Leon, who stood there unmoved, Bard reluctantly took the documents to retrieve some gasoline. He set the papers ablaze, telling himself over and over that since this man was supposedly the savior chosen by the world itself, then perhaps his peculiarities were to be expected. Leon remained standing where he was, his eyes still closed. He wasn't trying to appear aloof, rather, as he processed all the experimental data he had just memorized, he noticed something unusual. As he delved into the biochemical research materials, his thoughts became exceptionally sharp and agile. While the speed of his superpowered brain processing remained the same, his innate talent in the field of biochemistry seemed to have skyrocketed. Simply recalling the experimental data he had just absorbed sparked a flood of inspiration in his mind. So that's the gift. Leon muttered to himself. It dawned on him that the gift granted by the world's consciousness was an enhancement of his aptitude in biochemical research. If he had to compare it, his talent could now rival the greatest minds in this world of bioweapons, figures like William Birkin, Alexia Ashford, and James Marcus. However, unlike them, who possessed talent but lacked a superhuman brain, Leon's actual research capabilities now far surpassed theirs by countless levels. Once Dr. Bard finished burning all the documents, Leon finally opened his eyes. Do you need anything else? Dr. Bard approached Leon eagerly, his face filled with a mixture of awe and anticipation. Bring all the T-virus samples and vaccine prototypes you have. We're leaving, Leon ordered. Then, raising his voice, he called out, JARVIS. JARVIS, meanwhile, had been busy piloting the Super Mark I armor through the hospital, systematically eliminating infected creatures. It had already cleared the building from the first floor to the top, leaving the hospital nearly devoid of zombies. JARVIS is your companion? Dr. Bard asked cautiously, his curiosity getting the better of him. Something like that. You'll see for yourself in a moment. No sooner had Leon spoken than, half a minute later, the ceiling of the room was abruptly blasted open from above. The Super Mark I armor descended dramatically, landing before Leon in a sleek, single-knee pose. A vein twitched on Leon's forehead as he sighed inwardly. Is this landing pose a Stark family tradition now? Exoskeleton, mech suit? Dr. Bard exclaimed, his voice trembling with astonishment. He felt dizzy, as if his senses were being overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of what he was witnessing. This is my AI, Jarvias. If you need help, you can ask him, Leon explained briefly as he placed the T-virus samples and vaccine prototypes into a secure container, handing it over to Jarvias. Then, without further ado, he grabbed Dr. Bard by the collar and said, "Let's go." To the Raccoon City Police Department. Dr. Bard's scream echoed through the air as Leon and Jarvias ascended into the sky, leaving the hospital behind. Within seconds, Leon hovered above the Raccoon City Police Department, while Jarvias trailed 10 kilometers behind, rapidly catching up. Bard, still dangling from Leon's grip, continued to scream at the top of his lungs, his face a mix of terror and disbelief. "Stop screaming. We're here," Leon said, shaking Bard slightly in an attempt to calm him down. The dangling Bard, his feet kicking at empty air, only screamed louder in response. His cries grew so loud that even the zombies surrounding the police station began to look around curiously, as if trying to locate the source of the commotion. Leon sighed and ignored him, activating his X-ray vision to survey the police station below. The once proud building was now a grim battleground, filled with corpses and shambling zombies. Despite the overwhelming odds, Leon could see that the police had fought valiantly to protect the survivors. Their swift actions in the early days of the outbreak, setting up shelters, rescuing civilians, and rigging explosives in the streets had greatly reduced the number of zombies in Raccoon City, giving the remaining residents a slim chance of survival. But the cost had been high, and most of the officers had succumbed to the relentless assault. Now, Leon's enhanced vision revealed only 5 remaining survivors inside the station. One of them was none other than Chief Brian Irons, a corrupt, despicable man who had collaborated with Umbrella to cover up their crimes. Irons had even run an orphanage next to the station, using the children as test subjects for Umbrella's experiments. Leon's expression darkened at the sight of him. Without hesitation, Leon unleashed a pair of heat vision beams, piercing through several walls to strike Irons where he sat. The beams pinned the man to his luxurious leather sofa. The corrupt chief, who had been in the middle of preparing to turn the mayor's daughter into a taxidermy specimen, let out a choked gasp as the searing rays burned through his chest. He clutched at the charred wounds, his face contorted in disbelief, before collapsing lifelessly onto the table in front of him. Moments later, Jarvis arrived at Leon's side, while Dr. Bard finally regained his composure. Bard stared down at the police station's entrance, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The Raccoon City Police Department were already here? He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with awe as he stared at Leon, who was holding him by the collar. Unable to contain himself, Dr. Bard exclaimed, "How in the world do you do all this? It's simply unbelievable." Leon merely gave a faint smile, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he quipped, "Finally calmed down? Honestly, your screaming just now was at least 3 decibels louder than my brother's when he's yelling for help." Realizing how he had lost his composure earlier, Dr. Bard's face flushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly wiped at his forehead, despite the absence of sweat, and muttered, That was an accident. I'm not usually like this." He glanced downward, observing the darkened streets below. Scattered zombies wandered aimlessly, their decayed forms shuffling in random directions. By the police station's entrance, a group of 10 or so zombies, their jaws and arms rotted away, relentlessly banged against the doors. "What do we do now, Savior?" Dr. Bard cautiously asked, testing the waters with his choice of title. Leon chuckled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Just call me Leon. Next, we're heading into the police station." As he spoke, Leon began to descend slowly, lowering their altitude. As they neared the ground, he exhaled a stream of icy breath. Instantly, frost spread across the street like magic, enveloping the entire area in a crystalline layer of ice. Every zombie, whether standing or crawling, was frozen solid in mere moments, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The frost expanded, coating everything within a 300-meter radius, converting the surroundings into what resembled a frozen kingdom. What was astonishing, however, was that the ice only coated surfaces, leaving the internal structures of objects untouched. Even a few flickering streetlights, encased in ice, continued to emit their warm, yellow glow, their light refracting through the frozen layers in mesmerizing patterns. "My word! This is like the ice god himself waved a magic wand," Dr. Bard exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with wonder as he took in the surreal, frosted landscape. Leon set Dr. Bard down on the icy ground and replied with a smirk, "That's not quite accurate, you know. After all, right now, I'm only holding you, not a wand." Amused by Leon's playful response, Dr. Bard chuckled, his earlier fear replaced by a sense of camaraderie. "An honor to be your wand, then." Leon shook his head lightly and began walking toward the police station. Dr. Bard, still marveling at the frozen surroundings, trailed closely behind. Every so often, he paused to examine the frozen zombies or streetlights, noting how the lack of oxygen within the ice was gradually causing the zombies to lose all remaining activity. Sighing at the grotesque beauty of it all, he hurried to catch up with Leon. Jarvis, meanwhile, followed at a steady pace, the metallic clank of its footsteps echoing softly through the icy streets. Maneuvering around vehicles frozen in place, the group finally arrived at the police station's main entrance. A sturdy iron gate blocked the way, preventing the zombies from breaching the station. The dozen or so zombies piled against it had been frozen into a single massive block of ice, forming an accidental barricade. Leon flexed his fingers and lightly knocked on the gate. With a resonant crack, the ice, along with the frozen zombies within it, shattered into countless shards, scattering across the ground. Standing before the now ice-free gate, Leon peered through the small gaps, surveying the interior of the police station. Satisfied with what he saw, he gestured for Jarvis to activate the suit's built-in loudspeaker. "Is anyone in there? The zombies outside have been dealt with. Please open the door and let us in," Leon called out, his voice amplified and echoing through the frozen streets. The commanding tone ensured that anyone inside, even if wearing earplugs, would have heard him loud and clear. Luckily, the officers inside weren't sleeping but resting in the lobby. Through his X-ray vision, Leon observed the police officers inside springing into action. The police station's broadcast about providing refuge to survivors still played on some car radios in the city, so Leon was confident that approaching openly wouldn't result in any hostility. A few minutes later, the front doors of the station creaked open, and a tall, slender black police officer stepped outside. His right hand rested cautiously on the grip of his holstered firearm, while his left held a flashlight. He scanned the area briefly before jogging to the gate. Two more uniformed officers followed behind him, both staring wide-eyed at the icy scene with expressions of utter disbelief. "Hold on. I'll get the gate open for you," the black officer called out. His eyes darted between Leon and Dr. Bard, noting their uninjured appearance and lack of visible weapons. This observation seemed to put him somewhat at ease. Looking around at the frozen street, he muttered, "Good Lord, what happened here? How the hell did everything freeze over like this? It's September, for crying out loud." He grabbed the gate's latch and attempted to pull it, only to find it stuck fast in the ice. Despite his best efforts, it wouldn't budge. "No good. It's completely jammed with ice. I'll need to grab a blowtorch or something," the officer said with a frown. He glanced around again. "At least the zombies are frozen solid. Just stay put, and I'll be back in no time." "No need, officer," Leon called out, stopping him before he could leave. With a firm grip on Dr. Bard's collar, Leon leapt gracefully over the gate, landing lightly beside the officer. "Sometimes, the simplest solution is the best one," Leon said with a slight grin, raising an eyebrow. The officer took a step back, his eyes widening in surprise. "That's some kind of kung fu? Damn, that's impressive. And I appreciate you saving me a trip to grab a blowtorch," Leon replied with a chuckle. He gestured toward the other two officers and added, "Let's head inside. It's freezing out here, and we don't want anyone catching hypothermia. Maybe I can help you find some coats in the station." "Coats won't be necessary. I can handle this chill," one of the officers said gruffly. "Well, there's still someone else we need to bring in," Leon remarked, snapping his fingers. "Jarvis, come on in." At his command, the sound of thrusters roared to life as the suit of armor hovered over the gate, flames propelling it smoothly into the courtyard. "What the black officer exclaimed, instinctively drawing his gun. His eyes widened in alarm as he stared at the mechanical figure. "What the hell is that thing?" "Let's discuss it inside," Leon said with a knowing smile, leading the group into the station. Just before stepping through the door, he glanced back at a distant building. In the window of an upper floor, he caught a glimpse of a fleeting red silhouette, a woman in a crimson dress disappearing from view. Minutes later, inside the police station lobby. "So, let me get this straight," the black officer said, recapping their conversation. "You're the savior, he's the head of a virus research center, that's a mech suit, the ice outside was caused by your breath, and Umbrella is behind this entire crisis?" Leon's explanations, combined with Dr. Bard's corroboration, had gradually worn down the skepticism of the three officers. Their initial incredulity had given way to tentative belief, especially after Leon demonstrated his ice breath by freezing a table solid. Now, after a few minutes of negotiation, mutual trust had been tentatively established. "Alright, we'll take your word for it, for now," the black officer said, glancing at his colleagues for confirmation before introducing himself. "Name's Marvin Branagh." He pointed to the other two officers, a middle-aged white cop and a heavier-set one, and added, "That's Elliot Edward, and the big guy here is just called Fatso by everyone." "Just the three of you? No one else in the station?" Dr. Bard asked, his white lab coat lending him an air of authority. Marvin gestured toward a medical partition at the back of the room. "There's one more, but his condition's a bit off. Dr. Bard, you might want to take a look." Bard hesitated, glancing at Leon for guidance. Only when Leon gave a small nod did Bard agree. "Alright, take me to him." The officers exchanged glances once more, a silent understanding passing between them. It was clear to them that Leon was in charge of this unusual duo, and his commanding presence only reinforced their growing belief in his incredible claims. At the moment, the group stood near the entrance of the police station. Beyond this point lay the reception area, with its polished brown marble-tiled floor and ancient-looking load-bearing stone columns. Since Leon's freezing breath hadn't reached the interior, everything inside remained untouched, preserving the station's original state. The lobby exuded a vintage aesthetic, with gilded wall sconces mounted on the stone pillars casting warm, sunlight-like hues across the room. Behind the reception desk stood a statue of the Goddess of Liberty. Leon recalled that this police station was originally a museum before being converted into its current form by Chief Irons. The modification served as a means to conceal the underground Umbrella Laboratory, the entrance to which lay beneath the goddess statue. However, to access the entrance, 3 stone medallions were required to activate the mechanism. The group cautiously moved past the reception desk. Between the goddess statue and the desk was a makeshift emergency ward constructed with medical partitions. Inside, on a stretcher, lay a pale-faced man. He was broad and muscular, his short-cropped hair neat, but his body felt unnaturally cold. "He's infected," Dr. Bard observed immediately, gently inspecting the man's arm. The wound's on his forearm. "Judging by the state of the infection, it's been less than 3 hours. He can still be saved." "But I don't understand," Bard continued, frowning. "Why would you keep an infected person here? That's incredibly dangerous." Over the past few days, Bard had seen countless tragedies caused by people refusing to abandon infected companions, only to doom entire groups in the process. This situation puzzled him deeply. The 3 officers, who had initially been overjoyed to hear that their colleague could be saved, suddenly fell silent. One of them finally spoke up. "He's a member of the STARS team. His name's Brad Vickers. He's important to us. When we found him, he was collapsed in an alley, so we brought him back here. There's only a few of us left anyway. If he does turn, well, it's not like we have much to lose at this point." "So, we held on to a shred of hope," another officer added, his tone heavy with emotion. "But now that you're here, what do you mean by he can still be saved?" Both officers turned their hopeful gazes toward Dr. Bard and Leon. "We brought T-virus vaccines and serums. They can counteract the infection," Leon explained as he called over Jarvis. The AI-controlled suit approached, opening the secure case it carried. Inside were 3 vials of glowing blue viral samples, 5 bright magenta vaccine prototypes, and 4 doses of antivirus serum. "Vaccines? There's a vaccine for this flesh-eating plague?" Marvin Branagh, the black officer, trembled slightly, his eyes filled with regret. If they'd had access to these vaccines earlier, how many of their comrades could they have saved? Umbrella developed the virus, so of course they also developed the vaccines, Bard explained, pulling one of the serums from the case and injecting it into Brad's arm. As the serum emptied into his system, Brad's pale complexion began to regain a hint of color. The officers exchanged relieved glances, their trust in Leon growing with each passing moment. "All right, Elliot," the middle-aged officer began, adjusting his stance. "You two didn't come to the police station just by chance. You must have a purpose. What can we do to help?" Leon turned and walked toward the goddess statue, gesturing for them to follow. "That's correct. Umbrella's research lab is located beneath this police station. I plan to head down there to develop a more effective vaccine. To do that, I need to access the lab through the hidden entrance here." Elliot's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are you serious? I knew there was a secret passage here. Officer Phillips always suspected it, but she's no longer with us to hear this news." His voice softened toward the end, a touch of sadness creeping in. Leon placed a reassuring hand on Elliot's shoulder. "You've all done well to make it this far. Now, step back. I'll open the passage. The group retreated, watching as Leon crouched slightly in front of the goddess statue. Then, with lightning speed, he struck the sturdy stone base beneath it. The stone slabs, reinforced with steel rods, crumbled like soft jelly under his effortless blow. His expression remained calm, his breathing steady, and his muscles barely flexed. The motion appeared so casual, it was as if he were merely flipping over a piece of tofu. The sight left the others wide-eyed, their hearts pounding with shock at the sheer absurdity of the feat. But there was no time for anyone to dwell on Leon's display of strength. With the statue gone, a hidden staircase was revealed, leading down to an open chamber. Even from the top of the stairs, they could see the lavish decor, elegant and opulent, exuding an air of luxury that was impossible to ignore. Good grief! This secret room has been right under our noses all these years, and we never even noticed. Elliot exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. Marvin's face darkened as anger bubbled to the surface. The chief! That bastard must have been in cahoots with Umbrella this whole time. The heavier officer, Fatso, said nothing, his face red with fury. All three turned their attention to Leon, waiting for his next instructions. Leon thought for a moment before speaking. First, search the surrounding area for any remaining survivors and clear out the zombies still inside the station. Once that's done, we'll head into the underground lab together. The zombies outside are frozen solid, so the search and rescue operation is up to you. Got it? Marvin nodded immediately. Understood. The three of us will head out now. With that, the officers quickly gathered their gear, formed up, and left the station. Leon then turned to the suit. JARVIS, sweep the station and eliminate any remaining infected. Yes, sir, JARVIS responded, launching itself into the station's various offices to handle the task. 20 minutes later, the Super Mark I returned to the lobby, its metallic surface smeared with traces of infected blood. A faint scratch marred its chest plate, likely the result of an ambush by a licker. Task complete, sir, JARVIS reported. Meanwhile, Marvin's team returned with 3 survivors, a father and daughter, as well as an Asian woman. The father was a stocky man with a rugged, tough guy demeanor. He held his daughter protectively in his arms, shielding her face from view. The Asian woman, on the other hand, wore a red cocktail dress, her long legs clad in black stockings and her feet in high heels. She exuded a cold, alluring charm, her every movement radiating confidence. Leon, these are the only survivors we could find nearby, Marvin reported, his tone tinged with disappointment. It's all right. Once we develop a new vaccine, we'll be able to save more people, Leon reassured him with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Elliot introduced the survivors. This is Robert Kendo, the owner of Kendo's gun shop, and his daughter. And this lady. I'm FBI, the woman interjected, producing a badge. Ada Wong, investigating Umbrella. Her sharp eyes scanned Leon, and with a faint smirk, she asked, "They're calling you the savior. Care to show me some proof?" Leon chuckled, his amusement evident. No need for me to prove anything. He recognized her tactics immediately. She was probing for more information about him, likely to assess how much of a threat or asset he might be. Doesn't matter if you're a savior or even God himself. Robert Kendo suddenly shouted, his voice filled with desperation. They said you have antivirus serum, right? Give me one. Just give me one, and I'll do whatever you want. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Dr. Bard's sharp eyes quickly examined the girl in his arms and gasped. She's infected. Leon added calmly, but it's early stage. She can still be saved. Without waiting for further instructions, JARVIS automatically retrieved a serum from the case and administered it to the girl before anyone could react. The child, who had been barely conscious, slumped into her father's arms after the injection. Emma, how are you feeling? Damn it, you tin can, how dare you wait, your eyes are clearing up. Kendo's voice trembled as he cradled his daughter, his panic giving way to relief as he noticed her pale eyes returning to their natural color. Though still weak and unresponsive, the girl was clearly improving. Good. A happy ending. I always liked those in movies, Leon quipped, glancing back to ensure the girl's condition was stabilizing. Satisfied, he turned toward the underground passage. Now, there's a new task, he announced. Marvin, leave one officer here to guard the survivors and secure the station. The other 2, come with us. We're heading to the lab to create a new vaccine. His words hung in the air for only a moment before his figure vanished into the passage, his movements precise and deliberate. Let's move. Time is of the essence, Dr. Bard said, following Leon into the underground passage, with JARVIS bringing up the rear. One man, one scientist, and a suit of armor disappeared into the depths below, leaving behind a faint echo of determination. The group exchanged glances, a silent pause stretching between them. Marvin decisively issued orders. Fatso, you stay here and keep watch. Elliot, you're with me. Survivors, stay put and rest. Got it, Marvin, Fatso replied without hesitation, his trust in Marvin unwavering. Robert Kendo, still shaken from the events, hesitated for a moment before speaking in a stammering tone. So, is he really the savior? I didn't even get a chance to properly thank him yet. Marvin helped settle Kendo's daughter onto a stretcher and replied, you'll have plenty of time to thank him when he gets back along with your now healthy daughter. Kendo, however, couldn't shake his doubts. But, you're just going to storm into Umbrella's lab with so few people? Are you sure that's safe? Elliot, clutching his handgun, responded confidently, Leon Strong. There's no way anything's going to happen to him. Another officer chimed in, honestly, we're not entirely sure if he's a savior or not. The whole thing seems impossible, really. Fatso added with a grin, but we believe in him. Marvin stepped out from behind the medical partition, his tone firm. Let's move, Elliot. Let's catch up to them. The black and white officers drew their pistols and disappeared into the underground passage, their footsteps echoing faintly as they descended. Ada Wong, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly spoke after the two officers disappeared from view. It seems like you all have a pretty good rapport already. Fatso, lounging on a nearby couch, chuckled. Oh, yeah. They had us all stunned from the moment that Mech Suit and his freezing breath showed up. Totally caught us off guard, huh? Ada cast a sidelong glance at the passageway and asked, but you don't seem to mind being left behind? Fatso furrowed his brow and replied, the station still needs someone to guard it. Why, lady, do you have some other opinion? Ada calmly walked toward the passage entrance, her heels clicking lightly against the floor. She waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I just need to say goodbye to you all for a bit. Without giving anyone a chance to respond, Ada descended into the passage, her figure vanishing into the dimly lit stairwell. Robert Kendo's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted, Hey! You can't go down there. Damn it! She ran in, let's go after her. But Fatso, unfazed, remained seated. Halfway to the passage, Kendo stopped and turned back, confused. Hey, Fatso, aren't you worried? Fatso shrugged nonchalantly. Whether she's trying to cause trouble or investigate, she won't be able to affect Mr. Leon. Let her do as she pleases. He smirked. Come on, do you really think a regular federal agent can mess with a guy who just ripped a statue out of the ground like it was nothing? Elsewhere. The group of four, accompanied by JARVIS, entered the elevator leading to the deeper underground levels. As soon as the mech suit stepped into the elevator, the system beeped in alarm, displaying a weight overload warning. Leon glanced at the suit and quipped, JARVIS, you're too heavy. You'll have to fly. The AI-controlled mech obediently lifted off the ground, hovering in the air and preparing to adjust its altitude as the elevator descended. Once more, Leon pressed the down button, and the elevator doors began to slide shut. At the last possible moment, a flash of red darted into the elevator, sliding gracefully across the floor and stopping right in front of Leon. Leon tilted his head slightly, his gaze meeting Ada Wong's. Without missing a beat, he deadpanned, wow, black. Ada stood, smoothing her dress with a practiced motion, and replied, that's safety shorts, gentlemen. Leon, his expression serious, retorted, and as a gentleman, I feel it's my duty to remind you that you almost had a wardrobe malfunction. Ada leaned in slightly, her lips curving into a sly smile. Well then, thank you so much for the reminder, Mr. Gentleman Leon. The elevator was spacious, designed to accommodate multiple people. Yet Ada chose to stand directly in front of Leon, leaning in just close enough to make her presence unmistakable. She tilted her head ever so slightly, her neck exposed in a subtle yet deliberate gesture. The proximity was undeniable, they were close enough to hear each other's breaths. Leon, however, was far too familiar with this tactic. Late-night heart-to-hearts with Natasha Romanoff had taught him well. He knew exactly how this game worked. Had he let his emotions get the better of him and acted impulsively, Ada would have undoubtedly pulled back instantly, her expression a mix of feigned disdain and triumph, ready to label him as anything but a gentleman. The phrase "a deer suddenly bounding into his heart" came to mind, a poetic way to describe the art of seductive manipulation. This was the classic push and pull maneuver, a staple in a trained female operative's arsenal. But Leon? Leon Stark? He was no fool. He remained composed, as tranquil as still water. After all, he'd seen far more provocative things in his past life. Ada's safety shorts? Please. He'd witnessed her infamous bunny suit cosplay in another timeline. If she thought a little theatrics would sway him, she was sorely mistaken. Leon subtly shifted to the side, creating a polite distance between them. His tone calm, he said, "No need to thank me. But I am curious, Miss Wong, why'd you follow us down here? I should warn you, it's very dangerous below." For a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Ada's face. Leon's reaction wasn't what she'd expected. Perhaps he truly was a gentleman. Drawing a pistol from her tactical vest, Ada replied, "It's my job. If there's danger, dealing with it is part of the job." Dr. Bard, who had been silent up until now, spoke up, his voice brimming with newfound confidence. "I'll be fine. Mr. Leon will protect me." Ever since joining Leon, Bard had experienced an unprecedented sense of security, something he hadn't felt even before the outbreak. In fact, Bard had been contemplating how he could continue working under Leon indefinitely. Compared to Umbrella, Leon was undoubtedly the superior boss. Ada tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Is that so? It seems Mr. Leon is quite capable." She was fishing for information, though her approach was a bit too direct. Leon, however, dodged the question with ease. "You'll see." Ding! The elevator arrived at the bottom level, the doors sliding open to reveal a long series of descending staircases. Leon led the group forward, taking the lead as they navigated the passage. Locked doors were forcibly opened, and zombies blocking the way were frozen solid with his icy breath. Soon, the group found themselves in the police station's underground sewer system. Leon wasted no time. He lifted off the ground, hovering above the murky waters with ease. He even suppressed his sense of smell, unwilling to endure the stench wafting through the air. "He's flying. He's actually flying." Marvin and the others were stunned, their eyes wide with amazement. Their astonishment didn't slow them down, however. The group efficiently followed Leon, descending the steps one by one into the sewer. The filthy water quickly rose to their thighs, soaking their uniforms. At the back of the group, Ada Wong hesitated at the edge of the staircase. She glanced down at the murky, uninviting water, then back up at Leon and J.R. Vias, who hovered above it all with an almost smug detachment. Her lips twitched ever so slightly. Leon turned to look at her, a playful glint in his eye. He was clearly waiting to see how she'd react. Ada sighed, her usual composure faltering for just a moment. With a resigned expression, she stepped forward and jumped into the sewer, the water splashing up around her as she joined the others. "Everyone, stay close and remain vigilant," Leon called out, his calm voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere of the sewer. He floated leisurely ahead of the group, his casual attire and effortless flight making him look completely out of place, like a high schooler squeezing in world-saving duties between classes. The group was now deep within the sewer system, only a short distance from Umbrella's underground lab. Along the way, mutated creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the murky water and moss-covered walls, launching sudden and violent attacks. Some bore grotesque features, half their bodies resembling oversized leeches while the other half resembled decayed corpses. There were oversized sewer insects and even massive crocodile-like abominations, easily over 10 meters long. It seemed as though Umbrella had somehow turned this ordinary sewer into a bizarre ecosystem teeming with horrifying biological diversity rivaling even the most extreme environments on Earth. These creatures were not only highly dangerous but also appeared in overwhelming numbers. Under normal circumstances, even a well-trained squad of Special Forces soldiers would have faced near certain annihilation. But for Leon, who floated at the front of the group, the situation was laughably simple. Every creature that dared to attack was swatted down with a single punch. Walls that obstructed their path were effortlessly demolished. No monster could withstand his blows, and no obstacle could delay him for even a second. The group followed in his wake, moving forward with ease. Aside from the unsettling environment, their journey felt almost like a casual stroll. Even Ada Wong, who had remained on high alert the entire time, had only managed to shoot one undead fish that had feigned death. Beyond that, she hadn't had a single opportunity to act. "Our Mr. Leon is truly a gentleman. I must admit, he makes one feel remarkably safe," Ada said with a mixture of genuine praise and annoyance as she wrung out the hem of her wet dress. The group finally arrived at a platform overlooking a wastewater treatment pool. The area was lined with water-based structures and massive treatment machinery that rumbled continuously, filling the air with mechanical noise. For the first time in a while, they were free of the sewer's filthy water. Marvin shone his flashlight around, illuminating the area. In the corners, the faint outlines of rotting corpses could be seen, their stench lingering in the air. Look at these bodies, some are wearing lab coats, others are in combat gear. Umbrella really did have a massive research base here, Elliot said through gritted teeth. This city was completely under their control. These parasites, they deserved what they got. Capital controlling power? Isn't that just this country's signature feature? Ada Wong remarked nonchalantly as she followed closely behind Leon. She suddenly turned her head to address him. What do you think, gentlemen? Leon didn't respond. Instead, he took a few steps forward before abruptly stopping. Step back, he barked. What? Ada blinked, caught off guard. Before she could process what was happening, Leon grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. A split second later, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Turning her head, Ada saw a giant mutated insect with gaping mandibles dart past the spot where she had just been standing. The creature, having failed its ambush, attempted to retreat. But Leon's reaction was swift and brutal. A single spinning kick sent the insect hurtling into the wall, where it exploded into a mess of goo and ichor. Ada felt a chill run down her spine as she realized how close she'd come to being skewered. Thanks, she murmured, leaning slightly against Leon as she steadied herself. Her hand brushed against his arm, which felt like it was carved from marble. Unable to help herself, she quipped, nice physique. Leon raised an eyebrow and replied, I think so too. But consider this one a favor you owe me. Conceited men aren't popular with the ladies, you know, Ada retorted with a sly grin. That's debatable, Leon said, resuming his journey without missing a beat. The group continued through the wastewater treatment area until they reached a monitoring room. Through the glass, they could see a large platform on the other side, where an armored cable car was docked. We're here, Leon announced. That cable car will take us straight to the lab. Thank heavens, we're finally getting somewhere, Dr. Bard sighed in relief. Physically the weakest of the group, he was visibly struggling to keep up. He stepped forward to open the monitoring room's door, only to find it securely locked. It's locked, Bard reported, his frustration evident. All eyes instinctively turned toward Leon. Let me handle this. I can pick locks, please, Leon. Not everything needs to be solved with brute. Ada began as she stepped forward, pulling out a set of lockpicking tools. Before she could finish her sentence, Leon calmly placed his hand on the door and pushed. The door, along with a sizable chunk of the surrounding wall, collapsed with a resounding crash. The two of them stared at each other. Leon shrugged innocently and said, maybe next time, let me know in advance that you can pick locks. Forget I said anything, Ada muttered, tucking her tools back into her pocket. Let's move. To the cable car, Leon said, turning toward the platform. But as he passed through the monitoring room, his gaze suddenly locked onto a shadowy corner. If you're planning to hitch a ride with us, now would be a good time to come out, he said, his voice calm but commanding. The group collectively tensed, their weapons snapping up to aim at the indicated spot. From the shadows emerged a gaunt, hollow-eyed middle-aged woman clad in a white lab coat. She held a handgun, pointing it at the group with trembling hands. Police? You shouldn't be here. The lab is overrun with infected. Leave now if you value your lives, she warned, her voice sharp and unyielding. Annette Birkin. Ada Wong exclaimed, stepping forward with her own gun raised. You and your husband created these viruses, you're the ones responsible for this disaster. Save your sanctimonious accusations, Annette snapped. Hand over the G-virus. Ada, keeping her aim steady, explained to Leon and the group, my mission here is to destroy Umbrella. The G-virus is far more dangerous than the T-virus, it cannot be allowed to remain in her hands. The tension in the room was palpable. Dr. Bard, who had never even heard of the G-virus before, looked utterly bewildered. Annette's expression darkened at the mention of the G-virus, her eyes narrowing with malice. So that's it. You're after the G-virus too, she sneered. Don't even think about it. In one swift motion, she tossed a grenade while firing her pistol at Ada. Watch out. Marvin and Elliot instinctively dove toward Leon, attempting to shield him from the explosion. But Leon moved faster. With a blur of motion, he caught the grenade in his left hand and yanked Ada out of the line of fire with his right. The bullet grazed Ada's arm but didn't penetrate. A muffled boom followed as Leon opened his palm, revealing only a faint wisp of smoke and fragments of the grenade. His hand remained unscathed. What the hell? The group stared in stunned silence, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. On the other side of the room, Annette froze, her gun trembling. Even her mutated husband, who had become a monster, wouldn't have been able to pull off something like that. Leon didn't give her a chance to recover. Striding forward, he grabbed Annette and handed her over to Marvin. Hold on to her. We're heading to the lab. The group exchanged bewildered glances but ultimately followed Leon onto the platform. Ada opened her mouth as if to say something, but the memory of Leon catching the grenade silenced her. For now. At the platform, they approached the cable car. It was only then that they realized it required an employee wristband to operate. Annette smirked smugly. You'll never get access. I won't give you the wristband. Give up now. Mr. Leon? Marvin and the others instinctively turned to him, their expressions expectant as though waiting for him to punch through the armored door. Ada, however, quickly intervened. Wait. Everyone, just wait. And Leon, calm down. Forcing our way in will damage the car. She pointed at Annette. Let's interrogate her first. She must have the wristband. Having experienced so many mind-blowing events in such a short time, Ada's usual composed demeanor had all but crumbled. For the first time, her voice carried a hint of desperation. Never in her life had she imagined she'd be reduced to practically begging someone to take a more measured approach. Leon gave Ada a strange look, his brows furrowed with mild exasperation. What are you even talking about? He asked, his tone tinged with confusion. Then, shaking his head with a sigh, he added, do you seriously think I solve everything with brute force? Give me a little credit. He snapped his fingers. JARVIS. At your service, sir, the AI replied, stepping forward in the hulking steel frame of the Super Mark I suit. Its presence, normally quiet, now drew everyone's attention. Open this cable car and get it running, Leon ordered. Understood, JARVIS responded. Several data cables extended from the suit, connecting to the cable car's external panel. Within seconds, the screen flickered, and the armory-like door of the cable car slid open with a soft hiss. There. See? I have technology too. Leon gave Ada a playful wink before stepping into the cable car. The others followed one by one, their voices filled with admiration and awe. Incredible, someone muttered. Leon truly is remarkable. Ada, however, stood frozen for a moment, staring at the door. She tilted her head and let out a soft, bitter laugh. Ha, what a fool, she murmured, though it was unclear whether she was referring to Leon or herself. With JARVIS in control, the cable car began to move smoothly, its speed gradually increasing as it descended deeper into the underground facility. Leon stood in the center of the group, addressing everyone. The lab is likely crawling with zombies and mutated creatures. Same plan as before, I'll take the lead and clear the path. Stay close and stay safe. He continued, once the lab is secure, focus on cataloging research materials and gathering equipment. As for improving the vaccine, I already have a preliminary plan in mind. If all goes well, we should have results by tomorrow morning. Dr. Bard nodded in agreement, visibly impressed. Marvin and Elliot looked equally enthused, their faces lighting up with renewed hope. Ada, meanwhile, clapped lightly, though the flicker of doubt in her gaze didn't escape Leon's notice. And here I thought you were just a kid playing superhero, Annette Birkin muttered derisively from the corner. What are you, 17? Maybe go to college first before making grandiose plans. The cable car reached its destination swiftly, and as the group disembarked onto the platform, they couldn't help but gasp at the sight before them. The Umbrella Lab was unlike anything they had imagined. In stark contrast to the grimy sewers they had just traversed, the lab was a futuristic marvel. High-strength titanium walls lined the facility, their pristine surfaces gleaming under the brilliant glow of daylight like LED lights that stretched endlessly into the depths of the base. My God, Marvin muttered, his voice filled with awe. How much money and manpower did Umbrella pour into this place? It's like stepping into another world, Elliot added, his eyes wide as he took in the sleek, high-tech surroundings. Even Leon seemed to adapt his approach to the setting. Unlike in the sewers, where brute force was often the fastest solution, he relied on JARVIS to bypass the facility's electronic locks. With each door they encountered, the AI effortlessly hacked through the security systems, granting the group unrestricted access. The research facility's interior was eerily quiet, populated mostly by humanoid zombies. Leon sent JARVIS ahead to sweep the area, clearing out any threats while the others stayed behind to regroup. As the team waited, they began exploring the nearby rooms. To their surprise, they discovered a collection of journals and logs left behind by the researchers. The entries detailed the gradual unraveling of the lab's operations, from an initial infection during an experiment, to the first infected individual being neutralized by security forces, to the eventual outbreak as the virus spread through rodents and other creatures, ultimately reaching the surface. So this is how it all started, Dr. Bard murmured, rubbing his forehead as he read through the documents. My God, I thought my team was the only one working on this research. Marvin placed a reassuring hand on Bard's shoulder. Doctor, you were forced into this. What matters now is that we do everything we can to make things right. While Bard and Marvin talked, Ada found herself face to face with Annette Birkin once more, the tension between them palpable. Meanwhile, Leon sat in the security office, sifting through the facility's digital records. Suddenly, the communicator in Leon's bag buzzed to life. Jarvis's voice came through the line. Sir, the mutated creatures within the facility have been neutralized. However, I've identified a Tyrant-class bioweapon pursuing a young girl. Should I intervene? A young girl? Leon's eyes narrowed. Could it be Sherry Birkin? He quickly recalled the events of the original timeline. The daughter of Annette and William Birkin, Sherry was a pivotal figure in the story. In the game, William, having injected himself with the G-virus, became a monstrous creature driven by an overwhelming urge to propagate the virus to his daughter. Sherry was eventually rescued by Leon S. Kennedy and Claire Redfield, later becoming a key character in the series. Leon made a decision. Jarvis, retrieve the girl and lure the creature to the platform. I'll handle it. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Leon turned back to the group, his expression serious. We've got a powerful enemy incoming. Everyone, prepare for combat. We'll intercept it here. A few minutes later, the Super Mark I suit descended onto the platform, its thrusters leaving a glowing trail of blue light as it landed. Cradled in its arms was a small blonde girl, her wide eyes filled with a mix of fear and relief. Sherry! Annette's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. She stepped forward, her expression softening as she called out to the girl. What are you doing here? Mommy! Sherry's eyes lit up at the sight of her mother, though her excitement was subdued. The metal man saved me. Jarvis gently set Sherry down, and the little girl immediately ran into Annette's arms. Ada, who had been restraining Annette, hesitated for a moment, surprised by the sudden turn of events. In her moment of distraction, Annette broke free, clutching her daughter tightly. I'm sorry, Sherry, Annette murmured, stroking her daughter's hair. I should have gone looking for you sooner. Sherry looked up at her mother, her voice trembling. Mommy, Daddy, he's changed. He's scary now. He's trying to catch me. Annette froze, her expression darkening. She stared at her daughter, a flicker of guilt and anguish crossing her face. Did he hurt you? Or give you anything to eat? Annette asked, her voice tight with concern. Sherry shook her head. No, he hasn't caught me yet. Annette let out a small sigh of relief, though her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Her grip on Sherry tightened as if steeling herself for what came next. I'm sorry, Sherry, Annette whispered, her tone filled with sorrow. I have to do this. Before anyone could react, Annette suddenly lunged, grabbing Ada's gun and turning it toward Sherry. Ada's reflexes were lightning fast. She twisted Annette's arm, pinning her to the ground in one fluid motion. What are you doing? That's your daughter. Ada's voice was sharp, her disbelief evident. Exactly because she's my daughter. Annette screamed, her voice trembling with desperation. I can't let her live. If she stays, William will infect her. If she leaves, he'll go after her. The G-virus must not spread, no matter the cost. The group stood in stunned silence, struggling to process Annette's words. Sherry, sitting on the ground, looked on in confusion and terror. Mommy, why? Annette glared at the others. You don't understand. None of you do. That thing is a monster, it'll destroy everything. The G-virus is the key to annihilation. Marvin stepped forward, his expression grim. No matter what you say, that doesn't justify killing your own child. Leon, who had been silent until now, cracked his neck and stepped forward. Annette, I have a better idea. What if we just kill your husband? Annette's eyes widened in disbelief. You're insane. You have no idea how powerful he is. Leon smirked, his confidence unwavering. Is that so? Without another word, Leon turned and walked toward the looming figure of William Birkin, who had just emerged from the shadows of the lab.as. William Birkin stumbled out of the research facility's doors, his grotesque form was fully illuminated by the harsh lights. His right side had swollen monstrously, with massive, bloodshot eyes protruding from his grotesquely overgrown arm. The crimson sinews of his mutated muscles tore through his skin like jagged blades, giving him a horrifyingly raw appearance. The left side of his body retained some semblance of his former self, though twisted and decayed like a corpse. His pale, lifeless eyes locked onto Sherry amidst the group, his singular focus clear. Roar! The guttural, earth-shaking roar that erupted from his mouth echoed through the chamber, his body seemingly growing larger with the sheer force of his fury. Like a ravenous beast that had finally caught sight of its prey, he lowered his head and charged forward like an unstoppable tank, his massive right hand clawing through the air as if to obliterate anything in his path. Leon, standing at the forefront, showed no hesitation. He stepped forward to meet the charge head-on, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting the enormous threat barreling toward him. Despite his casual stance, his frame, dwarfed by the monstrous form of Birkin, seemed almost laughably small. The others couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. They had witnessed Leon's incredible strength before, but this creature, this grotesque fusion of man and virus, was on another level entirely. Annette's earlier warnings about her husband's unrelenting power echoed in their minds, heightening the tension. Ada and Marvin instinctively raised their weapons, ready to support Leon if he needed to retreat. But Leon didn't falter. In a blur of motion, before anyone could blink, he sidestepped Birkin's massive claw with inhuman speed. Twisting around, he delivered a single, devastating uppercut to the creature's head. Crack! Birkin's mutated head exploded like an overripe watermelon under the scorching sun, the force of the impact spraying blood and viscera in every direction. The grotesque sound of the blow reverberated through the chamber. His massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, headless and lifeless. The group stood frozen in stunned silence, their gazes locked on the scene before them. Leon lowered his fist with practiced ease, his expression as calm as ever. Not a single drop of blood had sullied his clothes. He casually flexed his wrist before turning back to face Annette, who was visibly trembling. "You were saying something about how powerful he was?" Leon asked, his eyes glinting with a hint of playful mockery. Annette's jaw tightened, her hands trembling ever so slightly. She struggled to process what she had just witnessed. Her voice quivered as she stammered, You don't understand. Destroying his head will only accelerate his mutation. He'll come back stronger. You have no idea what you've done." Before she could finish, Leon turned back toward Birkin's corpse. With a faint sigh, he raised his hand and unleashed a scorching beam of heat vision. The red-hot energy seared through the remains of the creature, incinerating flesh, bone, and everything in between. In mere seconds, the monstrous body was reduced to a pile of blackened ash. Leon gave the pile a light puff of air, scattering the ashes into nothingness. "Now?" Leon asked, glancing back at Annette, his tone dripping with nonchalance and a touch of sarcasm. Annette's face went pale. Her lips trembled as she tried to form words, but nothing came out. Her inner turmoil was evident deep down. She had wrestled with the idea of putting her mutated husband down herself, but she had never been able to summon the will to do so. In one fell swoop, Leon had ended her indecision and her torment, leaving her with nothing but a hollow sense of loss. She staggered forward, her expression blank, her movements mechanical. As she reached the pile of ash, she knelt down and cupped a handful of the remnants, bringing it close to her face. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening in the harsh light. "Mommy!" Sherry's small, trembling voice broke the silence as she tentatively approached. But instead of running to her mother, she clung tightly to Leon's leg, her tiny hands gripping his pants as though he were the only solid thing left in her crumbling world. Annette didn't even seem to register her daughter's presence. She stood silently, turned, and walked back into the facility like a ghost. The oppressive silence was broken moments later by the sharp crack of a gunshot echoing through the lab. "Mommy!" Sherry cried, her wide eyes brimming with tears as she buried her face against Leon's leg. Her small body shook, but her grip on Leon only tightened. In her young mind, her parents, both of whom had failed to protect her in their own ways, were now gone. The steel-clad figure of Jarvis had saved her, but it was Leon who had given the order. He was the anchor she clung to, her last remaining lifeline. Leon sighed softly, resting a hand on Sherry's head and gently ruffling her hair. He didn't offer any comforting words. What could he say that would make this any better? Family tragedies like this left wounds that only time could heal. Instead, he simply held steady, a quiet presence for the girl in her time of need. "Let's move," Leon said after a brief pause, his voice calm but firm. "The lab is clear. We need to get to work on the new vaccine." He gently encouraged Sherry to join the group. "Marvin, Elliot, you're with Jarvis. Search the facility and gather every resource you can find, don't leave anything behind. Ada, do whatever it is you came here to do. Steal the G-virus or whatever else you're after, I don't care. Dr. Bard, you're with me. Let's get started on the vaccine." He glanced down at Sherry and added, "And you, if you're up for it, you can help the others. Maybe bring them some coffee or something." As if remembering something, Leon turned to the suit. "Jarvis, disable and destroy the self-destruct sequence for this facility. I'd rather not have the place blow up while we're in the middle of research. The team nodded in unison, each taking their assigned task. Even Sherry, after a moment of hesitation, wiped her eyes and scurried off to the kitchen to make coffee for the group. Ada lingered for a moment, watching Leon with a contemplative expression. "You knew my identity was fake, didn't you?" she finally asked. "From the moment I saw you," Leon replied without missing a beat. "Oh? Then why let me tag along? I've heard you're a free agent. You work for multiple factions, right?" "That's right. Well, I could use someone like that. Interested in working with me? You know, saving the world and all that?" Ada arched an eyebrow and smirked. "Recruiting me, huh? Sounds intriguing. I'll think about it, Leon." She leaned in as if to tease him by lifting his chin with her finger, but Leon subtly stepped back, dodging the gesture. Instead, she gave him a playful wink and a sly smile. "It's been a pleasure, and thanks," she said before disappearing into one of the side passages. Leon chuckled to himself. Classic Ada. Pretending to be all mysterious even in her 20s, he muttered, shaking his head. Without further delay, he grabbed Bard and flew toward the research lab. Meanwhile, at the Redstone subway station, Jill Valentine stood near the departing train, exchanging farewells with the other survivors. "Jill, are you sure about this? Heading to Stark's location?" "The Raccoon City Police Department isn't exactly close," Carlos said, his tone laced with concern. "You should leave the city with the others." "He said he'd save this city, and I believe him," Jill replied confidently as she checked her ammo. "I need to go. If I can help, even just a little, I have to try." Carlos sighed, exasperated. "I don't know where your trust in him comes from. Have you seen him in action?" Jill countered, slinging a rifle over her shoulder. "Do you still doubt him after that?" Carlos scratched his head, conceding the point. "All right, fine. I'll finish my mission first, but I'll come find you afterward." Jill raised 2 fingers in a casual salute. "See you at the station, then." With that, she turned and disappeared into the fiery streets. 2 hours later. T-virus airborne vaccine and serum complete. Leon held up 2 vials of crimson liquid, satisfaction evident on his face as he snapped his fingers triumphantly. Handing the vials to Bard, he instructed, "Run tests on the lab mice. Specifically, check if the vaccine works when dispersed through the air." In addition to creating a vaccine, Leon had modified the T-virus's transmission method, enabling it to spread through the air. Previously limited to fluid and bloodborne transmission, the new T-virus rivaled the efficiency of future viruses like the C-virus. Though it held apocalyptic potential, Leon had simultaneously developed an airborne vaccine to lock Pandora's box back up. Half an hour later. Leon, the vaccine and serum worked flawlessly on the test subjects. According to JRVIS's projections, the efficacy rate in humans won't differ by more than 0.3%. "What about the vaccine's range?" Leon asked. "As expected, it's effective within a 30-meter radius for up to 30 minutes after dispersion." "Excellent. Tell Marvin and the others to activate the production line and start mass-producing the new T-virus vaccine and serum." Leon picked up a vial of deep purple liquid. "And this test the new G-virus serum as well." Bard's hands trembled slightly as he took the vial, his voice unsteady. You created an airborne G-virus vaccine as well?" "Not quite. The G-virus hasn't spread widely enough for that to be necessary," Leon explained. "This is a concentrated anti-G-virus serum. It can save anyone infected for less than 20 hours. Bard let out a sigh of relief and quickly set to work. Leon, meanwhile, picked up a cup of coffee Sherry had made and took a sip, savoring the warmth. "All right," he said, "time to dive into my own research." 6.5 hours quietly passed. Leon, rubbing his temples, slowly walked back to the main lobby of the east wing of the research lab. The moment Marvin and the others saw him, they rushed over as though stars orbiting the sun. By now, it was 7 a.m. on the morning of September 29th. "Leon, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a bit?" Sherry asked with genuine concern, holding a box in her hands. Inside the box were the cremated remains of Annette Birkin, mingled with some of William Birkin's ashes from the earlier events. Leon gave a faint, tired smile and shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit frustrated, that's all," he said, waving off her concern, though there was a hint of weariness in his tone. Over the past 5 hours, Leon had immersed himself in his research, utilizing his unparalleled understanding of the progenitor virus along with the unique properties of the T-virus and G-virus. His formidable intellect had allowed him to achieve results in hours that had eluded Umbrella's top scientists for decades. The outcome of his work was a new virus prototype, which he had named the S-virus. The S-virus prototype was both highly contagious and extremely lethal, capable of airborne transmission and retaining its viability in the environment for up to 6 hours. Once infected, Leon estimated that over 90% of individuals would turn into zombies, gaining immense strength and resilience that made them nearly impossible to kill. However, for the rare survivors who resisted the transformation, the virus granted immense regenerative capabilities and enhanced physical prowess, all while preserving their rationality. Despite its terrifying potential, the S-virus had its limitations. Unlike common airborne diseases like pneumonia, it lacked efficient person-to-person aerosol transmission. The virus could only spread through bodily fluids or blood exposed to open air, or it would then vaporize and disperse. Leon knew that figures like Spencer and Weskier would see this virus as a key to human evolution, a tool to push their twisted vision of global progress. In the instant the S-virus prototype was completed, Leon could almost feel the world consciousness itself trembling with excitement, as though it anticipated the chaos that such a virus could unleash. But Leon had no such intentions. He didn't need a virus that would reshape humanity into monsters. His goal was far simpler: to create a serum that could fully restore regenerative abilities, something to heal Tony Stark's damaged body. A virus with such a high risk of mutation as the S-virus would be unacceptable. Turning Tony into a zombie was not an option. Given the potential dangers of the virus, Leon realized he might need to make a trip to Europe after resolving the Raccoon City crisis. He believed combining the properties of the Plaga parasite and the emold fungus could lead to a more stable and perfected evolution of the S-virus prototype. But before that, he would need to return to the Marvel Universe to better understand the time flow differences between the two worlds. As part of his research, Leon took a drop of his own blood, what he called Kryptonian blood, and exposed it to the S-virus prototype. Ever since awakening his unique abilities, his once human blood had quietly transformed, merging human and Kryptonian traits into a hybrid that defied classification. However, the results of this experiment were startling. The moment the S-virus prototype came into contact with Leon's blood, the virus was immediately devoured by the Kryptonian cells. The blood then began to proliferate uncontrollably, as if imbued with a will of its own. Within seconds, the infected blood began corroding the container, attempting to escape into the air. If allowed to spread, the combination of the S-virus's airborne properties and Kryptonian blood's hyperactive nature could have catastrophic consequences. For a brief moment, Leon even felt the world consciousness panic, bombarding him with waves of terror and despair. Leon acted quickly, using his heat vision to incinerate the sample. When the process was complete, the glass container lay in ashes on the lab table, serving as a stark reminder of just how dangerous his experiments could be. It also reinforced the long road ahead in his pursuit of perfecting bloodline research. Thus, when Leon emerged from the lab, massaging his temples, his mind was heavy with a mix of frustration and contemplation. "How are the vaccine and serum production results looking, Bard?" Leon asked, turning to Dr. Bard as he handed the syringe containing the golden S-virus prototype to JARVIS for safekeeping. Leon had destroyed all traces of the S-virus prototype in the lab, even going so far as to detonate the entire laboratory to ensure no one could access it again. The single remaining sample of the S-virus now rested securely with him. Bard, holding a report, beamed with excitement. "The G-virus serum trials have been a resounding success. So far, all subjects infected for less than 5 hours have been fully cured after injection. Additionally, we've produced enough of the new T-virus vaccines and serums to cover all of Raccoon City. With JARVIS's assistance, we've even created over 500 antiviral bombs using the new serum." Leon nodded in approval, a satisfied smile forming on his face. "That's more than enough. We can begin deploying the vaccines across the city. In just a few hours, Raccoon City should be back to normal." Marvin and Elliot, standing nearby, straightened their postures as though filled with newfound resolve. Their eyes gleamed with determination, and Marvin even saluted. "We'll start loading the bombs right away, Mr. Leon," he said eagerly before rushing off with Elliot to carry out the task. "Take JARVIS with you," Leon called after them, instructing the suit to assist with the heavy lifting. Turning his gaze to Ada Wong, who was leaning casually against a wall, Leon remarked, "I thought you'd already left. Aren't you in a hurry to deliver the G-virus to your employer?" Ada, now sporting a fresh outfit, a red jacket paired with sleek black pants, looked refreshed and confident. She slid on a pair of sunglasses, her movements deliberate and poised. "That's old news," she replied, her voice smooth as silk. Crossing her legs as she sauntered over, her figure exuded elegance. I've found a new boss worth following. Her words carried a mischievous undertone, and the glint in her eyes hinted at something deeper. During the past 9 hours, Ada had witnessed Leon's incredible strength, unparalleled intellect, and unwavering moral compass. He shone brightly, a beacon of hope in a world drowning in darkness. For the first time, Ada found herself drawn to someone not just out of curiosity, but admiration. Is this your way of applying for a job? Leon asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly surprised. He hadn't expected someone like Ada, a fiercely independent operative, to willingly submit to anyone. If it is, do you think I'm qualified? Ada's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone filled with a mix of confidence and intrigue. Just barely, Leon teased, his grin widening. Congratulations, you're officially hired. You can call me boss from now on. As for your salary, well, you'll have to wait until I start earning some legitimate income in this world. So I'm an unpaid intern? Ada quipped, her sly smirk returning. Or are you planning to compensate me in other ways? Sorry, interns don't get paid, Leon shot back with a chuckle, deftly sidestepping her playful bait. He'd learned to avoid such traps after dealing with Natasha's constant teasing. Ada laughed softly, her expression growing more enigmatic. She fell into step behind him, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and intrigue as she followed Leon's lead. Half an hour later, the group was ready to move. They boarded the cable car once more, beginning their return journey. Back in the sewers, the trek was just as grueling as before, though this time, Leon carried Sherry on his back, Ada clinging to his neck, and a crate of antiviral bombs in each hand. Marvin and the others were similarly loaded down with supplies. When they finally reached the police station, the sight of their burdened return made the heavy-set officer think they'd gone on a shopping spree. By now, the station housed over a dozen survivors, and the revelation that their crates contained antiviral bombs and vaccines filled everyone with hope and excitement. Robert Kendo approached Leon with his daughter Emma, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you so much, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Save the thanks for later, Kendo, Leon replied, patting Emma's head gently. When it's time to deploy the bombs, just help out as much as you can. Marvin says you're the best gunsmith around, so make sure you protect yourself and your daughter. And what about me? Sherry piped up from behind Leon, tugging on his sleeve with wide, expectant eyes. She clutched the urn containing her parents' ashes, her small shoulders trembling slightly. The sight of her tugged at Leon's heartstrings, reminding him of his own uncertain childhood memories. Like her, he had once been filled with fear of the unknown. But unlike Sherry, he'd had Tony by his side. Sherry had no one, no family, no support. The world was a cold and alien place for her, yet she bravely sought out someone to rely on. Kneeling down to her level, Leon gently placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, Sherry. I'll protect you from now on. Sherry's face lit up with a radiant smile, tears glistening in her eyes as she hugged the urn tightly. For the first time in days, she laughed, a sweet, innocent sound that carried a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Leon! A familiar voice called out from the entrance of the police station. Jill Valentine, still wearing her iconic blue denim vest, pushed the doors open and entered, followed closely by Brad and Carlos. Jill? Leon turned towards the sound, genuine surprise flashing across his face. He hadn't expected to see her here. Thank you, Leon. Jill exclaimed, not even giving him a chance to greet her properly before she ran over and embraced him tightly. Not far away, Ada, who was busy opening crates and preparing to load the antiviral bombs, turned her head at the commotion. She glanced at the two embracing figures, her expression calm and indifferent, though her eyelids lowered slightly as if to mask a fleeting thought. After a few seconds, Jill released Leon, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. I never imagined you'd save Brad. He got infected while covering for me, and I didn't know how to face that. Leon, I don't even know how to thank you so much. Leon gave a sheepish smile, scratching his head. He had already heard countless expressions of gratitude today, and this one, while heartfelt, only added to the pile. Brad, now fully recovered, also came over, repeatedly thanking Leon before introducing himself. Leon waved it off, urging them to focus on the task at hand. All right, enough with the thanks. The priority now is saving Raccoon City's citizens. Let's keep busy, or this station's going to turn into some sort of Leon praise club if this keeps up. Trying to shift the attention elsewhere, Leon turned to Jill. Jill, what brings you here? I came to find you, of course, Jill replied earnestly. You're saving Raccoon City, and I want to help. This city, our city, it's worth fighting for. She hesitated, as if there was more she wanted to say, her gaze softer and more layered than her words. Before she could continue, Ada walked over casually, interrupting the moment. Boss, when do we move out? Boss? Jill blinked, confused by the title. Wait, I thought you were from another world. Is she from your world too? Of course not, Ada answered smoothly, crossing her arms. I'm Ada Wong, formerly a federal agent, now working for the boss. She gestured toward Leon, her tone teasing yet natural as she stood close to him, exuding an air of familiarity. Jill's expression froze for a moment, her gaze subtly narrowing as she glanced between the two of them. Actually, Ada continued, her voice light, I've gone by many names. Ada Wong is just one of them. Leon, intrigued, perked up at the mention of her mysterious aliases. What did you go by before? What was your original name? Ada tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a faint smile. My old names don't matter anymore. When I met you, I was Ada. From now on, I'll always be Ada. Her words prompted a range of reactions from those around her. Marvin and the others exchanged bewildered glances, Dr. Bard seemed contemplative, Sherry looked confused, and Jill's expression turned blank as she stared at Ada. Meanwhile, J. Arvaeus's voice buzzed discreetly in Leon's ear, pitched at a frequency only he could hear. Sir, Mr. Stark instructed me to remind you to beware of strangers trying to manipulate or deceive you in situations like these. Leon groaned inwardly, face-palming. Tony, even in another world, you just can't help meddling. Tony? Ada's calm demeanor faltered for a split second, her expression stiffening. Who's Tony? Leon stumbled, realizing his slip. He quickly covered it up. Thank you, Ada. That really means a lot. Ada's gaze turned subtle, her previous mood seemingly irretrievable. Is this Tony someone important to you? Jill asked, her curiosity barely contained as she smirked. Or does Miss Ada here remind you of him? Ada turned to meet Jill's eyes, an unspoken exchange passing between them, both women's gazes carrying a peculiar weight. All right, enough standing around, Marvin interjected, sensing the tension and clapping his hands to break the moment. We've got work to do, people. Let's move. The bustling atmosphere quickly returned. Within minutes, everyone was back to preparing for the citywide operation. In groups of 3, they armed themselves and set out to distribute vaccines and clear the streets. Leon, however, didn't join the ground teams. To maximize efficiency, he took to the skies, using his freezing breath to seal off the city's perimeters. JARVIS and the others handled the cleanup and vaccine dispersal. Their task was straightforward: vaccines for survivors, antiviral bombs for zombies. The antiviral bombs were ingenious devices, scattering countless microneedles filled with serum upon detonation. These needles pierced infected bodies, neutralizing the virus within minutes and effectively killing the zombies. Meanwhile, the vaccines worked by evaporating upon exposure, spreading immunity to anyone nearby. Leon flew along the city's edge with Sherry on his back, exhaling freezing breath as he went. The entire city soon transformed into a frosty landscape, with streets and buildings encased in ice. Lowering the temperature further, Leon ensured that even the zombies, frozen in their tracks, died as the ice crystals ruptured their cells. Any remaining zombies indoors were left for the ground teams to handle. Thanks to the new vaccines and serums, the rescue operation progressed smoothly. However, the process was still slow for the ground teams. 2 hours later, the cleanup crews returned to the station, their faces alight with joy. Leon had even taken the time to return to the lab for a thorough decontamination before regrouping. As they gathered in the station's lobby, the atmosphere was celebratory. The Raccoon City rescue plan was a resounding success. Despite the triumph, Leon noticed there were no additional gifts from the world consciousness. It seemed the entity didn't care much about the salvation of a single city. You saved this city, Leon. Marvin and Jill led the crowd in thanking him enthusiastically. By now, the station was packed with survivors, thousands of them, many having joined on the streets. Having learned what Leon had done, they erupted into cheers, chanting his name in unison, their voices shaking the very rafters of the station. Leon, unenthused by the spotlight, kept his response brief and humble, delivering a speech reminiscent of Tony Stark's, short and to the point, "You're the real heroes." Half an hour later, with the survivors settled, Marvin, Jill, and the others gathered in the meeting room. Leon wasted no time getting to the point. I'm planning to leave temporarily and return to my world. Seeing their anxious faces, he raised his hands to reassure them. Relax. I'll be back soon. This is just to test the time flow difference between this world and mine. I want to make sure I won't be gone too long on the other side. Before I go, JARVIS will stay here to assist you. It's already gathered all the evidence of Umbrella's crimes. When you're ready, you can release it to the public. Keep in mind, Umbrella treated this city as a testing ground, and I doubt the powers that be will respond positively. Whether it's Umbrella or the government, they might try to wipe the city off the map to cover their tracks. Be prepared to evacuate if necessary. Leon's casual tone didn't mask the weight of his words. Despite the brevity of their time together, everyone in the room felt a deep reluctance to see him go. Will you really come back? Ada asked, her gaze steady. You still owe me a paycheck, you know. Leon smiled and hugged her lightly. Does this count as payment? Not even close, Ada replied, placing a hand on his chest, her fingers tracing the contours of his muscles. But this helps. Nice physique, big guy. Leon sighed in exasperation and snapped his fingers. JARVIS, assist everyone here as needed, especially in combat. He ruffled Sherry's hair one last time, reminding her to listen to Ada and Jill, then gave each member of the group a parting hug. Alright, I'm off. See you all soon, he said, stepping back and closing his eyes. Activating his dimensional travel ability, Leon disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only silence. After a moment, Marvin broke the stillness with a wry remark. I have to admit, I already miss him. He was honest from start to finish, Marvin continued. The world consciousness couldn't have chosen a better savior. We were lucky to have him. Hey, did you know we were supposed to have a new recruit join the station yesterday? Elliot chimed in. His name was Leon. Leon S. Kennedy, to be exact. Yeah, I thought our Leon was the same guy at first, Marvin added with a laugh. Wonder what happened to that rookie. He's already a day late. Let's hope he's alive, someone muttered. Maybe he'll turn out to be as capable as our Leon. Someone worth cheering for. In the Stark Mansion's underground lab in Los Angeles, a cacophony of alarms suddenly blared. The piercing beep, beep, beep filled the space as Leon materialized in the room. Every instrument in the lab flashed red, and the warning sirens screamed as though the end of the world was imminent. Before Leon could even orient himself, Dummy zoomed in on its wheels, armed with a disinfectant spray can, and began furiously spraying him from head to toe. You flanked him from the other side, brandishing a fire suppressant, ready to unleash it at any moment. Stop. Stop it. What is this, a robbery defense protocol? Do I look like a burglar? Leon protested, waving his hands in mock surrender as Dummy kept spraying indiscriminately. Finally, the alarms died down, and the red flashing lights dimmed. Master Leon, you're finally back. Judging by your current state, it seems your adventure in the other world didn't go very smoothly, JARVIS's voice chimed in, calm but with a hint of concern. Finally? How long was I gone? Please don't tell me it's been 10 years or something, Leon asked, his heart sinking for a moment. If years had passed, the snap might have already happened, and that would spell disaster. From the moment you left until now, precisely 12 hours and 37 minutes have passed. It is currently 7:49 a.m. the following morning, JARVIS replied matter-of-factly. Wait, just 12 hours? And you used the word finally? JARVIS, I think you need to review your vocabulary logic, Leon said, exasperated but relieved. Master Leon, I chose that term based on Mr. Stark's mental state during your absence, JARVIS explained. So, you're saying Tony missed me? Leon couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. 3 hours ago, he was inquiring about your return approximately every 7 minutes, JARVIS said. And in the last 3 hours? What, once a minute? Leon teased. 3 hours ago, Mr. Stark fell asleep. Upon hearing the alarm, he is now on his way down, JARVIS informed him. Sure enough, Tony's voice rang out as he appeared at the top of the staircase. Were you two talking about me behind my back just now? He descended the stairs, wrapped in a white scarf, clearly having bolted out of bed. His hair was a mess, and his tone was his usual mix of mockery and amusement. Well, look who's back. Is it Peter Pan returning home after some harsh lessons out there? Did you come back to tattle on someone? Just worried about the lonely old man at home, Leon shot back with a grin. I mean, you missed me so much that you were even calling my name in your sleep. How could I not rush back? In my sleep. Oh, come on, Tony laughed, but the mirth in his eyes slowly faded as he realized. Wait, JARVIS told you, didn't he? What do you think? Leon smirked. Shit, Tony muttered, slapping his face in defeat. Language, Tony, Leon teased, hopping up to sit on the edge of a nearby workbench. Sir, I never informed Master Leon that you mentioned him 17 times in your sleep over the past 3 hours, JARVIS interjected unhelpfully. Tony groaned, slapping his face again. And now you just did. Thanks, Jarvis, very helpful. Apologies, sir, Jarvis replied, though it was hard to tell if the AI was genuinely sorry or just trolling. Tony sighed, rolling his neck before turning to Leon. So, rough time out there in the other world? Why do you say that? Leon asked, genuinely puzzled. Tony gestured dramatically around him, then pointed at Leon. It's obvious. Your Super Mark I suit is missing. Along with the Jarvis subsystem inside it. You left with it, but you came back alone. Something must have happened. Oh, that. Leon scratched the back of his head, finally understanding. I left the suit there on purpose. He then gave Tony a brief overview of his journey to the Resident Evil world, sharing the major events but omitting the more dangerous experiments with Kryptonian blood in viral research. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he listened. World consciousness, viruses, interesting. But something doesn't add up. You spent 12 hours there, too? That's right. Are you saying the time flow between the two worlds is the same? Leon nodded, already having considered this. It's definitely curious. Exactly. Tony clapped his hands, excited to dive into the science. He grabbed a box and a pencil, holding them up as he began his makeshift demonstration. You know, time flows differently in spaces with varying gravitational forces, right? Don't tell me you don't know this, come on. I don't have the patience to explain Einstein's theories to you, Tony said, his tone that of a professor addressing a particularly slow student. Leon rolled his eyes. Of course, I know that. General relativity, time moves slower where gravity is stronger. Good. Tony said, jamming the pencil into the box. Now imagine this box separates two universes. The pencil passes through, connecting the two. The left side of the box represents a larger space, and the right side, a smaller one. He gestured around the garage for emphasis, using the physical space as an analogy. Now, if the larger space has greater mass and the smaller space has less, would the time flow be the same on both sides? Tony asked, pointing the pencil at Leon like a teacher waiting for an answer. Leon froze for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, unless both universes have equal mass, and the specific regions containing Earth are also perfectly balanced in mass and gravity. Exactly, Tony said, snapping his fingers triumphantly. And what are the odds of that happening? Pretty much zero. So now, do you still think it's logical for the time flow to be the same between the two worlds? Leon's eyes widened as realization struck him. He had always assumed the time flow would naturally sync up, mostly because of the countless novels he'd read where that was the case. Now he realized how naive that assumption had been. It wasn't that the time flow was inherently the same, it was likely because of him. Tony saw the dawning realization on Leon's face and pressed on. Here's what I think, when you travel between worlds, you're effectively jumping between time nodes. It's not that our universe pauses and waits for you to return. The cosmos is too vast and complex to care about one person's energy expenditure. What likely happens is that when you come back, you re-enter this world at a specific time point. And which time point you return to? That's up to you. Whether it's the exact moment you left, or sometime after, depends on how you decide to cut in. Different entry points might even consume different amounts of energy. You'll have to experiment with this to figure it out. Tony leaned back, clearly pleased with himself. He patted Leon on the shoulder with a smug grin. You've got to think more, kid. Having a good brain isn't enough, you've got to use it. Learn from the master. Leon stared at Tony, feeling both impressed and annoyed. Alright, fine. You win this round. Happy now? Tony's grin widened, and he even started humming a tune. Okay, you enjoy your little victory. I'm heading back to test this theory, Leon said, standing up. Wait. Tony shot to his feet, his scarf slipping off. This time, you've got to take me with you. It's just 1% more energy, what's the harm in bringing another person? It's dangerous. What if you get infected the moment we arrive? Leon paused mid-sentence, his eyes landing on the glowing triangular arc reactor on Tony's chest. Wait a second. You reinstalled the reactor? Does that mean you successfully synthesized the new element? Leon's tone was incredulous. Yep. 2 hours after you left, Tony said smugly. I call it potassium. What do you think of the name? Leon's eye twitched slightly. Well, it's fitting, I guess. If my dad were alive to hear me name it that, he'd probably get up and punch me, Tony said, clearly proud of his irreverence. Good thing he's been cremated, then, Tony added, his knack for dark humor shining through. So, are you taking me or not? Let me think about it, Leon teased, tapping his chin. By the way, who was it that said I don't think things through enough? Who? What kind of idiot would say that? Must be someone really annoying, Tony said, feigning ignorance as he looked around dramatically. Leon ultimately gave in to Tony's request to join him on the journey to the Resident Evil world. He figured that, for the two of them, that world posed little real danger. Even if Tony somehow got infected, they already had the vaccines and serums to deal with it. Leon thought of it as taking Tony on a little vacation, a chance to unwind in a post-apocalyptic world. He couldn't help but recall a past family trip in middle school, where Tony, Pepper, and he had gone to Dubai. What was supposed to be a vacation turned into a 3-day party in a villa, and Leon, fresh out of middle school, had almost graduated again there. This time, their trip to the Resident Evil world would be a substitute for the high school graduation trip they never took together. While Tony stayed behind to install additional recording equipment on his suit to capture data from the dimensional traversal, Leon had a few hours to kill. During the wait, he remembered something from the Iron Man movies, the Extremis virus. A bioweapon capable of granting its host superhuman regenerative abilities, strength, and even the power to generate fire or electricity. Leon thought it might be useful as a reference for his ongoing development of the S virus. Without hesitation, he called Natasha. As soon as the call connected, Natasha's no-nonsense voice came through. "What's the mission?" Leon smirked at her directness. "Why so blunt?" "Maybe I just wanted to check in on my dear subordinate's well-being. It's not even 8 a.m. I can't imagine any reason the man who refused to give me a paycheck 4 days ago would call me now, except to assign a mission," she replied with her usual sharp wit. Leon hesitated, realizing her grudge was stronger than he'd expected. "Fine, you got me. There's a mission. Go ahead." "I'm in a secure office in New York, no one's eavesdropping," Natasha said, cutting straight to the point. "Do we have any widows undercover at Advanced Idea Mechanics?" "I need a sample of their so-called Extremis virus," Leon explained. There was a brief silence on the other end, likely as Natasha checked her intel. "Agent Tracy was working as a mid-level researcher there," Natasha replied quickly. "I can arrange for you to pick up the sample in Tennessee in 3 hours, or I can deliver it to Los Angeles by 2 p.m. "I'll head to Tennessee." "That'll be faster," Leon replied, impressed by her efficiency. "I must say, you ladies are incredible. Then make time for drinks with them sometime, they've been wanting to see you for a while." "That's all. Goodbye," Natasha said curtly before hanging up. Leon blinked at his phone, then tossed it onto the desk with a smirk. Kissing her boss on the cheek like that, so out of line. 3 hours later, at a former Red Room safe house in Tennessee. Natasha met Leon at the cabin, a modest 2-story wooden home nestled in the woods. From the outside, it looked like it could house a family of 5. But once Leon followed her into the underground bunker, he found himself in a modern, 4-level facility. It was sparsely staffed, with only a handful of women Leon recognized from a couple of nights out drinking together. They greeted him warmly but quickly resumed their work. Natasha led Leon into the command room at the far end of the facility. She retrieved a vial and a USB drive from a secure safe. "This is what we retrieved with Tracy's help," Natasha said, handing them to Leon. "A sample of the Extremis virus and related research data. Are you planning to use this for your experiments?" "Thanks, Natasha," Leon said, examining the vial carefully. "Yes, I know the virus has its flaws. But I'm working on creating something that can grant humans super regenerative abilities. Extremis might give me some inspiration." Regeneration. Natasha's expression flickered for a moment, a rare crack in her stoic demeanor. Could it cure physical defects? It can. But the current version has significant side effects. It's not ready for practical use yet. Leon placed a reassuring hand on her arm. "But I'm confident I can fix it soon." "I'll hold you to that," Natasha said, her tone softening as she stepped closer. She wrapped her arms around his and rested a hand on his chest. "So, Mr. Boss who doesn't pay salaries, can I get my paycheck today?" "Here?" Leon glanced around the command room, noting the single desk in the corner. Natasha followed his gaze, then sauntered over to the desk with a feline grace. Sitting on its edge, she crossed her legs and smirked. "Right here, right now." An hour and a half later, Leon helped Natasha adjust her clothes as she slumped back into her chair, too drained to stand. "My assessment?" "Don't overdo it if you can't keep up," Leon teased, pinching her cheek playfully. Natasha rolled her eyes. "You could have been gentler." "Hey, don't accuse me unfairly. I was just accommodating your demands," Leon replied, propping her upright in the chair. He grabbed the vial and USB drive off the desk. Alright, your paycheck's been delivered. I'm heading out. Keep working on liberating the other widows, and stay safe. Call me if you need anything. Leon. Natasha called out just as he was about to leave. Did you know AIM has been kidnapping homeless people for human experiments? Leon paused, his expression darkening. They're already doing that? What are you planning? If you approve, AIM could become Stark Industries' property in 2 days, Natasha suggested, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Leon raised an eyebrow. Brilliant. Of course, I approve. But be careful, alright? Call you if anything comes up. Got it, Natasha finished for him, her smile widening. Good. I'm off. Leon adjusted his jacket and walked out, the Extremis sample and USB drive safely in hand. 1 p.m. in the Stark Mansion's underground lab. Where the hell were you? Tony demanded, standing in his suit with his hands on his hips, clearly impatient. I couldn't find you anywhere, and JARVS couldn't track you either. Leon raised an eyebrow at Tony's unusually flustered demeanor. It was rare to see him so rattled. I asked Natasha to get me a sample of the Extremis virus. It'll help with my research in the other world. He held up the metal case containing the virus. What's Extremis? Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. It's a bioweapon developed by an old acquaintance of yours, Aldrich Killian. It grants insane regenerative abilities but has a few explosive side effects, Leon explained briefly. Sounds like an interesting concept, though stabilizing it for safe use seems unlikely, Tony mused, rubbing his chin. Wait, Killian? Do I know this guy? Leon waved him off. We'll get into the details later. Let's just get to the important part already, crossing worlds. Tony's eyes lit up. Finally. Let's go. Without another word, Leon placed a hand on Tony's armored shoulder, enveloping him in a protective biofield. Closing his eyes, Leon focused his mind, sinking once more into the dark void of interdimensional space to locate the Resident Evil world. As Leon's consciousness connected to the void between worlds, he noticed a distinct change from before. The space was no longer an empty, featureless expanse but now housed a permanent chaotic bubble. Upon closer inspection, Leon could clearly sense that this bubble represented the Resident Evil world, and it was now permanently open to him, granting him unconditional access at any time. However, when Leon attempted to return to the exact moment he had left the Resident Evil world, his traversal ability reported an energy cost of 30% of his stamina, a staggering 30 times the energy required for his initial journey. Curious, he adjusted the target timeline forward, day by day, and discovered that the energy requirement decreased by 1% for each day he pushed forward. By the 30th day, the energy cost had returned to the original 1%. Beyond this point, on the 31st day, 32nd day, and so on, the energy cost remained stable at 1%. Tony was right, Leon murmured to himself, deep in thought. Traveling to a world's past requires significantly more energy, while traveling to its future has a consistent, minimal cost. This means that although I've only been back for 6 hours, 30 days have already passed in the Resident Evil world. Leon experimented further, attempting to select the timeline corresponding to September 28, the night he was still in the Resident Evil world. However, he found that this period, as well as any time before his initial arrival in that world, was inaccessible. It seems I can only traverse to points in the future relative to when I first arrived in that world. The past is completely off limits, Leon concluded, piecing together the mechanics of his ability. Next, Leon tested marking Tony as a second lifeform to bring along for the traversal. To his surprise, the energy cost jumped drastically to 11% of his stamina. He then expanded the test, marking the entire Stark Mansion for traversal. Surprisingly, the energy cost remained roughly 11%, indicating that carrying lifeforms required far more energy than transporting inanimate matter, which seemed to have a negligible impact on energy consumption. So, bringing life along burns through energy like crazy, but material objects barely use any at all, Leon thought, finally understanding the mechanics. He turned to Tony and said, "Get ready. We're about to jump." "I've been ready. Let's go. I can't wait to try some exotic cheeseburgers in another world," Tony shouted excitedly. Leon smirked and focused his mind. He selected a timeline 30 days after his departure from the Resident Evil world. The next moment, the two of them vanished from the Stark Mansion without a trace. October 29th, Resident Evil world. In the middle of a dense tropical rainforest, two figures appeared out of nowhere, startling a flock of birds into flight. Leon opened his eyes immediately, his senses fully alert as he turned to check on Tony, who was clad in his Iron Man suit. Using his supervision, Leon scanned Tony's body, confirming that his physical condition was unchanged and still slightly frail. Satisfied, Leon relaxed. A few seconds later, the Iron Man suit shuddered as its systems reactivated, and the lights on Tony's faceplate flickered on. Slowly, Tony regained consciousness. Leon. Tony's voice came through, slightly disoriented. Awake already? You really need to work on your stamina. I've been waiting for you, Leon teased. That long? Really? I feel like I just took a nap, Tony said groggily, rubbing his helmet as if trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Where are we? Amazon rainforest? Wait, my recorder. Tony suddenly snapped to attention and slapped his helmet. JARVIS, did the recorder capture the traversal process? Especially that weird void Leon described? JARVIS's voice came through the suit, calm but with a tinge of disappointment. Sir, during the traversal process, all circuits in the suit were inexplicably shut down. The recorder did not function as intended. What? You mean we didn't capture anything? Tony groaned, his frustration evident. Leon interjected, the circuits likely shut down as soon as we began. The same thing happened to me last time. I suspect it's some sort of safety mechanism. He continued, there's a theory that the information beyond worlds is so overwhelming that even a glimpse could cause fatal brain damage. So, you sleeping through the process might actually be a built-in protection. Tony sighed, though he still seemed disappointed. Maybe. So where are we now? Have JARVIS scan the network to find out, Leon replied as he closed his eyes, activating his super hearing to listen to the sounds of the world. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic noise flooded his senses, explosions, screams, arguments, sobbing, roaring. The overwhelming wave of negative sound forced Leon to suppress his hearing reflexively. What the hell is going on? Leon's shock was palpable. When he had left, Raccoon City's crisis had been resolved, and everything had been set up to ensure stability. Yet the cacophony of despair he had just heard suggested that the entire world had plunged into chaos. Across the globe, there wasn't a single corner untouched by the sounds of war, destruction, and suffering. What happened in these 30 days? Leon wondered, his mind racing. Just then, an invisible ripple of energy washed over him. He instinctively connected to the ripple using his traversal ability, and a flood of emotions, joy, resentment, frustration, and desperation, crashed into his consciousness. Sorting through the tangled emotions, Leon deciphered the message. Leave, evolve, chaos, gift, save. Gift. Save. The world consciousness was desperately pleading for help. Leon realized that in his absence, the world consciousness must have taken some action that had inadvertently pushed the world to the brink of collapse. Another gift, huh? You want me to clean up your mess again? This time, you'd better give me something worthwhile, Leon muttered, deciding to negotiate. If the world consciousness wanted his help, it would need to sweeten the deal, maybe boost his research capabilities by another level or two. But as soon as Leon conveyed his demand, the consciousness responded with a wave of helplessness. It seemed that the previous enhancements it had granted him were already the maximum it could provide. You're seriously this useless? Leon snapped, frustrated. The consciousness responded with an almost childlike sense of fear and guilt, as though it were a scolded child trembling in the corner. Fine. What can you give me, then? Leon sighed, resigning himself to the situation. At his words, faint platinum-colored lights began to materialize around him, visible only to his eyes. The lights coalesced into a larger orb, which floated toward Leon, attempting to merge with his body. Recognizing this as the promised gift, Leon didn't resist. However, just as the orb made contact with his body, it was forcefully expelled. Leon blinked in surprise as the world consciousness sent him additional information. After analyzing it, he understood, the orb was designed to modify a human body, granting it perfect adaptability to all Resident Evil bioweapons with no adverse effects. It was a purely beneficial enhancement. However, Leon's Kryptonian immune system had instinctively rejected it, deeming it redundant and potentially weakening his existing physiology. Great. Another thing that's useless to me, Leon muttered, rubbing his temples. Then, an idea struck him. Wait. Why don't you give it to the guy next to me? That'd count as giving it to me, wouldn't it? The world consciousness hesitated briefly but ultimately complied. The orb wavered for a moment before floating over to Tony and merging with his body. Tony, whose faceplate had retracted, was staring at Leon as if he'd lost his mind. What the hell are you doing? Did your neural pathways fry? Did you just have a seizure? Relax. The world consciousness modified your body, Leon explained casually. This warm, tingly feeling is a modification? What did it do? Turn me into a Kryptonian? Tony asked, his hands patting his chest and arms curiously. No. It made your body compatible with all the unique biological agents in this world. Now you can integrate them perfectly, Leon replied. And that's supposed to be a gift? Sounds more like a setup to turn me into Frankenstein's monster, Tony grumbled, clearly unimpressed. Hey, a gift is a gift. Be grateful, Leon said with a shrug. Just then, another wave of emotion from the world consciousness reached him. Save. Evolve. More. Seems like there's more to do, Leon noted. Let's figure out what's going on first. He took to the air, scanning the horizon. This world's gone through some serious changes. Tony, now fully suited up, followed, his repulsors propelling him upward. As they hovered together, Jarvis's voice suddenly came through Tony's suit, but this time with an unusual tone of excitement. Master Leon, you finally returned, Jarvis said, its mechanical voice carrying a faint trace of relief. Jarvis? Did you connect to the subsystem in the Super Mark when I left here? Leon asked. What happened while I was gone? Why does it sound like the whole world is at war? Master Leon, much has transpired in your absence. Explaining everything at once would be difficult, Jarvis replied. Just give me the highlights. What's the situation? Leon directed as he gestured for Tony to land. Both descended back to the forest floor, ready to hear what had unfolded in these chaotic 30 days. As soon as the two landed, Tony quickly disengaged his armor, handing control over to Jarvis, allowing it to project relevant information. Let me start from the moment Master Leon left, Jarvis began. On the morning of September 29th, after your departure, Jill Valentine and Officer Marvin took charge of the survivors and began a citywide search for any remaining survivors. By nightfall, Raccoon City was essentially cleared of people, and more than 90% of the zombies had been eliminated. However, as you warned, Umbrella Corporation detected the unusual activity in the city. They deployed 6 tyrants into Raccoon City, but fortunately, the group successfully neutralized them using the antiviral bombs. To avoid further attacks, Officer Marvin made the decisive call to evacuate the city overnight. The massive convoy of over 10,000 survivors left the city, even bypassing military checkpoints on the outskirts due to sheer numbers. With the city now abandoned, interest from all parties waned. After several special ops teams were sent in and found nothing, Raccoon City was essentially forgotten. Jarvis projected footage of the events as it narrated. Tony couldn't help but comment, so, Leon, I've got to say, your taste in girlfriends isn't bad at all. Ignoring Tony's teasing, Leon frowned. While the process seemed chaotic, it sounds like things were still moving in the right direction. What happened next? Jarvis continued, the turning point came on October 1st in the morning. A sudden outbreak of a biohazard crisis began in New York City and quickly spread globally. However, after Agent Ada Wong infiltrated Umbrella and connected me to their internal network, we discovered the true cause. While the outbreak appeared to originate in New York, the root of the problem lay in Raccoon City. Everything began on the night of September 30th. As Marvin, Jill, and the others led the survivors out of the city, an Umbrella operative named Hunk stayed behind. His mission was to retrieve the G-virus from the underground lab. Fortunately, Dr. Bard had destroyed all the viruses and vaccines in the lab before leaving, so Hunk's mission was unsuccessful. However, as Hunk left the facility, he was bitten by a rat that had emerged from the sewers. This rat had ventured into the ruins of the lab you destroyed, Master Leon. It had been exposed to the airborne remnants of the S-virus prototype. Jarvis projected surveillance footage showing a rat scurrying into the collapsed lab, then emerging shortly after. The timestamp on the footage read September 29th, 11 a.m., less than an hour after Leon had left the Resident Evil world. Hunk, after being bitten, dismissed the incident as inconsequential. He killed the rat and left for New York. By the evening of September 30th, Hunk arrived in New York. On October 1st, he reported to Umbrella's New York branch, but by then, his condition had deteriorated significantly. The footage now showed Hunk, still in his combat gear, staggering into the Umbrella office building. The video sped up, showing the events that unfolded over the next 10 minutes. Screams erupted from the building, and people fled in a chaotic stampede. Explosions followed, and a massive figure, over 3 meters tall, emerged from the flames, drenched in blood. The monster, mutated beyond recognition, roared into the night as Umbrella's armed forces opened fire. Their weapons had no effect. Instead, the creature continued to mutate, growing stronger with each attack. Those splashed by its blood began to convulse and transform, their bodies twisting grotesquely as they became monsters themselves. 2 hours later, the footage showed a sea of zombies swarming the streets outside the Umbrella building. Heavy weaponry lay scattered across the ground, but the original creature, the one Hunk had transformed into, still stood amidst the chaos, its glowing red eyes surveying the carnage. Hunk's transformation triggered a chain reaction. The infection rate for those exposed to the virus exceeded 98%. Survivors who didn't turn immediately fell into comas and were soon devoured by the infected. The outbreak consumed New York City within hours. By the afternoon, Jill and Marvin, who had just started their new assignments at the NYPD, barely managed to escape with my remote assistance. JARVIS switched to footage of New York engulfed in flames, the skyline obscured by smoke and fire. But this was only the beginning. As the situation in New York spiraled out of control, the military deployed heavy weapons, but the infected were unnaturally resilient. Their physical capabilities doubled compared to their pre-infection state. Among every 100 zombies, one would mutate into a monster similar to Hunk's form. These creatures were extraordinarily tough, capable of surviving direct hits from 125mm tank shells. Even with half their bodies blown off, they remained alive. The only effective method to eliminate them was through carpet bombing. By October 1st, at 7:30 p.m., the decision was made to deploy 3 nuclear warheads over New York City. The resulting destruction marked the beginning of global chaos. Tony gasped. Nuclear weapons? Yes, JARVIS confirmed. While the nukes eradicated the infected in New York, Umbrella had already extracted what they deemed the next step in human evolution. From the infected, they isolated a strain of the virus they called the Ascension virus. This strain had an interesting quality. While 1 in 100 zombies mutated into super zombies, 1 in 100 infected individuals who survived without turning into zombies became superhumans. These superhumans possessed enhanced immunity and extraordinary physical and cognitive abilities. One such individual was Albert Weskier, a former Umbrella executive who returned to the company during this time. After injecting himself with the virus, Weskier's strength reached 20 tons, and his speed exceeded 150 meters per second. With this newfound power, Weskier quickly seized control of Umbrella. Despite my efforts to expose Umbrella's crimes, Weskier remained undeterred. He launched a global campaign to spread the Ascension virus, branding it a necessary step for humanity's evolution. JARVIS detailed how the virus spread across the globe, with major cities like London, Berlin, Moscow, and Tokyo falling within days. By October 14, only a handful of nations remained relatively intact, including China, which successfully contained the virus at its borders through strict quarantine measures and exceptional mobilization capabilities. On October 19, JARVIS continued. Jill Valentine, after learning the truth about the virus, injected herself with the Pure S virus prototype. She survived and became significantly stronger than ordinary superhumans, her strength exceeding 30 tons and her speed surpassing 200 meters per second. By October 23, under Jill's leadership, Colorado declared independence, establishing Raccoon City as its capital. The timeline continued, detailing the global collapse, the rise of independent states, and the escalation of nuclear warfare. As JARVIS concluded, it revealed the current state of affairs, a global nuclear standoff between factions, with multiple strikes planned within the next 5 hours. Tony stood frozen, his mind reeling. He turned to Leon, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. This is the virus you created? You were gone for 12 hours, and you nearly destroyed an entire world? Leon's face darkened. Yes, I created the virus, but I destroyed every sample in the lab. I even used my vision to confirm there were no living creatures near the lab, not even a spider. How did that rat get in there? And how is it that, of all things, it infected Hunk so perfectly? This reeks of interference from the world consciousness. It played with fire and now expects me to clean up the mess. Piecing together the events, Leon realized the truth. The world consciousness, in its misguided attempt to push evolution, must have manipulated events, sending the rat into the lab ruins to absorb the airborne remnants of the S-virus prototype. But its reckless actions had backfired catastrophically. I can't believe the world consciousness is this reckless, Leon muttered, rubbing his temples. Fine. Let's head to Raccoon City first. We'll figure out the rest from there. As Leon and Tony flew over Raccoon City, the sight that greeted them was vastly different from the city Leon had left behind. Massive steel walls reinforced with barbed wire and electric fencing encircled the city, and plumes of thick, acrid smoke rose into the air, carrying with it the stench of coal and industry. The once familiar city now looked like a fortress on the edge of collapse. When they landed just outside the city, a small group of familiar faces was already waiting for them. Snow-covered ground crunched underfoot as Leon touched down, and before he could say a word, Sherry came running toward him like a bird fleeing a storm. "Leon," she cried, tears streaming down her face as she leapt into his arms, clutching him tightly. "I was so scared you wouldn't come back. But Ada said you wouldn't leave us behind, and you're finally here." Leon smiled softly, rubbing her head with a reassuring hand. "I'm sorry, Sherry. I stayed away too long. I promise, if I ever leave again, I'll take you with me, no matter what." Nearby, Jill Valentine and Ada Wong approached. Jill stood tall and resolute in her combat gear, her eyes sharp but filled with a mix of relief and determination. Ada, on the other hand, wore her signature trench coat, though her face bore a few scratches and a bandage on her cheek. Despite her disheveled appearance, her charisma and confidence remained intact. "Talking about leaving again already?" Ada quipped, her tone light but carrying a sharp edge. "Boss, if you're leaving next time, why not take down that world consciousness while you're at it?" "Leon," Jill greeted him, her voice more subdued. "Welcome back. I won't lie, what the world consciousness has done, it's a disaster. I don't even know where to begin." Her expression hardened, but there was a flicker of hope in her eyes as she continued. "Do you think there's still a chance for this world? A way to save it?" Before Leon could answer, Bard chimed in with a warm smile. "Ah, Leon. It's good to see you again. Though the world's gone to hell, you still look as radiant as ever. That's something to be happy about, at least." Everyone around them had already heard the full truth from Jarvis, and while despair weighed heavily on their shoulders, they couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and admiration for the man who had returned to them, a man who seemed to bring light even in the darkest of times. Leon's gaze swept over the group, recognizing every familiar face, Marvin, Bard, Elliot, and others who had fought beside him before. Despite the dire circumstances, they were all alive and standing together. Leon knew this was no coincidence. The world consciousness must have intervened to ensure their survival. Without its subtle guidance, these individuals, many of whom were mere background characters in the original story, would have been lost long ago. "Saving a world is no big deal," Leon said with a confident smile, spreading his arms as if to embrace the group. "Don't look so down. I promise you, the kids will still have classrooms to study in, and the sun will still shine brightly on this world." His words carried a weight that brought a glimmer of hope to everyone's faces. Though they didn't fully understand how, they believed in him. "The virus I created, I'll be the one to solve it." Leon's voice was firm, his resolve unshakable. He had already made up his mind. Saving this world wasn't just about the people standing before him, it was also about the reward the world consciousness had just offered him. In exchange for saving the world and pushing humanity's evolution forward, the consciousness promised him two gifts: half of the world's control authority and a gene-locking ability tailored specifically for him. The former sounded grand and mysterious, while the latter was a game-changer for his research. With the ability to control and stabilize his own genes, Leon could finally perfect his Kryptonian bloodline research and prevent any unwanted genetic material from leaving his body. Hair, blood, or other biological matter that left his body would automatically lose any sensitive genetic information. For someone like Leon, this was just as valuable as any physical power boost. To be honest, Leon wasn't thrilled about working for such a reckless and aggressive world consciousness. But the rewards were too tempting to ignore. More importantly, the rewards would only be granted if he successfully saved the world and advanced biological evolution. The world consciousness wasn't offering gifts based on Leon's desires, it was bound by what it could provide within its own limitations. "What do you mean?" Jill asked, her voice trembling slightly as hope flickered in her eyes. The others around her leaned in, their expressions filled with anticipation. "Let's discuss it inside," Leon said, motioning toward the city gates. Then, he gestured toward Tony, who stood nearby in his Iron Man suit. "By the way, let me introduce you all to my brother, Tony Stark. He's just here to take a look around." The group stared at the golden red armor in surprise, realizing for the first time that it wasn't just another extension of Jarvis but an actual person inside. "You're Leon's brother? A pleasure to meet you. Your brother is incredible. You must be, too." The group immediately surrounded Tony, showering him with compliments about Leon. Tony's face twitched in exasperation. This was the exact situation he hated most. They had it all backward, they should be saying, "Oh, so Leon is your brother? No wonder he's so amazing." Tony decided he needed to show these people what real genius looked like. Inside the Raccoon City Police Department, now the Capitol building of the newly formed Colorado Republic, the group gathered in the repurposed meeting room. Once a hub for local law enforcement, it now served as the nerve center for the fledgling nation. Jill, as the leader of the Republic, often worked here or led expeditions to eliminate the infected. Bard, now the director of the National Virus Research Center, and Marvin, the head of the National Security Bureau, sat among the group, each holding positions of great responsibility. Leon, standing at the head of the room, felt a wave of surrealism wash over him. To him, it had only been a few hours since he'd last seen these people. Yet, in that short span, the small-town police officers and researchers he'd known had become key figures in a new nation. The transformation was stark, and while the Republic was still small, with only tens of thousands of citizens huddled in Raccoon City, the change was difficult to process. The biggest challenge we face now, Jill began, her tone sharp and analytical, is the imminent threat of nuclear strikes from the White Bear Nation. We currently have no means to intercept or neutralize those missiles. She continued, on top of that, the number of infected migrating from other regions continues to grow, putting constant pressure on our defenses. While I in the Iron Man suit can handle the super zombies, there's no one else in Raccoon City capable of standing against them. Our resources are stretched thin, and the situation is becoming increasingly dire. With a heavy sigh, Jill looked to Leon. What we do next, it's up to you to decide. Leon leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. The solution is simple. I'll deal with the nukes and eliminate the super zombies. Big problems need big solutions, and by tonight, these issues will be resolved. The room fell silent for a moment, stunned by his confidence. But saving the world requires more than just dealing with the immediate threats, Leon continued. The biggest challenge is the ordinary zombies. Even with antiviral serums, eradicating them will be a long and arduous task. Take India, for example, nearly 80% of the population has either died or turned into zombies. That's close to 1 billion infected. If they weren't mindless, they would have overrun the world by now. How can ordinary people fight against those odds? And that's not even considering the infected birds, rats, and insects that have spread across the globe. Leon straightened up, his gaze sharp and determined. There's only one way to turn the tide. We need to create an updated version of the S-virus. One that turns every ordinary person into a superhuman. As the elevator descended toward the underground research facility, Tony's voice broke the silence with a low grumble. I think I've officially given up on finding a decent burger in this world. With all these viruses, it feels like civilization's been thrown back to the Middle Ages, people sleeping in the streets, and the stench of sewage everywhere. Leon smirked slightly and glanced at his brother. So, are you regretting coming along now? Tony gave Leon a look of mock offense, his expression a mixture of disbelief and pride. Regret? What's that? Sorry, I don't know the meaning of the word. His wide-eyed sincerity was almost comical. I'm here, so I have to do something. Let's call it my way of washing away your so-called sins. Don't pin this mess on me, Leon shot back, rolling his eyes. It's not my fault the world consciousness turned out to be a complete lunatic. Tony waved him off. That was a joke. But seriously, I do need to contribute. Did you forget? I'm Iron Man. All right, Iron Man, Leon said, humoring him. What exactly are you planning to do? Build a new suit in the middle of this chaos? No, Tony replied, his tone suddenly serious. I'm going to study that S-virus prototype of yours. Leon blinked, momentarily caught off guard. You're joking, right? Your expertise is in energy, materials, and mechanics. What do you know about virology? Tony crossed his arms. Do I look like the kind of guy who jokes about science? Leon raised an eyebrow and tested him, throwing out a few advanced questions in the field of biochemistry. To his astonishment, Tony answered every single one with precision and clarity. You actually know this stuff? When did you secretly earn a PhD in biology? How did I miss that? Leon asked, genuinely surprised. Tony shrugged casually. After you mentioned researching Kryptonian genetics, I picked it up. Took a few days, that's all. A few days? You really are a genius, Leon muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Did you think you were the only one with a fast learning curve? Tony said, smirking smugly. Quick learning is just the foundation of being a genius, kid. Leon suddenly realized that Tony's intellectual capacity wasn't far behind his own, even with his enhanced Kryptonian brain. No wonder Thanos had once referred to Tony as cursed with knowledge. It was a fitting title. By the time the elevator reached the research facility, Tony was already pulling Leon toward the lab. The moment they stepped inside, Tony dove into the work, his enthusiasm palpable. His grasp of the S-virus research was immediate, and he quickly demonstrated an uncanny ability to predict Leon's next steps. Often, he would finish Leon's thought process before the latter even voiced it. For the first time, Leon felt like he was working alongside someone who matched the speed and depth of his own supercharged intellect. The two of them worked in perfect tandem, their ideas feeding off each other like an upward spiral of creativity and innovation. Bard and the other researchers, who were assisting from the sidelines, could only stare in disbelief at the two geniuses. To them, it was as if gods of science had descended upon the lab. After half an hour of frenetic collaboration, the first result of their efforts emerged, a vial of orange liquid. S-virus prototype vaccine, Tony announced, holding it up. It generates antibodies that block infection and can spread through the air, but it also neutralizes the virus's enhancement effects. For now, it'll do for tests. Hey, you run some trials on the mice. He handed the vial to one of the assistants. Meanwhile, Leon held up a vial of golden liquid. S1 variant virus. The mutation rate has been reduced to 70%, while retaining the original enhancement effects. But it's still far from the final goal. He opened the case he had brought with him, retrieving the Extremis virus sample and the USB drive. Tony, see if you can integrate the Extremis virus with the S1 variant. Leon removed his white lab coat. I'll be back. I need to gather some additional materials for further improvements and destroy a few nukes while I'm at it. Tony grinned, his eyes locked on the vial of golden liquid. You'd better hurry. At this rate, I might just perfect the S-virus by the time you're done. Leon chuckled. By all means, go ahead. I'd be thrilled if you finished it before I got back. He wasn't worried about Tony's safety. With the world consciousness's gift of enhanced immunity, Tony was no longer at risk of turning into a zombie. If anything, the viruses of this world would only make him stronger. Leon soared into the sky, his body accelerating to supersonic speeds. Within seconds, he broke through the atmosphere, floating silently in the vacuum of space. His cape and sleeves billowed gently in the absence of air as he activated his supervision, scanning the earth below. One by one, he locked onto the super zombies roaming the surface. The judgment began. Twin beams of searing heat shot from Leon's eyes, striking the earth like divine punishment. To the people below, it was as if the heavens themselves had unleashed the ultimate weapon. The super zombies, monstrous and seemingly invincible, stood no chance. The heat vision obliterated them at the cellular level, reducing their bodies to their most basic molecules in an instant. The crimson beams carved deep trenches into the ground, vaporizing everything in their path. Oceans boiled, and the earth quaked under the power of his assault. In India, millions of super zombies roared defiantly, their guttural cries echoing across the plains. But their defiance was short-lived. The heat vision swept through their ranks, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Across the world, the twin beams moved relentlessly, cutting through the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, South Asia, and Africa. When they reached the Great Rift Valley, they gouged an even deeper chasm into the Earth's crust. The world watched in stunned silence as the beams of light scorched the surface, splitting seas and parting clouds like the hand of Moses dividing the Red Sea. By the time the beams finally faded, they had scoured the Earth clean of every super zombie. For those who had perpetrated unspeakable acts, the sight filled them with dread. For the suffering masses, it was a moment of divine intervention. They fell to their knees, praying fervently to the Savior they now believed in. And Leon's work wasn't done. In just 20 minutes, he had eradicated tens of millions of super zombies. Next on his list were the nuclear stockpiles. Twisting his torso slightly, he dove back into the atmosphere, his supervision scanning the globe for every nuclear warhead. Within moments, their locations were laid bare before him. Mountains, oceans, and fortified bunkers were no obstacle. Leon tore through them all, retrieving over 10,000 nuclear warheads from the arsenals of both the US and Russia. Wrapping the warheads in his biofield, Leon carried them into space, far beyond the Earth's exosphere. Once he reached a safe distance, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the planet, he unleashed his heat vision again, detonating the entire cache. The resulting explosions triggered a cascade of nuclear fusion, creating a dazzling fireworks display in the void of space. Waves of radiation and electromagnetic pulses rippled outward, disrupting satellites and communications. The spectacle was captured by countless satellites, broadcasting Leon's silhouette against the fiery backdrop to screens around the world. Floating in space, half of his face illuminated by the flames and the other half bathed in sunlight, Leon looked less like a man and more like a god surveying his domain. For billions of people, his image became etched into their memories, the face of a savior, a being of unfathomable power. In Raccoon City, all eyes were glued to the screens, watching Leon's figure amidst the fiery void of space as he destroyed the nuclear arsenal of two global superpowers. He just wiped out all the nuclear weapons from both the US and Russia like it was nothing? Even Ada Wong, who was always composed and calculating, found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what Leon had just accomplished. Her mind raced, struggling to process the extent of his power. Jill Valentine stood silently, her gaze fixed on the screen. A faint, bittersweet smile tugged at her lips as she murmured to herself, "I thought becoming a superhuman had closed the gap between us, but now I realize just how far apart we truly are." "Leon's the best!" Sherry cheered, throwing her hands into the air with childlike excitement. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "He saved us all again." Marvin looked at one of his subordinates, shaking his head with a wry smile. "See? This is why we call you Kennedy and not Leon. How are we supposed to compare to this Leon S. Kennedy?" He sighed, a mix of awe and resignation in his tone. In the research facility, the sight of the nuclear explosions on the monitors sent waves of celebration through the staff. Cheers erupted as the researchers and assistants hugged one another, their hearts swelling with relief and joy. Meanwhile, Tony Stark barely glanced at the screens before returning to his work. He, more than anyone else, knew what Leon was capable of. To him, this was just another day in the life of his extraordinary brother. Next up, the Plaga parasite and the E-mold, Leon muttered to himself as he plunged back toward Earth, descending through the atmosphere like a blazing comet. His form streaked across the sky before slamming into the ground at the heart of a remote Spanish village nestled in the Los Illuminados stronghold, the Valley of the Wolves. Boom! The impact shook the earth, sending a massive shockwave rippling outward. Houses crumbled into rubble, the ground cracked like a shattered mirror, and a deep crater formed at the center of the village. Dust and debris swirled in the air as Leon rose from the 10-meter-deep pit, his expression calm and unperturbed as he floated toward the imposing medieval castle that loomed over the village. The castle, a relic of a bygone era, exuded an air of ancient grandeur. Its towering spires and weathered stone walls spoke of centuries of history. For a brief moment, Leon paused to admire the architecture, allowing himself to appreciate the artistry of the past. Then, with a single powerful kick, Leon shattered the castle's facade. The entire structure collapsed like a house of cards, sending tremors through the ground as the once majestic fortress crumbled into ruins. Amidst the rubble, the inhabitants of the castle emerged, their faces pale with fear and disbelief. Despite the destruction, Leon's precise control ensured that no one was harmed. "Who among you is Osmond Sadler?" Leon's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, his piercing gaze locking onto the hooded figure at the back of the crowd. All eyes turned toward Sadler, whose sinister visage was partially obscured by his hood. Clutching his staff tightly, he hesitated, his body trembling as he weighed his options. With a thud, Sadler dropped to his knees, his voice shaking as he stammered, "My lord. I am Osmond Sadler." Leon strode forward, his boots crunching against the broken stone. His cold, unyielding gaze bore into Sadler as he said, "Hand over the dominant Plaga parasite." "The dominant Plaga, it's not ready yet, my lord," Sadler stammered, his voice trembling with desperation. "Please, give me more time." Crack! Leon's foot came down like a hammer, crushing Sadler's skull with brutal efficiency. Without hesitation, he unleashed his heat vision, incinerating the body in an instant. From the ashes, a writhing parasite emerged, its grotesque form glistening in the light. "I despise liars," Leon said coldly as he retrieved the parasite, sealing it in a containment unit. He cast a steely glance at the remaining cultists, his voice like thunder. "Destroy every last one of these parasites within 3 days. Fail, and I'll destroy you." The cultists fell to their knees, their heads bowed in silent submission. Dust swirled in the air as Leon disappeared, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with fear and repentance. Minutes later, Leon reappeared in a remote Romanian village. His movements, enhanced by his biofield, were so swift that they seemed like instantaneous teleportation. The village, like the one before, was surrounded by a sprawling fortress. High above the castle, Leon floated, surveying the area with a calm, godlike demeanor. His supervision quickly located the source of the E-mold, a colossal fungal mass hidden deep within a mountain cave. Without hesitation, Leon dove straight into the heart of the mountain, his body tearing through solid rock like a bullet through paper. The fungal core, a pulsating, pinkish mass that pulsed with an almost lifelike rhythm, lay before him. Billions of mycelial threads intertwined, transporting nutrients to the grotesque organism. So this is the third key to bioevolution in the Resident Evil world, the mold, Leon mused. He extracted a special syringe and plunged it into the fungal core, drawing a sample of its essence. Securing the vial, he unleashed his heat vision, reducing the fungal mass to ashes within seconds. No! Who dares destroy the mold? A shrill scream echoed from outside the cave, laced with rage and desperation. The voice was high-pitched and grating, like nails on a chalkboard, a sound that could only come from someone utterly unhinged. Leon emerged from the cave, his expression impassive. A woman, flanked by a horde of grotesque, infected creatures, charged toward him. She screamed obscenities, her voice filled with fury as she led the mold-infected villagers in a desperate assault. Leon ascended into the sky, his eyes glowing with icy determination. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his freezing breath, encasing the entire village and its inhabitants in a massive block of ice. Even the surrounding lake froze solid, transforming the area into a breathtaking yet deadly glacier. The crystalline structure sparkled in the sunlight, its beauty belying the carnage it contained. Leon hovered at the edge of the ice, observing the frozen figures trapped within. With a single motion, he lifted the massive ice block over 3 kilometers in diameter and towering over 200 meters high into space. Satellites once again captured his actions, broadcasting the spectacle to the world. In the vacuum of space, Leon hurled the ice block forward and obliterated it with a single punch. The resulting explosion scattered countless glittering ice crystals across the cosmos, creating a dazzling display of silvery fireworks that left viewers around the world in awe. "He's not just a man," someone murmured, their voice trembling with reverence. "He's a god." Back at the Raccoon City Police Department, Leon was met with a hero's welcome. Jill led the charge, tears streaming down her face as she saluted him before pulling him into a heartfelt embrace. The entire precinct erupted in applause and cheers, the air filled with shouts of gratitude and relief. Confetti rained down as someone popped a bottle of champagne, spraying the fizzy liquid into the air. "You did it! You really did it!" Jill said, her voice choking with emotion. "You saved us all, Leon." The celebration was electric, a whirlwind of hugs, cheers, and heartfelt thanks. Men lifted Leon onto their shoulders, tossing him into the air with joyous abandon, while women showered him with kisses, each one eager to claim a moment of connection with their savior. For the first time in weeks, the people of Raccoon City felt hope, a genuine belief that the nightmare might finally be over. Leon, however, felt a pang of discomfort amidst the revelry. The scene reminded him of the lavish parties he'd attended as a child, clinging to Tony's side as an outsider looking in. But seeing the hope in everyone's eyes, he knew he couldn't dampen their spirits. Clearing his throat, he stepped onto the podium, silencing the crowd with a single gesture. He began to sing, softly at first, then with growing strength, a Chinese rendition of the Internationale. The haunting melody filled the room, and gradually, others joined in, singing in English, Russian, and countless other languages. By the time the song ended, tears streamed down many faces, and the crowd surged forward, embracing Leon once more. The celebration continued long into the night. Even Tony made an appearance, dragging along half the research team to join the festivities. He twirled women into waltzes, downed Bordeaux with abandon, and basked in the unbridled joy that filled the air. For the first time in a month, the police department felt alive, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the edge of despair. Leon staggered slightly as the wave of energy washed over him. His expression shifted, eyebrows furrowing as he processed the sensation. This wasn't just any ripple, this was the world consciousness reaching out. Again. He let go of Tony's shoulder, his head tilting slightly as if listening to something no one else could hear. "What is it now?" Tony asked, noticing the sudden change in Leon's demeanor. He folded his arms, smirking slightly. "Don't tell me the world consciousness has another errand for you. What did it mess up this time?" Leon exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to look at Tony. "It's reaching out again. But this time, the emotion feels different. It's not just desperation or panic. There's something else. Maybe relief? Or gratitude?" He shook his head. "It's hard to describe. But it's definitely trying to communicate something important." Tony raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. "Gratitude? From something that doesn't even have a brain? Sounds like it finally realized how much of a mess it made. Took long enough." Leon ignored Tony's sarcasm and closed his eyes, focusing on the connection with the world consciousness. The energy was more coherent this time, less chaotic. Images and sensations began to form in his mind, fragmented, but clear enough for him to piece together the message. He saw glimpses of the Earth's surface, areas where the balance had been restored, where life was beginning to thrive again. He saw people, now superhuman, standing tall against the remaining threats. And finally, he felt the consciousness's sense of fulfillment, as if it had achieved something monumental. Leon opened his eyes, his expression still tinged with curiosity. It's trying to tell me that its goals are being realized. The spread of evolution, the stabilization of the world, it's all starting to come together. It's thanking me, in its own way. Tony snorted, shaking his head. Thanking you? What, does it want to send you a fruit basket or something? Maybe a world's best savior mug? Leon smirked faintly. Not quite. It's more like, it's offering me something again. A reward. Tony's expression shifted from amused to intrigued. A reward? What kind of reward are we talking about this time? Another power boost? A new ability? Or maybe it's finally going to fix all the nonsense it caused? Leon didn't answer immediately. He reached out with his mind, probing deeper into the connection. The world consciousness's intentions became clearer, and the full scope of its offer emerged. It was willing to relinquish even more control, granting Leon an unprecedented level of authority over the world's biological systems. He would gain the ability to oversee and regulate the ongoing evolution of humanity, ensuring that the chaos of the past month would never happen again. But there was a catch. The consciousness was also making one final, desperate plea. It wanted Leon to push evolution to its ultimate limit to guide humanity and the world into a new era where the boundaries of biology, physics, and even reality itself could be redefined. It was asking him to become not just a savior, but a steward of the planet's future. Leon's eyes narrowed as he processed the enormity of the request. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on him. He had already done so much, saved countless lives, neutralized global threats, and developed the means for humanity to rise above its limitations. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't just a responsibility, it was a leap into the unknown. Well, Tony asked, breaking the silence. What's the verdict? Are you taking the deal, or are you finally going to tell this world consciousness to clean up its own mess for once? Leon sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's not that simple, Tony. It's offering me control, real control, over the evolutionary process. I could prevent another outbreak, stop any future disasters before they even start. But it's also asking for something in return. It wants me to take evolution even further, to push humanity into uncharted territory. Tony blinked, clearly surprised. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal on paper. But knowing you, you're probably overthinking it. What's holding you back? Leon looked at Tony, his expression serious. It's not just about the power or the responsibility. It's about what that responsibility means. If I accept, I'm not just changing the world, I'm fundamentally altering what it means to be human. That's not a decision I can make lightly. Tony leaned back against the lab bench, crossing his arms as he considered Leon's words. Look, you've already done more for this world than anyone else ever could. And let's face it, the world consciousness is desperate. It knows you're the only one who can handle this. So the way I see it, you've got two options: take the reins and guide this world into the future, or walk away and let it figure things out on its own. Either way, you've earned the right to make that choice. Leon nodded slowly, appreciating Tony's perspective. He turned his gaze to the golden serum on the table, the culmination of their combined efforts, a symbol of what humanity could achieve when guided by science and determination. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, progress was possible. After a long moment, Leon finally spoke. You're right. This world deserves a chance to thrive, to become something greater. If I can help make that happen, if I can ensure that this power is used responsibly, then I have to try. Tony grinned, clapping Leon on the shoulder. That's the spirit. So, what's the plan? Are we going to start handing out superpowers like candy, or are you going to keep things a bit more selective? Leon chuckled. Selective, definitely. We've already talked about this. SS1 for the masses, SS2 for the trusted few, and SS3 stays with us. We'll take it step by step, making sure everything is stable before moving forward. No shortcuts, no recklessness. Tony gave him a thumbs up. Sounds like a plan. Now, let's get to work. We've got a world to rebuild. As the two brothers resumed their research, the weight of the world seemed a little lighter. Together, they would guide humanity toward a brighter future, one step at a time. Tony paused for a moment, watching Leon's back as he walked away with his usual calm and composed demeanor. His expression shifted between irritation and determination, his pride as a genius and innovator clearly stung by Leon's casual confidence. Unbelievable, Tony muttered, stuffing the last bit of the lackluster baguette into his mouth. He's too damn smug for his own good. What's with that whole "we're not the same" attitude? Sure, he's got alien DNA and superpowers, but let's see how far he'd get without that Kryptonian cheat code. I'm Tony Stark, damn it. I'm not about to let him hog all the glory in this world. With that thought fueling him, Tony stood up abruptly, leaving his plate behind as he made his way to the research lab. Alright, time to step it up. If he thinks he can one-up me just because he's got laser eyes and the ability to bench press mountains, he's got another thing coming. Meanwhile, Leon strolled through the bustling police station, his sharp eyes observing the renewed energy that filled the halls. The contrast between today's lively atmosphere and the quiet emptiness of the previous day was striking. People were hard at work, organizing resources, updating reports, and coordinating efforts to stabilize the fledgling nation of Colorado. It was a sign that, despite the challenges ahead, hope was beginning to take root. Leon's thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous day and the strange request from the world consciousness. While the creation of the final version of the S-virus had gone smoothly, the implications of the consciousness's desires still lingered in his mind. Its insistence on a transmissible, mutative agent was unsettling, to say the least. He knew better than to trust it blindly, even if its intentions seemed aligned with the goal of global evolution. Still, Leon muttered to himself, if it ever gets out of hand again, I'll be there to clean up the mess. And if I have to, I'll wring some more rewards out of it while I'm at it. As he approached Jill's office, his expression softened slightly. He owed her a proper conversation after everything that had happened. After all, she had been through a lot, and as both a leader and a friend, she deserved his support. Knocking lightly on the door, Leon stepped inside to find Jill sitting at her desk, poring over documents. Her expression was tense, her brow furrowed in concentration. When she looked up and saw him, her features softened, but only slightly. You're finally here, Jill said, setting down her pen and leaning back in her chair. I was wondering when you'd show up. Sorry about yesterday, Leon said with a small smile. Things got a little chaotic. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Jill raised an eyebrow, her tone half serious, half teasing. Chaotic? That's one way to put it. You disappeared for the entire day after making a scene at the celebration. And don't think I didn't hear about your little escapades with Ada. Leon rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling awkwardly. Yeah, about that. It wasn't exactly intentional. Let's just say the world consciousness had some urgent business for me to handle. You know how it is. Jill's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no real malice in her gaze. You always seem to have some grand cosmic excuse, don't you? Before Leon could respond, the door creaked open, and Ada stepped inside, her footsteps deliberate and her expression as playful as ever. She leaned casually against the doorframe, her eyes glinting with mischief. Interrupting something, am I? Ada asked, her tone dripping with mock innocence. I figured I'd stop by and see how my favorite boss and his favorite president were getting along. Jill shot Ada a look, her irritation barely concealed. What do you want, Ada? Oh, nothing much, Ada replied, sauntering into the room. Just thought I'd remind our dear Leon here that he has other responsibilities to attend to. You know, besides charming every woman in the building. Leon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Can we not do this right now? I've got enough on my plate without the two of you turning this into a competition. Ada smirked, clearly enjoying the tension in the room. Relax, Leon. I'm just here to keep things interesting. Besides, I'm sure Jill and I can find some common ground. After all, we're both invested in making sure you don't get yourself killed. Jill crossed her arms, her tone sharp. If you're done with your games, Ada, maybe we can focus on what really matters, keeping this country from falling apart. Leon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, enough. Let's all take a deep breath and remember that we're on the same side here. We've got a lot of work to do, and the last thing we need is infighting. The two women exchanged a glance, their expressions softening slightly. Despite their differences, they both knew Leon was right. The challenges ahead were too great to waste time on petty squabbles. Fine, Jill said, her tone begrudgingly calm. But don't think this conversation is over, Leon. We still need to talk about your extracurricular activities. Ada chuckled, brushing past Leon as she made her way to the door. I'll leave you two to hash things out. Just don't forget, Leon, you owe me a dance next time we celebrate. As Ada left the room, Leon let out a long sigh. Why do I get the feeling that no matter how much I accomplish, I'll never hear the end of it? Jill's lips quirked into a small smile. Because you're Leon Kennedy. And around here, that means you're the one everyone looks to when things get tough. Leon chuckled softly, the weight of her words settling over him. I guess that's just part of the job. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Tony was hard at work, his exhaustion from the previous night forgotten in the face of his renewed determination. The S-virus and its derivatives had opened up a world of possibilities, and Tony was eager to push the boundaries even further. He glanced at the golden serum on the table, his mind racing with ideas for its application. This world might be a mess, Tony muttered to himself, but that just means there's more for me to fix. Let's see what this genius can do. With a smirk, he adjusted his goggles and dove back into his work, ready to prove once again why he was Tony Stark. On the afternoon of October 31st, the atmosphere in the Raccoon City Police Department's meeting room was tense with a mix of excitement and anticipation. You're telling me that you've developed a virus with only a 1 in 1,000 mutation risk? Jill Valentine exclaimed, standing suddenly from her chair. Her sharp gaze locked onto Leon, disbelief and hope warring in her expression. Are you serious, Leon? It wasn't just Jill. Every person in the meeting room shot to their feet, their collective attention riveted on Leon and Tony, who sat at the head of the table. The idea that the brothers had solved a global crisis in just 2 days, a problem that had left the world's best scientists utterly paralyzed, was almost too much to comprehend. If someone had proclaimed Stark as God at that moment, it's likely no one would have doubted it. All right, calm down, everyone, Tony said as he nudged Leon aside and took center stage, clearly enjoying the spotlight. I know what you're all thinking, this must be some kind of cosmic joke from the heavens. But let me assure you, it's not. It's real. I, Tony Stark, Iron Man, give you my word, the apocalypse ends today. He threw his arms open wide, as if to embrace the entire world. For a moment, the room remained eerily quiet, everyone too stunned to respond. Tony's theatrical gestures hung awkwardly in the air, his grand proclamation met with blank stares. Guys? That's the part where you're supposed to cheer, maybe let out a little scream, or, I don't know, start planning the celebration? Tony said, gesturing impatiently. The crowd finally snapped out of their daze, bursting into cheers and applause. A few people surged forward, lifting Tony into the air and tossing him skyward as they chanted his name. Iron Man! Iron Man! Leon, meanwhile, leaned back against the wall, watching the scene unfold with an amused but resigned expression. His brother's penchant for theatrics was something he'd long since accepted. Your brother is quite the performer, Ada Wong remarked as she appeared at Leon's side. Her voice was soft, tinged with humor. He's always been like that, Leon replied with a sigh. Loves the spotlight. Ada smirked. And you don't? You're not exactly the shy, retiring type, Leon. Leon raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, Ada continued, her tone teasing, you're just as much of a showman. You just prefer to keep things low-key until the perfect moment to make your move. It's charming, in its own way. Great. Thanks for pointing out the family resemblance, Leon said dryly, though a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ada's eyes gleamed with mischief as she hooked her pinky around Leon's hand. They're about to start celebrating again. So, tonight. Same place as always, Leon replied without hesitation. Good. See you there, boss, Ada said, her voice laced with a mysterious undertone before she slipped away into the crowd. Despite Tony's enthusiasm, the grand celebration he envisioned never materialized. Resources were scarce, and the people of Raccoon City understood that there was no time to waste. The announcement of the new virus's successful development had reignited hope, and everyone was eager to channel that energy into action. The room quickly emptied as volunteers stepped forward, ready to be the first to test the new S-virus. The ceremony for selecting the first test subject was brief but symbolic. Through a simple lottery, it was determined that Leon S. Kennedy, the recently nicknamed 3 Lights by Leon himself at a previous gathering, would be the first to receive the injection. The nickname, which Leon had jokingly given to the young officer for embodying bright light, sunlight, and starlight, had quickly caught on and become a badge of pride for the rookie. 30 minutes later, a group of anxious onlookers gathered outside a reinforced observation room in the underground research facility. Behind the thick glass, Kennedy was strapped securely to an examination table, his body monitored by an array of equipment. Leon stood beside him, clad in full protective gear, holding the golden syringe containing the final version of the S-virus. As the virus was slowly injected into Kennedy's bloodstream, the tension in the room became palpable. Outside, the spectators clenched their fists and whispered silent prayers. Hang in there, 3 Lights. You've got this, one muttered. Don't let us down, another added. For a few moments, everything seemed calm. Then, Kennedy's body convulsed violently. His veins bulged, his muscles swelled unnaturally, and a guttural scream tore from his throat. Straining against the steel restraints, he arched his back as if trying to break free. Leon acted quickly, using his enhanced strength to hold Kennedy in place while monitoring his vitals with unwavering focus. The ordeal lasted 7 agonizing minutes. Outside, the observers watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding in their chests. Finally, Kennedy's thrashing subsided, his body relaxing as his breathing steadied. Leon conducted a thorough examination, using his supervision to confirm that the transformation had stabilized and no mutations had occurred. "It's done. The enhancement was successful," Leon announced, his voice steady. "No signs of mutation. Next volunteer." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. As Leon carried the now significantly heavier Kennedy out to a recovery bed, the room filled with applause and cries of joy. "3 lights did it," someone shouted. "He made it through." The subsequent tests proceeded more smoothly. Inspired by Kennedy's success, the volunteers faced their turns with renewed courage. One by one, Marvin, Elliot, Carlos, and others received the final version of the S-virus, all emerging stronger without any signs of mutation. By nightfall, every member of the Colorado Republic's temporary government, over 1,700 individuals, had undergone the procedure. Only one person experienced an adverse reaction, but a quick injection of the antiviral serum resolved the issue, albeit at the cost of their ability to benefit from future enhancements. Later that evening, Leon returned to the lab with Ada, Jill, and Sherry to administer the SS2 serum, which incorporated the extremis virus. The results were remarkable. Jill and Ada, already formidable, gained enhanced regeneration and became small-scale superhumans capable of lifting over 40 tons and moving at near-sonic speeds. Even Sherry, still growing, showed signs of extraordinary potential. What surprised Leon most, however, was their reaction to the world consciousness's desire for a transmissible evolution agent. All 3 women expressed understanding, even agreement, with the idea. Their reasoning was simple: the potential for continued evolution outweighed the risks. It forced Leon to reconsider his own stance. Maybe the world consciousness wasn't as reckless as he had thought. Maybe there was a method to its madness. Over the next few days, Leon and Tony closely monitored the enhanced individuals, ensuring there were no adverse effects. Once they were satisfied, Jill's provisional government began distributing the S-virus to the wider population. The response was overwhelming. Lines formed at distribution centers, with citizens eager to take their first steps toward a new future. Jill, now hailed as a goddess of victory, inspired unparalleled loyalty and devotion. As Raccoon City embraced its transformation, Leon and Tony turned their attention to the final challenge: testing the SS3 serum. In the underground research facility, the tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Even though the experiments on lab mice went perfectly, and JARVIS calculated the failure probability to be less than 1 in 10,000. And on top of that, your clones all completed the enhancement process without issue. Leon paused, his voice heavy with concern as he looked at Tony, who was already lying on the examination table. "Are you absolutely sure about this? There's still risk involved, and you need to think this through." Leon had done everything in his power to minimize the risks. He had even gone so far as to use Umbrella Corporation's cloning technology to create a series of Tony clones, each of which had undergone the SS3 serum enhancement successfully before being destroyed. Only after seeing these results had Leon reluctantly agreed to let Tony take this step. "Enough with the lectures already," Tony said casually, securing himself to the table with practiced ease. He tightened the metal restraints around his wrists and waist before turning his head toward Leon with a cheeky grin. "You know, you're starting to sound like Pepper. Except Pepper wouldn't have cloned 10 versions of me just to kill them off one by one." He smirked, his tone half-joking but laced with determination. "Seriously, Leon, I've never seen you this cautious. What happened to the decisive, fearless kid I used to know? The one who wouldn't flinch at the sight of his big brother taking on a challenge?" "This is my choice," Tony continued, his voice resolute. "It's something I have to do. So stop stalling and get on with it." Leon stared at Tony for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he exhaled deeply, nodding in reluctant agreement. "All right. Let's do this." Steeling himself, Leon activated the machinery and carefully injected the golden SS3 serum into Tony's arm. The liquid glowed faintly as it entered his bloodstream, its effects taking hold almost immediately. The transformation began with terrifying speed. Before the syringe was even emptied, Tony's confident demeanor gave way to agonized screams. His body convulsed violently, his skin turning an angry crimson as if burning from within. Leon forced himself to remain calm, signaling JRVAS to record the entire process. Whether it succeeded or failed, this moment would be pivotal. Tony's body underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. His skin began to crack and flake away like charred wood, revealing raw, pink flesh beneath. His chest, scarred from years of wearing the arc reactor, healed completely, leaving smooth, unblemished skin in its wake. Blood rushed through his veins like a roaring river, his bones cracking and reshaping themselves with eerie precision. His muscles swelled and contracted in a rhythmic dance, their contours becoming sharper and more defined with each passing moment. Even his height increased by 10 centimeters, his frame now exuding an aura of raw, primal power. Leon watched the transformation with a mix of awe and unease. Great, he muttered to himself. Now he's going to be even more of a handful. If this guy decides to cause trouble after this, he'll be unstoppable. The enhancement process lasted a full 2 hours. When it was finally over, Tony broke free of the metal restraints with ease, his movements fluid and effortless. Without a word, he leapt off the table and bolted toward the cafeteria, his hunger driving him like a man possessed. An hour later, after devouring enough food to feed 10 people, Tony returned to the lab with Leon to test his newfound abilities. Single-arm strength, 113 tons. Sprinting speed, 423 meters per second. Honestly, you might as well ditch the Iron Man suit entirely, Leon quipped, reviewing the data on his tablet. That's not even the best part, Tony said, grinning ear to ear. He raised one hand, conjuring a blazing flame, while the other manipulated a writhing mass of E-mold. I can control the E-mold, generate fire from my body, grow new limbs, and even use my blood to control others. This is it, Leon, this is the future of human evolution. Are you sure you don't want to try the serum yourself? Leon shook his head with a laugh. Superman doesn't need any help from serums. I've already got all the power I need. Speak in language I understand, Tony said, rolling his eyes. This serum is built for enhancing human physiology, Leon explained. For someone like me, it would just push my body in unpredictable directions, possibly into something monstrous, like a tentacle beast. Thanks, but no thanks. Tony chuckled, clearly amused. Fair enough. But if you ever decide to mess with Kryptonian genetics, you'd better call me in. I don't want to wake up one day and find out you've turned into Doomsday. Sure, I'll let you know, Leon replied, smirking. And when we visit the DC universe, I'll make sure you're invited. With their work complete, Leon destroyed the experiment logs and turned back to Tony. So, your mission in this world is basically done. Want me to send you back home? Tony crossed his arms, his expression resolute. And leave you to fight off the rest of the zombies alone? Not a chance. I'm staying. Saving the world is a two-man job, and you're not getting rid of me that easily. Fine, muscle man, Leon teased, gesturing at Tony's shirtless physique. But seriously, put a shirt on. You've been showing off your new muscles for hours now. Tony laughed, flexing his chest dramatically. Jealous much? Admit it, Leon, my muscles are just as good as yours now. Maybe. But don't forget to give Pepper a dose of the serum when you get back, Leon said, tossing Tony a shirt. She could use the SS2 variant for now. We'll need more data before we can safely distribute the SS3 serum. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about her, Tony replied, pulling on the shirt. Let's wrap this up. We've got a world to save. Over the next 2 weeks, the people of Raccoon City underwent a dramatic transformation. With the final version of the S-virus distributed, even the weakest individuals gained superhuman strength, each capable of lifting at least 5 tons. Jill began assembling a new military force, preparing to reclaim the territories lost to the zombie apocalypse. Meanwhile, Leon worked tirelessly to mass-produce the S-virus and deliver it to survivor hubs around the globe. The largest shipments went to China, which had already secured its borders and begun aiding neighboring countries, including the devastated regions of India. During the day, Leon scoured the earth, eradicating zombies and clearing paths for survivors. At night, he returned to Raccoon City, where he found moments of respite among friends. Ada and Jill, now enhanced by the SS2 serum, had become paragons of strength and resilience, their abilities rivaling even Leon's. As for Tony, he was a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, his enhanced abilities making him a one-man army. By night, he retreated to the lab, working on secret modifications to his Iron Man suit. Whatever he was planning, Leon trusted that it would be spectacular. The world, once teetering on the brink of destruction, now stood at the dawn of a new era. Across the globe, People whispered Leon's name not as a savior, but as something greater. To them, he was no longer just a man. He was the god of humanity. In those war-torn years, time seemed enchanted, slipping by at an incomprehensible pace. In just 5 months, a blink of an eye, the world of Resident Evil underwent a complete transformation. November 15 Jill Valentine, leading her formidable forces with unyielding determination and courage, successfully reclaimed the entirety of Colorado. The state, once overrun by the undead, was finally at peace, its skies cleared of the shadow of infection. November 30 Jill's army pressed on, pushing forward into the southern territories. 4 additional states, including Texas, were liberated, expanding the boundaries of the fledgling Colorado Republic. The number of successfully enhanced new humans surged into the millions, their combined strength breathing new life into these reclaimed lands. December 25 with the exception of the old U.S. government and the 7 states under its control, Jill's banner now flew over the rest of the former United States. The population of new humans surpassed 10 million, their collective strength shining like a galaxy of stars across a land once blighted by chaos. December 26 after celebrating its final Christmas, the old government finally surrendered to the Colorado Republic. The fractured and chaotic remnants of the former United States were unified at last, ending years of division and strife. January 1, 1999 The Civil Republic was officially established, a nation built by survivors for survivors. The new republic adopted a democratic system, with Raccoon City designated as its capital. Leon Kennedy, hailed as the father of the nation for his unparalleled contributions, was appointed its first chairman, his name forever etched into the annals of its history. January 2 Leon, having fulfilled his role in guiding the Republic to its feet, formally resigned from his position, passing the mantle to Jill Valentine. As the second chairwoman of the Civil Republic, she vowed to lead the nation to even greater heights. January 31 the entirety of North America was brought under the governance of the Civil Republic. The last remnants of Umbrella Corporation, along with rogue organizations like HCF and the Family, were systematically eradicated by the enhanced human soldiers. The final blow to evil came when Jill herself delivered a devastating punch to Weskier, pinning him against a wall and ending his reign of terror. Justice was served, and the path to a new world was cleared. February 26 zombies across the globe were almost entirely eradicated. The population of new humans reached 300 million, a number that symbolized hope and illuminated humanity's future. With Leon at the helm, the remaining global powers formed an international coalition to resolve conflicts between factions, facilitate integration, and lay the foundation for lasting peace and development. Jill and Mr. Zhou from China were appointed as vice-chairpersons, working alongside Leon to safeguard this new era. Thus, the months-long apocalypse came to an end. This date was later commemorated as the New International Christmas, a celebration of humanity's rebirth and unity. People around the world expressed their gratitude to the God of humanity who had descended to save them, uniting the world and ushering in a new dawn. March 30 the coalition's enhanced human forces launched a final, decisive campaign to eliminate the remaining infected zones on Earth. No stronghold was spared, whether it was Umbrella's underwater research facilities or their Antarctic base, each was breached and destroyed. The infected were dragged out and eradicated, and the bases reduced to rubble. On this day, Earth finally reclaimed its former blue radiance, pulsating once more with the vibrancy of life. March 31 floating serenely between Earth and the Sun, Leon basked in the golden sunlight, the warmth cascading over him like a waterfall. Every cell in his body hummed with vitality, thriving under the nourishing rays. Over the past 5 months, his strength had grown exponentially, his single-arm lifting capacity now exceeding 1.7 million tons. However, his progress had slowed, as though he had reached a bottleneck or perhaps, the limits of his current potential. Suddenly, a familiar, unseen ripple coursed through the void around him. The world consciousness connected to his mind, conveying emotions of joy and gratitude. As promised, it transferred half of its authority, its dominion, to Leon. In an instant, Leon felt an indescribable force merging with his being, as if a gateway to a new realm of existence had been flung open. His perception of the world shifted drastically. No longer was he limited to seeing sunlight and air, nor even the microscopic details his supervision once revealed. Instead, his eyes now perceived a kaleidoscope of energy flows: red, blue, black, and white, intertwining and mingling in harmonious chaos. It was as though his strength had multiplied 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold. With but a slight motion of his finger, a massive wave surged across the Pacific Ocean below, its towering crest a testament to his newfound power. More than that, Leon discovered he could manipulate the very fabric of fate itself. By expending his life force, or perhaps something akin to it, he could alter the destinies of individuals, shaping their paths as though turning the wheel of fortune. He could even conjure objects from thin air, much like the world consciousness had when bestowing its gifts. The realization dawned on him: these wondrous abilities were born of the consciousness sacrificing parts of itself. The authority he now wielded was not merely a tool, it was the essence of the world itself, granting him a level of control that bordered on divinity. As he gazed out into the infinite expanse of space, his enhanced vision extended beyond the solar system, revealing the true scale of the resident evil world. The flood of information pouring into his mind was both overwhelming and exhilarating, as though he had always been meant to understand these truths. So that's how it is, Leon mused, his thoughts heavy with revelation. This world is no bigger than 10 solar systems, a mere speck in the vast cosmos. Its essence lies in evolution, mutation, and survival. When these concepts can no longer progress, the world faces destruction. No wonder the consciousness was so fixated on driving evolution forward. It all makes sense now. The consciousness, ever generous after its triumph, bestowed one final gift upon Leon, the gene self-locking ability. A glowing, ethereal point of light appeared beside him, merging seamlessly into his body. This ability, flexible and adaptive, allowed Leon to lock his genetic code, ensuring that no unwanted traits such as his Kryptonian heritage could be extracted or replicated. Testing it, he plucked a single hair and examined it with his empowered vision. To his delight, the DNA within had reverted to his pre-Kryptonian state, leaving no trace of his alien lineage. Now this is a useful ability, Leon said with a satisfied grin. Communicating with the consciousness, he added, I've received my reward, and I appreciate the partnership. Be sure to call me again if you need help in the future. The consciousness, naive and trusting, radiated feelings of joy and relief, before retreating into the fabric of the world. The ethereal ripple faded away, leaving Leon alone in the void, his thoughts swirling. It's done. I've taken everything I needed, fought every battle, and even overachieved in saving Tony. Leon floated above Earth, gazing at the blue planet with a mix of pride and melancholy. It's time to leave. With a thought, he vanished, reappearing instantly in Raccoon City. Empowered by the authority of the world, Leon's strength now rivaled the gods themselves. He found Ada and Jill, explaining his decision to depart. Both women looked at him with a mix of sorrow and understanding. Wait for me, Leon, Jill said, her voice resolute. When this nation is fully at peace, I'll join you. I'll go with her, Ada added, arms crossed but eyes soft with emotion. She can't handle this place alone. But before you leave, you'd better make good on everything you owe me. Leon chuckled. I'll be back. With the time difference, I can visit often. And Sherry should come with me, it'll be easier to look after her in my world. Fine, Ada said with a sly smile, tugging at his collar. But don't forget, you still owe me a lot of back pay. The next morning, Leon found Tony and informed him of his plans. While Tony was reluctant to leave his newfound fame and adoring fans, the thought of returning to Pepper and his comfortable bed was enough to convince him. After destroying all research and data to prevent further crises, the brothers bid farewell to their friends. Standing in the central plaza of Raccoon City, beneath statues of themselves and Jill, Leon and Tony waved to the tearful crowd. Holding Sherry's hand, they etched this bittersweet moment into the world's memory before vanishing into the ether, leaving behind a legacy that would be told for generations to come. In the familiar underground garage, 3 figures, 2 adults and a child, suddenly appeared as if out of thin air. The sharp blare of alarms immediately filled the space, and within moments, disinfectant spray erupted like a downpour from all directions, enveloping the trio in a dense mist. The relentless spray continued for a full 30 seconds before finally ceasing. Is it already the evening of the next day? Tony Stark glanced at the clock on the wall, frowning slightly. Only a day has passed? Well, that's acceptable. Tony, forget about the time for now. I really think your setup here is way over the top. As the spray subsided, Leon slowly stepped out of his suit, the armor retracting smoothly. He turned to Sherry, who had been thoroughly soaked by the disinfectant, and gently brushed her damp cheek with his palm. This damn disinfectant system turned our little Sherry into a wet duckling, haha. His face was full of concern as he cradled Sherry's innocent-looking face, his eyes brimming with affection. Just look at her big, innocent eyes. Tony, doesn't your heart ache? No. Blame this stupid system. Tony quickly removed his own suit and crouched down in front of Sherry, guilt written all over his face. Oh, just look at our poor little princess, her hair's turned into a wet mop. As if to vent his frustration, he smacked the back of his Mark IV suit hard, as though it had personally wronged Sherry. "Don't worry, Uncle Tony's here to make it up to you." Sherry's delicate eyebrows twitched as her little mouth puffed up, her eyes narrowing with an air of dissatisfaction. "You too, were you doing this on purpose?" At first, she had been touched by their seemingly genuine concern. But when she noticed the suppressed grins on their faces, a realization dawned: these two were clearly messing with her. Back at Raccoon City's Central Plaza, neither of them had been wearing their suits. But as soon as Leon had mentioned the disinfectant protocols we set before we left, the two had exchanged conspiring looks, donned their suits, and each taken one of her hands as they led her into the garage. At that moment, she had been brimming with joy, suspecting nothing. Now, however, the truth was clear: they had plotted this prank from the start. Furious, Sherry pouted, her wide, watery eyes locking onto Leon in a silent glare. "See what you've done." Leon quickly shoved Tony as if blaming him entirely. "You've upset Sherry, and you're still laughing? Heartless." Despite his words, Leon couldn't suppress his own grin. With a big, cheerful smile, he scooped Sherry up and perched her on his shoulder. "Don't be mad, Sherry. We won't waste our time on bad uncles. It's all his fault, he just loves teasing people. Come on, I'll show you your new room." With exaggerated heave-ho sounds, Leon carried Sherry upstairs. Although she was still puffing up her cheeks in mock anger, it wasn't long before his antics had her giggling uncontrollably. Any lingering displeasure from the disinfectant incident vanished like morning mist under the sun. The Stark mansion, of course, had no shortage of spare rooms. Sherry was given a cozy room at the far end of the hallway. Leon took the time to introduce her to each of the smart devices in the room, showing her how to control everything from the curtains to the holographic projector with simple gestures or voice commands. Once everything was explained, he left to give her some time to settle in. Left to her own devices, Sherry sat on the plush sofa for a while, staring into space, before hopping down and exploring the room on tiptoe. Every gadget and feature, whether it was the voice-controlled curtains or the holographic touch panels that revealed a myriad of functions, filled her with wonder. Compared to the harsh, resource-scarce environment of the Resident Evil world, where even clean food and water were luxuries, this place was like stepping into a futuristic utopia. Sherry felt like an ancient traveler stumbling into a modern metropolis, her amazement growing with every new discovery. After 2 or 3 hours of exploring, her curiosity was finally sated. She dashed into the bathroom, fiddling with the controls on the touchscreen panel, arranging her little toys on the sink, and treating herself to a long, luxurious bath. Later that night, after dinner, Leon knocked on Sherry's door. "How's everything? Are you settling in okay? You'll be staying here for the next few days, after all," he said as he sat beside her on the bed, his tone warm and caring. "It's all amazing. But it's also so surprising. I can't believe it's the year 2008 here, everything feels so advanced." Sherry's eyes sparkled as she gestured animatedly. Then, hesitating slightly, she asked, "You're not staying here permanently, are you? Are we moving somewhere else soon?" "No, I've lived here with Tony since I was a kid," Leon replied, not immediately catching the meaning behind her question. But when he noticed her nervous expression, realization dawned. His earlier comment about staying here for a few days must have made her think she was being abandoned. Smiling gently, he reassured her, "Don't overthink it. Since I brought you to this world, I'll make sure you're well taken care of." He ruffled her hair affectionately before pretending to choke himself, adopting an exaggerated expression of mock fear. "If Jill finds out I didn't take care of you, she'd definitely snap me in half." Sherry giggled, her worries melting away. "Jill might be a little violent, but she couldn't beat you, big brother." Leon laughed. "The reason I said a few days is because I'll be moving to New York soon, and you'll come with me. I'm not leaving you here with Tony, he's terrible at looking after kids." Moving to New York? Sherry's thoughts briefly flashed to the ruined New York of her world. "Is it for college?" she asked, recalling Leon's mention of university before. "Not yet. I've set up an organization there, and I need to oversee things. Plus, Stark Industries is building a tower in New York, and someone's gotta keep an eye on that," Leon explained. "Wow, that sounds amazing. What kind of organization? Is it like Umbrella?" Sherry's curiosity was evident in her wide-eyed gaze. "Well," Leon hesitated before smiling. "From a certain perspective, you could say it's similar in purpose. But tomorrow, I'll introduce you to some of the people in the organization. You'll see for yourself." Pulling out a storybook, he added, "For now, how about I read you a bedtime story?" Sherry's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Yes. I'll go to bed right now." She hopped off the sofa, scrambled onto the bed, and tucked herself snugly under the blankets, her eager face peeking out like a baby bird waiting to be fed. Leon chuckled at her enthusiasm. Adopting Sherry had been his decision, one that Tony fully supported. In her original story, she had endured unimaginable hardship, hunted by her mutated father at 12, neglected by her mother, and later used as a test subject for the G-virus. Even after surviving, she remained under government control until she was 26, only gaining limited freedom after years of suffering. Yet despite her harrowing past, Sherry chose to dedicate her life to protecting others from bioweapons. Her resilience and compassion made her someone truly worth cherishing. Alright, let's start with Andersen's fairy tales. Have you read Andersen before? Did you know his original stories where Leon's soothing voice filled the room as he read? Before long, Sherry's breathing grew steady and slow, her eyelids fluttering shut. Kids fall asleep so quickly. Good night, Sherry. Closing the book, Leon gently brushed her hair before quietly leaving the room. Entering the lab, Leon's eyes immediately fell on Tony, who was hastily throwing a black cloth over something, a suit, by the looks of it. Leon! Next time, knock before you come in. Tony snapped, spinning around with a disgruntled expression. Knock? Where's the door in here? The whole lab is made of glass, Leon said as he slowly approached, a puzzled look on his face. What's all this about, Tony? Why the dramatic black cloth? Don't tell me it's specifically to keep me out. His eyes narrowed with curiosity as he examined the cloth draped over the mysterious object. Judging by the shape, this must be your new suit, right? How come I didn't see you bring it back when we returned? A wave of curiosity surged through Leon. He reached out, wanting to lift the cloth and unveil the secret underneath. However, just as his hand moved closer, Tony suddenly slapped his arm away with the reflexes of a hawk protecting its nest. Step back. Keep at least 3 meters away from my baby. Tony said, his face full of exaggerated seriousness. What's with you? Leon asked, puzzled by Tony's over-the-top reaction. He poked at the edge of the black cloth with his finger. You can't fool me, you know. Did you really think you could hide it from me? I can literally see through things. To Leon's surprise, Tony didn't falter. Instead, he crossed his arms and smirked smugly. Oh, by all means, go ahead. Use your X-ray vision. Give it your best shot. Leon raised a brow, intrigued by Tony's confidence. So you're challenging me now? Alright, let's see what you've got. Without hesitation, Leon activated his supervision. But to his shock, he couldn't see through the black cloth at all. It was as if the material was completely impervious to his abilities. He froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. Oh, I see now. You lined the damn cloth with lead, didn't you? What is this, Tony? Are you building an anti-Superman suit or something? Tony didn't look offended in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled, folding his arms with satisfaction. You bet I am. But don't underestimate this suit. The anti-Superman armor will come eventually, but this one? This one's going to blow your mind. So you're saying, Leon muttered while eyeing the covered suit with growing anticipation, that I have to wait until the day you fight the 10 rings to see it? That's, what, a month from now? Exactly. And when that day comes, you'll be so amazed, you'll look like a frog seeing the sky for the first time after jumping out of a well, Tony said, his tone dripping with confidence. Alright then, Leon said with a faint smile. He crossed his arms and took one last look at the veiled suit. I'll wait. Let's see if this creation of yours lives up to the hype. Just don't disappoint me, otherwise, I'll be laughing for days. Tony waved dismissively, clearly eager to get back to work. So, what do you want? If you don't have anything important to say, get out. My suit isn't going to perfect itself. I just came to let you know I'm taking Sherry to New York tomorrow, Leon said with a shrug, but clearly, you're too busy to come along. New York? To your new office building? Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. Yep, Leon replied. We're meeting Natasha to sort out Sherry's identification and introduce her to the widows. No complaints from me, but yeah, I've got my hands full here. Say hi to the ladies for me, Tony said with a grin. Then, after a moment's pause, he added with mock seriousness, but wait, does this mean that from now on, Sherry's officially a Stark? Leon shook his head firmly. No, she's still Birkin. Her parents may not have been the best, but that name is her only tie to her past. I can't just erase that because we've moved to a new world. It would feel like denying the first 12 years of her life, and that's not something I want to do. I can't argue with that, Tony admitted, nodding thoughtfully. Never thought I'd hear something so empathetic from you, Mr. Rebel. Rebel? You've got some nerve calling me that, Leon shot back with a playful glare. You're the one who's always breaking the rules, not me. With that, he turned and headed back upstairs. The next morning, Leon and Sherry boarded a plane bound for New York after a quick breakfast. As they soared through the clouds, Sherry was ecstatic, her cheers and laughter filling the cabin. When they finally landed, it was on the rooftop of a 30-story building in Franklin District. As soon as Sherry touched down, she threw her hands into the air, jumping up and down with excitement. Wow, this is amazing. It's totally different from flying on a plane. Leon, can we fly again on the way back? No problem, Leon said with a grin, swiping a card across the alloy door on the roof. The door slid open with a mechanical hum. You can fly as much as you want on the way back. The moment they stepped inside, an automated voice greeted them. Welcome to New Tech Tower, Master Leon. Leon raised an eyebrow. New Tech Tower? Was this building always called New Tech? Yes, sir. Before you acquired it, it belonged to the New Tech Light Industry Manufacturing Company, JARVS explained. Establishing the new organization required a public headquarters in New York. Given the city's history of being a magnet for trouble, Leon had chosen this modestly tall office building. It wasn't too extravagant, nor was it too plain. Even if it were to collapse during a crisis, it wouldn't feel like a significant loss. Natasha and the widows had handled the acquisition and renovation process with JARVIS's assistance. This was Leon's first time stepping foot inside. Is Natasha here today? Leon asked as he and Sherry entered the elevator. She's currently in Tennessee dealing with advanced idea mechanics, sir, JARVIS replied. Oh, right. After spending months in the Resident Evil world, I almost forgot. She did mention wanting to bring AIM under Stark Industries. Leon smacked his forehead. How's it going? Does she need my help? Miss Romanoff is currently engaged in hand-to-hand combat with their CEO and is unable to respond, JARVIS informed him. Hand-to-hand combat? Since when did acquisitions get so violent? Leon muttered, a flicker of concern crossing his face. I hope she doesn't get hurt. Changing the subject, he asked, how many people are in the building right now? There are 145 agents, all working on the renovation, JARVIS replied. Top-tier agents redecorating an office building. Only someone like me would think of that, Leon mused with a chuckle. But he knew the widows were enjoying it. For them, creating something for themselves was a rare pleasure, a taste of true freedom. And what about Yelena? Where's she? Leon asked. She's painting a mural in the first-floor lobby, sir. A mural? A large question mark seemed to form above Leon's head. Let's go take a look. Was that part of the design plans? It was not, sir, JARVIS replied promptly. I've already selected the first floor for you. The elevator began its descent, and Sherry quietly held Leon's hand, her eyes alight with curiosity as she listened to the names he mentioned. When the elevator doors opened, the first thing they saw was a massive mural in bold red and blue hues. It depicted a cartoonish Superman whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Leon's. The figure wore the classic Superman costume, red trunks on the outside and all. Leon's mind went blank as he stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. Leon, that looks just like you. So cool. But, why is the red underwear on the outside? Sherry said with a sly grin, delivering the final blow to Leon's pride. That is absolutely not me. Leon tried his best to defend himself, but as his gaze returned to the cheerful cartoon face beaming down at him from the wall, a wave of helplessness surged through him. It felt as though a swarm of ants were gnawing away at his dignity. Before he could fully process the absurdity of the situation, a loud commotion erupted from the far end of the floor, the sound of fierce arguing threatening to shake the entire building. Startled, Leon hurriedly stepped out of the elevator with Sherry in tow, his sharp eyes scanning the walls around him. What he saw made the veins on his temple throb ominously, as though they might burst at any moment. The ground floor of the building stretched over a vast area of more than 10,000 square meters. The former small workshops and offices had been completely demolished, leaving only the central reception desk, 2 visitor lounges separated by transparent glass, and the direct vertical access elevators. The design of the building was reportedly the brainchild of a widow agent who had once run a multinational design firm for the Red Room. Her concept revolved around simplicity, tranquility, and openness, and her team had worked overnight to bring the vision to life. The result was indeed an open, spacious atmosphere that immediately instilled a sense of calm and clarity. But amidst this minimalist elegance, the colorful, cartoonish murals sprawled across the walls were an affront to the eyes. What were these chaotic, vibrant depictions doing here? And why, of all things, were they Superman-themed murals with Leon's face unmistakably used as the model? Leon took a deep breath, raising a hand to cover Sherry's eyes as he silently cursed his fate. Today, it seemed, his reputation was doomed. He turned his attention to the far corner of the floor where the argument was coming from. A group of widow agents was gathered, passionately debating something, their voices carrying across the open space. Leon focused his super hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation. "You've got it wrong here. Listen to me, boss's chest muscles aren't this small. I've checked them myself." Yelena's voice boomed like thunder, her tone loud and utterly unrestrained. "And this Superman vs. Batman mural should be drawn like this, boss using his biceps to clamp Batman's head. It gives off such a powerful vibe, absolutely stunning." No, someone immediately countered. "We already have a mural where Superman uses his biceps to clamp Wonder Woman's head. For this one, he should be using his lats to body slam Batman." "That's a great idea," several others chimed in enthusiastically. "All right, let's do it. We'll give boss the biggest surprise when he sees it." Yelena cheered, pumping her fist in excitement. "Surprise?" Leon's voice suddenly rang out behind them, carrying an invisible weight of authority. He descended slowly from above with Sherry in his arms, his figure like that of a ghostly specter. Yelena turned around and immediately locked eyes with Leon's disapproving glare. A chill ran down her spine, and a foreboding sense of doom swept over her. She stammered, surprise, as in, whatever boss says it is." Leon sighed, shaking his head. Mimicking Natasha's usual mannerisms, he lightly flicked Yelena's forehead. "Stop with the flashy nonsense. To me, this is not a surprise. But, boss, you like Superman, don't you?" "That's why I painted all these," Yelena said, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. "I put my heart into these, you know. Is this supposed to be me?" Leon growled, pointing at the murals. "Have you ever seen me wear a costume like that?" Yelena froze for a moment before realization lit up her face. "Ah, I get it now." Leon clenched his fists, barely restraining his frustration. "Do you, though? Do you really get it?" "I do. Boss, you don't actually like wearing underwear on the outside, do you? You're not as weird as the comics make you seem," Yelena declared confidently, holding up two paintbrushes as she prepared to modify the murals. Leon felt his vision darken as a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him. What did she mean by "don't like wearing underwear"? What kind of nonsense was this? And to make matters worse, Sherry was standing right there. Turning toward her, he found a little girl staring wide-eyed at him and the murals, her mouth agape in innocent bewilderment. "Don't listen to her nonsense," Leon said, pinching Sherry's cheek gently. "Her brain's a little off." "Oh, okay." Sherry nodded rapidly, her cheeks puffing out as curiosity and confusion swirled in her eyes. Leon sighed heavily and turned back to Yelena. "Honestly, I'm starting to regret making you the second Black Widow." "What? Why, boss?" Yelena asked, her expression a mix of confusion and hurt. "Because I'm afraid you'll end up corrupting all the other widows," Leon said seriously. Then, addressing the group, he added, "I don't care how you decorate this place, but no more murals of me. Not in any form. Got it?" The widows exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded in agreement, though a faint sense of disappointment lingered in their eyes, as if they had lost something precious. "Yelena, come with me," Leon said with a sigh, leading the still energetic Yelena and Sherry into the elevator. Aside from the first floor, which Yelena had turned into a DC Comics fan club, the other floors were surprisingly normal. Widow agents were hard at work, some operating mechanical arms to install alloy reinforcements, others wielding drills and pliers to repair circuits. Each agent seemed to excel in multitasking, showcasing their versatility and skill. Leon greeted the agents as he passed, eventually tasking Yelena with helping Sherry sort out her identification. As the two left together, Sherry quietly asked, "Leon, is your muscle really that impressive?" Yelena nodded enthusiastically in response, her expression as animated as ever. Leon pretended not to hear, determined not to let Sherry get caught up in such strange conversations. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Leon wandered the building, lending a hand wherever it was needed. Meanwhile, Sherry, now fully Yelena-ized, spent the afternoon playing hide-and-seek with the widows. Her youthful energy and laughter endeared her to the agents, who saw in her a reflection of the childhoods they had lost to the Red Room. By evening, after sharing dinner with everyone, Leon prepared to leave with Sherry. "Goodbye, sisters. Leon said we'll be moving to New York soon, so I'll see you again." Sherry waved energetically at the widows, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Keep your distance from Sherry next time, Leon muttered inwardly, baffled by how Yelena had managed to form such a close bond with the young girl. Was it because their real mental ages were closer than he'd like to admit? That night, after another short flight home, Leon and Sherry returned to the Stark mansion. As they entered, Leon's sharp hearing picked up an unusual sound. Gesturing for Sherry to be quiet, they crept to the edge of the staircase and peeked around the corner. In the lab below, Tony and Pepper were locked in what appeared to be a rather intimate exchange. The two were in close proximity, their heads moving in a way that suggested some kind of mysterious ritual. "Wow, is that Uncle Tony's new friend?" Sherry asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. She had seen Tony interact with many people before, but this seemed different. "Well," Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, "I think she might be the only friend Tony has left after this. He's definitely serious this time." With a glance, Leon could tell that Pepper had recently undergone SS2 serum enhancement. It seemed Tony had seized the emotional moment following her transformation to solidify their relationship. "Our playboy is finally settling down," Leon mused, watching the scene unfold with mixed feelings. But as things grew increasingly heated between Tony and Pepper, Leon sighed and quickly covered Sherry's eyes. "All right, let's head back upstairs. Nothing to see here, just two seals fighting over grapes." After tucking Sherry in with a bedtime story, Leon tried to get some sleep himself. However, it quickly became apparent that this was a futile effort. The commotion from the lab, courtesy of two enhanced individuals, was so loud it felt as though the mansion might collapse. It was less seals fighting and more elephants hosting a dance party. Unable to endure the noise, Leon sighed and got out of bed. It was clear that he needed to move out and give Tony and Pepper the space they needed. For tonight, though, he decided to return to the Resident Evil world for some much-needed peace and sunlight. With Sherry somehow sleeping soundly through the chaos, Leon opted to leave her be for now. With a thought, he disappeared from the Marvel Universe, re-entering the Resident Evil world at the exact moment he had left. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the city of Los Angeles, Leon appeared in his bedroom promptly at 7 a.m. Although 40 long days had passed in the Resident Evil world, back in the Marvel Universe, only 8 hours had elapsed. During that extended time, Leon's strength had grown by an additional 30,000 tons, his power continuing to climb steadily. Not only that, but he had also ensured that Ada and Jill received their well-earned paychecks, leaving them both content and satisfied. With his ever-growing strength, the energy coursing through Leon's body had become immeasurable. From now on, he could take advantage of the time disparity between the two worlds, spending his nights in the Resident Evil world to further enhance his abilities while always returning to the exact moment he had left. This peculiar ability thrilled him to no end. The weather in Los Angeles was exceptionally pleasant that morning. The golden sunlight shimmered like ribbons on the ocean waves below the cliffs, streaming into the house and draping the entire room in a warm glow. Seizing the early hour, Leon headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It wasn't long before Sherry stumbled out, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her adorably groggy expression brought a smile to Leon's face. Tony and Pepper soon emerged as well. If this had been in the past, given last night's intense activities, they would likely have ended up in the ICU by morning. However, thanks to the serum enhancements, the two of them were now worlds apart from their former selves. Despite practically shaking the house apart mere hours ago, they both appeared radiant and full of energy, savoring the steamed dumplings Leon had prepared with gusto. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was lively and harmonious. Leon introduced Sherry to Pepper, who immediately took a liking to the sweet, polite girl. Gently pinching Sherry's cheek, Pepper's eyes were filled with affection. As everyone was finishing their meal, Leon brought up the subject of moving. "You know, I'm planning to move to New York with Sherry," Leon said casually, loading the dishes into the dishwasher. "Moving to New York?" Tony asked, his mouth still stuffed with dumpling skin. He exchanged a curious glance with Pepper. "Yup. The new office and organization I've set up are both there, so it makes sense for me to be nearby," Leon explained. "Well, that sounds good," Tony said, grabbing Pepper's hand across the table with a playful grin. "You leaving means I won't have anyone stopping me from bringing home more beautiful women." "Ow." Before he could finish, Pepper pinched him hard, a flash of irritation in her eyes. "And which beautiful women are you planning to bring home, Tony?" "Oh, who could it possibly be? It's not like there are any beauties left here," Tony said dramatically, then turned to Sherry. "Except for our little Sherry here, she's a little beauty, not an official one." Pepper rolled her eyes, torn between laughter and exasperation. "Do you ever stop thinking about these things, Tony? Must you tease me every chance you get?" "Can't help it," Tony replied with a mischievous grin. Some people are just too stunning for their own good and don't even realize it. Someone has to remind them. Ha? Are you saying, me? Pepper blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Pepper, you haven't looked in the mirror since the serum injection, have you? Honestly, you could probably charm Tony into forgetting his own name now, Leon said, pulling a mirror seemingly from nowhere and handing it to her. The SS serum, being a gene-optimizing and evolutionary agent, naturally enhanced the physical appearance of its recipients as a side effect. After all, when a person's genes evolve, their immune system strengthens, and their skeletal and muscular systems reach perfection, it's only logical that their appearance would reflect these changes. Humanity's concept of beauty is fundamentally tied to advantageous genetic traits, and the more optimized one's genes, the more their appearance aligns with society's ideals of beauty. Pepper's transformation was a prime example. Her skin was now flawless and radiant, her figure perfectly proportioned, neither too slim nor too full, and even the freckles on her face had vanished. She looked like a more refined, idealized version of herself. Is this really me? Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had thought the serum simply made her stronger, attributing her newfound energy to last night's exercise. She hadn't realized the extent of her transformation. The woman staring back at her in the mirror was still recognizably her but elevated to a level of perfection she hadn't thought possible. Impressed now, aren't you? Tony said smugly, winking at her. No need to thank me. I couldn't let my assistant be outshone by anyone else. Thank you, Tony, Pepper said softly, her eyes brimming with emotion. She was used to Tony's roundabout ways of showing care and affection, but this gesture still touched her deeply. As the two leaned closer, their gazes locked, Leon cleared his throat loudly. Excuse me, you two seals, are you planning to do something Sherry shouldn't see right here at the breakfast table? Sherry tilted her head, looking up at Leon with wide, curious eyes. What kind of thing, Leon? Why can't I see it? Her innocent question made Tony choke on his own breath, his composure faltering. Leon's teasing had no effect on him, but Sherry's earnest curiosity left him utterly flustered. Quickly regaining their composure, Tony and Pepper separated, with Tony awkwardly adjusting his sleeves. All right, off you go. Isn't there a move to plan? The farther you move, the better. Go on, get out of here. This time, even Pepper agreed. With only a couple of months left until September, it's a good idea for you to get settled in New York ahead of time. And with Stark Industries planning to relocate its headquarters to Manhattan, it'll be easier for us to meet up, she added. Thank you, dear parents, for your simultaneous approval, Leon said, raising a hand in mock gratitude. I'll go check out the housing options with Sherry today. Wait, Pepper interjected, a hint of concern in her voice. Will it just be you and Sherry in New York? Are you sure you can handle taking care of both yourself and her? You're still just a big kid yourself. In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their children get, they're always children. Don't worry, Leon reassured her. There will be others there too. I've set up a company, and there are plenty of capable women in the team who'll help look after Sherry. Besides, she's a smart girl, she can look after herself, too. He patted Sherry's head, and the little girl obediently jumped off her chair, naturally taking his hand. We're off. Contact me if you need anything, Leon said as he lifted Sherry into his arms. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the dining room. Even with her enhanced senses, Pepper couldn't catch their movements. Wow! Leon, he's really that strong now? Pepper murmured, her eyes wide with astonishment. He's becoming more and more like Superman. Yeah, he's all grown up now, doesn't need us anymore, Tony said with a sly grin as he sidled closer to Pepper. Now, where were we? Leon chuckled softly at Natasha's perceptiveness. He leaned casually against the elevator wall, crossing his arms as he watched Sherry and Yelena disappear into the depths of the brightly lit underground facility. You know me too well, Natasha, he said with a faint smile. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you alone for a moment. Natasha raised an eyebrow, folding her arms as well. All right, Leon. What's on your mind? You don't usually bother with subtlety. If it's important enough to send Yelena and Sherry off on a playdate, then it must be serious. Leon straightened up slightly, his expression growing more thoughtful. It's about the organization we're building here. The widows, this facility, the operations we're planning, it's all coming together faster than I expected. But you've been at this longer than I have, Natasha. You've seen the darker sides of this kind of work. I want to make sure we're heading in the right direction. Natasha's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, her voice lowering. You're wondering if this organization will turn into something like Red Room, aren't you? Leon nodded. Exactly. I don't want to create another machine that churns out weapons instead of people. These women deserve more than that. You all do. He gestured toward the sleek, futuristic hall around them. I've given them a place to call home, a purpose, and freedom to make their own choices. But I know how easily ideals can be twisted, especially when power is involved. Natasha's lips curved into a slight smile, one that held both pride and a hint of sadness. Leon, the fact that you're asking this question means you're already doing better than most leaders. You care. That's more than I can say about the people who ran Red Room or any other organization like it. She paused, her green eyes meeting his. But you're right to be cautious. Power corrupts, and even the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes if you're not careful. Leon sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't want to fail them, Natasha. I've seen too many people lose themselves to systems they trusted. I've seen what happens when the line between protector and oppressor is crossed. I can't let that happen here. Natasha placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You won't. You've already done more for them than anyone else ever has. They're not just soldiers to you, they're people, family. As long as you keep that in mind, we'll be fine. And you're not alone in this, Leon. You've got me, Yelena, and the rest of the widows. We'll keep each other grounded. Leon smiled faintly, appreciating her words. Thanks, Natasha. I needed to hear that. Natasha smirked, stepping back and giving him a playful nudge. Don't get too sentimental on me now. You're still the boss, after all. You've got to keep that fearless leader persona intact for the rest of them. Leon laughed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Fearless leader, huh? I'll do my best. But if I ever start to lose sight of what matters, you'll set me straight, right? Natasha's expression turned serious for a moment, her voice firm. You bet I will. Don't think I'll let you off easy if you mess this up. But I don't think you will. You've got a good heart, Leon. That's what sets you apart. Leon nodded, the weight on his mind easing. Thanks, Natasha. That means a lot coming from you. Before Natasha could respond, the sound of Yelena's laughter echoed through the hall, followed by Sherry's excited voice. The two of them came running back, their faces glowing with joy. Leon, Natasha. You've got to see this room we found. It's got so many hiding spots, it's perfect for hide and seek. Yelena exclaimed, practically bouncing on her feet. Sherry tugged on Leon's sleeve, her eyes wide with excitement. It's amazing, Leon. You have to come look. Leon exchanged a glance with Natasha, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well, I guess that's my cue. Can't keep the kids waiting. Natasha chuckled, shaking her head. Go on, fearless leader. I'll catch up with you later. Leon patted her shoulder before turning to follow Yelena and Sherry. As they disappeared deeper into the facility, Natasha watched them go, a small smile playing on her lips. Despite the challenges ahead, she felt a renewed sense of hope. With Leon at the helm, maybe, just maybe, they could build something truly different. Something better. Leon's expression grew serious as he spoke, lowering his voice just enough to emphasize the importance of his words. There's something critically important we need to discuss, Natasha, he began, his tone calm but firm. He paused for a moment, ensuring he had her full attention before continuing. A few days ago, Tony and I traveled to another world, the Resident Evil world. It's a long story, but to summarize, we crafted a serum there. The same serum I mentioned before. It's finished now. Leon quickly recounted the highlights of his time in the apocalyptic world, the chaos, the breakthroughs, and ultimately their success. He kept the details brief but clear, then concluded, as of now, aside from Tony, the only people who know about this serum and its origins are you and a select few. I want to keep it that way, for now, at least. Don't tell Yelena yet. Natasha's sharp green eyes widened as she absorbed every word, the disbelief evident in her expression. You're telling me you crossed into another world, survived a bioweapon apocalypse, and became their savior? She took a deep breath, her voice tinged with amazement. Unbelievable. And here I thought my life was exciting. Leon nodded solemnly. The fewer people who know about this, the better, he reiterated. It's not that I don't trust the others, but there's no need to spread this knowledge unnecessarily. Natasha quickly grasped his point, her expression shifting into one of professional focus. Understood. It's better to keep this contained for now. She tilted her head slightly, a mix of curiosity and anticipation in her voice. So, what are you planning to do with the serum? Are we talking about giving it to us? Leon's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Exactly. As members of this organization, you shouldn't just be ordinary people. However, he raised a finger, signaling her to listen closely. We still need to establish a proper incentive system. You and Yelena will receive the SS2 serum first. As for the others, they'll start with the SS1 serum. From there, the SS2 serum will be reserved as a reward for exceptional contributions. Natasha nodded in agreement, her sharp mind already piecing together the logistics. A reward system tied to contribution points. That makes sense. It'll give everyone a clear goal to strive toward. I'll work on building a proper evaluation system for that. Leon's smile widened slightly. Good. I knew I could count on you. Natasha's eyes sparkled with determination. When do we start? Leon didn't hesitate. Right now. In the lab, Leon had both Natasha and Yelena secured onto the reinforced examination tables. The two women lay side by side, their expressions reflecting vastly different emotions. Natasha was calm and composed, her sharp gaze observing Leon's every move with quiet confidence. Yelena, on the other hand, couldn't stop talking. Boss, are you sure this serum is better than the super soldier serum? I mean, am I about to become the next Captain America? Yelena's voice was filled with excitement as her imagination ran wild. I can already picture it, me kicking Hydra in the face and punching S.H.I.E.L.D. in the gut. Oh, and her train of thought shifted gears without warning. Wait, boss, do we really have to wear so little for this injection? Are you sure we're not going to turn into some kind of monsters? Oh no, what if we grow too much muscle? That would look horrible. Yelena! Natasha and Leon shouted in unison, their exasperation finally boiling over. Be quiet. Yelena flinched, turning her head away with an exaggerated pout. Fine, fine. I'll be quiet. Leon sighed, deciding to speed up the process before Yelena's endless chatter drove him mad. He adjusted the input of the nutrient solution, then retrieved the SS2 serum himself. Moving quickly, he injected the serum directly into both women, silencing Yelena's questions with action. The transformation began almost immediately. Natasha and Yelena's body temperatures spiked, their skin reddening as if they were burning from within. Their outermost skin layers began to carbonize, cracking and flaking away like charred bark. For a brief moment, they looked like statues made of ash. Then, with a sudden shattering sound, the carbonized layers disintegrated, revealing smooth, flawless skin beneath. Leon activated his supervision, scanning their bodies to confirm the results. The serum had worked perfectly. Their genetic structures had been enhanced, their physical strength multiplied, and any lingering imperfections or injuries were fully healed. As he unstrapped them and handed them fresh clothes, Natasha and Yelena began to stir. Slowly, they sat up, their movements clumsy at first as they adjusted to their new strength. The reinforced examination tables groaned under their weight, finally collapsing entirely as the two women moved with unintentional force. This power. Natasha murmured, staring at her hands in awe. She flexed her fingers, then touched her arm, marveling at the newfound resilience of her muscles. She felt like an entirely new person, her body brimming with energy that seemed limitless. Meanwhile, Yelena was transfixed by the small flame flickering in her palm, a manifestation of her enhanced abilities. Her expression was a mix of wonder and disbelief as she absent-mindedly touched her abdomen, her voice trembling. Boss, the Red Room modifications, are they? Leon understood immediately. Yes. The serum's regenerative properties have restored what was taken from you. Everything that was lost has been made whole again. Yelena's voice quavered with emotion. This is real? It's really true? The Red Room's brutal modifications had left deep scars, both physical and emotional, on the Widow agents. Even someone as vibrant and carefree as Yelena carried the weight of that trauma. Now, for the first time, she felt truly free. Of course it's real, Leon said gently. From now on, you're no different from any other woman on the street. Don't doubt it, Yelena. He leaned back against the control panel, waving a hand dismissively. And don't thank me too much. This is just part of the employee benefits package. I told you before, stick with me, and you won't regret it. Boss. Yelena's eyes filled with tears as she suddenly threw herself at Leon, clinging to him like a child. Her tears soaked into his shirt as she buried her face against him, her emotions overflowing. Yelena! What are you doing? Natasha's voice rang out as she stood, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. She glanced at the scene before her, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Get off him. You're my sister, you can't just. Despite herself, Natasha's voice cracked with emotion. She wanted to scold Yelena for her overly enthusiastic display, but deep down, she understood her sister's feelings all too well. The serum hadn't just healed their bodies, it had mended wounds they thought would never heal. Over the next few days, Leon and Natasha worked together to administer the SS1 serum to the rest of the Widow agents. It was a transformative experience for everyone involved, strengthening not only their bodies but also their bonds as a team. The enhanced Widows quickly adapted to their new abilities, though they initially found it challenging to control their increased strength. They walked cautiously, afraid of accidentally cracking the floors beneath them. But the serum also enhanced their cognitive functions, and it wasn't long before they mastered their newfound power. The Widow's loyalty to Leon grew even stronger. Every time he entered the room, their eyes lit up with admiration and gratitude. Natasha couldn't help but notice the shift. The Widows weren't just following Leon out of duty anymore. They believed in him, heart and soul. As she observed the changes in her comrades, Natasha felt a renewed sense of purpose. She had no doubt that the enhanced Widows would soon make their mark on the world. With Leon leading them, they were poised to reshape the global balance of power forever. Natasha's steady gaze never wavered as she absorbed Leon's words, her sharp instincts immediately understanding the weight of the situation. Standing before the large window overlooking the bustling Brooklyn streets, Leon's tone remained calm but commanding, his presence radiating authority like a steady flame amidst a storm. "Leon," Natasha's voice carried urgency, her emerald eyes gleaming with determination, "we can't wait any longer. The time to strike against Hydra is now. They've grown too bold, and this is the perfect opportunity to put an end to them." Leon, however, remained composed, his hands resting calmly behind his back as he looked out at the world below. The light streaming in from the window seemed to cast a subtle glow around him, giving his already commanding figure an almost mythical quality. "Patience, Natasha," he replied, his tone measured and deliberate. "Let the information we leaked to Nick Fury simmer a little longer. Trust me, the chaos it will bring within S.H.I.E.L.D. is only beginning to brew." He turned his gaze slightly, the faintest hint of a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Tony's little gift, a list of Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., should be causing quite the uproar by now. Fury will be scrambling to contain it, and that's exactly what we need. Let the storm inside their walls rage a bit longer. Our time to act will come soon. Natasha's brows furrowed slightly, but she nodded, suppressing her impatience as she trusted Leon's judgment. "And in the meantime," she asked, her voice calmer now but still tinged with resolve. Leon's gaze shifted toward her and Yelena, standing together like two halves of a whole. There was a certain fire in his eyes as he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility. "In the meantime, we train. The Widows have undergone significant enhancements, but their previous tactics, stealth and swift strikes, are no longer sufficient. It's time for them to evolve, to adapt their combat styles to match their newfound strength and abilities. Natasha, I'm entrusting you and Yelena with this task. Train them, guide them, and help them unlock their full potential. And while you're at it, ensure that the final touches on the building's renovations are completed." He paused briefly, his gaze softening slightly. "And don't forget the rescue missions. There are still Widows out there who need to be freed from the shadows of the Red Room. That mission is ongoing, and it's just as important as anything else we're doing here." Natasha squared her shoulders, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. "Understood, Leon. I'll see to it personally." Leon offered her one final nod before turning back to the window, his gaze once again fixed on the world beyond. "Trust me, Natasha," he said quietly, his voice steady and resolute. "The right moment is coming, it's closer than you think." A week passed in relative silence from Nick Fury's end, but progress within the new organization was anything but stagnant. The headquarters had undergone its final renovations, transforming into a state-of-the-art facility equipped for both training and operations. Meanwhile, the rescue missions had borne fruit. Over 300 Widows had been freed from the chains of their past, and of those, 313, including Natasha and Yelena, had chosen to remain, pledging their loyalty to Leon's growing force. Leon personally screened every single Widow who joined, using both his heightened abilities and advanced technology to ensure there were no infiltrators, no sleeper agents, and no Skrulls among them. What he found were women who had endured unimaginable trials yet emerged with unbroken spirits, individuals who could be trusted, individuals who would form the backbone of the organization. The day had finally arrived. The top floor of the organization's headquarters had been transformed into an expansive and grand meeting hall. What had once been a simple conference room was now a space of awe-inspiring design, blending the grandeur of ancient Roman architecture with the sleekness of modern technology. At the far end of the room stood a semicircular platform framed by intricately carved stone pillars, their designs evoking a sense of timeless history. The walls, painted in earthy tones, exuded an air of solemnity and purpose, while the massive iron doors bore the image of the Ascension, symbolizing growth, transformation, and enlightenment. Leon stood at the center of the platform, clad in his signature Superman-inspired uniform, his crimson cape flowing gently behind him. The light streaming in from above bathed him in a golden glow, giving him the appearance of a figure straight out of mythology, a leader, a protector, a symbol. Before him, the 313 widows stood in perfect formation, their gazes fixed on him with unwavering focus. Their eyes shone with a mixture of reverence, determination, and hope. In this moment, they weren't just soldiers, they were believers. Leon's voice carried across the hall, deep and resonant. "Today marks the official founding of our organization," he declared, his arms crossed over his broad chest. "Each of you stands here today not because of obligation, but because of choice. You chose to trust me, to follow me, even without knowing the full scope of what we aim to achieve. That trust humbles me. It inspires me. And I promise you this, you will never regret that choice." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing, his tone firm but honest. "But let me make one thing clear, the purpose of this organization, from its inception to its future, is singular. Its core mission is to serve me." His gaze swept across the room, his expression unwavering. "I saved you because I saw potential in you, and I intend to see that potential realized. If anyone takes issue with this, speak now." The room fell silent. Not a single voice rose in protest. Instead, a wave of emotion seemed to ripple through the crowd: acceptance, pride, even joy. Some widows stood straighter, their eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. Yelena, standing near the front, looked particularly animated, her expression shifting between excitement and a sort of dazed wonder. Leon allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to touch his lips. "Very well," he said. "I hereby announce the official formation of the Men in Black." He raised his hand, gesturing toward the walls as holographic projections illuminated the space. The images displayed a series of threats: green-skinned Skrulls, mystical practitioners from Kamartaj, Asgardian gods, and more. Leon's voice deepened, taking on a magnetic quality as he explained, "This planet faces threats far beyond what most can imagine. From alien invaders to hidden sorcerers to so-called gods who claim dominion over us, these forces operate in the shadows, often unnoticed until it's too late." The widows watched in stunned silence, their eyes widening as they absorbed the revelations. For some, it was a sobering reality check, for others, it was a call to action. "Our mission," Leon continued, his voice rising with conviction, "is to be the shield that guards against these threats. To eliminate them before they can endanger our world. We are not babysitters. We are not caretakers. We are the sword that strikes from the shadows, the net that ensnares those who would harm this planet." He raised his fist, and the energy in the room seemed to surge. "Now, repeat after me," he commanded. "When all are blinded by the illusion of peace, when falsehood shackle the truth, we remember, everything is permitted." The widows echoed his words in unison, their voices ringing out like a battle cry. "When morality binds with chains and laws fetter justice, we shall not forget, nothing is true." Leon's voice boomed one last time. "And above all, we pledge to guide this chaotic world toward ultimate peace." The room erupted in applause and cheers as Leon descended from the platform, his cape billowing behind him. With a snap of his fingers, the iron doors swung open, and 313 sleek, black suits of armor flew into the room, each tailored to fit a specific widow. The widows stared in awe as the armors presented them with matching black suits, both their combat gear and their uniforms. "From this day forward," Leon declared, his tone commanding but proud, "you are no longer widows. You are Men in Black. You are the silent guardians of this world, the unseen hand that keeps chaos at bay." The widows donned their new uniforms with pride, their transformation now complete. The Men in Black had officially been born, and with them, a new force had risen, a force that would shape the fate of the Marvel Universe. And though the world may one day know them as the Men in Black, they would forever remain, in the eyes of their leader, the ultimate protectors of Earth. In the short term, the establishment of the Men in Black organization didn't seem to cause any immediate, earth-shattering ripple effects. The agents, now officially part of this newly minted force, quietly returned to their previous roles and awaited further orders from Leon. The sprawling network of operatives settled into a state of watchful readiness, like a coiled spring waiting to be released at the right moment. As an independent organization, the Men in Black needed a stable source of funding to sustain their operations. Surprisingly, Yelena's infamous murals provided Leon with an unexpected spark of inspiration. After a bit of brainstorming with Tony, the two of them decided to acquire the rights to DC Comics and Iron Man's likeness, then establish a superhero entertainment company. This new company, tasked with managing superhero intellectual property, would focus on producing entertainment content and merchandise centered around the superhero brand. The revenue model was straightforward yet innovative. 30% of the profits would go directly to the superheroes themselves, while 70% would remain with the company. It was a bold concept similar to Vought International from The Boys, but Leon believed that in the Marvel Universe, where superheroes were already cultural icons, such a venture had limitless potential. Leon's pitch, backed by his own persona as Superman, sweetened the deal further. He proposed allocating 30% of the superhero-related IP and merchandise revenue to cover damages caused during their heroic exploits. This setup would incentivize superheroes to join the company, ensuring that the organization's doors would be flooded with eager applicants. After all, who wouldn't want to be part of a company that combined fame, profit, and accountability? True to his decisive nature, Leon wasted no time. He designated the above-ground portion of the Men in Black headquarters entirely to the Superhero Entertainment Company. The very next day, the company officially opened its doors, with Yelena temporarily appointed as the chief operating officer. Black-suited operatives across the globe received their first assignments, establishing regional branches for the company in major cities worldwide. Meanwhile, Natasha had been reassigned to Stark's burgeoning tech empire, overseeing several projects critical to their long-term strategy. A week passed, and a new day dawned with the same golden sunlight spilling across Brooklyn. Leon returned from the Resident Evil world, his strength having grown to an astonishing 1.93 million tons per arm. Yet, he noticed that the rate of his growth was slowing, signaling that he might be nearing his physical limits. As he stepped into the kitchen, thoughts of his next steps swirled in his mind. Once Hydra and the 10 rings are dealt with, he mused silently, it'll be time to pay a visit to Camartage and meet the Ancient One. There's much to learn from her. When he entered, he found Natasha and Sherry already at the table, enjoying breakfast together. Natasha looked up, a slice of bread in her hand smeared with butter. "You're back? I didn't see you in your room earlier," she remarked casually. "Sherry's school bus will be arriving soon, so we started breakfast without you." Sherry, having been enrolled in a nearby school thanks to Yelena's arrangements, nodded cheerfully. Despite her enhanced strength, capable of delivering punches with tens of tons of force, the adults, especially Natasha and Yelena, insisted on treating her like any other child. They took turns escorting her to school, saying she deserved the same attention and care as other children. It wasn't until they realized most children in her school rode the bus that they finally relented. Natasha and Yelena had taken a particular interest in raising Sherry. Every evening after work, they would climb upstairs to help her with homework. Natasha taught her hand-to-hand combat, while Yelena introduced her to Russian. Under their care, Sherry's once lacking childhood was gradually being filled with warmth and new experiences. "You don't have to wait for me, Leon said, pouring himself a glass of milk. "I don't really need breakfast. Sunshine is the best nourishment for me." Natasha raised an eyebrow and handed him a slice of bread. "Still, isn't it uncomfortable to have an empty stomach? I doubt sunlight can fill the void in your belly." "Thanks," Leon said, taking a bite. "Bread, milk, eggs, and nuts, this is actually a pretty balanced breakfast." "Sherry's growing up, so she needs proper nutrition," Natasha replied, placing a small, thumb-sized glass capsule on the table. "Something happened last night. You'll want to see this." With a light tap, the capsule projected a video recording into the air. "All surveillance around S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters went offline last night," Natasha explained. But Agent K, using her Men in Black suit, managed to capture this footage. The video began playing, the timestamp showing 11 p.m. the night before. The streets were eerily quiet, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. A black Lincoln car appeared, moving slowly down the street. Suddenly, as it reached an intersection, several police cars roared in from all directions, shattering the stillness as they slammed into the Lincoln, trapping it in place. At first glance, everything seemed like a typical high-stakes police chase. But what unfolded next was anything but ordinary. Officers emerged from the police cars wielding Gatling guns and powered hammers, unloading a torrent of firepower onto the Lincoln as though they were laying siege to a fortress. Unsurprisingly, the Lincoln didn't last long. It exploded in a fiery blaze, reduced to little more than smoldering wreckage. "JARVIS infiltrated SHIELD's network," Natasha continued, "and based on cross-reference data, the person in that car should be Nick Fury." Leon's chewing slowed as he rewound the video to the beginning. He zoomed in on the car's driver, the dim lighting revealing the unmistakable silhouette of a black man. So Fury's recent actions have finally drawn Hydra's attention, Leon muttered, his mind racing. Good. Internal conflict has begun, and that's exactly what we needed. Finishing his slice of bread in a few quick bites, Leon stood. Notify all agents. It's time for us to make our move. Have them spread Hydra's secrets through their respective channels, global Hydra operations only, for now. Keep the SHIELD specific intel under wraps for the time being. I want to see the UN Council send SHIELD to clean up Hydra themselves. As for Stark Network's projects, put them on hold for now. You and Yelena will infiltrate SHIELD, download their internal database, and copy all agent files. When the time is right, we'll release everything online. Natasha's expression shifted slightly. You intend to take down SHIELD as well? Leon's gaze hardened. It's a sieve, Natasha. Full of holes and vulnerabilities. Keeping it around serves no purpose. If it collapses, so be it. Natasha nodded. I'll handle it after arranging things at the company. SHIELD's agents are still clueless, internally disorganized, and externally under pressure. It'll be easy to infiltrate. And me? What about my mission? Sherry chimed in eagerly, her young face glowing with excitement. She was at the age where espionage and covert operations seemed like the coolest things in the world. Leon and Natasha exchanged a glance before answering in unison, your mission is to do well in school. Ugh, school again. Sherry groaned, slumping like a wilted flower. Her enthusiasm deflated. Natasha ruffled her hair with a playful smirk. Come on, kiddo. It's time to head out. Fine. Sherry grabbed her backpack and followed Natasha to the door, waving back at Leon. Bye, Leon. See you tonight. See you, Leon replied with a smile, raising his glass of milk. Pay attention in class. I know. Sherry's voice trailed off as she left. Meanwhile, in a secret underground facility on the outskirts of New York, Nick Fury lay on a medical bed, his body wrapped in bandages. His lone usable hand tapped at a holographic screen as agents Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and Maria Hill stood nearby. You all know the situation, Fury said grimly, his voice steady despite his injuries. Right now, you're the only ones I can trust. Hydra has infiltrated every level of SHIELD, but we cannot let those bastards take the organization from us. He paused, his eye narrowing as his gaze locked onto an image of Tony Stark displayed on the screen. But to take back SHIELD, we're going to need more than just the few of us. We'll need outside help. The world had been plunged into chaos overnight. The swift and silent actions of Leon's men in black operatives had sent shockwaves across the globe. In the dead of night, confidential Hydra dossiers were discreetly delivered to the nightstands of world leaders and high-ranking officials. When these powerful figures woke the next morning, their bleary eyes were greeted by the incriminating documents. A storm was brewing, and the first rumblings were impossible to ignore. Within hours, military forces mobilized worldwide. Intelligence agencies sprang into action, their operatives scouring the names and details listed in the Hydra files. The leaders were shaken, not just by the revelations of Hydra's far-reaching influence, but by the nerve of the unknown organization that had infiltrated their most secure sanctuaries to deliver this information. The question of who had done it, however, quickly became secondary to the immediate threat. As arrests of individuals named in the files began, the truth emerged like a thunderclap: the Hydra infiltration was real. Every lead, every incriminating detail in the documents, was verified. Hydra's tendrils had crept into every corner of society, government, business, law enforcement, even the closest confidants of the world's most powerful individuals. Some leaders were horrified to discover that their spouses or closest aides were Hydra operatives. The betrayal cut deep, leaving scars that would not heal easily. The world turned frantic. Orders to eliminate Hydra operatives flooded out from every corner of the globe. Military units stormed suspected Hydra strongholds. Intelligence agencies launched covert operations. But Hydra, ever the master of subterfuge, struck back with deadly precision. In one chilling scenario after another, orders to take down Hydra cells were countermanded at the last second, and those who gave the orders were assassinated by their own aides, secret Hydra agents lying in wait. The chaos reached a fever pitch. World leaders, once the masters of their domains, now found themselves paranoid, distrustful of even the closest people around them. Hydra's upper echelons, meanwhile, were equally consumed by desperation and rage. In a dimly lit, secure room, Hydra's highest-ranking members convened via holographic projection. The atmosphere was tense, their voices sharp and accusatory. Who leaked our secrets? Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a prominent Hydra leader, bellowed as he slammed his fists on the table, his composed demeanor shattered. "Someone among us has betrayed the cause." "Spineless coward," another voice snapped, laced with venom. It belonged to Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, his bald head gleaming under the dim light. He pointed an accusatory finger at Pierce. "Was it you, Pierce? You're the only one not listed in that damned dossier. How convenient for you." Pierce's face flushed with anger. "You dare accuse me, Strucker? I've worked tirelessly within S.H.I.E.L.D. to further Hydra's goals. I've sacrificed everything for this organization, how dare you suggest otherwise?" Strucker wasn't backing down. He rose from his seat, his face contorted with rage. "Sacrificed? Don't make me laugh. All you've done is play politics in your cushy chair at S.H.I.E.L.D. You've grown complacent, Pierce, and now you think you can betray us and walk away unscathed. Enough, both of you." Madame Hydra, known to some as Viper, interjected, her voice cold and commanding. Her figure shimmered in the hologram as she perched elegantly on the edge of a table. "This squabbling achieves nothing. We need solutions, not finger-pointing." Her emerald eyes glinted with cunning as she addressed the group. "The leak has happened. We can't change that. Our priority now is to protect what remains of Hydra and ensure our survival. If that means retreating into the shadows for now, so be it." Strucker sank back into his chair, his fists clenched. "Easy for you to say. A third of my best operatives have already been exposed. I've lost entire networks overnight. I can't keep running forever." "And you won't have to," Pierce interjected, his voice steadying as he regained his composure. "The Insight program is still on schedule. Once it's deployed, there won't be anyone left to stand against us. But for now, I'll handle this fallout. I'll use my position in S.H.I.E.L.D. to grant safe passage to those of us exposed. Fake deaths, new identities, whatever it takes to buy us time." Madame Hydra's lips curved into a sly smile. "Very well, Pierce. But don't disappoint us. Hydra is counting on you." The meeting ended on a sour note, the holograms flickering out one by one. Hydra's leaders were left to stew in their own distrust and desperation, their once monolithic organization now a fractured shadow of its former self. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was busy with his own plans. Having narrowly survived Hydra's attempt on his life, he had retreated to a secret underground facility, his body bandaged and bruised but his mind as sharp as ever. With trusted agents like Phil Coulson and Maria Hill by his side, Fury had begun laying the groundwork for his counterstrike. But Fury needed more than just loyal agents. He needed allies with power, resources, and influence. And so, accompanied by Coulson, Fury made his way to Tony Stark's mansion. Their approach wasn't as stealthy as they'd hoped. The moment Fury activated his localized electromagnetic disruption device, alarms blared throughout the mansion. Before they could react, a sleek Iron Man suit descended from the sky, its repulsors glowing ominously as it aimed directly at them. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Fury raised his hands in mock surrender, nudging Coulson to do the same. "Let's not do anything hasty here. This is just a misunderstanding." Minutes later, the two found themselves escorted into Tony's lavish living room by the suit. Stark sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed, his arms draped over the backrest as he gazed out at the ocean. He didn't bother to acknowledge his guests at first, his demeanor exuding an air of disinterest. "Second time meeting you, Iron Man," Fury finally broke the silence, his voice light and conversational. "Or should I say, Tony? Seems like every time we meet, it's under unique circumstances. Don't you think?" Tony didn't even glance his way. "You're in my house, uninvited. Again. What do you want, Fury? And don't touch my coffee table." Fury smirked, unbothered by Tony's tone. He gestured to Coulson, who placed a black briefcase on the table. "Your father was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. This," Fury said, tapping the case, "is something he left behind. It might just hold the answers you've been looking for, answers about your arc reactor, your legacy, and maybe even the future." Tony Stark sat in his workshop, the dim glow of holographic projections illuminating his face. The room was quiet, save for the subtle hum of machinery. In front of him lay the black case left behind by Nick Fury, its contents now spread across the workbench. Blueprints, scribbled notes, and a handful of old videotapes. But it wasn't the schematics or the ideas for future technologies that weighed on him, it was his father's words. "Tony, you are my greatest creation." The sentence echoed in Tony's mind, over and over, like a bell tolling deep within his chest. Howard Stark had always been a distant figure, more of a looming shadow than a father. For years, Tony had resented him, convinced that nothing he did was ever enough to earn his approval. And now, decades later, here was this message, buried in the past, finally revealing the truth. It hit Tony like a freight train. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, trying to process the flood of emotions coursing through him. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark was at a loss for words. The silence was broken by the shrill ring of his phone. Without moving much, Tony reached over and answered the call, already knowing who it was. "Leon," he said flatly. "Tony." Leon's voice came through the line, filled with his usual teasing tone. "What's this? A call in broad daylight? Miss me already? Come on, admit it, you can't go a day without hearing my voice." Tony rolled his eyes, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips despite himself. "Miss you? Don't flatter yourself. If anything, it's like missing a mosquito buzzing in my ear." Leon laughed on the other end. "Ouch. That's the best you've got? You've got to try harder if you want to hurt my feelings." "Whatever," Tony muttered, shaking his head. "Listen, I just went through the stuff Fury dropped off. You were right, Howard left me a message. And, let's just say it was unexpected." He paused, then quickly added, "Not that I'm getting sentimental or anything." Leon's voice softened, losing some of its playful edge. "I figured as much. Howard wasn't the type to say things outright, but he cared in his own way. So, what's the verdict? Are you feeling enlightened, or are you calling to vent?" Tony hesitated, then took a deep breath. "No, it's not that. It's..." He paused again, searching for the right words. "I saw it. I heard it. And now I know. But that's not why I called." "Alright, then spill. What's on your mind?" Leon asked, his tone shifting to one of genuine curiosity. "When are we taking down Hydra?" Tony's voice was firm, his usual arrogance replaced with a steely determination. "After hearing what Howard said, I can't just sit here. I need to do something. I need to finish what he started." Leon's response caught him off guard. "Tony, you think you're just now joining the party? We've already started." "What?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've already started? And no one thought to tell me? What the hell, Leon?" Leon couldn't help but laugh. "Relax, Tony. You'll get your chance. Trust me, things are about to get a whole lot more interesting." Elsewhere, Hydra's gears were turning at full speed. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of Hydra's highest-ranking operatives, moved with calculated precision. Within a single day, he had maneuvered through the labyrinth of political red tape, securing approval from the World Security Council for S.H.I.E.L.D. to lead the global effort against Hydra. It was a masterstroke of deception, a play that positioned Hydra to manipulate the very forces meant to destroy them. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bustling headquarters, agents prepared for what they believed to be the fight of their lives. The tension in the air was palpable, but it was undercut by a chilling irony. Many of those agents, hailed as heroes ready to root out Hydra, were Hydra themselves. They wore their masks well, projecting bravery and resolve while secretly plotting betrayal. When the time came, they would turn their weapons on their comrades without hesitation. 3 helicarriers loomed in the hangars, their massive frames casting long shadows over the base. They were the crown jewels of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal, and now they were in Hydra's hands. Pierce had spared no effort in preparing for the spectacle to come. He intended to play both sides of the chessboard, orchestrating a grand performance that would leave Hydra stronger than ever. Meanwhile, in a hidden base on the outskirts of New York, Nick Fury paced back and forth, his frustration boiling over. "Damn it," he growled, kicking the wall with his injured foot. The pain only fueled his anger. How can those idiots on the council not see what Pierce is doing? They're playing right into his hands. Maria Hill stood nearby, her arms crossed, watching Fury with a mix of concern and exasperation. "Fury, you didn't see it either when you worked with him. Pierce fooled everyone." Fury's scowl deepened. "That's no excuse. I should have known." Back in Bogota, he played the part of the rule-abiding diplomat, talking about negotiations and protocol. "And I fell for it. Damn it, I saved his daughter, and this is how he repays me?" Phil Coulson stepped into the room, his expression apologetic. "Director, we've still got no word from Stark. If we're counting on him." "Forget Stark." Fury snapped. "He's got an AI. He doesn't need a damn invitation to show up. But we can't wait for him to come around. Pierce is moving fast, and we're running out of time." He turned toward a holographic display of the helicarriers, his one good eye narrowing. "We're going to infiltrate those helicarriers and stop Hydra before they can pull the trigger. If we don't, this world is screwed." Fury slammed his fist on the table, his voice ringing with resolve. "We're not waiting for a miracle. We're going in, and we're taking them down." Nick Fury stood stiffly, his one good eye surveying the room full of shocked and suspicious faces. The tension in the air was palpable, the faint hum of the helicarrier's engines the only sound cutting through the silence. Surrounding him, Maria Hill, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, and Phil Coulson shifted uneasily under the gazes of dozens of armed SHIELD operatives. Sharon Carter, still holding her weapon steady, narrowed her eyes, her sharp instincts clearly on high alert. Fury's mind raced, calculating his next move. The element of surprise had been blown to pieces, and now they were in the lion's den, surrounded by people who could be allies or Hydra agents in disguise. His gaze flicked briefly to Rumlow, aka Crossbones, standing near the command console with a deceptively calm expression. Fury knew better. That man was Hydra through and through. "Well," Fury finally said, breaking the silence, his voice calm but carrying its usual authority. "It's good to see that rumors of my death were exaggerated. That doesn't explain why you're here, or how you got on board," Sharon snapped, her gun still trained on him. "Director Fury, if it really is you, you've got a hell of a lot of explaining to do." Fury raised his hands slowly, palms out, in a gesture of mock surrender. "Agent Carter, you've known me long enough to know I don't do explanations. I do actions," he said, his tone sharp. "But right now, explanations aren't important. What's important is that if we don't act fast, Hydra's going to use this helicarrier to wipe out, well, just about everyone who isn't on their side." The room buzzed with murmurs, the tension escalating as Fury's words sank in. Several agents exchanged uncertain glances, clearly rattled. Sharon, however, didn't lower her weapon. "Hydra? You're saying Hydra's still around? And they're here?" "Not just here," Fury replied, his gaze cold and steady. "They've infiltrated every level of SHIELD. You think I faked my own death and sneaked onto this flying death trap just for fun? Hydra's been pulling strings in the shadows for decades. Rumlow," he pointed a finger directly at Crossbones, "is one of them." All eyes turned to Rumlow. For a brief moment, his expression didn't falter, his poker face as unreadable as ever. But then a slow, dark smirk spread across his lips, and he shrugged. "Well, guess the cat's out of the bag," he said nonchalantly, his tone dripping with mockery. "Thanks for the introduction, Fury." Before anyone could react, Rumlow lunged for the nearest operative, disarming them with terrifying efficiency and shouting, "Hydra, now!" In an instant, chaos erupted. Half the operatives in the room turned on their supposed comrades, weapons drawn as they revealed their true allegiance. The control room became a battlefield, the sharp crack of gunfire and shouts of alarm echoing through the confined space. "Damn it!" Fury barked, diving behind a console as bullets ricocheted around him. "Hill, Coulson, secure the command console. Barton, cover them." Maria Hill and Phil Coulson moved like lightning, ducking and weaving through the chaos as Hawkeye drew his bow, firing arrows with pinpoint precision to provide cover. Fury pulled his own sidearm, returning fire with practiced skill. Across the room, Sharon Carter had taken cover behind a console, her expression one of grim determination as she tried to make sense of the madness unfolding around her. "Fury!" Sharon called out over the cacophony. "What the hell is going on?" "Exactly what I told you," he shouted back, taking down a Hydra agent with a well-placed shot. "Hydra's been hiding in plain sight, and now they've decided to come out and play." Sharon didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, she joined the fight, her weapon trained on the Hydra agents who had turned on their former colleagues. Whatever doubts she might have had about Fury's story were buried under the immediate need to survive. Meanwhile, Rumlow was making his way toward the command console, his Hydra training and brutal efficiency leaving a trail of unconscious or worse agents in his wake. "You're too late, Fury," he called out, his voice gleeful amidst the chaos. "This helicarrier's already ours." "Not yet, it's not," Fury growled, signaling to Hill and Coulson. The two agents reached the console just as Rumlow did, and a fierce struggle broke out. Hill engaged Rumlow directly, her combat training on full display as she blocked and countered his strikes. Coulson worked frantically at the console, trying to override Hydra's control and lock them out of the system. Hawkeye, perched on top of a console for a better vantage point, continued to rain arrows down on the Hydra agents, each shot precise and devastating. "Anytime now, Coulson," he shouted, firing an explosive arrow that sent a group of Hydra operatives scrambling for cover. "I'm working on it." Coulson snapped, his fingers flying over the keyboard. "The system's locked down tighter than I expected. Fury, we've got a problem." Hill called out, narrowly dodging a brutal punch from Rumlow. "We're not going to hold him off for long." Fury glanced around the room, his mind racing. The odds were stacked against them, and time was running out. But he couldn't afford to lose this fight, not here, not now. Barton, Carter, back them up, he ordered. We need that console secured, no matter what. As the battle raged on, Fury couldn't help but think back to the choices that had led to this moment. The betrayals, the secrets, the lies, it all came down to this. He had to stop Hydra, not just for S.H.I.E.L.D., but for the world. And somewhere far above the chaos, Leon, listening in with his enhanced hearing from Brooklyn, shook his head with a wry smile. Typical Fury, he muttered to himself. Always diving headfirst into the fire. Let's see how long you can keep this up, old man. The tension in the command room was palpable, an invisible weight pressing down on everyone present as accusations and counter-accusations flew like daggers. Sharon Carter's sharp glare was unwavering, her weapon still trained on Nick Fury. Suspicion hung thick in the air, compounded by the chaos of recent events and the damning revelations of Tony Stark's live broadcast. Nick Fury remained seated, radiating his usual calm under pressure, though his mind was racing. The cracks in the fragile trust of the room were widening, and he knew the situation was dangerously close to spiraling out of control. His single eye caught the subtle shift in Rumlow's stance. The man was coiled like a spring, his body language screaming imminent violence. Fury knew this confrontation would come to blows, it was only a matter of time. Agent Carter, I understand your skepticism, Fury began, his voice even but laced with urgency. But think carefully. Stark's broadcast just confirmed what I've been telling you. Hydra is here, now, among us. If we don't act together, they'll tear us apart from the inside. Sharon's jaw tightened, but before she could respond, Rumlow stepped forward, his weapon raised and his voice dripping with venom. Enough of this garbage. Fury's been compromised. He disappears for days and then shows up here with his little entourage, spouting conspiracy theories? Hydra this, Hydra that, he's trying to sow chaos, to divide us. Several agents exchanged uneasy glances, their weapons shifting slightly as doubt crept into their minds. But then, a low, confident voice cut through the tension. Rumlow, Fury said, his tone tinged with dark amusement, you're sweating. He leaned back in his chair, folding his hands in his lap. What's the matter? Feeling the heat now that your little secret's out? Rumlow's face twisted into a snarl. You're bluffing. Am I? Fury's gaze swept the room. Think about it, everyone. Why is Rumlow so desperate to silence me? Why is he so quick to turn this into a shootout? Maybe it's because he knows I'm telling the truth. The room fell into a heavy silence, save for the subtle hum of the helicarrier's engines. Several agents hesitated, their weapons wavering as the seeds of doubt took root. But before anyone could act, a sudden voice from the back of the room broke the silence. Everyone, you need to see this. The female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had been working at a console earlier turned the central screen to display a live feed. The entire room's attention shifted to the screen as the familiar figure of Tony Stark appeared, standing at a podium in front of a sea of reporters. In the live broadcast, Tony Stark's demeanor was uncharacteristically serious. He leaned against the podium, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd before him. Behind him, projected on a massive screen, was footage of his Iron Man suit flying through a fortified compound, evidence of his recent destruction of a remnant Red Room facility. Let me make this clear, Tony began, his voice firm and unwavering. The Red Room was just the beginning. What I found there was more than enough to confirm what some of us have suspected for a long time. Hydra is alive and well. They've infiltrated every level of society, from governments to intelligence agencies, and yes, even S.H.I.E.L.D. Gasps rippled through the room of reporters, and the live chat accompanying the broadcast exploded with question marks and exclamations. But within the helicarrier's command room, the reaction was far more visceral. Fury's expression darkened, his single eye narrowing as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Stark. You couldn't have waited just a little longer?" Maria Hill, standing near Fury, leaned in and whispered, "Director, this is going to throw fuel on the fire. Everyone's already on edge." "No kidding," Fury replied, his tone clipped. He turned his attention back to the room, where the agents were now in various states of shock, disbelief, and anger. And then there was Rumlow, his mask of composure had finally cracked. "You've got to be kidding me," Rumlow hissed, his voice low and dangerous. He turned his weapon fully toward Fury. "This is a setup. A goddamn setup." Fury stood slowly, his hands raised just enough to show he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "Rumlow," he said, his voice calm but laced with authority, "you've just confirmed everything I've been saying. Hydra's here, and you're part of it. Drop the act." Rumlow's response was immediate and violent. He raised his gun, aiming directly at Fury's head, but before he could fire, Clint Barton's voice rang out like a gunshot. "Drop it, Rumlow. Hawkeye barked, his bow drawn and an arrow aimed squarely between Rumlow's eyes. The tension in the room snapped taut as agents on all sides raised their weapons, the lines between friend and foe blurring in an instant. "Stand down, everyone!" Sharon Carter shouted, trying to regain control of the situation. But it was too late. The first shot rang out like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile stalemate. No one could say for sure who fired it. It could have been Fury, Rumlow, or one of the many agents caught in the crossfire. But once the first shot was fired, chaos erupted. The command room became a war zone. Bullets and energy blasts tore through the air, ricocheting off consoles and walls. Smoke and sparks filled the room as agents turned on each other, Hydra operatives revealing their true allegiances amidst the chaos. Fury dove for cover behind a console, barking orders to his team. "Hill, get to the control console now. Barton, cover her. Coulson, watch R6. Hawkeye loosed arrows with deadly precision, taking down Hydra agents one by one. Coulson fired his sidearm in short, controlled bursts, his usually calm demeanor replaced with grim determination. Hill sprinted toward the main console, ducking and weaving through the chaos as Hydra operatives tried to block her path. But the numbers were against them. One by one, the loyal SHIELD agents fell. Even as Rumlow went down under a hail of arrows and bullets, his Hydra allies pressed the attack. Fury himself was eventually overwhelmed, tackled to the ground by 2 Hydra agents and pinned. And then, amidst the chaos, the truth was revealed in the most shocking way. The first loyal SHIELD agent to fall wasn't human. As their body hit the ground, their skin shimmered and shifted, revealing green, ridged flesh beneath. The room froze for a split second as everyone processed what they were seeing. A Skrull? Fury shouted, his voice filled with disbelief and anger. But there was no time to dwell on the revelation. The battle resumed with renewed ferocity, the presence of the Skrull only adding to the confusion. By the time the dust settled, the command room was a scene of devastation. Bodies, both human and otherwise, littered the floor. The survivors, bloodied and battered, stood in stunned silence. And in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, the female agent who had shown them the live broadcast quietly slipped away. Her camera had captured everything, every betrayal, every revelation, every moment of chaos. Agent K of the Men in Black smiled faintly as she transmitted the footage to her organization's secure servers. This was only the beginning. The storm was coming, and she would ensure the world saw it unfold. The chaos that had begun to unfold across the globe had finally reached a boiling point, and the tension inside the SHIELD headquarters conference room was thick enough to cut with a knife. As the last echoes of the video faded from the screen, the representatives from around the world exchanged uneasy glances. Some were still grappling with the shock of what they'd seen, while others were already reaching for their phones, frantically contacting their governments. The trust they had placed in SHIELD was crumbling before their eyes. Alexander Pierce, the once composed and ever-smiling figure of authority, now stood motionless, his back to the room. His expression, hidden from the representatives, twisted into one of cold calculation and tightly restrained fury. The videos from Rising Tide and Tony Stark's revelations had shattered the carefully constructed image of SHIELD, and with it, his plans were in jeopardy. But Pierce was no stranger to adversity. He had climbed to the heights of power by navigating treacherous waters, and he wasn't about to let a bunch of panicked politicians ruin his endgame. The silence in the room was broken by the representative from the White Bear Nation, his voice sharp and accusatory. "Pierce," he growled, his thick accent emphasizing the menace in his tone, "do you have anything to say for yourself? Or should we assume that Stark's accusations are true?" Pierce slowly turned around, his face now a mask of calm indifference. His eyes scanned the room, noting the stiffened postures and clenched fists of the representatives. Many had already moved to stand together, forming an impromptu alliance against him. The White Bear representative had even removed his jacket, revealing a surprisingly muscular frame beneath his tailored suit, a clear indication of his readiness for a physical confrontation. Pierce chuckled softly, the sound low and humorless. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice smooth and measured, "I understand your concerns. Stark's theatrics and these so-called revelations have understandably shaken you. But let me remind you that SHIELD has always been a target for conspiracy theories and slander. Why? Because we are the first line of defense against the threats you don't even know exist." The representatives murmured among themselves, but the suspicion in their eyes remained. One of them, a representative from the Golden Eagle Nation, stepped forward. "Pierce, the evidence is overwhelming. Stark's footage, the Rising Tide videos, they show your agents turning on each other, Hydra members within SHIELD, and chaos aboard your helicarrier. Are you really going to stand there and deny everything?" Pierce's smile tightened, the corners of his mouth twitching as he suppressed his anger. With all due respect, you're seeing what they want you to see. Stark and the Rising Tide are experts at manipulating information. This is a coordinated attack on S.H.I.E.L.D., designed to discredit us and sow discord. And it's working, isn't it? But the representatives weren't buying it. More of them began to rise from their seats, their faces set with determination. The White Bear representative crossed his arms, his gaze locked onto Pierce like a predator sizing up its prey. Enough words. If you're innocent, prove it. Otherwise, we'll assume the worst. For a moment, the room held its breath, waiting for Pierce's response. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached up to his ear, pressing a hidden button on his communication device. His voice, cold and devoid of pretense, cut through the tense silence. Uniform them. The doors to the conference room burst open with a deafening bang, and the air was instantly filled with the hissing of smoke canisters. Thick clouds of tear gas billowed through the room, causing the representatives to cough and choke as they scrambled for cover. Before they could react further, heavily armed operatives in full tactical gear stormed into the room, their weapons trained on the disoriented delegates. Pierce stepped aside, his movements calm and deliberate as the chaos unfolded around him. His expression was one of icy detachment, his eyes cold and calculating as he watched the representatives being subdued one by one. The White Bear representative managed to land a solid punch on one of the operatives, but he was quickly overwhelmed and forced to the ground. As the sounds of struggle filled the room, Pierce walked out into the hallway, his footsteps echoing ominously against the polished floor. He spoke into his earpiece, his tone clipped and commanding. Secure the building. No one leaves until I say so. And find out how long it will take to purge Rising Tide from the network. I want every trace of that video erased. One of the operatives responded promptly, "Yes, sir. We're already working on it." Pierce's lips curled into a grim smirk. Good. And issue a kill order for Stark and anyone associated with Rising Tide. They've had their moment of glory. Now it's time to remind them who they're dealing with. His gaze darkened as his thoughts turned inward. The carefully laid plans of Hydra had been thrown into disarray, but Pierce was nothing if not adaptable. He still had resources, loyal agents, and the element of fear on his side. The representatives might have seen the truth, but they wouldn't live to act on it. Rising Tide, Tony Stark. He muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with venom. You've made your move. Now it's my turn. I hope you've prepared your farewells. Meanwhile, in a secure facility hidden far from the chaos, Leon sat in front of a monitor, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched the events unfold. The video from Agent K had done its job, sending shockwaves through both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra's ranks. The world was waking up to the truth, and the cracks in Hydra's foundation were beginning to show. Well, Leon murmured to himself, leaning back in his chair, it looks like the storm's finally here. Time to see who gets swept away. In the dimly lit room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The Hydra leaders sat in silence, their expressions grim and their thoughts heavy. The once proud heads of the Serpent found themselves cornered, their shadowy empire exposed for all the world to see. What had once been their greatest weapon, secrecy, was now their greatest vulnerability. Baron Strucker's hands trembled slightly as he clenched them on the table. His pale, aged face looked even more ashen under the dim light. Who betrayed us? He muttered, his voice hoarse. Is there even a traitor among us? Or are we merely victims of fate's cruel hand? Pierce leaned forward, his sharp eyes glinting with a dangerous light. His voice was low, gravelly, carrying the weight of unbridled fury. It no longer matters who betrayed us, he said, his tone cutting through the silence like a blade. What matters is that we've been exposed. The heads of Hydra are now targets, visible to the entire world. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. We have two choices. Either we cut off some of our own heads, throwing lives to the wolves to ensure the survival of our legacy, or... He leaned further forward, his voice rising, we strike back. We go to war. We take this world by force. War? Now. Madame Hydra, her usually composed demeanor shattered, stared at Pierce in disbelief. Her emerald eyes burned with anger and confusion. Our insight plan is only partially complete, barely 5% operational. We're not ready. We don't have the resources or the manpower to wage a war against the entire world. Pierce's lips curled into a cold smile as he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. The sound was like the ticking of a clock, counting down to something inevitable. War is simpler than you think, he said, his voice calm but laced with menace. 70 years ago, Schmidt Red Skull didn't hesitate. He acted. That's what we must do now. His fingers stopped tapping as he looked Madame Hydra directly in the eye. On those 3 helicarriers, I've had our people install 10 hydrogen bombs on each. Their purpose isn't to win a war, it's to make the world kneel. To create chaos. While the world's superpowers are busy trying to stop the bombs, we move in and take what we need. We seize control of the Middle East, the perfect powder keg. Our forces are already embedded there. It's the perfect staging ground. He leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. You either stand with me, or you fall with the rest of the world. So, what will it be? Madame Hydra's jaw tightened, her fingers curling into fists. This plan is reckless, she said, her voice trembling with barely contained anger. Our forces in the Middle East were decimated by Stark's attacks. We don't have the strength to hold the region, let alone ignite a global war. Her eyes narrowed as she continued. And another thing, you said the helicarriers were for a feint to distract me and Strucker. Why the hell did you load them with hydrogen bombs? What are you really planning, Pierce? Pierce's expression didn't falter. He adjusted his tie, a sly smile playing on his lips. Insurance, he said smoothly. The bombs are a contingency, nothing more. Decades of preparation went into acquiring those bombs, they're our trump card in a situation like this. His gaze lingered on Strucker and Madame Hydra, his meaning clear. The veiled threat hung heavy in the air. Madame Hydra rose to her feet, her emerald eyes flaring with fury. Are you threatening us, Pierce? I'm presenting a plan, Pierce replied coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. Now, do I have your support, or not? The room fell into a suffocating silence. Strucker and Madame Hydra exchanged a long, tense glance. Finally, under the crushing weight of the moment, they nodded begrudgingly. Agreed, Strucker said through gritted teeth. The other Hydra leaders, seeing their most powerful members fall in line, reluctantly voiced their agreement as well. Back in the SHIELD conference room, the air was thick with tension of a different kind. The representatives from various nations were bound to their chairs, their mouths taped shut. Their eyes burned with fury and defiance as they glared at Pierce, who stood before them with a self-assured smile. Now, Pierce said, his tone almost mocking. I know what you're thinking. You're all sitting there, believing your countries will swoop in to save you. That Hydra will be crushed once and for all. He chuckled darkly. But before you get too excited, I'd like to show you something. With a flick of his hand, the room's central projector came to life. A holographic image of Earth appeared, with 3 glowing markers indicating the locations of the helicarriers, one over San Francisco, one over Poland, and one over Sokovia. The markers pulsed ominously, their proximity to densely populated cities clear. Each of these helicarriers carries 10 hydrogen bombs, Pierce said, his voice cold and steady. You know what that means. At the push of a button, millions will die. Entire cities wiped off the map. The representatives' eyes widened in horror. Some struggled violently against their restraints, their muffled shouts of protest filling the room. But don't worry, Pierce continued, his smile widening. You don't need to relay my message. It's already been sent to your governments. They know what's at stake. They know what I want. The question is, will they comply? One representative managed to free his mouth from the tape, his voice trembling with rage. You're a monster. No one will bow to your demands. You'll only unite the world against you. Pierce tilted his head, his smile never wavering. Perhaps. But will they act, knowing the cost? Will your leaders be willing to sacrifice millions of innocent lives just to stand against me? He leaned back in his chair, his demeanor almost casual. We'll see, won't we? Meanwhile, across the globe, chaos erupted as Pierce's recorded message spread like wildfire. The Rising Tide hackers, led by Sky and Miles, had intercepted the message and leaked it online. Within minutes, the video was trending on every platform, its contents shocking the world. In San Francisco, Sokovia, and Poland, fear and panic gripped the population. Streets filled with terrified citizens, their faces pale as they stared up at the helicarriers looming overhead. Social media exploded with outrage, confusion, and despair. Are you kidding me? I wake up and there are nukes above my city, one user from San Francisco posted, their words encapsulating the collective dread of millions. This is the end, a Sokovian refugee wrote, their message tinged with heartbreak. War has already taken everything from us. Now they're threatening us with this? In Poland, the sentiment was no less dire. Another blitzkrieg above us? History repeats itself, it seems. Back on the helicarrier where Nick Fury and his team were held captive, the situation remained dire. Fury, tied up in a corner with his allies, glanced at the Hydra agents clustered around the Skrull's corpse. His sharp mind worked overtime, piecing together a plan. Fury, Hawkeye whispered urgently. If we don't act now, Hydra's going to kill us. What's the plan? Fury's lips curled into a faint smile, his single eye glinting with determination. We wait. Wait for what? Barton hissed, frustration clear in his voice. Fury's smile widened. For backup. Before Hawkeye could question him further, a Hydra agent walked past them, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. A small knife slipped from the agent's hand, landing near Fury's feet. Hawkeye's eyes widened in shock. What the? Fury, that's. Shoot, Fury said, nudging the knife toward himself with his foot. Not now. But before he could act on his mysterious ally's gesture, a gunshot rang out. Rumlow stood over the fallen Hydra agent, his gun still smoking. The agent's body shimmered and shifted, revealing green, ridged skin, a Skrull. No! Fury roared, his voice filled with genuine anguish. You idiot! Do you know what you've done? Rumlow didn't respond. He simply turned to Fury, his expression cold and unfeeling. With a swift motion, he slammed the butt of his gun into Fury's jaw, knocking him unconscious. Threat neutralized, Rumlow announced to the other Hydra agents. Get back to work. Await further orders. Unbeknownst to him, Agent K's hidden camera captured every moment, broadcasting it to the world. The storm was far from over. In the dimly lit Quinjet, the tense silence was broken only by the quiet hum of the engines. Nick Fury groaned softly as he regained consciousness, rubbing his jaw where Rumlow's gun butt had struck him. His one good eye flicked around the cabin, taking in the sight of his team: Hawkeye, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and Phil Coulson, each in varying states of exhaustion and confusion. The sharp metallic tang of the air reminded everyone of their precarious situation. What the hell happened? Fury muttered, his voice gravelly as he sat up, wincing. His gaze landed on Coulson, who was already cutting through his bindings with one of the tactical knives left behind by Agent K. Long story short, Hill began, her tone clipped, some woman Agent K just carried us out of the helicarrier, put us on this Quinjet, and flew us down here. She's not Hydra, but she's not one of ours either. Not Hydra? Fury's brow furrowed as he processed the information. Then who the hell is she? She called herself part of the Men in Black, Coulson said, carefully freeing Sharon Carter, who immediately moved to help Hawkeye with his bindings. She didn't stick around to explain much, but she mentioned her organization was taking over the Hydra situation. The Men in Black? Fury repeated, his tone dripping with skepticism. He rubbed his temples as he tried to make sense of it all. Great. Another shadow organization I didn't know about. Just what we needed. Before anyone could respond, the Quinjet's doors hissed open, and the group stepped out cautiously, their eyes widening as they took in the sight above them. The massive helicarrier loomed in the sky, its colossal frame dominating the skyline like a steel leviathan. Its weapon systems gleamed ominously in the sunlight, and the faint hum of its engines seemed to reverberate through the ground. Mother of Hawkeye muttered, craning his neck to take in the sheer size of the vessel. It's right there. Just sitting there like a giant middle finger to anyone who thought today couldn't get worse. How the hell did we not notice this thing until now? Sharon Carter added, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and disbelief. It's not just here, Hill said grimly, pulling up a holographic display on her wrist device. Reports are coming in from San Francisco and Sokovia. 3 helicarriers, all armed with hydrogen bombs, all parked above major population centers. Hydra's playing their hand, and they're not bluffing. Fury's jaw tightened as he processed this new information. Damn it. Hydra's forcing the world to its knees, and they're using those carriers as leverage. They've got millions of lives hanging by a thread. And we're stuck down here with no way to stop it, Hawkeye added bitterly. Unless you've got some secret plan you forgot to mention, Director? Fury's lips curled into a faint smirk, his trademark confidence shining through despite the dire circumstances. I always have a plan, Barton. But we're gonna need help. Meanwhile, above the chaos of Warsaw, Hydra's helicarrier remained an unyielding presence in the sky. On board, Rumlow and his team of Hydra operatives worked diligently, ensuring the weapon systems were ready to fire at a moment's notice. The mood in the control room was tense but focused, the operatives moving with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Rumlow glanced at the monitors, his sharp eyes scanning the city below. The streets were clogged with panicked civilians, their desperate attempts to flee thwarted by the gridlocked traffic and Hydra's aerial no-fly enforcement. The chaos unfolding below brought a grim satisfaction to Rumlow's otherwise stoic demeanor. Status report, he barked, his voice cutting through the low hum of machinery. All systems operational, one of the operatives replied. The hydrogen bombs are armed and ready. Awaiting orders from Pierce. Rumlow nodded, his expression unreadable. Good. Maintain readiness. We're holding the world by the throat, and I don't want any surprises. But as he turned away from the monitors, his thoughts drifted back to Agent K, the mysterious operative who had infiltrated their ranks so effortlessly. Her strength, her confidence, her ability to manipulate him and his men with a single phrase. She wasn't just another agent. She was something else entirely. Who the hell are you? Rumlow muttered under his breath, his hand unconsciously tightening into a fist. Back on the ground, the streets of Warsaw were a scene of utter chaos. Civilians flooded the roads, abandoning their cars as they tried to flee on foot. The air was thick with the sounds of car horns, shouted arguments, and the distant wail of sirens. Above it all, the shadow of the helicarrier loomed, a constant reminder of the impending threat. In the midst of the chaos, Fury and his team moved with purpose, their training allowing them to navigate the panicked crowds with relative ease. They ducked into a nearby alleyway, where Fury pulled out a secure communication device. Come on, Fury muttered as he keyed in a series of codes. Finally, the device buzzed to life, and a familiar voice crackled through the speaker. Fury? Is that you? Tony Stark's voice was unmistakable, though it carried an edge of frustration. You've got some nerve calling me after the mess you dumped on my doorstep. Good to hear your voice too, Stark, Fury replied dryly. I assume you've seen the news? Seen it? I'm practically starring in it, Stark shot back. Hydra's gone full supervillain, and now half the world's looking at me like I'm supposed to fix it. What's your play, Cyclops? My play, Fury said, his voice firm, is to take down those helicarriers before Pierce turns Warsaw, San Francisco, and Sokovia into glowing craters. But I need your help to do it. There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Stark finally spoke, his tone was serious. All right, Fury. You've got my attention. What do you need? Fury's eye gleamed with determination. Everything you've got. In the hidden Hydra command center, Alexander Pierce's fist slammed onto the table, the sound reverberating across the room like a thunderclap. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the holographic images of his top operatives. The sight of Rumlow and the other Hydra commanders projected before him only seemed to stoke his anger further. You incompetent fools! Pierce roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. Do you have any idea what you've done? The world is watching, and now there's a goddamn Superman pushing our helicarrier into the clouds like it's a goddamn toy. The other Hydra leaders remained silent, their faces taut with tension. None dared to interrupt Pierce in the midst of his tirade, lest his wrath be turned directly upon them. In the center hologram, Rumlow stood stiffly, his jaw clenched as he bore the brunt of Pierce's fury. He had no excuses to offer, he knew better than to try. Pierce paced back and forth, his hands gesturing wildly as he continued his rant. We've spent decades building Hydra's power in the shadows, and now all of it is at stake. Do you think the world will fear us when they see one man making a mockery of our greatest weapons? Rumlow finally spoke, his voice steady but laced with tension. Sir, with all due respect, this Superman, whoever he is, has abilities that defy everything we've encountered before. He's shown immunity to advanced weaponry, including Stark's Jericho missiles. Conventional methods of attack are ineffective against him. Pierce's eyes narrowed, his gaze boring into Rumlow like a predator sizing up its prey. Are you telling me, Brock, that Hydra, an organization that has infiltrated the highest levels of power, that has built weapons capable of leveling cities, is powerless against one man in a cape? Rumlow hesitated, knowing that anything he said would only add fuel to Pierce's anger. We're analyzing his movements and capabilities, sir. If there's a way to neutralize him, we'll find it. Pierce sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Analyzing? Neutralize? While you're busy analyzing, he's already dismantling everything we've worked for. I don't need excuses, Rumlow, I need results. The tension in the room was suffocating, and it was clear that Pierce's patience was wearing dangerously thin. One of the other Hydra commanders, a woman with sharp features and a cold demeanor, cleared her throat softly, drawing Pierce's attention. Sir, she began cautiously, if I may. Perhaps we could use the helicarriers to our advantage. If we can't eliminate this Superman directly, we can exploit his actions to sow further chaos. The world is already divided on how to respond to Hydra's ultimatum. If we frame his intervention as a reckless act that escalates the crisis, it could play into our narrative. Pierce paused, considering her words. His expression softened slightly, though his anger still simmered beneath the surface. Go on, he said, his tone less harsh but no less commanding. The woman continued, her voice calm and measured. We released targeted propaganda, highlighting the potential dangers of his interference. We emphasized the risk of the helicarrier's payloads detonating due to his actions. If we position Hydra as the only force capable of maintaining control in the face of such chaos, we might still salvage our position. Pierce's lips pressed into a thin line as he mulled over the suggestion. It wasn't the decisive victory he craved, but it was a strategy that could buy Hydra time to regroup and adapt. Fine, he said finally, his voice low and deliberate. Do it. But don't think for a second that this absolves you of your failures. I want results, and I want them now. Is that clear? Yes, sir, the woman replied, her tone unwavering. Pierce turned back to Rumlow, his expression hardening once more. And you find a way to deal with this Superman. I don't care what it takes. Use every resource at our disposal. If you can't kill him, then distract him. Delay him. Make him regret ever interfering with Hydra. Rumlow nodded sharply. Understood, sir. The holograms flickered out one by one as the meeting ended, leaving Pierce alone in the dimly lit room. He stared at the empty space where the holograms had been, his mind racing with frustration and determination. Hydra's plans were unraveling, but he refused to let it end here. This was not the first time Hydra had faced adversity, and it would not be the last. Meanwhile, the world watched in awe and disbelief as the live feed of the caped figure lifting the helicarrier played on every screen. In homes, offices, and public squares, people gathered around televisions and smartphones, their eyes glued to the image of the man in the red cape. Is he really going to do it? One viewer murmured, their voice filled with a mix of hope and fear. Can he stop Hydra? Look at him, another exclaimed. He's lifting that thing like it's nothing. Who is this guy? The internet was ablaze with activity. Social media platforms were flooded with hashtags like #SupermanReturns, #HydraFall, and #SaveOurCities. Memes and fan art of the mysterious figure spread like wildfire, and debates raged over his identity and motives. But amidst the chaos and speculation, one sentiment emerged above all others: hope. For the first time since Hydra's ultimatum had thrown the world into turmoil, people began to believe that salvation was possible. The sight of one man standing against overwhelming odds ignited a spark of courage in the hearts of millions. In Warsaw, the frantic exodus slowed as people stopped to watch the livestream on their phones and tablets. Cheers erupted as the helicarrier was pushed higher into the sky, its massive bulk disappearing into the clouds. Strangers hugged one another, tears streaming down their faces as they clung to the hope that the worst might yet be avoided. He's doing it, someone shouted. He's saving us. Back on the helicarrier, Rumlow barked orders to his team, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Deploy drones. Track his movements. If he so much as blinks, I want to know about it. The Hydra operatives moved with practiced efficiency, their hands flying over consoles as they launched every available drone to pursue their target. Screens lit up with live feeds of the caped figure, his image captured from multiple angles as he carried the helicarrier higher and higher. Rumlow's jaw tightened as he watched the footage. You may be strong, he muttered under his breath, but no one is invincible. We'll find your weakness, and when we do, Hydra will rise again. As the world stood still, holding its collective breath, the live stream from the Rising Tide feed had gone black, leaving billions in a state of dread. The sudden silence following the blinding flash of the hydrogen bomb's detonation was deafening. Across every corner of the globe, people sat frozen in their seats, their hearts heavy with fear and sorrow. For a moment, it seemed as though hope itself had been extinguished in the explosion. In Warsaw, where chaos had reigned just minutes ago, the streets had become eerily quiet. The panicked screams, honking cars, and rushing crowds all seemed to fade into the background, replaced by a heavy, almost unbearable stillness. People huddled together, strangers, families, the wealthy and poor alike, united by a single, desperate question: had they just witnessed the death of their savior? In the Hydra command center, Alexander Pierce leaned back in his chair, his lips curling into a victorious smirk. His earlier frustration and anxiety had dissipated, replaced by a dark sense of triumph. So, the so-called Superman wasn't so invincible after all, he muttered, his tone dripping with mockery. The remaining Hydra operatives in the room exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to celebrate or brace themselves for Pierce's next outburst. The man's mood swings had been unpredictable at best, but now he seemed genuinely pleased. Pierce rose to his feet, his voice booming with satisfaction. You see, gentlemen? Even the strongest among them falls before Hydra. Let this be a reminder to the world that no one can stand in our way. But even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Something about this victory felt hollow. The Superman's actions had already ignited a spark of unity and hope among the masses, something that even the destruction of the helicarriers might not fully extinguish. Still, Pierce pushed the thought aside. There was no room for doubt in Hydra's plans. "Prepare the next phase of operations," he barked, his voice cutting through the room like a whip. "This war is far from over." Meanwhile, high above the earth, in the aftermath of the explosion, a figure began to emerge from the swirling chaos of fire and smoke. The mushroom cloud of the nuclear detonation had begun to dissipate, its once imposing form now reduced to faint wisps against the vast expanse of the sky. And at the center of it all, standing tall and unscathed, was Leon. His uniform, though scorched and torn in places, clung to his body like a second skin, highlighting every inch of his powerful frame. His cape, now tattered at the edges, fluttered in the high-altitude winds like a battle flag. Despite the immense heat and radiation of the blast, Leon's expression was calm, his piercing eyes scanning the horizon with an almost serene confidence. As the winds from the explosion began to subside, Leon's voice carried through the air, low but resolute. "Hydra thought this would stop me," he muttered to himself, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "They really don't know when to quit." On the ground, in Warsaw, the moment the world had been waiting for finally arrived. Screens across the city and beyond flickered back to life, displaying a new video feed uploaded by the Rising Tide organization. The title read, "Superman Returns." The footage opened with a close-up of Leon, hovering amidst the dissipating smoke and fire, his figure silhouetted against the brightening sky. He looked down at the earth below, his expression one of quiet determination. And then, as if to reassure the billions watching, he raised one hand in a simple wave. The reaction was instant and electric. Across the globe, people erupted into cheers, their despair replaced by overwhelming relief and joy. In Warsaw, the streets that had been filled with fear just moments ago transformed into scenes of celebration. Strangers embraced, children laughed, and families cried tears of joy. The sound of the crowd chanting "Superman, Superman" echoed through the city, a wave of gratitude and hope spreading like wildfire. Inside the Hydra helicarrier, the remaining operatives who had witnessed Leon's survival were frozen in shock. The commander who had ordered the detonation of the hydrogen bombs stood motionless, his once confident demeanor shattered. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice trembling. How is he still alive?" Before anyone could respond, a sudden gust of wind filled the command room, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps. The Hydra operatives turned, their eyes widening in terror as they saw Leon standing in the doorway, his cape flowing behind him like a crimson tide. His gaze swept across the room, cool and calculating, before he spoke. "Really?" Leon said, his tone casual but laced with an edge of mockery. "All that effort, and this is the best you've got?" Several Hydra soldiers raised their weapons, but Leon didn't flinch. In the blink of an eye, he moved, faster than anyone could track. By the time they realized what had happened, their weapons were gone, crushed into useless scraps of metal in Leon's hands. "You've got two choices," Leon said, his voice low but commanding. "Surrender, or, well, you know how this ends." The Hydra commander, his face pale and drenched in sweat, opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. Finally, he dropped to his knees, his head bowed in submission. One by one, the other operatives followed suit, their defiance extinguished by the sheer presence of the man before them. Back on Earth, the celebrations continued to grow. In Warsaw, people flooded the streets, waving makeshift flags and banners with Leon's emblem scrawled on them. The sound of cheers and laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the chaos and despair that had gripped the city just hours before. Across the internet, the video of Leon's survival became the most watched clip in history within minutes. Social media platforms were inundated with messages of gratitude and admiration, with hashtags like #SupermanLives and #HopeRestored trending worldwide. Even those who had been skeptical of Leon's abilities found themselves swept up in the wave of optimism. For the first time in what felt like forever, the world had something to believe in, someone to believe in. And as the sun set on this tumultuous day, one thing was clear: Leon had not only saved millions of lives but had also reignited a sense of hope that Hydra could never extinguish. As for Leon himself, he stood atop the helicarrier, now under his control, gazing out at the horizon. His work was far from over, but for now, he allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. The world had seen his strength, his resolve, and they had answered with faith. One step at a time, Leon murmured to himself, a faint smile on his lips. Let's see how Hydra likes being on the defensive for a change. As the dust settled over the obliterated Hydra base in the Polish wilderness, the entire world stood in stunned silence. The live satellite feeds showing the aftermath of Leon's devastating punch were being replayed on countless screens, analyzed frame by frame by intelligence agencies, scientists, and military strategists alike. For the ordinary people who had seen the footage, this was nothing short of witnessing a God's wrath manifest on Earth. Governments around the globe were thrown into chaos. Emergency meetings were called, secure channels buzzed with frantic discussions, and even the most confident world leaders found themselves grasping for words. The realization was setting in that this Superman, this being of impossible strength and unyielding will, was operating entirely outside their control. He had just demonstrated that no fortress, no weapon, no underground installation could withstand him. And worse, he had done it with an almost casual demeanor, as if to remind everyone watching that his restraint was the only thing keeping their cities intact. In the shattered silence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s conference room, Alexander Pierce sat motionless, his face pale and his hands trembling slightly. His once proud and calculating demeanor had crumbled, leaving behind a man who had been utterly broken by the sheer force of what he had witnessed. His plans, his contingencies, his carefully woven Hydra empire, everything had been torn apart in a matter of hours. And now, with Leon looming large over the world, Pierce found himself grappling with a truth he could no longer deny: Hydra was finished. But madness has a way of creeping into the cracks of despair, and Pierce's mind, already on the verge of collapse, began to twist under the weight of his defeat. His trembling hands suddenly clenched into fists, and his eyes, once hollow with despair, now burned with a dangerous, unhinged light. "No," he muttered under his breath, the word barely audible at first. Then, louder, "No. It's not over. It can't be over." Pierce shot to his feet, his movements jerky and erratic. He turned to the remaining operatives and representatives in the room, his face contorted into a mask of fury and desperation. "You think this is the end? You think this thing will go unchallenged? No. I won't let it end like this." "Pierce, stop this madness," one of the representatives shouted, his voice filled with both anger and fear. "You've already lost. Don't drag the rest of the world down with you." But Pierce was beyond reason. He spun to face the monitors that still displayed the feeds from the remaining two helicarriers, his hands slamming down on the console with a force that made the other occupants jump. "If the world wants a savior," he snarled, his voice dripping with venom, "then let's see if their savior can save them from me. Launch the hydrogen bombs." Pierce barked into the console, his voice echoing through the room. "Target San Francisco and Sokovia. Fire every last one of them." The room erupted into chaos. The bound representatives shouted in protest, their voices rising in a cacophony of outrage and horror. "You're insane. Millions of innocent lives will be lost." Pierce ignored them, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the monitors as his trembling fingers worked the controls. "If he wants to be their hero, let him. Let him try to stop me. But even if he succeeds, the world will see him for what he is: a weapon, a monster, a force of destruction that no one can control. And if he fails?" Pierce let out a cold, humorless laugh. "Then the world burns with him." High above the earth, Leon hovered in silence, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He could feel the weight of the world's eyes on him, the collective hope and fear of billions pressing down like a tangible force. He had made his point with the destruction of Hydra's Polish base, but he knew it wasn't enough. Hydra was like a hydra in the truest sense: cut off one head, and another would grow in its place. To end this once and for all, he needed to strike at the heart of their operation. But before he could move, something in the distance caught his attention. A faint, glimmering streak of light rising from the Earth's surface: a missile. No, several missiles. His advanced senses kicked into overdrive, analyzing their trajectory, speed, and payload. Hydrogen bombs. Targeted directly at densely populated cities. Leon's jaw tightened, and his eyes burned with a cold fire. "So that's how you want to play it," he muttered. Without another thought, he shot forward, his body cutting through the atmosphere like a comet as he raced toward the missiles. In the Hydra helicarriers, the operatives worked frantically to carry out Pierce's orders, their faces pale and their hands shaking. Many of them knew this was a suicide mission, but they also knew the price of disobedience. The first wave of hydrogen bombs was already in the air, their deadly payloads hurtling toward their targets. But then, something impossible happened. One by one, the missiles disappeared from the radar. At first, the operatives thought it was a malfunction, but the truth soon became clear. Leon was intercepting them, catching them mid-flight and carrying them away at impossible speeds. The radar screens showed blips that moved faster than anything they had ever seen, moving farther and farther away from Earth until they vanished completely. On the ground, in San Francisco and Sokovia, the people watched in awe and disbelief as the streaks of light that had threatened their lives were suddenly snatched from the sky. The news spread like wildfire, and once again, the world turned its eyes to the sky, waiting to see what would happen next. Back in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Pierce's laughter turned to a choked gasp as he watched the live feeds. His missiles, his last, desperate gambit, were gone, taken by the very man he had hoped to destroy. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling. "No! This can't be happening." But it was. Leon, carrying the final missile, soared high into the upper atmosphere. And then, with a force that defied comprehension, he hurled it into the void of space, where it detonated harmlessly in the vacuum. The screens went dark, the feeds cut off, and the room was plunged into silence. Pierce fell to his knees, his body shaking as the weight of his defeat crushed him completely. Around the world, the celebrations began anew. People poured into the streets, their cheers and cries of joy echoing through cities and towns. Leon had done the impossible again. And in doing so, he had not only saved millions of lives but had also cemented his place as a symbol of hope and strength in a world that desperately needed both. For Leon, however, the fight was far from over. Hovering in the upper atmosphere, he gazed down at the earth below, his mind already turning to the next challenge. Hydra might be broken, but he knew there would always be others who would rise to take its place. And as long as they did, he would be there to stop them. Because that was what heroes do.